Lanny, the solar eclipse is about to start. Aren't you going to watch it? Melanie only gave a vague reply without moving at all, not even opening her eyes. Lily, don't bother. In her current state, I bet even if you told her that God himself was in the sky, she wouldn't care one bit. Let's just leave her alone. Do you have an extra pair of glasses? I forgot to buy one. I don't either. Here, I only have 2 soft discs. You can have one. Will that work? Don't worry, the internet says it's fine. You can see clearly, and it won't hurt your eyes. Oh right, Lanny, it's your birthday tonight. You promised to treat us to dinner, no backing out. Please don't misunderstand, her name really is Melanie, with the family name May and given name Lanny. When she was born, her grandfather, a great fan of Peking opera, happened to be visiting from the countryside. At that very moment, the hospital TV in the hallway was showing a performance by the famous opera master Mei Lanfeng. So, she was honored to be named after him. Her family debated between names like Mei Lanfeng and Mei Lanhua, unable to decide. Thankfully, her lovely and sensible mother made the final call, Mei Lanny. It might not sound perfect, but at least it had a touch of a foreign feel to it, not too embarrassing. And since she later majored in English at university, she didn't even need an English name. How convenient. As an ordinary girl, she had always followed the usual path, studying, playing, going through elementary, middle, and university life. She imagined she would one day find a stable job, fall in love, get married, have children, and then watch her son or daughter live a life much like her own. If you had to ask what made her special, there was indeed one thing. She loved sunlight. Not just a little, but passionately. When she was young, it wasn't so obvious, but as she grew older, especially in recent years, her fondness for the sun became stronger and stronger, to the point that, out of every 24 hours, she had to spend at least 1 hour in the sun. Otherwise, she would feel weak and tired, as if she hadn't eaten for days. And if she happened to face a cloudy day, well, that was her personal day of misfortune. Just last month, it rained for an entire week. At first, Melanie still seemed fine, but after a few days, she collapsed in bed, unconscious. Even her breathing and heartbeat were so faint that it felt like she could stop living at any moment. Her roommates panicked and took turns carrying her to the hospital, but the doctors were helpless. Until the sun finally came out. Remembering her strange habit, they carried her outside and let her lie in the sunlight for 3 hours. Only then did she slowly wake up and recover. This strange incident naturally caught the doctor's attention. Fortunately, she was in the school hospital, and her attending doctor was an older man who lacked curiosity and research spirit. He only took a small blood sample and let her go. Otherwise, she might have ended up as a poor test subject in some lab. When this story spread through the class, she proudly earned a nickname, the Sunlight Beauty. As Nancy joked, she was like a solar-powered phone. If she didn't get sunlight for a day, her energy would quickly run out, and her body would go into standby mode, unable to function properly. If she went too long without sunlight and her energy was completely drained, she would simply shut down, waiting for the next restart. Her mischievous friends agreed that there was an 80% chance she had alien blood, a 19% chance she was a mysterious intelligent robot, and only a 1% chance she was a normal human being, and that 1% was something she had to fight hard to keep. Fortunately, no matter how much sunlight she absorbed, her skin remained fair and smooth, flawless except for a small dark mole on her right cheekbone. But that tiny mark didn't spoil her beauty. Instead, it made her look more natural, more human. The gentle sunlight flowed over her like a warm hand. Nancy let out a soft sigh of comfort, closed her eyes, and adjusted her posture so that her right cheek faced the July sun. At that moment, the sunlight began to fade bit by bit. A solar eclipse had begun. Greenfield City was located in the central western part of the Divine Grace continent. Behind it flowed the Greenfield River, which originated from the Central Mountains. The tall, endless mountain range blocked the cold winter winds from the northwest, leaving Greenfield City with only spring and summer, pleasant and mild all year round. Greenfield City was located in the central western part of the Divine Grace continent. Behind it, the Greenfield River, which originated from the Central Mountains, flowed gently by. The tall, endless mountain range blocked the cold winds from the northwest during winter, leaving the city with only spring and summer, pleasant and mild all year round. With such a climate and its closeness to the central forest, rich in magical plants, Greenfield City became the empire's most important center for magical herb production. Among its many families, the Green family was a modest barren household that owned 2 magical plantations. Greenfield City, Green residence, backyard. A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a simple light green dress, was leaning over a stone table, writing carefully. Her long dark green hair was slightly wavy and loosely draped over her back, hiding her face. The summer morning sun rose slowly behind her, and not far away, a strange plant shimmered with dew, its leaves sparkling with golden light. "My dear Melanie, are you working on your secret writing again?" An elderly man in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and matching trousers walked out of the house. His eyes were kind, and his spirit lively. "Yes." The little girl lifted her head happily, showing a sweet smile. Without getting up, she turned and greeted him. "Good morning, old Morley." "Good morning." Morley rinsed his mouth, drew a small bucket of water from the well, poured it into a basin, and dipped his wrinkled face into the cool water. After more than a minute, he lifted his head, shook off the droplets, and sighed with satisfaction. "A splash of well water, and I'll feel refreshed all day." This routine and his familiar sigh happened every morning in the small courtyard. The little girl was used to it and kept writing attentively. After drying his face, old Morley brought out a plate of sliced bread with butter and peanut spread from the small kitchen's magic icebox. He poured a glass of milk, added some sugar, and didn't forget to wash a fresh red fruit for little Melanie. He placed everything neatly on a tray and joined her at the stone table. "Little Melanie, tell Grandpa Morley, what are you writing about today?" he asked while eating his breakfast. He wasn't a nobleman, so he didn't bother with their complicated manners. "Solar Eclipse." Melanie didn't look up. She just wrote faster, and a light sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. Old Maury noticed this and didn't interrupt her again. He knew that little Melanie would explain things to him later, and he was already prepared not to understand much of it. Come to think of it, Melanie was truly an amazing child. She could write in a language that had never been seen on the continent. Old Maury had once asked her to teach him during his free time, but he gave up after a few attempts. It was far too complicated, almost as mysterious as the ancient god script. After about 5 more minutes, when old Maury had finished his bread and started sipping his milk, Melanie finally put down her pen. She took off her handkerchief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled brightly. "Grandpa Maury, I'm done writing." "There, have some red fruit," said old Maury, pointing to the plate. Red fruit was good for the stomach and helped restore strength. It was especially suitable for people who had just woken up after a long sleep. It was a valuable mid-level magical plant. Although Melanie hadn't been unconscious, she had slept for 3 whole days, so she needed the red fruit to regain her energy. Children were still growing after all and couldn't be careless about their health. "Thank you, Grandpa Maury." Melanie picked up a red fruit and took a bite. Her pretty eyes narrowed in delight. The taste was sweet and a little sour. When she was younger, she used to drink red fruit juice, but now that her teeth were strong and white, she preferred eating it whole. "So, little Melanie," old Maury asked curiously, "tell me, what is a solar eclipse?" "A solar eclipse." Melanie thought for a moment while chewing her fruit, then said, "A solar eclipse is when, for example, the moon suddenly moves between the sun and our continent. Then people here can't see the sun anymore. It looks as if something swallowed it and then let it go again. That's what a solar eclipse is." "I don't understand," old Maury said, shaking his head. "The goddess's moon only appears at night, and the sun god rules the day. How could one block the other?"
"Well,
"Grandpa Maury, I don't really know either." Melanie tugged at her dark green hair, looking troubled. In the world from her dreams, the moon was a sphere, the sun was a sphere, and the continent was also a sphere. But what about the goddess? The books said that thousands of years ago, the goddess truly existed. All right, my dear little Melanie, don't think too much about it now. Old Maury looked at the strange square symbols in Melanie's notebook that he couldn't understand. Smiling fondly, he stood up, gently patted her hair, and said, "You just woke up today, and it's your 8th birthday.
Have a good rest.
Your mother said she'll come at 3 in the afternoon to take you to the Magic Guild for your talent test. Only if you rest well can you get a good result. Talent is talent, isn't it? What does it have to do with resting?" Melanie found his words funny, but still nodded obediently. She knew Grandpa Maury was just caring for her. All right then, be good. Grandpa Maury is going to take care of those old ancestors now, he said, waving to her before walking toward the back of the house. Though his yard was small, behind the house was a tiny magical garden filled mostly with mid-level and rare low-level magic plants, including the precious red fruit Melanie had eaten since childhood. Mid-level plants were delicate and long-lived. Some could live for hundreds of years, so Maury called them ancestors, which was quite fitting. After he left, Melanie took a red fruit and her notebook, walked to her own strange plant, and studied it for a while. Then, holding the fruit in her mouth, she freed one hand to turn the lounge chair under the plant, lay back facing the sunlight, and closed her eyes. She was only 8 years old. Melanie had an excellent memory. She could still clearly recall things that happened when she was just 1 year old. She remembered that since then, at the beginning of every month, she would mysteriously fall into a deep sleep for 3 days and have a strange dream. The girl in the dream was also named Melanie, and she grew older day by day. When the real Melanie was 1 year old, the dream Melanie was about 4 or 5. But in yesterday's dream, the dream Melanie had just celebrated her 22nd birthday. Her strange, deep sleep had once frightened her parents badly. They had searched everywhere for priests and healers, spending a fortune, but no one could find the cause. As time went on, the family business declined, their income dropped, and they could no longer afford unnecessary expenses. When they saw that Melanie was only asleep and perfectly healthy afterward, actually even stronger than most children, the family finally relaxed. They stopped worrying about her and wasting their few gold coins on treatments. Now, only old Morley still remembered to prepare a red fruit for her whenever she woke from her long sleep. No one else cared about it anymore. As for her strange dreams, she remembered once telling others about them, but everyone thought she was just making up stories like a child. Over time, she stopped talking about them and instead carefully wrote them down, using the same language that the Melanie in her dreams used. Unfortunately, even though she had a good memory, she could only recall a little after waking up. In 8 years, she had filled just one notebook, and this was her second one. Solar Eclipse. After finishing the red fruit, Melanie tossed the seed to the roots of a plant she had named Little Goo. The soil around the roots suddenly moved, pulling the seed down, and soon the ground was calm again, as if the seed had never been there. "Little Goo, you greedy thing." Melanie nudged the plant with her foot, giggled, then sighed in frustration. "Little Goo, aren't you supposed to be a sunflower? Why haven't you grown any seeds yet? It's been 4 years. I really want to taste some sunflower seeds." Hearing her words, all of Little Goo's leaves turned to the side, as if showing disdain. Seeing this, Melanie pretended to be angry and kicked the plant again. This time she used a bit more force, but ended up crying out in pain herself. Her toes throbbed, while Little Goo seemed to shake with laughter, its leaves rustling joyfully. Mocking her. It was definitely mocking her. Tears welled up in Melanie's eyes as she held her aching foot and shouted, "Little Goo, you ungrateful thing. If I hadn't planted you and taken care of you, this strange plant that doesn't grow, doesn't bloom, doesn't bear fruit, and has no magic energy, would have been chopped up by old Morley for firewood." Her voice trembled as she sniffled. "You mean Little Goo? I was just playing with you. Why do you have to be so hard? You could have been softer." Melanie had no playmates. She did have an older brother and sister, but they were much older than she was. Her older brother, Mervyn Green, was 15 years old, with an earth element talent of 58%. He was already an intermediate-level junior mage. Her older sister, Melinda Green, was 13, with a water element talent of 52%, and was now a primary-level intermediate mage. Both studied at the Glorious Empire Academy, Mervyn in the 5th grade and Melinda in the 3rd. The Glorious Empire Academy was located in the Empire's capital, Glory City. Although Glory City was only 3 days' travel from Greenfield City, a short distance compared to the weeks or even months it took to travel between other cities on the continent, the academy followed a closed campus system. Except for 6th-year students who were allowed to travel for experience, students could only return home during the New Year and summer festivals, each lasting 1 month. Even then, they could only stay for a few days before returning to school. Speaking of which, the summer festival was coming soon. That meant her brother and sister would be coming home, right? Little Melanie thought about what gifts her siblings might bring her, but tears still streamed down her cheeks, falling onto a large, bright green leaf in front of her. At some point, Little Goo had leaned over, its leaves overlapping to form a bowl that caught Melanie's tears. A few other leaves gently wrapped around her small, sore foot. A soft green light flashed, and Melanie felt a cool sensation. The swelling disappeared instantly, and the pain was gone. "Thank you, Little Goo." Melanie stopped crying and reached out to touch its leaves, but Little Goo quickly dodged and instead tilted the leafy bowl toward her, making the tears roll around inside. Seeing this, Melanie blushed and couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "You naughty Little Goo," she said softly, taking hold of its leaves and folding them into different shapes with nimble fingers. She murmured, "Little Goo, I had another dream these past few days. Did you know? The big sister in my dream is already 22 years old. When will I grow up like her? Oh, and I looked through all of old Morley's books but couldn't find anything about you. But I think I know. You're called Sunflower in the dream world, right? Did you really come from my dreams?" Little Goo's leaves stopped moving, as if quietly listening to her words. "Oh, right, Little Goo," Melanie continued. "Since you came from there, you must know about the solar eclipse too, don't you?" Melanie squinted and lifted her head, glancing at the sun climbing higher in the sky. "I wonder if there will be a solar eclipse here. But if there is, does that mean the goddess doesn't exist?" Suddenly, Melanie jumped up from her chair in shock. Her precious notebook fell to the ground, but she didn't care. Pointing at the sky, she stammered, "Xiaogu." So, solar eclipse. It really was a solar eclipse. In the sky, the round sun was suddenly covered at one edge, forming a thin, curved shadow. The curve grew larger and larger, and more of the sun was hidden. Melanie ignored the tears stinging her eyes and stared at the sky without blinking. Just then, a leaf from Xiaogu blocked her view. She was about to complain when she noticed the leaf had turned transparent, filtering the bright sunlight so she could clearly see the changes in the sun. "Xiaogu, you're amazing!" Melanie cried excitedly. "Xiaogu, do you see it? It's really a solar eclipse, just like the book in my dream described. There are solar eclipses on our continent too. This is incredible. What about the goddess? What will happen to her?" She didn't realize that as she spoke, a soft milky white light with a hint of green surrounded her. The light slowly sank into her small body until it completely disappeared. Beside her, Xiaogu began to form a bud that gradually opened into a golden flower. The eclipse didn't last long, perhaps only a minute or even half that. The moment when the sun was fully covered lasted barely a second. The sky didn't even have time to turn completely dark before the sun began to reappear, soon shining round and bright again. The eclipse was over. "Wow, that was amazing." Melanie dropped back into her chair, her face flushed with excitement. She was about to touch Xiaogu's leaves to show her joy when she suddenly noticed a large golden flower blooming at the top. She pointed at it and shouted, "Xiaogu, you've bloomed." 4 years ago on this very day, she had also awakened from a 3-day sleep. The difference was that back then, she had found a golden seed in her hand. The shape of the seed looked very familiar to her. It was just like the sunflower seeds her sister loved to eat in her dreams. She didn't tell anyone about this strange event, but carefully planted the seed in the garden. The seed sprouted smoothly and grew into what she now called Little Goo. What puzzled her was that Melanie clearly remembered sunflowers were plants that bloomed and bore seeds within a year. Yet Little Goo had been growing for 4 years. Each year it only grew a little taller, its stem stronger, and its leaves longer and softer, but it never showed any sign of blooming or producing seeds. This made Melanie both anxious and confused. Old Morley, after searching through many books without finding an answer, comforted her by saying that the later a plant blooms, the more valuable it might be. Although he couldn't sense any magical energy from Little Goo, who could say for sure what kind of plant it really was. Sometimes Melanie thought it didn't matter if Little Goo never bloomed. After all, it was a wonderful plant. It could keep her company and even talk to her. Still, she couldn't help feeling a little regret. Her sister's world seemed so magical, and she wished she could experience even a small part of it. Perhaps just taste the snack her sister loved so much. But today, Little Goo suddenly bloomed, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Little Goo, you've bloomed. Haven't you? Haven't you? Melanie wanted to touch the flower but was afraid of hurting it, so she pulled her hand back and tugged at her hair in excitement. Little Goo's flower had nodded twice, then tilted to the side, as if saying, "You can see it, can't you? Why keep asking like that?" Melanie didn't mind Little Goo's tone. She happily spun around it and said joyfully, "Today is amazing. I saw a solar eclipse and Little Goo has bloomed. And it's my birthday too." She clapped her hands and laughed. "I've never received such a wonderful birthday gift." What birthday gift could make little Melanie so happy? The gate creaked open, and a young man in his 20s walked in. "Brother, you're back so early." Melanie cried out in delight. She ran to him and threw herself into his arms. As she hoped, he lifted her high into the air, spun her around a few times, and then gently set her down. "How could I miss little Melanie's birthday?" Maywin said cheerfully. "My little Melanie is another year older, and soon I won't be able to lift you up anymore. Looks like I'll have to learn more martial skills from father to build up my strength." He looked about 20, calm and mature, but in truth, Maywin was only 15. He had short, light brown hair inherited from his father, Baron Glen Green, and dark eyes with a hint of brown. His face was plain, but perhaps because of his strong earth magic talent, he gave off a steady and reliable feeling. In fact, he was the person Melanie felt closest to. "Melanie just mentioned a birthday gift?" Maywin asked with a smile. "What is it? Did someone give you a present before your brother did?" "Oh, it's this." At the mention of the gift, Melanie immediately thought of Little Goo. She pulled Maywin over to where the plant stood, but then she suddenly noticed her precious notebook lying on the ground. Feeling upset, she quickly ran to pick it up, gently brushed off the dust, and said, "My notebook. Melanie, it's so hot today. Why are you sitting under the sun reading and writing? You'll hurt your eyes." Maywin took the notebook from her hands and flipped through it. He couldn't understand what was written inside, but that didn't surprise him. Closing it, he took Melanie's small hand and said, "Come on, let's go inside." "But, brother, Little Goo has bloomed," Melanie said quickly. "Little Goo?" Maywin glanced at the plant that stood half a head taller than Melanie and pretended to be surprised. "So it's blooming. No wonder you're so happy." "But, little sister, the sun is too strong. Let's go inside, or you'll get tanned and won't look as pretty." He sighed inwardly. He really needed to convince their parents to let Melanie attend the academy. She was so lonely that she treated a plant as her friend. It made his heart ache. "Oh." Melanie wanted to say that she didn't feel hot at all. In fact, the sunlight felt warm and pleasant. But when she saw the sweat on her brother's forehead, she nodded obediently and followed Maywin back into her room. Melanie's small room was very simple, so simple that it hardly looked like a noble lady's room. A small bed was covered with a mat woven from mugwort, and beside it was a neatly folded sky blue quilt with printed patterns. Other than that, there was only a wardrobe for clothes, a desk, 2 chairs, and 2 pots of lantern grass placed by the window corners, low-grade magic plants mainly used to keep away insects. Watching Melanie happily put her notebook into the drawer, Mervyn couldn't help frowning. Had their parents neglected this daughter too much? It was fine that she lived in Old Morley's courtyard. After all, he knew some medicine and could help care for her health, but how could they not even assign a servant to look after her? And her living conditions seemed far too simple. Even though the family's income from the magic plantations had dropped sharply in recent years, surely they could still afford to hire one servant. Melanie, where's Aunt Marion? Isn't she supposed to take care of you? Mervyn pulled out a chair and sat down, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself that this little room did have one advantage: it was cooler than the others. Without a magic fan, summer in Greenfield City could be unbearable for a young girl who had never practiced magic. Aunt Marion is too busy. Melanie took out a fan she rarely used and handed it to Mervyn. The two women in the kitchen said their pay was too low and left. Mother knows Aunt Marion cooks very well, so she asked her to help in the kitchen. Seeing Mervyn frown again, Melanie smiled brightly and pointed at herself. Brother, don't underestimate me. I can take care of myself now. Though Aunt Marion still won't let me use the kitchen tools or wash my own clothes. You're still young. You don't need to learn those things yet. Let me tell you, even your older sister doesn't wash her own clothes. Melanie was so young, yet already so sensible. Mervyn sighed inwardly, feeling that the family owed their youngest sister far too much. He knew well what was going on at home. Their grandfather had been a very successful magic plant merchant who had earned a great fortune in his lifetime. At his peak, he owned more than 20 magic plantations. But the only heir, Glenn Green, had very average business skills. Although he had a 25% earth element talent and became a beginner-level mage, that small achievement was of little real use. There was still one benefit. A certified beginner-level magician could donate gold coins to gain a noble title. So, before old Green passed away, he spent 500,000 gold coins to buy his son Glenn a hereditary baron title. He also sold most of their magic plantations, keeping only the 5 most profitable ones, because he knew that if Glenn managed them, they would soon lose money due to poor management. In theory, with the baron title and its light tax rate of 1 in 30, the Green family should have lived quite comfortably. At first, old Green's plan worked well, and their life was indeed good. But after Melanie was born, her strange illness that kept her in long sleeps made Baron Glenn travel across the continent, visiting every major city to seek help from high-level light magicians and alchemists. Gold coins were spent like water, yet no cure was found. Then, their son Mervyn was tested and found to have an outstanding talent for earth magic. On the continent of Divine Grace, many people had some magical talent, but those with less than 10% could not clearly sense magical elements to train. Those between 10% and 20% might never become official magicians even after a lifetime of effort. With 20% talent, like Baron Glenn, one could become a proper beginner magician with enough resources and gain some real power. A talent above 40% was considered excellent, and above 50% was already a genius known across the land. Talents over 60% were extremely rare, and the only one said to have reached 80% was the legendary Fire Saint Door from 1,000 years ago, whose gift reportedly came from a miraculous encounter with a magical plant. After learning that Mervyn had such remarkable talent, Baron Glenn decided to fully support his training. He immediately sent him to the Imperial Academy and spared no expense on magic crystals and potions. The annual tuition alone was 10,000 gold coins, and the monthly cost of training rose from a few hundred to several thousand gold coins, not counting the cost of magical equipment. Then came Melinda, who was equally gifted. Even after selling 3 of their magic plantations, the family's finances must have already been stretched to the limit. Although he had been saving carefully over the past few years, seeing the state of his home made it clear there was no need to hesitate between becoming a free mage or joining the army. Melanie, this is the birthday gift your brother brought you. Do you like it? Mervyn took out a delicate necklace shaped like a green leaf and gently placed it around Melanie's neck. Smiling fondly, he said, I earned this as a reward for helping my teacher complete a very difficult task. I asked the teacher to make it in the shape of a leaf because I know you love plants, right?
Wow.
It's beautiful. Melanie ran to the mirror, happily admiring the necklace. The green leaf shimmered against her fair skin, perfectly matching her dark green hair and eyes. It's also a storage item, Mervyn added, pleased to see how much she liked it. It only has 5 square meters of space, but it can recognize its owner. If you add a drop of your blood, even if someone steals it, they won't be able to use it. He took a small needle from his storage ring, gently pricked Melanie's finger, and let a tiny drop of blood fall onto the necklace. The blood quickly disappeared into it. So this is a storage item? It's amazing. Melanie watched in awe as the blood vanished. Then she grabbed the needle from Mervyn and, following his example, focused hard on the thought of go in. To her surprise, the needle disappeared. She cheered excitedly, then hurried to her drawer, putting all her little treasures into the necklace and taking them out again, playing with it joyfully. Although she had seen her father use similar space equipment during harvests, this was the first time she had one of her own. All right, that's enough for now, Mervyn said, patting her head with a smile. Today is your big test day. Mother is probably waiting for you in the dining room. After lunch, I'll go with you to the guild. Okay. Melanie carefully packed away her things, left a note on the table for old Morley about where she was going, and followed Mervyn out of the small courtyard. But brother, said Melanie as they walked, old Morley said that after eating the red fruit, it's best not to eat anything else for the rest of the day. Well, you can still drink some honey water, right? Said Marvin, holding her hand. Melinda said she's going on an adventure with her classmates during the holiday and asked me to bring you a birthday gift. When they arrived at the dining room, their mother, Lady Irene, was already sitting properly at the table. The meal was simple: a plate of golden baked rolls, a dish of roasted goose slices covered in thick sauce, a bowl of mushroom soup, and a vegetable salad.
Come sit down.
Lady Irene smiled and waved to them, then explained to Marvin, your sister can't eat much right now, so we're keeping it simple, so she won't be tempted. I'm not tempted at all. Melanie protested. Mother always says things like that. All right, Melanie is the best. Mother apologizes, Lady Irene said with a laugh, pulling her daughter close and handing her a cup of honey water. For your birthday, when your father returns, we'll have a big dinner tomorrow night to celebrate. As she spoke, she served Marvin a bowl of soup and gestured for him to start eating. She took some for herself and asked, Marvin, you'll be in 6th grade next term, right? Have you thought about what you want to do? I'll still be doing the training with the army, Marvin said seriously. Mother, after graduation, I want to join the army as a battle mage. Why the army? Isn't that very hard? Lady Irene asked in surprise. Not really, Mother, Marvin said with a smile. Once you get used to the rules, army mages don't have to train like soldiers. They can study and practice magic freely, and all the materials for experiments are provided. The only rule is that they must live with the army. And once I become a high-level mage, even that won't matter. You know how expensive magic training is, and our family. Well, we still have Melinda and Melanie to think about. So in the end, it was all about money. Lady Irene sighed deeply. It's your father and me who haven't done enough. Your grandfather left such a large fortune, yet it can't even support 2 magicians. Thinking about how the 2 magic plantations were earning less and less, even losing money last year, Irene felt even more upset. She could no longer swallow the soup in her bowl. Mother, please don't think that way. Marvin comforted her. You and father have 2 talented young magicians. What an honor that is. The ladies of Greenfield City all envy you. In at most 10 years, Melinda and I will both be advanced magicians, and I'm confident I'll become a high-level one. By then, we'll have all the gold we could ever need. And there's also Melanie. She loves being in the sunlight so much. She must have a special gift for light magic. Yes, I'm lucky to have you all, Irene said, feeling much better. She had once been an orphan, but thanks to Old Green's kindness, she grew up safe and well-fed. Later, she married Glenn and had 3 wonderful children. Her own water magic talent was only 18%, yet she gave birth to 2 children with over 50% talent. What more could she ask for? Money troubles were only temporary. As for Melanie, although she mysteriously fell into deep sleep every month, and the red fruit she needed cost thousands of gold coins, plus the medical expenses from before. She still cost no less than her brother and sister. But she was such a gentle, sensible child, never spoiled, never causing trouble. If only her talent was just as remarkable. Oh, thank the goddess. Melanie sipped her honey water quietly as she listened to her mother and brother talk. A sudden fear rose in her heart. What if she didn't have the same talent as her brother and sister? Her family had spent so much money on her. Would her parents be disappointed if she turned out to be ordinary? A gift for light magic? Melanie felt confused. It was true she liked being in the sunlight and never got sunburned or felt too hot, but she actually preferred spending time in old Molly's magic garden. Phew! Finally reached 10,000 words. Time to aim for the new book rankings. Dear readers, please bookmark and recommend. By the way, why do my main characters always have such warm families? I actually wanted to write about little Melanie being neglected, pulling my hair, and sneaking away. The history of Greenfield City was said to date back to the legendary age of divine grace, existing for at least 5,000 years. Unfortunately, the ancient Greenfield City has long turned to dust. Apart from its name occasionally appearing in old records, no trace of it can be found. The current Greenfield City was rebuilt and planned 300 years ago. Though young, it already carries some history, like a person entering middle age, full of energy yet calm and mature, with a special kind of charm. The main cross streets, one running east to west and the other north to south, truly live up to their names. Together, they divide the entire city into 4 parts, forming a shape like a cross. The southern sections are called the East City and West City. The East City is home to ordinary citizens, while the West City is filled with large and small mansions belonging to people of some wealth. The northern half is known as the North City, close to the resource-rich Central Mountains, where mercenaries often come and go. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, Lady Irene set out with Mervyn and Melanie from the Green family estate by carriage. They passed through Coagula Grass Street, where their mansion was located. Coagula grass is a common but valuable low-level magical plant that can be widely cultivated and is mainly used to make healing potions. Most of Greenfield City's industries were built on magical plants. So many secondary streets are named after them. After turning onto the northbound cross street and traveling for about 20 minutes, they reached the main intersection. Across the street, in the North City, stood the Magic Guild and other professional guilds. Melanie had rarely gone out since childhood, and this was her first time visiting the wondrous Magic Guild. Holding Irene's hand, she passed through a blue, transparent curtain of light and entered a tall, spacious hall. As she stepped through the light, she felt as if she had brushed through water. The summer heat vanished, replaced by a cool, refreshing sensation. This is the azure water curtain, Mervyn explained with a smile when he saw Melanie stop to touch the light. It's a mid-level water-type defensive spell. Its function has been modified and fixed here with a magic array. It blocks outside sight, sound, and dust. Magic is amazing, Melanie couldn't help but say in awe. Don't be envious, Mervyn said gently, patting her head with a smile. After your test, I'll teach you how to meditate. Before long, you'll be able to use magic too. Lady Irene nodded with a warm smile. Oh, Melanie replied softly, pulling her hand back shyly. She felt both excited and a little nervous about the test ahead. My little Melanie, don't be nervous. Irene patted Melanie's hand gently and comforted her. Even if your talent isn't great, it doesn't matter. You can stay with your mother. If you leave like your brother and sister, your father and I would feel so lonely. Okay. Melanie nodded firmly and walked toward the reception desk in the center of the room. The training of magic and battle energy was not something that should start too early. It had been proven that beginning too young could harm the body and limit future achievements. Research showed that 8 years old was the best age to begin. At that time, if a mid-level or higher magician conducted the test and used a special potion called the Awakening Elixir, a person's hidden talent could be awakened, making future training more effective. Without such a test, most people would not fully awaken their talent until around 12 or even 20 years old. Compared to those who started at 8, they would already be many years behind. In other words, two children with the same 50% talent would differ greatly. At 8, one who had the test could use all 50% of their talent, while the other could only use about half, or 25%. The first would progress at full speed, while the second would start slower and only gradually catch up. Over the years, their levels would become very different. At the guild's reception desk sat a young man in a magic apprentice's robe, about 20 years old, reading a book with great focus. Just as Mervyn was about to ask him something, a surprised voice came from another counter. Lady Irene? Oh my, isn't this young Master Mervyn? An elderly man with graying hair and beard hurried out, clearly excited. He walked quickly to Mervyn's side and waved his hand, casting a sensing spell. Then he exclaimed even more excitedly, "Heavens! I can't even sense your magic level anymore, young Master Mervyn. Have you already become a mid-level magician? Praise the goddess, that's incredible. Magician Ralph, it's me, Mervyn. It's been years. You've advanced as well," Mervyn said kindly. Ralph quickly waved his hands. "Young Master Mervyn, please just call me Ralph. You're a mid-level magician now, you're already my senior. Your sister, Miss Melinda, must also be quite accomplished, right? She's surely not like me, an old man who's spent his whole life struggling just to become a junior mage." "Melinda is still a bit playful and not yet at your level, Ralph," said Mervyn. Ralph had just advanced to a senior level among junior mages, while Melinda was still at the intermediate stage. "This is already the peak of my life's work. I don't have many years left." Ralph stroked his beard and shook his head, though there was a hint of pride in his eyes. And he had reason to be proud. How many people could stay at the intermediate level for 30 years, reach 90 years of age, and still manage to advance? "You're too modest, Master Ralph," Irene said with a smile. "This is my daughter, Melanie. We came today to have her tested, to see if she has the talent to become a noble mage." "Miss Melanie, is it? She's very lovely. She looks a lot like you, Lady Irene." After complimenting the two ladies, Ralph chuckled. "Please wait a moment. I'll contact Master Rod right away. Once he knows it's your daughter, he'll surely be happy to test her himself." As he spoke, Ralph gestured for the young man at the reception desk to move aside. He skillfully opened a panel behind the counter and began pressing a few buttons. "Brother, what is he doing?" Melanie, being small, stood on tiptoe, but still couldn't see Ralph's actions. She tugged at Mervyn's sleeve curiously. "He's using a short-range magical communication device to send a message to Master Rod," Mervyn explained. "It's much faster and easier this way. Look at how tall the guild building is. Wouldn't it be troublesome to climb all the way up to find him in person?" Melanie looked up at the 7-story building and suddenly felt very small. She remembered a device from her dreams called a telephone, and her eyes lit up with excitement. So magic could do something like that too. But why haven't I seen anyone else using it? Wouldn't it be convenient if we had one at home? "Silly girl," Mervyn said with a laugh. "This kind of short-range communicator needs a magic circle to work, and only mages can send or receive messages with it. Ordinary people can't use it." After speaking, Mervyn turned to Lady Irene and said, "Mother, don't you think it's time for Melanie to start studying at the academy? Old Molly always talks about the magic plant guide and nothing else. She really should make some friends her own age and learn more about the outside world." If she also had great talent, Irene thought, even if Mother couldn't bear to part with her, she would still send her to the imperial capital. "At worst, I could sell another magic plantation. It's losing money every year anyway." Melanie wasn't very interested in going to the academy or making new friends. In her eyes, Little Goo was her best friend, and Old Molly's magic plantation. "Madam Irene, Master Rod has invited you upstairs." "Please follow me," Ralph said excitedly. "I told you. Even though Master Rod hasn't personally taken action since becoming a high-level mage 3 years ago, he would definitely make an exception for the younger sister of young Master Mervyn and Miss Melinda." "That's very kind of the Master," Irene said with a gentle smile, feeling a deep sense of pride in her heart. Master Rod looked much younger and more refined than Ralph, appearing to be around 60 years old. He had a neat little beard and looked full of energy. On the continent, the natural lifespan of ordinary humans was about 90 to 100 years. Of course, due to various dangers, most people didn't live that long. Advancing to a beginner-level profession didn't affect lifespan, but reaching the intermediate level could extend it to about 120 years. High-level professionals could live between 150 and 200 years. Beyond that, great magicians or sword masters could live up to 300 years, or even longer. When the group entered the testing hall, Master Rod first cast a detection spell on Mervyn. With satisfaction, he said, as expected, "You truly have a 58% talent level. At just 15, you're already an intermediate mage. How impressive. When I was your age, I was still far from that. I didn't reach the intermediate level until I was 30, twice your age." "You flatter me, Master," Mervyn replied politely. "I only learned from my mother yesterday that you advanced years ago. I didn't come to congratulate you sooner. Please forgive my rudeness." "No need for that," Rod said with a carefree wave. "You and Melinda are the only two children I've seen in this guild with talent above 50. Your success brings honor to me as your guide." As he spoke, his gaze turned to Melanie. "And this must be your younger sister?" Before Maewyn could answer, Rod gently took Melanie's small hand, closed his eyes for a moment, and said kindly, "Your name is Melanie?" "Yes, Master," Melanie replied, lifting her skirt slightly in a polite curtsy. "Here, drink this. Don't worry, it's sweet." Master Rod produced a test tube out of thin air. The liquid inside shimmered with beautiful colors. Melanie took the test tube and looked up at Maewyn for reassurance. "This is the Spirit Awakening elixir your brother told you about," Maewyn said, patting her head with a smile. "Your brother and sister both drank it before. Don't be afraid." "Yes, no need to be afraid," Master Rod added as he watched Melanie finish the potion. He put away the test tube and gestured for her to sit cross-legged in the center of the magic circle. With a hint of pride, he said, "When someone does the same work for many years, they gain experience others can't easily understand. I've tested over 1,000 children in 40 years, so I can tell a person's talent quite well. Our little Melanie will surely be the miracle of Greenfield City," he declared. Then his expression turned serious. A simple patterned wand appeared in his hand, and he began channeling magic into the circle. In an instant, the runes carved into the white stone started to glow one by one from the outer ring inward. At first, Melanie watched the glowing runes with wonder, but soon her eyes closed on their own. She felt something mysterious awaken inside her, flowing through her veins. It started as a faint trickle, then became a stream, and finally a wide, rushing river. Light element? Not bad. Light is rare, though only 33%. Wait, hold on. Master Rod's hand tightened on his wand, his face growing serious again. "Mother, she's dual element. My sister is dual element. Look, the yellow pillar is glowing too," Maewyn exclaimed excitedly. A 33% light affinity was already good, though still below his and Melinda's 58 and 52%. But now, Melanie was dual element. Dual element mages were extremely rare, perhaps 1 in 100. "Wonderful. She truly is my daughter," Irene said joyfully, almost speechless with pride. Earth element, 33%. Master Rod wanted to say more, but he was already exhausted. To maintain a magic testing circle like this, a mid-level mage's power is only enough to keep one light pillar shining, no matter if the number on it is 80 or 8. The testers from the Magic Guild are usually mid-level or higher mages, so most of them can only measure one type of talent. Fortunately, the testing circle always shows the person's strongest talent first, so no gifted person would be overlooked. Although Master Rod had already advanced to a high-level mage, he was still at the beginner stage. After 2 light pillars lit up, his magic power was almost gone. "Master, please don't stop. The blue one, it's lighting up too." Mervyn had been watching the magic circle closely. When the yellow pillar stopped rising at 33 and dimmed, he instinctively turned his eyes to the blue pillar. In this world, a person's magical talent often comes from their parents. For example, he inherited his father Baron Glenn's earth talent, while Melinda inherited her mother Lady Irene's water talent. Now, as Melanie's yellow pillar dimmed, he couldn't help but hope for a miracle, and indeed, the blue pillar slowly began to glow. Seeing this, Master Rod didn't waste time speaking. He poured all his remaining magic into the circle until he was completely drained. Though running out of magic was dangerous for a mage, it caused great weakness and required at least half a month of rest, during which one would be even weaker than an ordinary person. Witnessing a rare triple-element talent was worth it. Water element, 33%. When the blue pillar stopped at 33 and dimmed, he smiled in relief and fainted. A triple-element talent. As Master Rod collapsed, Mervin's eyes flashed. He quickly drew a wand in one hand and held a potion in the other. Just as the magic circle was about to fade, he began channeling his own magic into it. It lit up again. Weight green? 33%. 45%. Still rising. Mervin's eyes shone with excitement. He whispered, "Mother, when I collapse, please give me this potion right away." 58%. Higher than his own. 62. 70. 75. 79. He could hardly believe it. Maewyn poured all his magic power into the spell, but he was only a mid-level beginner mage. His energy soon ran dry, and his body trembled before he finally lost connection with the magic circle. Maewyn. Since Maewyn had given his instructions, Lady Aileen had been watching him and the magic circle with deep worry. It wasn't that she wasn't happy about Melanie's talent, but while Melanie sat calmly inside the circle, Maewyn's face was growing paler and paler. With shaking hands, Lady Aileen opened Maewyn's potion and carefully helped him drink it, her eyes fixed on him the whole time. It felt like a long time had passed, though it was only about a minute. Maewyn slowly opened his eyes, sat cross-legged, and meditated for about 3 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, he quickly asked, "How is my sister?" "She's still inside the magic circle," Lady Aileen said, her eyes red. "Mother, you must never tell anyone about Melanie's final green nature attribute," Maewyn said seriously as he helped Lady Aileen steady herself. He walked unsteadily to Melinda's side and whispered, "Nature attribute, 79%. I've never heard of such a thing. And the test stopped only because I ran out of magic. It could be even higher. But isn't the nature attribute not very useful?" Lady Aileen asked, puzzled, since she didn't know much about magic. "No, it's different, Mother." Maewyn carefully reset the scale on the green light column to 0, then bent down and gently lifted Melanie into his arms. He paused, then walked slowly toward the door, speaking softly so as not to disturb her peaceful state. "Mother, I'll explain everything once we're in the carriage. But for now, be happy. Our Melanie is a 3-element mage." I understand." Lady Aileen patted her cheeks, quickly putting on a proud and joyful expression as she opened the door. Ralph was waiting by the door. "From the look on your face, madam, Miss Melanie must be a genius," Ralph said excitedly. "Tell me so this old man can be amazed too." "You're absolutely right, Ralph," Maewyn said with a smile. "My sister is a mage of light, earth, and water, 3 elements, each with 33% talent. Heavens, 3 elements. That's unbelievable. I've been in the Magic Guild for 60 years and have never met a single 3-element mage," Ralph exclaimed, his mouth wide open in shock. "This is all thanks to Master Rod. Without him, Melanie wouldn't have shown such strong results in both elements," Maewyn said gratefully, glancing toward the room behind him. "But I feel guilty. Master Rod used up all his magic and fainted from exhaustion." "What?" Ralph also looked inside. Maewyn gave Mrs. Irene a meaningful look. She quickly took 2 magic crystal cards from her small bag and handed them to Ralph, saying sincerely, "Each card holds 10,000 gold coins. 2,000 are for the testing fee, and 10,000 are our special gift to thank Master Rod. It may not be much, but it's from the heart. The remaining 8,000 are for you, as payment for taking care of him. I don't deserve this." "Taking care of Master Rod is my duty," Ralph said modestly, though he quietly accepted the cards. Please tell the master that we'll visit again in 5 days, Maewon said with a smile. Melanie is still reflecting, so we won't disturb her. She's still in deep focus? That's the difference with someone gifted in 3 elements, Ralph said admiringly. He escorted the 3 to the main hall, then quickly returned to the testing chamber, saying he needed to look after Master Rod. Has it reset already? Ralph circled the green light pillar a few times, muttering, I couldn't see the exact numbers from here, but it must have been over 70%. A true genius. If I report this girl, I'll surely get a great reward. Maybe even a rare potion to help me advance again. If I could become a mid-level mage, I'd have another 30 good years ahead. Melanie was surrounded by a warm green glow, completely forgetting herself. Golden sunlight wrapped around her from all directions. Beneath her feet was solid, fertile earth, and lively blue droplets floated in the air. They danced and laughed as they gathered around her, filling the space with a soft, musical sound. Melanie, Melanie? The familiar, gentle voice made her open her eyes. She saw her father, mother, and brother standing around her. She quickly stood up and bowed, then asked in confusion, What happened to me? Noticing how pale her brother Maewon looked, she felt a pang of worry and whispered, Brother, do I not have any magic talent? No, not at all. Maewon laughed happily, but the laughter soon turned into a fit of coughing, which frightened Melanie. She quickly held him up and cried, Brother, are you hurt? I'm fine, Maewon said, trying not to laugh again. Smiling, he patted Melanie's shoulder and gently pressed her to sit down. Melanie, remember this. As a great magician, the most important thing is to stay calm no matter what happens. What I'm about to tell you, you must listen carefully. Melanie nodded, still puzzled. Only then did she realize she was no longer in the magic guild or her own small room, but in the meditation chamber built for her brother and sister. The chamber stood on a small artificial island in the Green family's garden, surrounded by clear water and connected to the shore by a wooden bridge. It was very quiet. Her father, Baron Glenn, sat cross-legged like Maewon, his proud gaze mixed with something hard to read. Her mother, Lady Irene, knelt on a cushion nearby, her eyes full of worry. What was going on? Melanie couldn't guess. If she had little magical talent, they might be disappointed but would comfort her. If she had good talent like her siblings, they should be celebrating. Yet now, they surrounded her in this solemn place, their faces serious.
Maewon's smile faded.
He looked straight into Melanie's eyes and said seriously, Melanie, listen carefully. Master Rod tested you and found 3 types of magical talent, light, earth, and water, each with a value of 33%. Melanie nodded happily. Although 33 was much lower than her brothers and sisters' scores, having 3 types of talent was already rare. Most people on the continent had only 1, so she felt lucky. After discovering these 3, Master Rod's magic was completely drained, and he fainted. Maewon continued, still serious. I took over and kept the magic circle running. And then, Melanie, a 4th type of talent appeared in you. A 4th? Melanie stammered in shock. If having 3 talents made her feel lucky, then having 4 made her feel almost afraid. The 4th type, even a young and inexperienced girl like her knew that having 4 kinds of talents was extremely rare, 1 in a million. Maewon nodded and spoke again in a calm voice. The 4th one is a nature-type talent, with a talent value as high as 79%. And it might not stop there. It could even exceed 80. Nature type? Melanie was confused again. Didn't they say the test always shows a person's strongest talent first? If that's true, then why did my nature-type talent appear last when it's so high? And, brother, didn't Master Rod faint at the end and not see the results? Anyway, the nature type isn't very useful. I just won't study it. No, Melanie, Maewon shook his head and explained, the nature type isn't useless. It just advances very slowly, so most nature mages don't achieve much, which makes it seem unimportant. But take Master Everton, the greatest alchemist in the past 500 years. On the surface, he was a high-level water mage, but what truly shaped his success as an alchemist was his little-known intermediate nature magic. Master Everton's test results showed 45% water type and 51% nature type talent. Although his nature talent was higher, its slow progress caused it to be overshadowed by his water achievements. Most people only know that he made great progress in cultivating magical plants, but few realize that it was thanks to the nature spell called Plant Sense. Plant Sense? There's such a spell? Asked Baron Glenn. He was also a mage and knew a bit about magic, but he had never heard of a specific nature spell. In his experience, no matter how high one's nature talent was, whether barely 20% or an impressive 40%, people usually didn't waste time on it. A 40% talent in another element could easily make someone a high-level mage with enough effort. But with the same talent in the nature type, even a lifetime of hard work might only make one a magic apprentice. Many who tested high in nature talent once tried to prove otherwise, but sadly, no one had ever succeeded. Such a difference, in truth, was not surprising. In magic training, besides absorbing magical elements from the air through meditation, a more effective method is to use magic crystals from magical beasts. Training with these crystals is 3 to 5 times faster than training without them. In nature, there are magical beasts of the 7 main elements: water, wind, fire, earth, light, darkness, and even the rare space element. But has anyone ever heard of a nature element magic crystal? Because nature element mages cannot rely on magic crystals and their advancement is especially difficult, even those with good natural talent in this element often find it of little practical use. There are some, said Mervyn slowly. The Academy's old books record 2 beginner-level nature spells, Entangle and Perception. Plant Perception, as the name suggests, allows one to sense how plants grow, whether they prefer shade or sunlight, whether they are closer to earth or water elements, and what their general properties are. It's very useful for cultivating magical plants. Father, mother, when it comes to magical talent, a score of 50 and a score of 80 are completely different. Below 50, the difference doesn't seem large because talent doesn't affect crystal-assisted training much. But above 50, every extra point makes a clear difference in training speed, especially when meditating without crystals. Back in the day, Master Everton had only 51% talent, yet he became a mid-level beginner mage and achieved great success with magical plants, earning a fortune that made others envious. With Melanie's 79% talent, how could she be any less? Mervyn said. Master Rod was right. Melanie is truly a miracle of Greenfield City. But this miracle must remain a secret. Master Everton. Glenn repeated the name softly and sighed. With our family strength, we can't protect Melanie. Mervyn, what should we do now? Your sister, brother, will something bad happen to me? Melanie had been listening carefully. She now understood that her 79% nature talent was not useless at all. It was something extraordinary. But she also sensed her brother's worry. Don't worry, Mervyn said, patting her shoulder. Only the few of us know about your nature talent. As long as we keep it secret, no one else will ever find out. Father, mother, Melanie, remember, no one can speak of this, not even Melinda, understand? All 3 nodded. Anyway, Melanie still has 3 other types of magic she can study. Based on today's test, her nature magic appeared as the 4th one. That means even during the Academy's entrance test, it won't be revealed. 3 types at 33%. That's enough to qualify for the Glory Empire Academy. Maywin's serious look softened into a smile. I was planning to explore the Central Forest during the last holiday, but now that my magic is drained, I'll stay home and teach Melanie the basics of magic. What forest? It's too dangerous. Lady Eileen's worried expression eased a little. She took Melanie's hand and stood up. We shouldn't stay here too long, or people will start talking. As she opened the quiet room's door, she smiled and said, My dear Baron, aren't we lucky? Maywin and Melinda are both geniuses, and even little Melanie has 3 types of magic. We must hold a ball for her. Yes, Glenn nodded in agreement. I'll write the invitations right away and invite all the nobles of Greenfield City.
So,
Melanie thought, if they announce her rare 3-type talent openly, others won't suspect anything. But if they try to hide it, that might attract even more unwanted attention. Hey, little Melanie is back. Old Morley was sitting beside the garden plant, Little Goo, leisurely drinking barley beer while studying its flower buds. From his relaxed look, it was clear he had spent a long time trying to figure something out about Little Goo, but had no success, so he turned to his drink for comfort. When he saw Maewyn bringing Melanie home, he greeted her warmly first, then nodded politely to Maewyn. Young Master Maewyn. Old Morley. Melanie ran happily to his side and touched Little Goo's branches. The plant swayed back and forth, trying to avoid her, but since it was rooted in the ground, she caught it easily. She laughed joyfully and said proudly, "Look, Old Morley, Little Goo has bloomed." "I see it." Old Morley put down his beer with a sigh, rubbed his hands, and said, "Your Grandpa Morley likes to think he's quite knowledgeable. I may not know every magical plant on this continent, but I can recognize most of them. Yet your Little Goo, it's strange. If I call it an ordinary plant, it has too many unusual traits, like how it lashes out when someone tries to touch it. But if I call it a magical plant, I can't sense any magic energy from it." Maewyn smiled as he watched the old man and the young girl talking so seriously about plants. He didn't interrupt them and quietly walked away. He had long known that Melanie loved plants, but it was funny that he had never thought of it as a natural gift. "Little Goo is definitely special," Melanie said firmly. After thinking for a moment, she asked curiously, "Grandpa Morley, does a plant without magic energy mean it's useless?" "Of course not," Old Morley said with a smile and a shake of his head. "Every plant has its purpose. It's just that many of them haven't been properly studied. On this continent, people still value personal strength the most, so magical plants that help improve strength are highly sought after. Other plants are often ignored." "I see." Melanie thought deeply. In her dreams, her sister's world didn't seem to have magic elements, yet many plants there were still amazing. Unfortunately, her sister hadn't cared much about such things, so Melanie didn't know much either. "Oh, right, little Melanie." Old Morley suddenly remembered something and interrupted her thoughts. "I heard you have talent in light, earth, and water magic? That's truly impressive. When will you start learning magic?" "Starting tonight," Melanie said, letting go of Little Goo. "My brother will teach me basic meditation this afternoon and evening. Father and Mother plan to send me to the Imperial Academy in August, but I want to go next year instead." "Why wait until next year?" Old Morley asked, puzzled. Then he suddenly realized his own words and quickly added, "Little Melanie, listen to your Grandpa Morley. I may sound like I look down on those noble magicians, but that's only because I'm jealous." Old Morley sighed deeply. "Your Grandpa Morley only has a natural gift, so I was never able to achieve much. Training. I've trained for 70 years, yet I'm still just a useless beginner magician who can't cast a single spell."
"Huh."
Melanie's heart stirred when she heard this. Seeing Old Morley's disappointed expression, she almost blurted out the 2 nature spells her brother had mentioned, but in the end, she held back. She comforted herself, thinking, even if she said them, she couldn't explain them clearly anyway. It would be better to ask her brother to tell Old Morley himself. "Little Melanie, are you worried about your Grandpa Morley?" The sadness on Old Morley's face didn't last long. Soon, he straightened up and laughed proudly. "Even if I don't know any spells, if I keep channeling magic into a magic plant, it will grow stronger and mature faster. That's my discovery." "You're amazing, Grandpa Morley," Melanie said happily.
"Ha."
Old Morley's beard trembled with joy. He carefully took out 3 beautiful little fruits, 1 milky white, 1 earthy yellow, and 1 light blue, and placed them in Melanie's palm. Smiling kindly, he said, "I see you already have a space item. Keep these 3 beginner spirit fusion fruits for when you advance in the future. Don't worry, these are my personal treasures. I've been feeding them magic since they were seedlings, and they took a year to mature. They may have grown quickly, but their quality is top-notch. This is my birthday gift to you. Take it." The spirit fusion fruit was a special kind of magic plant used when magicians advanced in rank. It helped calm the flow of magic during the process, reduce the strain on the body, and increase the chance of success. Having spent much time with Old Morley, Melanie had seen many plant guides and often played in his garden, so she recognized the fruit. These three must be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Quite a fortune. Seeing her hesitate, old Morley frowned. Take them. I'm your Grandpa Morley. No need to be polite. Melanie finally accepted the fruits and asked curiously, Grandpa Morley, why do you live with us? Don't you have any other family? Isn't little Melanie my family? Old Morley didn't turn around. He patted her shoulder and said, since you'll be studying magic tonight, take a good rest for now. With that, he left Melanie in the courtyard and went back inside. Xiaogu, I think old Mori must be hiding a secret. What do you think? Melanie pulled out a chair and sat down, her small foot gently tapping the base of Xiaogu out of habit. Of course, Xiaogu didn't answer. Its branches and leaves swayed widely, making a soft rustling sound. Ignoring Xiaogu's teasing, Melanie rested her chin in her hands and fell into thought. Old Mori wasn't a relative of their family, yet he had always lived in their small courtyard. He couldn't really be called a servant either, since she had never seen her parents ask him to do anything. The produce from their small magic garden was mostly used to keep the garden running and was never counted as part of the household income. Old Mori also didn't treat her parents with the same respectful attitude that Aunt Marion or the other servants did. After thinking for a long time, Melanie still couldn't figure out who old Mori really was. She sighed and thought to herself, it doesn't matter. Old Mori cares about me the most, and that's enough. The golden evening sunlight slanted across the courtyard, shining on Melanie and Xiaogu. Melanie squinted comfortably, while Xiaogu turned its flower toward the sun, its leaves gently swaying. From a distance, one could faintly see a soft golden glow surrounding them, like a protective shell. The Green family hadn't held a ball for a long time. They were short on staff and supplies, and both problems came down to a lack of money. Lady Irene had been busy for days. The gold coins she earned from selling a batch of magic plants were quickly spent. She even borrowed tables, chairs, and dishes from their friendly neighbors, the Wood family, and hired the most famous chef in Greenfield City. Finally, on the fourth day after Melanie's birthday, everything was ready, and they waited for the guests to arrive. Luckily, the merchants didn't lower the prices too much this year, Lady Irene said. With some time left before the evening ball, the Green family sat together in the hall to rest. As she spoke, Lady Irene adjusted the bright yellow ribbon in Melanie's hair. Seeing how neatly it was tied, not too tight, but full of lively charm, she nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Mr. Green and their son. It seems our little Melanie really brings us good fortune. Earlier, there were two people named May One and May Linda. The nobles in the city were generally polite to us, but when it came to interests and profits, they would definitely push the prices down and compete fiercely for business. Now I hear that May One, at only 15, has crossed the threshold of a mid-level mage, and their attitude has naturally become more respectful. For example, a few days ago, the batch of blood coagulation herbs was priced more than 10% higher than usual. Lady Erin smiled gently, released Melanie, and took a sip of honey water, feeling nostalgic. She said, I asked Madam Wood about the purchase price, but it's still the same as last year. Blood coagulation herbs are not very expensive, costing only a few dozen copper coins per gene. A 10% increase doesn't add up to much for a batch of tens of thousands of gene. Somehow, Melanie suddenly thought of these things and felt a bit confused. She tilted her head to look at Lady Erin's satisfied smile and also smiled broadly, praising, it's because my brother is very talented. Then she reached out and pressed her skirt. Her new pure white puffed dress, decorated with shiny magic core-thin sheets, sparkled under the crystal lights, which made her a little uncomfortable. Honestly, she preferred her usual simple green cotton dress, which was more comfortable and free. Maywin chuckled and said affectionately, in the future, our Melanie will definitely be much more talented than her brother. As a 15-year-old mid-level mage, he also had his pride and didn't look down on the few gold coins that magic plant merchants were willing to give. Now, he didn't need fancy clothes, just a brown magic robe with a yellow badge on the chest, representing a mid-level mage with a star and a moon, was enough to earn respect. By the way, Melanie, How do you feel about your meditation these days? The magic plants in their garden were mostly low-level but in high demand, like blood coagulation herbs. The market price had been very stable, so there was no need to worry about it. But Melanie, who was a genius at sensing magical elements during her first meditation, was the one her brother Maywin cared about most. A few days of meditation felt very subtle. Melanie tilted her head slightly and began to recall. When she sat under the sunlight to meditate, it was like being in a colorful world. White light particles first entered her body through her pores, then followed the flow of magic, circling around as if she was preparing for a battle. Then, the dull yellow light spots lined up heavily and ran into the scene. After walking around once, many of the light spots quickly found comfortable spots on her body and stopped, as if laying a carpet. Next, the light blue spots floated in lightly and gracefully. After circling around, they slowly merged with the white and brownish-yellow spots, blending together to form a clear green. This green flowed gently within her body and never left. Big brother, she remembered her brother saying that whether magic elements are absorbed from the outside air or from magical beast cores, they form a sphere in the body's veins called magic power. The size and solidity of this sphere determine how much magic power a mage has. But after 3 days of meditation, she hadn't seen any sphere forming. The white, yellowish-brown, and light blue spots inside her body were still few and scattered, unable to gather into a sphere. But the green spots were already many, yet they only flowed quietly inside her like a green thread, not forming anything. Before she could explain her situation to Maywin, a few tired-looking young boys and girls came from outside the door. Then, a girl dressed in a light blue magic robe happily said, "Father, Mother, Big brother, little sister, I'm back." Melinda, the whole family, stood up happily. Mrs. Eileen went forward to look at Melinda closely. It was easy to see her magic robe was dusty and torn in many places. The boys and girls behind her looked the same, with some of their clothes showing obvious dark stains. She couldn't help but worry and said, "You young people, why do you run around the city doing tasks during your holiday? Isn't it dangerous, Mother?" Melinda glanced at her friends behind her and whispered. At 13, she had grown into a beautiful girl. Her straight, sky-blue hair and deep blue eyes were just like Mrs. Eileen's. Even standing there tired and dusty, she gave off a fresh, clean feeling that was very comfortable. Without going out to train, how can a delicate flower grow? Maywin stood up, hugged Mrs. Eileen's shoulder, then gave Melinda a warm hug and smiled. "Mother is just worried about you." Then she smiled and nodded at the young boys and girls behind her, nodded to a red-haired girl, and greeted her as Junior Sister Anna. Then her gaze shifted to a girl with light blonde hair, called Junior Sister Nikki. After that, she looked at a boy with long dark brown hair who seemed very honest, called Junior Brother Claire. Finally, she looked at the remaining 3 dressed as warriors, 2 men and 1 woman, and gently asked, "Are you also students of the Glory Academy?" "I am Melinda's older brother, Melwin, a 5th-year Earth Magic student at the intermediate level. Nice to meet you, Senior." The 2 men and woman performed a respectful academy salute. The girl with reddish-brown hair looked up curiously and asked, "You are Melinda's brother? An intermediate mage? That's impressive. My name is Jessica. I am in the 3rd-year sword class with Townsend. Roger is in the 3rd-year archer class." She pointed to her 2 companions as she spoke. Townsend was strong and sturdy, while Roger had bright, calm eyes. Jessica, however, was very small and looked nothing like a warrior. Melanie watched them with curiosity, noticing how confident they all seemed, full of youthful energy. She felt a little envious. Is this what students of the Glory Academy are like? Her sister's friends? They look so great. Suddenly, she started to look forward to studying at the Glory Academy. "We met at the quest board and happened to form a good team." Melinda smiled and added, "Townsend is brave, Jessica's sword skills are excellent, and Roger is very careful. Our team has Nikki as the healer, Townsend and Jessica for close combat, 1 fire mage, 1 earth mage, and 1 water mage. Roger commands and controls the fight. At first, our teamwork was a bit shaky, but after that, we completely avoided danger, and even killed a lone ironback rhino. The mission went smoothly, so we had some free time to come back. Melwin raised his eyebrows and looked at them carefully, saying, "Next time, do not take risks. Fourth-tier monsters are not easy to handle. If they are not social, each one has survival skills. Luckily, this time you encountered a lone ironback rhino. Its defense is strong, but it doesn't have any particularly powerful attack skills. We know that." Jessica brushed her red hair and joked, "When we saw that clumsy cow, Roger carefully checked around for other monsters before deciding to attack. We didn't act recklessly." "Really?" Maywin looked at Roger with admiration and smiled at Melinda and the group of men and women. "In the future, everyone should act within their abilities. As for taking risks, you're still young and have plenty of time." Then he smiled self-deprecatingly. "Look at me. Lily, serve the young masters and ladies and help them wash up in their rooms. Melinda, you go too. The dance will start soon." "What dance?" Jessica asked with bright, sparkling eyes. "It's Melanie's birthday dance," Melinda replied with a comforting smile, taking Jessica by the arm. She then called the other young men and women to leave the hall together, walking and saying, "Our family has this tradition. My little sister is a rare third-generation mage, so she will probably become a student at our school too." The young men and women, full of youthful energy, soon disappeared from sight. Lady Eileen sat down again and asked curiously, "Maywin, why did they only say their first names during introductions and not their last names? From my perspective, many of those children must be nobles, right?" "Jessica must be." Melanie carefully thought about Jessica's appearance, small and pretty, confident and warm, very familiar with noble dances. Also, among them, only she had a thin sword hanging at her waist. From the red magic core embedded in it, it looked like a valuable magic sword. "Mother," Melanie said while thinking, "this is a tradition within our academy." He then returned to his seat and explained to his listening parents and Melanie, the Glory Empire Academy doesn't just admit noble students, it also accepts commoners. Although there are no explicit rules, once students are enrolled, the school refers to them by their given names and titles, often omitting their last names. Plus, some royal family members had to hide their identities when they entered, so the academy gradually developed the habit of not asking for last names. "I see." Lady Eileen suddenly understood and smiled at Baron Green. "It's because Maywin has traveled far and seen much more than us." Baron Green nodded and said matter-of-factly, "It costs 10,000 gold coins a year." "It's worth that price." Lady Eileen, hearing this, felt a bit annoyed and started to criticize the Baron for not being broad-minded enough, saying everything was measured in gold coins. The Baron did not get angry. He sat calmly, as if he hadn't heard Lady Irene speak. This made Lady Irene even more annoyed, so she scolded more loudly. Fortunately, soon the first guests arrived. The Lord and Lady Wood with their 9-year-old grandson, Baldo. Lady Irene finally relaxed and started welcoming guests one after another. As the sun set, elegant organ music began to play. Colorful magic lamps lit up one by one. The scent of fragrant flowers spread with the movement of the crowd, mixed with the smell of perfume on the nobles and the delicious aroma of fine wine from the wine cart, making the hall lively and beautiful. "My dear sister Melanie, may I have the honor of dancing the first dance with you?" Mewen slightly bowed and invited Melanie. "It would be my pleasure, dear brother," Melanie replied happily. Thinking that this was her dance party, Melanie's face turned slightly red with excitement. She carefully followed Lady Irene's manners, modestly placing her left hand, wearing a lace white glove, in Mewen's hand. Her brother gently led her onto the dance floor, and they danced her first dance in her life. They moved forward, to the left, back, spun around, and repeated. Although Melanie was only as tall as Mewen's waist, and her right hand was only symbolically placed on his chest, her dance was quite skillful and graceful. She remembered that her dream sister Melanie also danced sometimes, though mostly strange and passionate dances. But now, the partner dance in her dreams seemed quite similar. Mother-sister dances, so well. Much better than when I was 8. Melinda stood outside, arm in arm with Lady Irene, smiling as she watched the two dance gracefully in the hall. She, like her school friends, had taken off her dusty adventure clothes and put on a beautiful evening gown. The young girls, full of youth and beauty, became the most dazzling sight at the party. Yes, Melanie is very clever. I only showed her a few times with your father, and she remembers very well. Lady Irene was proud of her daughter's growth, even though her dark green hair was different from everyone else in the family. Thinking back, except for the first few years, Melanie had never caused her any worry. But I, that year, kept stepping on my father's feet. Melinda spoke with a gentle smile, feeling a faint happiness of nostalgia. Pressing twice, "What's that for?" Lady Erin patted Melinda's arm encouragingly. "Nowadays, no girl in Greenfield City dances better than you. Later, go dance a few songs with your friends. After the adventure and returning home, you should relax and enjoy yourself." While mother and daughter talked, the first dance ended with a final note, and applause erupted like waves. Melinda, holding Melanie's hand, bowed in thanks and stepped off the stage, handing Melanie over to Lady Erin. Baron Green and Lady Erin raised their glasses, thanking everyone present and officially announcing Melvin's promotion and Melanie's triple-element talent in Greenfield City, the first toast. To the Empire, the second toast. To Greenfield City, the third toast. To our lovely Melanie. The second dance began, led by the green couple. The city's nobles followed their dance partners onto the dance floor, lost in the beautiful music. Students from Glory Academy also joined in, filling the dance floor with joy and laughter. Although Melanie was the birthday girl, she was only 8 years old, so after the symbolic first dance, no one invited her to dance again. Since minors can't drink alcohol, she quietly picked up a glass of juice and took a big piece of colorful, beautiful dessert called Rainbow, then went to a corner. After calming her excited feelings, she stood in the bright area wearing a pure white, shiny dress, drawing everyone's attention. This made little Melanie, who had only old Maury and small plants as friends since childhood, feel a bit uncomfortable, so she instinctively moved to a darker corner. "Hey, Melanie." The dessert was delicious. Enjoying it happily, Melanie heard someone call her. She quickly swallowed her sweet and wiped her lips with a handkerchief before looking up. Standing in front of her was a chubby little boy who was only slightly taller than her. She smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Hello, I'm Valdo." Valdo Wood. After introducing himself, Valdo curiously looked at Melanie and asked, I heard you had a strange illness last year? You look very healthy." Did the adults lie? Melanie smiled and said, "When I was little, I had a strange illness. I would sleep for a long time without waking up. But now I am better." She pushed her plate forward and asked Waldo, "Want some?" "It's very tasty. Thank you." Waldo's eyes lit up. He quickly went to the table to get a small knife and fork, then sat next to Melanie. He cut a piece of dessert, put it in his mouth, and squinted as if he was enjoying it before swallowing. Seeing Melanie looking at him curiously with a slight blush, he explained, "My grandparents really want me to join the night class at the Honor Academy. They worry I might lose points because I am a bit overweight, so they don't let me eat sweets." "Oh my, you don't know, I haven't tasted the colorful flavor for 3 months." Waldo, the chubby boy, was quite friendly. As he shared the dessert with Melanie, he exaggerated about the tough training he endured to get into the academy, like running 3 kilometers every morning and evening, and practicing hundreds of sword thrusts with a wooden knight's spear. After finishing a big piece of dessert, he patted his stomach happily and said enviously, "Having magic talent is the best. Just take a test at the guild, and I don't need to worry about anything else. By the way, Melanie, you'll go to the academy next March, right? We'll go together." Then Waldo looked a bit down and said, "I just don't know if I can pass the test. With your effort and not even being able to eat sweets, I believe you'll make it." Melanie comforted him. Only a simple-minded child would believe such childish comfort. Hearing this, Waldo scratched his head, but soon his mood lifted again. He waved his hand and said, "In the future, I will find a land dragon to be my mount. Land dragons are strong, and I'm sure they won't mind if I get a bit chubby." It turned out he wasn't afraid, because land dragons are powerful. Melanie giggled. The moon was like water. The lively dance gradually quieted as night deepened. Guests left one by one, and most of the magic lamps were turned off, leaving only a few to light the cleanup by the servants. Melvin took Melanie back to her small courtyard, handed her over to old Maury, who came to greet her, and advised Melanie to go to bed early before smiling and leaving. "Big brother," Melanie suddenly called out to Melvin. "What is it?" When raised her head and looked at the waning crescent moon. Gently, he stroked her loose hair and said, "It's so late. Let's talk about this tomorrow if there's something important." "Brother," Melanie's eyes sparkled as she insisted, "Old Maury is a beginner natural magic user. Didn't you say there are 2 beginner spells in the natural system? Please teach old Maury." Over the past few days, she had wanted to talk to him about this several times, but either old Maury wasn't around or one had other things to do, so she never found the right moment. Tonight was too late, and the timing wasn't perfect, but Melanie suddenly had a very silly idea. It felt as if she didn't mention it now, she might never get another chance. "Brother, I'm so happy today. I don't feel tired at all. Just tell me. I really want to hear." She clung tightly to Wen's wide sleeve, acting cute and shaking. Old Maury was also surprised but asked carefully, "Natural magic. Really spells we can use?" "Yes. The library at the academy has records of them. I was curious, so I memorized them carefully." Melanie couldn't bear to refuse his request. Old Maury had taken care of her for a long time and had learned the beginner spells of the natural system, which made him very grateful and respectful. Besides, old Maury had always been part of the Green family. If he, a beginner natural mage, learned those 2 spells, maybe he could help improve the difficult situation in the family's magical plant garden. Thinking about this, Wen smiled at old Maury, then took Melanie to the stone table in the yard. After they sat down, he began to explain the 2 natural spells, Perception and Entwining. Perception is a supportive spell for growing magical plants. The caster uses their magic to connect and blend with the plant they are working on. Entwining is a basic attack spell. The caster mimics plant growth with magic, which is a quick imitation. But this imitation has limited attack power. If there are plants or seeds nearby, the caster can rapidly activate their vitality. Natural spells are different from any elemental magic. Wen himself was only a earth magic user and couldn't fully understand the essence of these 2 natural spells. He simply recited what he had memorized from books. Old Maury listened very carefully, looking thoughtful. Melanie was unsure whether she understood everything. She felt like she knew something but couldn't remember it clearly. She was a bit frustrated and scratched her head. She watched nearby as someone shook their big flower pot, not moving their head, but shaking it as if mocking her little ancient friend. She angrily waved her fist at the ancient friend. "Stupid girl. Give me a drop of your blood." Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly in her mind, startling her. She jumped down from the stone bench in panic, grabbed Melanie's arm, and looked around, asking loudly, "Who?" Then she realized she was acting very timid and embarrassing, so she quickly added loudly, "This joke isn't funny. Come out quickly." But everything around was silent. Melanie's story had already stopped. Old Maury frowned without speaking. Only the sound of the ancient friend shaking its leaves could be heard, softly rustling. Seeing this, Melanie first looked around like old Maury, then closed her eyes to feel quietly. She gently patted Melanie's hand, which was holding his sleeve, and quietly said, "Little Melanie, are you very tired? Are you seeing things? Or do you think your brother's lesson is boring and you're just joking with us?" "I didn't," Melanie hurriedly explained. She had just heard someone talking, and it sounded like a little child's voice, soft and sweet. All right. Melanie's brother gently patted her head with affection and took her into the room. He smiled and said, "It's late now, go to sleep quickly. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Then he left the room and closed the door behind him. Melanie sat on the bed feeling disappointed. She heard her brother chatting with old Maury and saying good night outside. She also heard the gate creak as it was closed. On the other side of the small yard, old Maury's footsteps did not return to his room, but went into the magic plant garden behind the yard. Someone was definitely talking. Melanie sat down with her head bowed for a while, feeling sleepy. She got up and opened the door. The night at the Baron's house was very quiet, as if only the gentle sound of the breeze could be heard. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a faint, hazy light. Melanie placed a small stool in front of the ancient friend and sat down, resting her chin on her hands. Ancient friend, I just heard a little child talking. Why don't my brother and old Maury believe me? Melanie mumbled sadly. The ancient friend shook its leaves softly. I couldn't have misheard. Melanie didn't pay attention to Xiaogu's anger or mockery this time. Instead, she started to think carefully. At that moment, she listened to her brother explain 2 spells in a stiff way, and she was a bit confused but curious. She remembered that when she waved her fists, something seemed to come out from inside her body. Yes, it was that green magic line. So, did she accidentally cast a spell? It didn't seem like a wrapping spell. Maybe it was sensing? Was that Xiaogu talking? Melanie's eyes suddenly brightened. She leaned forward and grabbed Xiaogu's branch, shaking it hard. Xiaogu, is it you? Is it really you? Xiaogu was shaken left and right but didn't respond. Melanie wasn't discouraged. She chuckled and said, You want my drop of blood? I heard my brother say that when humans make a contract with magical beasts, they need to use their blood as a token. Xiaogu, even though you don't look like a magical beast egg, just a drop of blood is enough. I have to try. No one on the continent had ever heard of anyone making a blood contract with a plant. But Xiaogu was special, wasn't he? Thinking this, Melanie took out a pretty small dagger from her necklace. It was a birthday gift from her sister Melinda, given by a sister named Jessica. She carefully cut her left index finger, biting her lips slightly. A drop of bright red blood quickly formed. She let out a breath, put the dagger back into her necklace, and looked at Xiaogu, planning where to wipe the blood. Just then, the usually mischievous Xiaogu suddenly became quiet. Even the leaves stopped trembling. It hurts a little, with 10 fingers connected to the heart, Melanie muttered to herself. Her eyes first looked at the large flower plate, then she shook her head. She thought that spreading the bright red blood on the golden flower plate didn't look good. As for the leaves, there were too many, and it didn't seem right to put it on any one of them. So, she decided to apply it at the root. The moment the crimson blood touched Xiaogu, Melanie felt as if she had a mysterious connection with him. She stared at the ground for a while, then frowned and tried to sense that strange feeling again. But it was gone, as if it had all been her imagination. Xiaogu, Melanie called softly. But Xiaogu still stood there blankly, without any response. Melanie felt very disappointed. It wasn't her little Gugu talking after all. She looked at her injured hand with a sad face, showing her injury to Gugu with a mix of frustration and a little pout. She softly said, Gugu, please heal it. It hurts so much. This time Gugu moved. It stretched out a leaf, gently wrapped it around Melanie's injured finger, then released it. When she looked at her finger again, it was smooth and perfect. Thank you, Gugu. Melanie cheered happily again. Although her little Gugu couldn't talk to her, it was always there. As soon as she learned the perception spell, she believed they could communicate someday. Gugu, do you know? Today I met a new friend. He lives next door to my house. He's a little chubby. Well, he's only a bit overweight, but if he were a knight, he might be a little too heavy. His family doesn't let him eat sweets, so I feel so sorry for him. Melanie sat beside Gugu, chattering about what she saw at the ball, about her new friend Valdo, and also about her sister Melinda's friends from the academy. It sounds so interesting. Lots of kids the same age, studying and going on adventures together. Life now is simple. Being cared for by old Morley, having Gugu's company, and playing in the magical plant garden with its strange and wonderful plants. But she also wanted to try the lively life at the academy. However, if I leave, I will definitely miss Gugu very much, Melanie said, worried, pulling her hair and looking up at the moon. I heard the academy requires 2 years of basic classes first. Maybe, Gugu, I should stay in Green Shade City for the basic classes? Then go to the Imperial Capital after 2 years? That way, I can spend more time with Gugu. And after learning plant magic with old Morley for 2 more years, I can take you with me when I go to school. Yes, that's decided. With her decision made, Melanie cheered up again. She grabbed a leaf from Gugu and happily said, I need to tell Valdo now. Gugu folded several large leaves around Melanie, like giving her a hug, making Melanie giggle happily. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the faint moonlight. Melanie looked up, confused, and asked, "Is it getting cloudy?" Gugu suddenly started shaking violently. A hand suddenly covered her mouth, and her feet were lifted off the ground. She was quickly taken away. Melanie widened her eyes and kicked her legs in resistance, but she was held tightly. Her fear grew bigger, and tears unconsciously flowed down her face. Is she going to die? Little Gu, she called out softly in her mind. Suddenly, she saw Little Gu, who was getting farther away, rising from the ground in her view. The figure became smaller and smaller until it turned into a faint green light, like a shooting star, chasing after her and hitting her left arm. Little Gu. The sudden change made Melanie forget her fear and stop struggling. Little Gu. The land where Little Gu used to be in the courtyard was now empty, as if nothing had ever been there. She climbed over the low courtyard wall, passed through the trees of the Baron's estate, dodged the few guards on patrol, and jumped onto a tall, leafy tree. She didn't touch a single leaf of the dense foliage. Finally, the Baron's estate disappeared from Melanie's sight, and the buildings looked unfamiliar. Little Gu. She tried to lift her left arm and saw a small pattern on it, which was clearly a tiny version of Little Gu. She felt relieved. Little Gu was still there. That was good. But who was the person that took her, and why? Her mind finally started to work, and she began to think hard. Except for the magic test once, she rarely left home, so she probably didn't have enemies. If it was her parents' enemy, it would be easy for someone with that skill to seek revenge, so why bother with such a complicated plan? Could it be for money? But the Green Estate was already known to be in trouble. Even if they sold everything, they wouldn't get much money. Melanie was already a mid-level mage. Offending her or Linda, who was also a promising mage, for just a few coins would be foolish, wouldn't it? It didn't make sense. She didn't think this mysterious person took her out of kindness. Still, since he went to the trouble of kidnapping her, there must be some strange reason behind it, right? While Melanie was lost in her thoughts, the kidnapper finally stopped in a narrow street, opened an unremarkable wooden door, and took Melanie inside together. Melanie wasn't sure what she was thinking, so she closed her eyes. She felt herself being placed on a bed, and then it seemed like someone looked at her face and gently checked her breathing. Melanie then heard a whisper saying, "She's so brave." She fainted. Melanie didn't dare to move. Maybe they thought a shy little girl wasn't a threat and couldn't escape, so the person didn't tie her up or do anything else. They just opened the door and left. When she heard the door close, Melanie opened her eyes a little and saw that no one was in the strange room. She quietly sighed in relief, patted her chest, and opened her eyes fully. The room was empty, with only a table, a chair, and her curled-up bed. The bed was simple, with straw underneath and a single animal hide on top. "Stupid girl, someone is here." Her familiar childhood voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Melanie's nerves tensed again, and she whispered, "Who? Don't speak. I'm Little Gu." "Stupid girl, if you think about me in your mind, I can't hear you." "You don't need to say it out loud." The voice paused, then added, "Keep pretending to be unconscious." Oh, Melanie closed her eyes again, thinking about Little Gu. She tried to call softly in her mind, "Little Gu, can you hear me? Shut up." "Stupid girl, I'm not stupid." Although it felt strange to be scolded by a soft, childish voice, Melanie didn't care at all. She didn't understand why Little Gu suddenly turned into a pattern, but as long as Little Gu was there, she wouldn't feel lonely or so scared. The door creaked open, and she heard the footsteps of two people approaching the bed. "Is it her?" "The 8-year-old daughter of Baron Green?" asked the person who had taken her. "Yes, Sir Envoy," came the reply. The voice sounded familiar, but Melanie couldn't remember who it was at the moment. Melanie Green, 8 years old. During the talent test at the Green City Magic Guild, high-level mage Master Rod measured her talent in light, earth, and water magic at 33% each. After Master Rod fainted from magic exhaustion, her older brother, mid-level apprentice Mage Muin, continued to channel magic into the magic circle and surprisingly measured her natural talent in at least 4 elements, with at least 70% in the earth element. I saw with my own eyes that the green light beam finally shone for about 3/4 of its length. I remember now. Melanie exclaimed silently in surprise at what she heard. Be quiet, Little Goo angrily said. You silly girl, just remember it. Why get so excited? Are you trying to make these two think you're pretending to be unconscious? I'm sorry, Melanie silently apologized, then quickly whispered to Little Goo. Later, it was the reception at the Magic Guild. I think his name was Ravel. So, you're saying that the black-clad person was after your talent? Little Goo asked seriously. Melanie hadn't seen the kidnapper's face, but Little Goo had. Huh, Melanie was stunned. At this moment, she heard the black-clad person speak again. The 4 element talents are very valuable for research, especially since natural talent is so outstanding. Plus, the first 3 are exactly the same, but the natural one was tested first, and the higher one only appeared last. Ravel, if you're not lying, the Academy will surely find a way to help you improve further based on this achievement. Thank you, Sir Messenger, Ravel said excitedly, promising. I swear I am not lying. I wouldn't dare. Humph. I doubt you dare, the black-clad person snorted. All right, you may go now. Once the Academy verifies your report, someone will bring your reward. Yes, yes. I will take my leave. Then they heard the door open, and footsteps gradually fade away, probably Ravel leaving. Little Goo, what should we do now? Did the black-clad person leave? Melanie asked nervously in her mind. All this talk about talents, research value, and the Academy made her feel uneasy. All right, girl, when you wake up, open your eyes. Before Little Goo could answer, Melanie heard a teasing voice say this. She was startled, stubbornly kept her eyes tightly shut, and remained still. You're closing your eyes too tightly, blinking your eyelashes, the voice said softly, then gently touched Melanie's small face. She was so surprised she quickly leaned her head back, trying to avoid the stranger's touch, and her eyes opened. In front of her was a middle-aged man, mostly hidden behind a black cloak. Only his gray eyes and gentle smile were visible. Surprisingly, his expression was quite kind.
Who are you?
Why did you capture me? Melanie asked carefully. I'm called Farah. You can call me Uncle Farah or the Messenger, the man said. He took out a candle, rubbed his hands together, and a small flame appeared. After lighting the candle, the flame disappeared. Then he took off his hood, revealing a handsome, gentle face. If he weren't wearing such a cloak and had just kidnapped Melanie from her home, she might think he was a good person if she saw him on the street. Still, Melanie felt a little relieved. Idiot! Little Goo inside her thought disdainfully. Melanie wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say. She sat on the bed, clutching a piece of animal hide made of unknown material, staring blankly at Farah, or rather, the messenger. Farah moved gracefully and calmly, then took out a plate of white bread, a dish of fragrant fish roe, a bottle of red wine, and 2 crystal glasses. Although this simple snack of white bread is a bit humble and makes our little genius Melanie feel a little sad, Farah poured some red wine into each crystal glass, making a gesture as if inviting her to join. He then sat on the only chair in the room and smiled, but when you're outside, you have to make do. He took a piece of bread, spread fish roe on it, and happily handed it to Melanie. She instinctively took it. This action made Farah very happy, and his smile became even gentler and more charming. He also prepared 2 more pieces of bread for himself, enthusiastically inviting Melanie to eat with him. Finally, he handed her a glass of wine and said, although you're young and shouldn't drink alcohol, a little bit can help you sleep better. Melanie took the glass and, almost unconsciously, took a sip. The red wine tasted good. Fool! No need to ask, Little Goo inside her was furious.
Farah.
Lord Farah. Melanie ignored Little Goo's disdain and softly asked, you still haven't answered why you captured me. Tell Uncle, is what Ralph said true? The 4 element talent? At least 70% natural affinity. If I say no, will you send me home? Melanie blinked and asked back. Although Uncle is willing to believe you according to the rules, I still have to ask you to go back to the Academy so those old folks can test you themselves. Farah touched his nose.
Oh.
Melanie wasn't too disappointed. She felt that Farah probably wouldn't hurt her, but she also didn't think he would just send her home easily. I don't know. She shook her head, took another sip of red wine, and her small face was slightly flushed. I didn't see what happened during my magic test. When I woke up, I was no longer at the Magic Guild. My father, brother, and others only told me I had 3 elements, but they didn't mention natural affinity. It's okay. Farah believed Melanie's words. During magic tests, the person being tested often remains in a state of clarity afterward, so it's normal that Melanie didn't know her test results. Her family probably didn't tell her to protect her. Lord Farah, will this trip take a long time? But if I just get lost, my father, mother, and brothers and sisters will be very worried. Lord Farah, can I say goodbye to them? I will be very obedient. Really? Melanie's face turned slightly red, and she blinked her big, watery eyes, begging. You're such a good child. Farah showed no anger at all, but smiled gently. Don't worry about that. I've already arranged everything. Do you know Master Everton? He's a great master in alchemy and magical plants. I left a letter saying that Master Everton heard about your situation and took you away to teach you personally. Really? Will they believe it? Melanie asked anxiously. Of course they will believe it. Farah said confidently. Master Everton has always been a bit eccentric, and in recent years, he's been hard to find. Also, I left a token of Master Everton with the letter. That token is real. It's enough to withdraw 1,000,000 gold coins from the Empire's Magical Plant Trading Center, without question. With this token, do you think your family will believe it? Melanie fell silent. With 1,000,000 gold coins as proof, even if her family still doubted in their hearts, they would comfort themselves by believing, since they couldn't find her. Melanie, you are a clever and obedient girl, so I am willing to let you rest assured, Farah said, gently touching Melanie's curly hair with a smile. Let's stay a few more days in Greenfield City, and once your family feels at ease, we can leave. Really? Melanie looked up, showing a grateful and sweet smile. Uncle Farah, thank you. There's no need to thank me, Farah replied kindly. It's late now. Go to sleep. He blew out the candle, sat in a meditative pose on the chair, and remained silent. The room became quiet. Melanie stared blankly at Farah, whose figure blurred in the dark like an innocent person. She casually folded the animal hide in her arms and placed it on the bedside table, then slowly lay down. Little Goo, are you still there? She looked at the ceiling and called softly in her mind. No response. She touched the pattern on her left arm where Little Goo was, clearly feeling his presence, but he ignored her. Maybe Little Goo was angry at her for not being cautious around Farah. But even if she bristled like a hedgehog, full of spikes, scared and anxious, or cried and refused to say a word to Farah, it wouldn't improve her current situation. In fact, it might make things worse. Besides, a hedgehog has spikes to protect itself. When fighting desperately, it can even shed its spikes to attack enemies. But what could a young girl like her do to protect herself? So, it's better to behave. And Little Goo. Perhaps her perception magic worked, which is why she heard Little Goo talking to her. She tried giving Little Goo a drop of blood, which is why she was kidnapped. Little Goo could leave the ground and turn into a pattern to come out with her. It's quite interesting. Maybe all the strange things tonight, like Little Goo's transformation and being taken away, would make other innocent girls, who live peacefully without surprises, feel scared and panicked. But after 8 years of strange dreams and witnessing many bizarre and incomprehensible objects, she could calmly accept these changes. It's not difficult for her. The world Melanie lives in is much stranger than this. And isn't there a saying in Melanie's world? The road will appear before the mountain. Lost in thought, Melanie's breathing gradually steadied. She simply lay on the animal hide cushion on the thatched floor in front of a kind stranger and fell asleep. Fool, Little Goo muttered softly, but Melanie didn't hear him. Melanie woke up early. Although she had fallen asleep peacefully last night, it was because she had no other choice, being a small girl in a shiny, puffy dress who couldn't run very fast. How could she escape from the silent, powerful person named Farah? The answer was clear. She couldn't. So she simply went back to sleep. But her surroundings were no longer her simple, cozy little room. She quietly saw Farah in the same meditative pose as when she had fallen asleep last night, as if she hadn't moved at all during the night. Melanie carefully sat up, and the straw beneath her made a very soft sound. "You're awake." Farah immediately opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as a flash of lightning, but then she closed them again. When she opened them this time, her expression was warm and smiling. "Good morning, dear little Melanie." Farah stood up and walked over to Melanie, like a kind elder, gently kissing her smooth forehead. Even old Maury would greet her this way when he woke up later than she did. Melanie had the chance to do so too. "Good morning, Uncle Farah." Melanie almost doubted whether that cold, sharp flash was just her imagination. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and tried to hide her doubts deep inside. She tidied her wrinkled, puffy dress and nervously looked up at Farah, asking, "Uncle Farah, you said yesterday that you would take Melanie to see the home. Is that true?" "Of course it is." Farah smiled gently, took out a set of washing supplies and water from his ancient-looking space bracelet, and handed them to Melanie. As he walked ahead to open the door, he said, "But before that, we need to change our clothes and have a hearty breakfast. When you're hungry, Melanie, I feel sorry for you." "Thank you, Uncle." Melanie showed a grateful smile. After washing up, Farah took out a potion for her to drink, dabbed a few touches on her face, and finally handed her a simple but high-quality sky blue dress and short leather boots. "Be good now, go change. The clothes fit well. The boots are a little big, but they don't affect walking." When Melanie opens the door again, Farah looks her over with a smile and nods, saying, "Not bad. Girl, remember, I am a traveling mage from the capital, Glory City, and you are my new apprentice assistant. As for your name, let's call you Lucy." "Oh," Melanie responds nervously, unable to see her reflection. Fortunately, maybe because Farah couldn't see the small ancient symbol on her arm, she didn't ask her to hide it.
But
She woke up several times trying to call Ancient, but got no answer. "Ancient, what's wrong with you?" Thinking of Ancient, her unease grew more real. Farah paused, her face unexpectedly serious. She grabbed Melanie's arm, forcing her to look at her, and said solemnly, "Girl, you need to understand, only if you listen and behave, you'll be safe. Your family and loved ones will be safe too. And you're a lovely and smart girl, and I don't want anything unpleasant between us. That would only make you suffer, and it would make me sad too. Do you understand? If she did anything uncooperative, her family might not have the lie about her being taken by the master to comfort them, and they might even get hurt.
And she
Might be forcibly taken away too." Melanie's heart tightened, and she quickly nodded. Seeing Melanie's frightened, pale face, Farah's gentle expression returned. She patted her head affectionately and said, "As long as you behave, nothing will happen. And in the future, you'll learn some skills and happily visit home. Maybe." Without confidence in escaping, Melanie dared not act out. She obediently followed Farah out of the small courtyard. As they left the narrow, cold street and stepped onto a wider road, she soon saw busy people starting their day. This is probably the DC district of Greenfield City. The people walking here are ordinary citizens dressed simply. The street isn't as wide as the West City, where 3 carriages could pass side by side, and there are hardly any well-dressed people. It also isn't like the North City she briefly saw, which is always noisy and lively. Here, the streets are quiet, and most people are dressed as mercenaries, armed with weapons everywhere. Once a mage reaches a certain level in their practice, staying behind closed doors and training alone makes it hard to improve further. So, they need to step outside, fight battles to seek breakthroughs, or live a normal life to find new insights. Farah walked cheerfully while talking to Melanie. Last night, he had taken off his black cloak, and now he wore a plain mage's robe without any rank insignia. With his kind smile and friendly appearance, passers-by nodded and greeted him with smiles, and he responded politely. "Uncle, are you a high-level?" Fire mage now." Melanie remembered the small flame he used to light candles last night and asked with a raised face. "Just call me sir," Farah corrected her. "In the mage world, there's no casual titles. Sir is for respected mentors, and teachers are for those officially recognized as magic apprentices. Sir is a respectful term used by apprentices or servants for their guiding mage or client. Only those officially recognized as magic students and approved by a mage are called teacher. Yes, sir, Melanie replied politely. Farah nodded with satisfaction and then answered her question. I'm still a mid to high level fire mage, but I am also a fully trained warrior. No wonder he moved so quickly last night. Wait, Melanie paused and blurted out. You practice both magic and combat. Even if her social knowledge wasn't very deep, she knew that people who trained in both magic and martial arts to such a high degree were very rare. After all, a person's energy is limited, and those with good magical talent usually focus on becoming more noble and powerful mages. Don't be too surprised, Farah said happily. When I took my magic test, my talent wasn't very good, so I chose to become a warrior. Later, I always thought magic was more amazing, and with the help of the academy. Well, I'll tell you more about it another time. He smiled and pointed to a small breakfast stall by the roadside that didn't even bother to hang a sign. Their fish slice porridge is quite good, and the yellow fruit jam used on bread seems like a secret recipe, very tasty. Let's go try it. Okay, Melanie agreed obediently and followed him. But inside, she wasn't as calm as she appeared. She wasn't foolish, although many advanced professions can slow down aging to some extent. Farah looked no more than 30, at most 40. At this age, achieving a level of mid to high-level mage, one's talent would never be below 40. If someone has a talent score above 40, that's definitely good. So, why did he give up magic to become a warrior? If he truly loved magic so much that even after reaching the highest level as a warrior, he still wanted to start practicing magic again, he would have worked hard to become a mage from the beginning. But if he didn't have that talent and had to give up magic, how did he manage to succeed later? Help from the academy. What is that? Which academy? When did anyone on the continent start offering help based on magical talent? Thinking about what Farah once told Ralph, that her four-element talent has great research value, Melanie's heart started pounding. That mysterious academy made her suddenly want to see it. But the unknown world and the fate she might face, which she cannot choose or control, made her very scared. She thought, I can't go. Melanie didn't want to lie helplessly on a cold table like a magical plant or a beast being studied. Just like Melanie's sister didn't want those people in white coats and masks to know she needed sunlight, which was her strange habit. Melanie sat on a simple stool next to Farah. She looked down and suddenly noticed her dark green hair had turned a strange sky blue. Melanie widened her eyes and looked up at Farah, her expression full of fear and confusion. It's a kind of hair dye, made from various interesting byproducts tested in the academy. Farah was very happy that Melanie could control her emotions without shouting. Her smile seemed genuine, and she started talking more. Someone once suggested selling this dye to fashionable ladies. Well, maybe some people who don't want to show their true face in public would like it too. But the academy isn't short of gold, so they didn't bother. So, Uncle, can my hair go back to normal? Melanie asked shyly, grabbing a lock of her hair. Her hair suddenly changed color. She was just a little stunned and didn't panic too much. After all, in Melanie's world, girls often change their hairstyles and hair colors, so it wasn't a big deal. How about it? Don't you like the sky blue? Isn't it pretty? Farah smiled gently and said, As far as I know, your mother and sister both have hair of this color, though a bit lighter. No, Melanie replied, her expression shy but firm. They are beautiful, but not mine. Farah found himself liking this young girl even more. He was really glad he took on this task. If he had been assigned to someone cold and wild, he might have scared such a lovely, charming girl. Yes, if it were him, he could make her feel accepted in the institute and proud of being part of it. Moreover, a girl as adorable and charming as her should not just be a research subject treated coldly. It's a shame. At that moment, the friendly vendor brought over 2 steaming bowls of fish slice porridge and quickly set down a plate of evenly sliced white bread, along with 2 sets of utensils and a small purple jar of jam. He sniffed the warm aroma of the fish porridge, then took a piece of bread, spread some purple jam on it, and gestured for Melanie to do the same. He said, "I'm giving you a medicine that lasts 3 months." After staying in Greenfield City for about a week, crossing the outskirts of the central forest to find some special plants, then, well, at most 3 months, we'll reach the end of our journey. 3 months. Melanie imitated Farah, spreading jam on her bread, silently calculating. According to the map she saw in her father's study, left by her grandfather during his trading days, 3 months from Greenfield City heading north would lead to the Central Mountains, a sacred place for magical beasts, difficult even for saints to cross. Heading east for 3 days would keep them within the territory of East County, the largest agricultural region of the empire, with cities like Harvest Town and Starry City. West would take them to Sunset County, where they might reach the edge of the Golden Sand Desert in 3 months. South was toward the Imperial City of Glory, beyond which lay the port city along the Dytris River. Where exactly would they arrive in 3 months? Melanie didn't ask. She believed that even if she did, Farah wouldn't tell her. The purple jam seemed to be made mainly from a berry called purple grape, mixed with other berries, creating a layered sweet and sour flavor. Truly quite delicious. Melanie gently bit into the bread, tasted it, and swallowed. She looked up at Farah and asked, "Sir, do you have any hair dye? Could you give me some? I still like my dark green, but trying other colors sometimes can be fun and pretty. Loving beauty is a natural trait for women, including young girls." Farah generously gave her several bottles of hair dye in different colors, some with longer-lasting effects. He smiled and advised her to eat more. "Thank you, Uncle." Melanie happily smiled and took a big bite of her white bread. The fish porridge was also delicious, but she only managed to drink half of it. Seeing Farah finish his bowl completely, as if he valued food very much, she shyly stuck out her tongue in apology. Fortunately, Farah was understanding. He looked at her half-eaten porridge with some regret, but didn't blame her. When he asked the shopkeeper to pack 2 long pieces of bread and 2 small jars of jam, he also remembered to give her a portion, which she carefully stored in her necklace. Storage space is an independent space without air, so living creatures can't be stored there. But food stored inside won't spoil or go bad, Farah said, standing up and looking toward the sun. He turned his back to the sunlight and started walking. Melanie hurried to follow. As a cautious mage, whether you're in a busy city or not, no matter how big or small your storage space is, you should always leave some room for food and water. You never know when you'll need them. Farah, like a mentor, shared his experience. When news spread that the holy mage hanger of 1,000 years ago died of starvation trapped in a space crack, no mage dared to ignore their hunger anymore. He was so pitiful, Melanie said sympathetically. I guess he wasn't a water mage. The books say that to become a saint, your body's need for food becomes very small, but you still need enough water. Farah paused and chuckled. I didn't expect Lucy to understand that. Well, Hanger was skilled in fire and earth magic and even used some basic wind spells, but he had no water affinity at all. Their conversation was very pleasant. The golden sunlight slowly rose higher from behind, and their shadows grew shorter. The breeze from the south was cool and refreshing. Finally, Green Meadows City fully woke up, and the streets became lively again. Feeling that Farah truly loved magic, Melanie decided to ask him about magical questions. To her surprise, Farah answered with unusual detail and enthusiasm, which made her feel very rewarded. When she closed her eyes slightly and thought about her magic power, she suddenly realized that, under the golden sunlight, without consciously meditating or controlling, a faint green thread inside her body began to flow slowly. It moved like a whirlpool, pulling in magical elements of milky white, earth yellow, and water blue from the outside. Some of these elements then slipped out from her body, while a very small part remained scattered inside her, naturally turning into green. Whether the green flowing thread was a natural type of magic or not, the other 3 elemental types truly stayed inside her, though very little. Could it be that she was constantly meditating to increase her magic power? This discovery, along with her subsequent guesses, made Melanie extremely shocked. Even when she was silenced and taken away from her familiar small courtyard and family last night, she didn't feel this level of shock. Lucy, Farah stopped and turned around, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I'm here. Melanie suddenly realized she had stopped walking and was about 100 meters away from Farah. She didn't dare delay and quickly lifted her skirt to run to his side, asking, "Sir, you just mentioned meditation. Do magicians have to sit properly to meditate?" It turned out she was just lost in thought. She really was a promising student. Farah's smile warmed again as he said, "Well, most magicians on the continent believe that sitting upright helps calm the mind and makes it easier to focus and enter the right state. So, when mentors teach apprentices, they usually require them to maintain a specific posture. Does that mean your uncle's words aren't entirely correct?" Melanie asked further. "You're very clever. I really don't know which master in the academy you are assigned to as a student." Farah praised Melanie and continued, "Actually, after a mage reaches a high level, they discover that the most comfortable and relaxed way to meditate often leads to deeper meditation and better training quality. Of course, this requires a much safer environment to ensure safety," he explained with a smile, "because deep meditation reduces a mage's alertness to the outside world. That's why last night he used his old posture." Melanie thought for a moment, sincerely thanked Farah, and then asked about other things. The green silk still flowed slowly inside her body, and the three colored elements left 1 or 2 particles in her each minute. Although this process was slow, it was happening constantly. It could be very frightening. After reaching this conclusion, Melanie felt surprised but also confused. Why was that? What is the most comfortable posture for deep meditation? But now she was walking on the street, worried about her unknown fate in the next moment. How could these concerns be related to the 2 points above? Since her way of practicing was clearly not the usual method, Melanie, full of questions, dared not ask anyone, let alone Farah, who had taken her. She could only hide her feelings and obediently follow behind Farah. "I've heard that high-level magicians can sense the training state of lower-level magicians. I wonder if Farah will notice the magic power slowly moving on her." Melanie's mind was tense until they left the DC district, crossed South Cross Street, and entered the noble district of the West City. Farah still hadn't noticed, which eased Melanie's nervous heart a little. Her home was in the DC district, but she rarely went out, so she wasn't familiar with the streets here. As she looked around, she suddenly saw a beautiful clothing store on the street. In the large mirror, she saw a strange little girl. Light blue, slightly curly hair, clear skin as if transparent. Not very beautiful, but quite charming. Melanie was surprised when she saw her reflection, instinctively turned her head to look for the girl, but the morning in the noble district was cold and quiet. Besides Farah, only a carriage was passing by slowly. Her heart was pounding. She suddenly turned around and saw that the stranger in the mirror also turned her head. This was herself. Melanie instinctively touched her face, and the person in the mirror did the same. In the mirror, Farah turned around and took a few steps back to stand beside her, his smile gentle like the rising sun. "Clothing for nobles is too complicated for us mages," he said, patting Melanie's shoulder and signaling her to keep walking. "In this world, to gain impressive power, you must learn to let go. And if one day you become a great wizard, even if you're dressed in rough, ugly cloth, people will still respect you." It seemed Melanie wasn't stopping because she saw her unfamiliar reflection, but because she envied the beautiful clothes in the shop window. "Yes, sir," Melanie replied softly, following Farah's steps. Now, she couldn't even recognize herself in her reflection. How could her family recognize her? They walked from East City to West City, then to the blood-cooling grass street, taking the whole morning, almost 4 hours of magic time. From the first sunlight in the morning to the sunlight shining like arrows, Melanie moved stiffly, step by step, her mind blank. She only occasionally wiped the sweat from her forehead mechanically. But Farah's steps never slowed down. Melanie kept following him, not thinking about why she was walking so hard or begging Farah to stop. Luckily, whenever she was about to run out of strength and felt she might faint, a green thread inside her body would send her some green energy. It was cool and gentle, like sweet rain nourishing dry land, filling her with new strength. Then, that thin thread seemed to move a little faster. but seemed was the key. Melanie was too exhausted to think clearly or be sure. She stared intently at Farah's smooth, dark red beast leather boots, walking in step with him. Suddenly, her steps paused, and she turned to step up a few stone stairs. She crossed a low threshold, and Melanie looked up. Above the door, it said, "Old Tom's Tavern." "I really didn't expect you to never complain," Farah said as he sat Melanie down at a small table in the corner. His eyes looked at her with surprise and relief. After walking for several hours, for a girl who had never trained before, it was a true sign of perseverance. Melanie took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from her face, and then collapsed weakly into her chair. She heard Farah's praise but only managed a faint smile without speaking. Clearly, she was too exhausted to talk. "Here, this is a basic recovery potion," Farah said, handing her a clear bottle filled with a light green liquid. Melanie took a sip. The slightly sour and bitter liquid slid down her throat, soothing her body. Her fatigue quickly eased. Her body was tired, but it wasn't from magic or combat energy loss, nor was she injured, so the potion worked well. Her pale, transparent face showed a strange flush, then suddenly turned even paler again. "What's wrong?" Farah asked with a frown. Although it was just a basic potion, it should be effective for physical exhaustion. But the young girl in front of her didn't look quite right. "It tastes bad, and my throat feels uncomfortable," Melanie said, her pale face scrunching up. She pressed her hand to her throat as if trying to hold back vomit, and held out the bottle to Farah. "Haha." Farah chuckled happily at her excuse. She didn't have a bottle herself and said, "You can keep it. It's no use leaving it with me."
Well,
The taste of this recovery potion isn't great, but it works very well. As a noble mage, I wouldn't lower myself to take care of a magic squire. Melanie nodded and put away the potion. The effect of this potion was really good, and the taste wasn't so bad that it made her want to vomit. She was shocked because she felt her green silk thread had stopped moving. The magical elements no longer entered her body.
why?
She hadn't done anything. She remembered clearly that before drinking this sip, her magic had already stopped actively flowing, so it wasn't because of that. As for the rest, she had just moved from outside into the room. She had been standing and walking before, and now she was sitting. But under Farah's gentle gaze, she didn't dare to think too much. Melanie looked around and asked, "Sir, where are we now?" Farah smiled helplessly and whispered, "You don't even recognize your own doorstep." This is a small tavern at the intersection of Bloodgrass Street and Flameflower Street, only about a kilometer from Lord Green's manor. This small tavern mainly serves servants from noble families who are well-connected, so it's easy to gather the information we need. Is she right outside her house? Then, might she meet Old Maury? I remember Old Maury sometimes likes to go out for a drink. Or serve Lady Daisy, who is caring for her mother. Or the butler, Mr. Lane? All right, little Lucy, now relax. It's lunchtime, Farah said to Melanie, then signaled the waiter to order 2 black pepper steaks, 2 bowls of mushroom soup, a colorful dessert, and 2 glasses of iced water. At noon, the tavern is usually quiet, with few customers and even fewer people lingering to enjoy their lunch slowly. Most people coming in are just having a cold beer at the bar, sitting near the magic fan to avoid the hot sun outside, taking a short break. The customers seem familiar with the owner and the staff, but they only greet each other politely. No one is talking loudly or making big conversations. "We will spend the rest of our time here today, little Lucy. You can rest well now," Farah said happily before the meal. "Yes," Melanie nodded. The tavern is usually a place for sharing news, but servants of noble families don't usually waste their daytime there. If they want to find out how the Green family is reacting, they need to wait until after sunset when most servants are free. Also, since she disappeared for a whole night and day, the Green family should have some news by now. After all, she hosted a lively and successful ball last night. The whole Green City knows her brother Muin advanced to a mid-level mage, her sister Melinda is doing well in her studies, and she herself has 3 magical lines with good talent, another young genius who might be accepted into the Imperial College of Glory. After lunch, Farah took out a book and started reading leisurely. She also gave Melanie a copy of the Continent Monster Guide, Although practicing magic requires calmness, I won't force you now given your situation. Look at the pictures. Time will pass quickly. He probably didn't have those biography novels for bored noblewomen to read, so he gave Melanie a picture book with interesting illustrations to pass the time. He was quite willing to teach Melanie basic magic knowledge, but clearly, sharing knowledge wasn't suitable in a small tavern. Old Tom's Tavern, although in the noble district, didn't have the fancy single-pane glass windows that nobles' hotels use, which let people inside see the street clearly. Instead, it had a solid wall with only 2 small shutters, so the light inside wasn't very bright. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, as the sun changed position, the tavern already looked a bit dim. Melanie rubbed her temples, looked up from the book, and glanced at Farah. She finally couldn't hold back and said, "Sir, I need to go to the bathroom." Farah looked at her, frowned, and said, "Let the servant take you. Be good, okay?" Melanie nodded obediently, stood up, and found a female servant. She followed her into the small courtyard inside the tavern. The sunlight was a bit blinding. Standing in the sunlight, Melanie shielded her eyes and suddenly stopped. Her internal green silk thread, which had been quiet all afternoon, started moving again. White light, yellow earth, blue water. They began again. "Young girl, what's wrong?" the servant asked with concern. "Oh, nothing. I just read for a while and got a bit of a headache from the sun." "Thank you for your concern," Melanie replied sweetly. "Don't look up at the sky. You'll get used to it soon." The servant gently patted her head, praised her beautiful hair, and then pointed to a small room under the ivy in the corner. "The bathroom is over there. I'll wait for you in the courtyard. If you need anything, just call me." Melanie thanked her again, showing no signs of anything unusual. She walked steadily, carefully feeling her internal condition. Step by step, her magic was still flowing until she entered the shadow of the bathroom. Why was this happening? Melanie tidied her dress, washed her hands, and walked out in deep thought. She hadn't gone far when her internal silk thread slowly moved again. Why was this happening? Melanie brushed her hair and looked up. She saw a female servant standing in the shadow of the corridor, talking and laughing with a male servant. She didn't notice Melanie, so Melanie paused and looked around. Earlier, when she was walking on the street and in the small courtyard, the green silk thread was moving. But when she sat in the small tavern and was in the bathroom, the thread stopped. Now it was moving again. Why was that? "Hey, little girl, don't stand in the bright sun. Be careful not to get sunburned," the female servant called out cheerfully when she saw Melanie. "Come into the shade, okay?" Melanie replied and moved forward. Suddenly, her ears rang loudly. Sun. Shade. Whether on the street or in this small courtyard, she was standing in the sunlight. But in the tavern's bathroom, she was in the shade, where the sun couldn't reach. So, was the secret to her magic power automatic movement of a silk thread related to sunlight? Melanie's heart started pounding. She controlled her trembling legs and tried to stay calm as she walked to the corridor where the female servant was standing. When her feet crossed the bright white line on the ground, her heart was tense. Just one step. Crossing from the sunlight into the shadow, she clearly felt her green silk thread slow down, then stop. She didn't fully understand why, but she was sure sunlight was the key. It couldn't be wrong. Melanie smiled happily. She turned around playfully, reached out her hand, and caught a handful of sunlight. Then she closed her eyes, feeling the beautiful thread flow again from her fingertips and palm. The tiny, lovely things giggled as they slipped into her skin through her fingertips. It felt wonderful. Hee, so young and delicate, the female servant teased, gently touching her face and sighing. "Your skin is so smooth. Big sisters like me wouldn't be so lucky. When our skin sees sunlight, it gets very damaged. But big sisters are still very beautiful." With this discovery, Melanie felt very happy. She looked up and smiled, complimenting the female servant. The female servant smiled happily, glancing at the male servant with a proud and charming look, full of affection. "Even a little girl like you makes you proud," the male servant said, his voice gentle and accepting. It turns out that the bright-eyed young waitress is named Fei. Melanie thought to herself. My name is Fei. Fei smiled. This is Aiken, my fiancé. We are getting married at the end of the year. Congratulations, sister. You must be the most beautiful bride. Melanie suddenly realized that Fei looked very lovely now, smiling like cherry blossoms flying in March. If a young girl is still in the city during the new year, she must come to celebrate with my wedding. Fei happily invited, then saw Melanie back to the small tavern. Melanie nodded in agreement. But where would she be during the new year? After Melanie walked away, Aiken sighed to Fei. Did you notice she was following that gentleman? He's a noble magician, isn't he? That girl must also be an apprentice of magic. She wouldn't even tell you her name. Why are you so happy? I just like it. What does it matter? And I think that girl is quite nice, Fei said with a charming look, swaying her hips as she hurried to tidy up the table. Meanwhile, Farah sensed Melanie's return and asked softly, You're back, then turned a page in her book. Yes, Melanie sat obediently. She hadn't thought about escaping, because she knew she couldn't run far. And even though Farah was sitting still, she was definitely still watching her closely. Melanie knew that if she tried to run, Farah could appear in front of her in just a few magical seconds and catch her. Her water glass was empty, and Farah's was almost empty too. Melanie raised her hand to signal the waiter to refill their drinks. It was Fei who came over. Melanie gave her a sweet smile and said, Fei, please pour us some more water. When she looked for Aiken, she realized he was the bartender here. With pleasure, miss, Fei said efficiently, then moved away. Farah put down her book and said to Melanie, My little girl, you will become a great magician someday. Ordinary life doesn't need your attention. There was a sense of distant superiority in her tone. Melanie pursed her lips, fidgeting with her hands, and asked, But sir, didn't you say magicians should experience life? And you also like the food from the early stalls of ordinary people. That's different. Farah shook her head and didn't explain further to Melanie. After taking a sip of water, she started reading again. Melanie flipped through the thick book in her hands and asked Farah earnestly, Sir, can you teach me how to read magic? Reading is a very useful basic spell that requires the user to have some magic power, regardless of the type. She was thinking that if the green silk thread inside her body was her natural magic, she should be able to cast the spell. She managed to use perception last night. But Melwyn didn't have time to teach her. Thinking of Melwyn, Melanie's mood dimmed again. Hearing this, Farah looked at her in surprise. After casting a spell on her, she frowned and said, You just unlocked your talent, and your meditation time is too short. The magic power stored inside you is still limited. But it's good that you're starting to learn. So, that green silk thread isn't natural magic? Then what is it? And last night I clearly used perception on Little Goo. Melwyn said that was a beginner-level natural magic. Melanie was confused, but didn't think too much. Since Farah had already started explaining the reading spell to her, she quickly focused and listened carefully. Casting a spell involves using magic power inside the body to build a specific symbol structure. Then, the magic flows smoothly from the symbols, allowing the spell to work. The more advanced the spell, the more complex the design, the more magic power needed, and the harder it is to cast. Last night, Melwyn explained perception and entwining, which was especially difficult because he wasn't a natural magic user. He only remembered the 2 patterns printed in the book, but he didn't know where to start building from or how the magic power should flow, so he couldn't guide them properly. Of course, with a diagram as a reference and some exploration, they could find the right way to cast the spell. If a beginner spell failed, it only caused a little discomfort and wouldn't cause serious magic backlash. Reading is a level 0 spell with a simple magic diagram, and it's very easy to cast. Melanie quickly memorized it, but didn't try to cast it herself. Instead, she looked at Farah eagerly and asked, Sir, can you teach me a few more? Farah seemed a bit annoyed that Melanie was so eager to learn magic without considering her own abilities. But he remembered how he felt when he first started learning magic in the first year. He also wanted to memorize all the spells and their magic structures at once. He took out a book and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Melanie, saying, You can look at this. Then he looked away, pretending not to be bothered, and quietly started reading his own book. Reading spells only helps the user memorize the content mechanically. It doesn't directly help them understand the magic. In simple terms, the knowledge is just copied from the book into the mind. If you don't review it, you won't really know what's inside. This made Melanie think of a device her sister Mel used at home, which she often used to connect to computers. Farla handed her another book titled Beginner Magic Structure Collection. Melanie happily opened the table of contents and found it was full of magic structures for level 0 to beginner, intermediate, and advanced spells across different magic types, with very detailed explanations. This is really a great resource, Melanie secretly thought. According to Mel, only a few copies of such books are kept in the college library for students to read, and they are not allowed to be borrowed. Yet Farla always carries one with him. How impressive. It's good to remember more. Melanie temporarily forgot her situation and focused entirely on the magic structure collection. She even put aside her previous interest in the Beast illustration book. Last night's sudden event made little Melanie realize one thing. In life, no one knows what will happen next. Just like Mel and herself thought she still had plenty of time to learn step by step, planning long term. But now it's all too late. The tavern's lights grew dimmer, and Feifei kindly lit the magic lamp in her corner. Before dinner, the tavern had a quiet period with no customers except Farla and herself. Feifei and Aiken leaned against the bar, chatting and relaxing comfortably. Suddenly, the oak door was pushed open. Feifei quickly greeted, "Welcome." Her cheerful voice made Melanie lift her head. She looked toward the door and suddenly stood up with wide eyes. "Sit down," a stern voice reprimanded her sharply, and Melanie even sensed a hint of coldness in it. She hurriedly sat down and whispered, "Sir, these are my sister's friends." The group entering the door was Melinda's adventure team, including Jessica and Roger, a total of 6 people.
Melinda was not with them.
"You are the magic servant I found passing through Oak Tree Village. You only have an elderly grandfather at home." "Where's your sister?" Farah asked sharply.
Yes.
Lucy was mistaken, Melanie admitted, biting her lip. Fortunately, Farah didn't press her further. She turned away after glancing at the 6 young people, her eyes returning to her book, seemingly uninterested in their arrival. At this moment, the 6 young people saw that the tavern was empty, so they found a large table in the center and sat down together. 3 of your best wines and 3 glasses of plain water. Also, pack 6 large portions of smoked meat jerky. I heard your smoked meat makes good dry rations, Townsend, a warrior, said loudly and confidently. 2 glasses of wine. I only need plain water, Roger corrected Feifei. Feifei repeated everyone's order, and no one objected. After saying, "It'll be ready soon," she left with a bright smile. After she left, Jessica chuckled and said, "Roger, why are you so pure? You're not a mage, so trying some drinks is more manly. Mages need a clear mind for their training, so alcohol isn't suitable for them. But warriors don't have such restrictions. For archers, staying alert is just as important, so they can aim and shoot steadily," Roger explained calmly. "You're so old-fashioned," Jessica muttered gloomily. Townsend laughed loudly and proudly said, "I told you, Jessica. Your trick doesn't work on Roger. He doesn't care what others say. Just watch. Here." Jessica threw a gold coin at Townsend, annoyed, and glared at Roger. Apparently, before entering, they had a small bet about whether Roger would drink alcohol. Townsend quickly caught the coin, kissed it, and then happily pocketed it. The others, Anna, Nikki, and Claire, weren't very lively. Anna looked happily at Jessica and Townsend joking around, while Nikki had a faint smile, and Claire surprisingly took out a book and started reading. Shimizu and 2 glasses of bright blue drinks were brought to the table. They still didn't mention anything about the Green residence or why they suddenly left the Green family. They only ordered a drink and some snacks, and they probably wouldn't stay long in the small tavern. Even if she waited until evening when more guests arrived, she might not hear any news about the greenhouse. Melanie glanced at Farah, who remained indifferent, bit her lip, and stood up, walking over to a group of young boys. Farah didn't call her back, which made Melanie breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled sweetly, and innocent-looking. "Excuse me, big brothers and sisters, are you from the Imperial City Academy?" Melanie asked politely. "Yes, yes." "Little sister, how do you know?" Jessica, small and lively, was still very enthusiastic and happy to see Melanie. "Hello, big brothers and sisters. My name is Lucy. I am Mr. Farah's magic attendant." Melanie pointed to Farah and introduced herself, then shyly smiled. "Mr. Farah told me that you are young but very talented. You must be excellent students trained by the Imperial City Academy. He asked me to work hard and become as good as you when I get into the academy." The pure admiration of the young girl made everyone smile. Jessica even let out a clear, bell-like laugh, then bent down and hugged Melanie, introducing herself. "My name is Jessica." Then she pointed to everyone and introduced them. "This is Sister Anna and Sister Nikki. Over there is the bookworm Brother Claire, then the annoying Brother Roger and Brother Townsend." It seemed Jessica had some special grudge against Roger. Melanie noticed she was secretly watching Farah. After Jessica finished introducing everyone, she glared at Townsend and said, "As a well-mannered gentleman, how can you let our little beauty Lucy stand?" Townsend quickly pulled out a chair from behind and offered it to Melanie. "Thank you, Brother Townsend," Melanie said gratefully, giving a sweet smile. You're welcome," Townsend chuckled. "Little Lucy, from what you said, are you planning to take the exam for the Imperial City Academy too?" Roger asked.
Yes.
"Little Lucy, did your teacher test your talent? How much do you have? It must be great, right?" Jessica also asked again. Since she said it was about a magic attendant, there was no need to ask whether she was going to test for a warrior or a magic class.
Her talent.
Melanie instinctively glanced at Farah and shook her head, saying, "I'm still 3 months away from turning 8. The teacher said he would personally oversee my test when the time comes." When she mentioned the lie, Melanie even felt Farah's gaze like needles stabbing her back. But when she looked back, Farah was still quietly reading under the magic lamp, her hair not moving at all, as if she didn't notice anything. But she couldn't say she had talent in all 3 magic types. Melanie gathered her courage and continued her lie, saying, "The teacher said he can feel that my talent is quite good, or he wouldn't have such pure blue hair. But since I haven't been tested, I can only be an attendant for now." She shyly grabbed a lock of her sky blue hair, her face turning a little red. "Your teacher is right. You will definitely have good talent." Jessica thought her nervousness was because of the upcoming talent test or her insecurity about being a servant, so she gave her a hug to comfort her. "Jessica is right." Claire looked up from her book, carefully examining Melanie's now pure blue hair, and said seriously, "Research shows that the color of a person's hair and eyes is closely related to the magic elements inside. For example, Anna has red hair because she's a fire mage. Nikki has faint golden eyes because she's a light mage. Melanie, your water element is blue, right? And Lucy, your hair's pure color makes your teacher's guess very reasonable. Then I'm also a redhead, right?" Jessica tugged at her hair and argued, "I'm not a fire mage either." "Aren't you also physically a fire type?" Claire looked at Jessica carefully and said seriously, "Lucy's teacher is a mage. Experienced mages can roughly judge a person's talent, but it's not as accurate as testing with a magic circle. Only you know so much." Bookworm. Hearing Jessica mutter, Melanie smiled and asked, "Then, Claire, do you know how much talent is needed to get into the Imperial City Academy?" "Single-element talents are at least 40 or above, while dual-element talents are a bit more flexible, but both elements should be above 35, Claire replied. Melanie nodded carefully, taking note. Then she turned her eyes with curiosity and asked, "What about 3-element talents? I heard during breakfast that a girl from Greenfield City tested for a 3-element talent. You also said that 3-element talents are rare, like 1 in 10,000. That must be amazing. 3-element talents aren't necessarily powerful." Claire shook his head. Facing Melanie's admiration, he looked like a wise old scholar and said seriously, Scholar Don Jones once made a guess in his book on magical talents. He thought that a person's maximum potential in magic talent should be 100. Whether it's 2 elements, 3, or even 4, they all share this total of 100. Imagine a large farm with 100 fruit trees. If one person enters the orchard, they might only get a few trees, maybe 10 or 20. If 2 or 3 people go in, since the orchard only has 100 trees, they will have to share and each person gets fewer. That's not always true, right? You said Jones's idea is just a guess, not necessarily correct, Jessica said, feeling doubtful. Claire looked at Jessica and said, I myself have talents in 2 elements. What? Claire, aren't you a 59 in earth element? Anna and Nikki, who had been listening to their conversation, both exclaimed in surprise. Earth element 59 and only 18 in dark elements, so I haven't talked about it much. My mentor also overlooked it, Claire explained. My total is only 77, which isn't much. Master Everton has 45 in water and 51 in nature, totaling 96. Melanie's younger sister Melanie, the girl with 3 elements, has 33 in water and 33 in earth, totaling 66, which is still below 100, he added. The Imperial College gathers the most talented magic geniuses from the Empire of Glory and even the entire Western continent. But in nearly 1,000 years of history, they have trained countless mages, yet no student has ever had a total talent score of 100. This fact made Jessica silently close her mouth in frustration. Melanie opened her eyes wide, looking a bit confused as she glanced at Jessica, and then at everyone else. Carefully, she asked, That Miss Melanie you mentioned, she has a 99, right? That should be the highest? Why isn't she very strong? First, she was truly confused, seeing the family members and city nobles amazed when they learned her 3-element talent. It meant her talent was really good. But Claire didn't think so.
Why?
Second, after talking for so long, she still didn't know the current situation of the Green family. Naturally, she shifted the topic back to Melanie. Although her total is 99, each element is only 33, Claire said regretfully. Having a talent of 33 in each element makes practicing magic quite hard. Plus, her talents are all average. When a mage meditates, they usually focus on absorbing one magic element at a time. If she trains in all 3 elements, it's like doing 3 jobs at once, instead of just one. How can she achieve good results? So that's how it is. But just now in the sunlight, she clearly had all 3 elements entering her body at the same time. Does she have some difference from others? Melanie's question mark grew again. But Master Efton really likes little Melanie. The Academy receives students with over 60 talent points every year, but he hasn't taken any as a disciple. Jessica's words immediately made Melanie perk up her ears. Claire frowned and pressed her lips together before speaking. After all, Melanie's total is 99, and her talents are evenly distributed. Maybe Master Efton has some new discovery about multi-element talents, so he needs someone like Melanie for proof. That explanation makes sense.
But
Efton himself never appeared. Why didn't they show any suspicion when they talked about him? Melanie timidly raised her hand, asking like a good student, why didn't you ask Master Efton why he did that? Is he a very scary person? Melanie's misunderstanding made Jessica laugh out loud. She patted Melanie on the shoulder and said, Little Lucy, you don't know this, but Master Everton is a grumpy person. When he took Melanie away, he only left a token and a message. He didn't show himself at all. How can we find him to ask questions? Then she rested her chin on her hand and looked at Melanie with admiration. If I ever see Master Everton, I would definitely ask him for his autograph. Master Everton is clearly very famous. Melanie raised her hand hesitantly and said, But if the master doesn't show himself, how do we know it's really him? What if it's a bad person pretending to be him? That can't be. Jessica waved her hand dismissively. The Green family is a good family. I heard they don't even have any real enemies. And besides, who would dare pretend to be Master Everton? You're still a young girl and you think too much. Yes. The master has a bad temper, but he is very popular. If someone dares to impersonate him and gets caught, they will be punished severely, Townsend said with a smile. The others nodded and smiled. Only Roger seemed to be deep in thought, but he also nodded. Grandpa told me that when you're away from home, you should think carefully. I was a little worried about that young lady, Melanie said shyly, her face turning red as she tried to explain. I heard she's only a few months older than me. Did her family really believe that Master Everton took her away? Melanie felt relieved, but suddenly also felt a little sad. Later, Melanie seemed distracted during the conversation. She responded carelessly to Jessica's questions, thinking about how to find a reason to say goodbye to everyone. She saw Farah stand up and put her book into her storage space, then quickly said, "The sir is leaving now." She nodded at everyone and hurried back to her seat. She wanted to temporarily keep the 2 books Farah lent her. Farah looked at her calmly and said, "Keep them yourself. We should leave now." "Yes, sir." Nanju didn't know how a magic squire should behave, so she tried her best to look respectful and obedient. Having already received the message she wanted from Jessica and the others, she no longer had any reason to ask Farah for anything. Farah nodded, leaving a few silver coins on the table as payment. She passed by a few young boys without showing any reaction. Melanie could only smile apologetically at the boys and followed Farah out the door. Outside, the sky was filled with red sunset clouds. "Since Greenfield City no longer has any ties for us, let's rest here tonight and leave early tomorrow," Farah said. Melanie had no right to say no. Walking along the Bloodgrass Street, she saw her new friend, the chubby Valdo, sneaking out of a small door and quickly running toward Tom's Tavern, almost bumping into her. She also saw Mr. Lazy, under the sign, Baron Green's residence, talking with a few businessmen. She heard him say, "Don't worry, our young lady is a disciple of Master Everton. The token he left can be used to get 1,000,000 gold coins without question. How could it be short of a few coins for you?" So, someone was collecting fees for the dance party. Melanie thought vaguely, following Farah past Baron Green's residence and out of Bloodgrass Street, heading north on the crossroad. After buying 2 simple, sturdy dresses for Melanie at a clothing shop in North City, they had a simple dinner at a small restaurant, replenished their water and dry food, and packed Melanie's space necklace full. Then they checked into a very clean small inn. This time, Farah booked 2 rooms. Melanie sat on the bed, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the noisy street. Suddenly, she felt very lonely and scared. Tomorrow, where would she be taken? Her father, mother, brothers, sisters, and old Molly.
They.
And she thought of little Goo. She rolled up her sleeve, looking at the golden flower pattern on her arm, feeling a pang in her heart. Tears started to fall. Little Goo. Sniff. Where did you go? You could still talk to me last night. Sniff. She cried for a while, then thought that maybe little Goo would scold her for being useless if he were here. Feeling a bit bored, she wiped her tears, sat on the sofa in any position she liked, and began to meditate. It seemed very easy. Melanie felt the colorful light spots inside her body move actively, some of them permanently staying behind as her magic power. Her heart gradually calmed, and the noisy sounds outside the window seemed to fade away, becoming quieter and quieter. The moonlight at the border also dimmed without her noticing. Suddenly, Melanie opened her eyes, but she didn't move. A quick, silent figure climbed in through the window and stood by the window like a 10-year-old boy. The boy paused, then tiptoed to the bed, looked at the table beside it, scratched his head, and seemed very confused. "Why is no one living here?" "My friend said a little girl was staying in this room." Hearing his muttering, Melanie softly asked, "Are you a thief?" "Who?" The boy was startled, quickly drew a small dagger from his waist to protect himself. Then he saw Melanie curled up on the sofa. "Don't be afraid." Melanie interrupted her meditation, revealing her face from behind the sofa. She looked up and said, "The man next door is a wizard. If you hurt me, he will find out." Melanie didn't know why she told the boy this. Maybe other girls would scream if they saw a thief, but she didn't seem scared or want to shout. She also knew the boy might be here to steal, but she didn't think he wanted to hurt her. She was Farah's prisoner, and if the boy showed even a little bit of hostility, Farah would notice immediately. "Oh." The boy put away his dagger, scratched his head, looked at Melanie, and took a few steps toward the window. He seemed about to leave but hesitated, turned around, and asked cautiously, "Little sister, do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't eaten today." Melanie didn't answer. Instead, she took some smoked meat and water from her necklace, walked a few steps to the boy, and placed them on the ground. Thank you. After thanking her, the boy sat down on the ground without hesitation, unwrapped a piece of smoked meat, and took a bite, occasionally drinking some water. Melanie also sat on the ground, watching him eat. I heard you say you're a magic squire, the boy asked while eating. Yes, my name is Lucy. Melanie did not tell her real name. Oh, I am Audi. I don't know my last name, said the boy Audi casually. He then asked, did you learn from your teacher or go to the academy? Go to the academy? I'm not sure, Melanie replied. That's great. Through the dim streetlight coming in from the window, Melanie saw Audi's eyes light up quickly, then darken again. She pursed her lips and asked, Audi, are you stealing to go to school? Of course, Audi nodded confidently. If I don't go to the academy and learn skills, I can only be a thief for life. I don't want to be a thief. Actually, stealing is just my part-time job. I only steal to buy food. I usually go to the forest to dig for magical herbs. I've saved up 33 silver coins. The tuition for older siblings is 10,000 gold coins a year, which is 1,000,000 silver coins. Melanie looked at him with some sympathy and said, the Glory Academy's tuition seems to be about 10,000 gold coins a year. The boy Audi, biting on some smoked meat, paused, then bit off a big piece and chewed it fiercely before swallowing. Aren't there other schools? I heard the Atlantic Warrior School is also very good. The tuition is only 50 gold coins a year. If I work hard and earn enough money, I can do it. 50 gold coins, 5,000 silver coins. Much easier than 1,000,000 silver coins. It seems possible. Melanie was a little happy for Audi. She thought for a moment, then took some small coins from her necklace, coins she had saved over time. About 10 gold coins and a few hundred silver coins, shining on the floor. She kept 1 gold coin and a few silver coins, then pushed the rest toward Audi. This is all I have. Really for me? Audi swallowed hard. Melanie nodded firmly. I follow my teacher, so I don't need to spend money. And if I want to go to the academy in the future, it will be the Imperial City Academy. They wouldn't let me in with just a few coins. The fish porridge she ate in the morning probably cost less than a silver coin, and a good lunch at noon only cost a few silver coins. Melanie's pocket money, if it weren't for studying, would last her a long, long time. But as she said, what use would she have for it? Better to give it to Audi. Meeting such a special little thief like Audi on a night like this made her very happy. The young boy Audi clenched his fists and stared at the coins and silver on the floor, struggling for a long time. Finally, he sighed sadly and said, No, I can't take it. He then grabbed his hair in frustration and said, The old man told me that taking money I shouldn't have will bring bad luck. Even if I learn martial skills, I won't become a strong person. I want to become a great fighter. Oh, Melanie didn't try to persuade him. She let the money stay on the floor and asked with a raised face, Who is the old man? He was the old man who raised me before, but he died last year, Audi said, looking very sad. He covered his eyes with his hand and clutched the remaining smoked meat in his arms. Then he stood up and said, No. Seeing money and not taking it is too painful. I should leave early. Lucy, thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye then. Audi climbed out through the window and quickly disappeared from sight. Melanie sat for a while, holding her face in her hands. She picked up the coins from the ground and put them back into her necklace. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening. In the early morning, Melanie greeted Farah and noticed that Farah seemed normal. She couldn't believe she didn't know about the little incident with Audi last night, but since Farah didn't mention it, she didn't want to ask. After having some breakfast at the small inn, Farah finally spoke. We crossed the edge of the central forest. Do you have anything else you need to prepare? Melanie shook her head.
To the east was East County.
Although the future was still uncertain, knowing the direction made Melanie feel a little more at ease. She was no longer hopeless. Then let's go. Farah stood up, paid with a silver coin, and left the inn. It was another sunny day. The sunlight was warm on her body, like a small ancient golden flower, making her feel close and comfortable. The green thread inside her body moved again slowly. Melanie felt it for a moment, and her steps became more confident. She believed she would become a powerful mage someday. No more of this. She refused to be passive and always a prisoner of others. At the street corner, she saw Audi leaning lazily against the wall, gnawing on his unfinished smoked meat. When he saw Melanie notice him, he casually waved the meat in his hand and smiled brightly, his white teeth shining in the sunlight. The bones are very flexible. You're a good candidate to be a thief. Farah glanced at Audi and said calmly. Oh, Melanie tugged at her hanging hair and replied, he says he wants to be a warrior and is saving up for tuition. Farah didn't say anything but looked at her hair and gently said, braid your hair. It's easier in the jungle, but she was still wearing a dress. Melanie obediently found a ribbon and tightly tied her slightly curly, sky-blue hair. Farah led her through the mercenary street, occasionally glancing at the adventurers' stalls by the roadside, as if uninterested in the messy items on display, not stopping. This was Melanie's first time shopping, and she was very curious about everything. She wanted to look around but didn't dare walk too slowly, worried about losing Farah and upsetting him, which would make her unlucky. Help me. A very weak voice echoed in Melanie's mind, making her stop. Help me. Melanie looked around and saw a withered plant at a stall, roughly thrown into the corner. Sir, what kind of plant is that? Melanie boldly tugged at Farah's sleeve and pointed at the withered plant, asking. Though she didn't understand the reason, she was sure that the plant was calling for help. Miss, you have good eyes. This is a 5th-grade magic plant called Despair Vine, but it's the main ingredient for making forbidden magic potions. The mercenary, seeing someone interested, quickly took it and excitedly said to Melanie, this was hard to get for a hunting cat team. Despair Vine. Melanie remembered seeing it in the Magic Plant Encyclopedia on old Mo Lee's bookshelf. It is indeed the main material for making forbidden magic potions. These potions cause magicians to feel despair, which is how they got their name. The book said that the vine's tendrils are thin but extremely tough, with tiny thorns and usually curl into balls, making it hard to associate with vines. Only fresh despair vine petals can be used to make forbidden magic potions. Farah looked at the mercenary with disdain and said, you don't know where this one was picked from, and it's dried out like this. Besides, after drying, the tendrils might be useful, but what other value does it have? The mercenary looked very disappointed. Seeing Melanie staring curiously at the despair vine, he quickly pressed the wilted plant into her hand and encouraged her, saying, a living despair vine can sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. Since this one is dead, I'll sell it cheaply, just 30 gold coins, and it's yours. Save me. Holding the small, curled ball of the despair vine, Melanie realized that this plant was actually asking for help. Although it looked dead, it still seemed to have some life left. 30 gold coins. She didn't have that much. Melanie glanced at Farah, who shook his head, showing no interest in the dead despair vine. She had no choice but to negotiate with the mercenary, saying, 3 gold coins. 3. The mercenary immediately shouted exaggeratedly, what you're holding is a 5th-rank magical plant, a despair vine. As soon as he said that, the people around started laughing. Only a despair vine that's truly dead is really a despair vine. It makes us mercenaries despair. Exactly. Cat, stop wasting time. At least the girl is willing to pay 3 gold coins. That's better than burning it for firewood. It seemed that the dead despair vine had been sitting there for quite some time. Hearing the crowd's words, the seller angrily cursed, you bunch of cowards. Always ruining my business. Then he smiled flatteringly at Melanie, saying, thank you, miss, for your purchase. 3 gold coins. Melanie took out 3 gold coins and pointed to a clay basin on his stall, which looked useless, saying, I want that basin as a container. Maybe the basin really was useless, or perhaps Melanie was paying too much. Either way, the mercenary didn't complain further and happily handed her the small basin. Melanie quickly paid the money. The despair vine was only said to be saved, but no method was mentioned. Since it was a plant, maybe planting it in soil and watering it was necessary. There were no more interruptions on the way. After leaving the city, Melanie saw a small stream nearby and asked Farah to wait for her. 5th-rank magical plants are usually very delicate. They don't survive just with a little water and soil, Farah said with a smile, shaking his head, pointing at the wilted ball in her hand, and it's already this dead, so there's no hope of saving it. But I still want to try, Melanie said stubbornly, biting her lip. Farah shook her head again, but did not stop her. She pointed to an open space in the woods ahead and said, "Move quickly. I'll wait for you there." "Thank you, sir," Melanie smiled, holding a clay pot and a despair vine, and ran toward the stream. "You want me to save you?" Melanie took a dagger from her necklace, dug some soil into the pot, and buried the despair vine inside. She then cupped a few handfuls of dirt, picked some grass stems to make a net bag for carrying the pot, and muttered to herself, "But how can I save you?" She knew Farah was right. A fifth-rank magical plant has very strict environmental needs. It's not something she can revive just by digging some soil and watering it. "Save me." The faint cry for help was the same as before, but it didn't contain any other useful information for Melanie. "Maybe Little Goo would know what to do," Melanie muttered, thinking of Little Goo. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She threw away the unfinished net bag, wiped her hands, took out the beginner magic drawing guide from her necklace, flipped to the page on nature magic, and found the diagram and instructions for perception. She looked at it excitedly. The explanation in the book was much clearer than her brother's confusing words. Melanie read it twice, closed her eyes, and thought for a moment. When she felt ready, she opened her eyes and cast a perception spell on the despair vine. It was as if she saw a tiny green dwarf lying there, exhausted, with only a faint consciousness calling out, "Save me." Every so often, green light spots emitted from the dwarf, and with each emission, the dwarf looked paler and more exhausted. Green light spots? Melanie tilted her head and thought. She placed her hand on the despair vine and began to try to channel the green silk inside her body toward her palm, then carefully controlled the flowing silk to flow into the despair vine. Old Mori said that natural magic power acting on magical plants could promote their growth. She succeeded. Melanie grinned. She could clearly feel the tiny person inside the despair vine eagerly absorbing the energy from her green silk. Its pale, transparent form, which seemed like it could vanish at any moment, was gradually becoming more solid. Melanie's magic power suddenly stopped flowing. Farah was still waiting for her, and she couldn't afford to delay too long. Also, she instinctively didn't want Farah to know she had natural magic and could save the despair vine. So now, her only goal was to keep the vine alive. Moreover, she hadn't forgotten that yesterday, when she was exhausted, the silk thread had moisturized her body and helped her regain energy. After a short while of sending the silk, she felt it thinning a bit. Fully saving the despair vine wouldn't happen in just one day. She quickly picked up the grass stem and wove a small net to hold the despair vine. Looking at it, it seemed no different from before. She thought again and used her perception once more. She sensed that the tiny green person inside was much more stable than before. She silently smiled and carried it toward the woods where Farah was. Although she couldn't see where Farah was, considering their strength difference, she didn't dare to run away easily. And if she did, where could she go? Home? She might be caught again, and it could bring disaster to her family. Not going back. Where else could she go? So, she decided to wait a little longer. While Melanie was lost in thought, she suddenly saw Audi waving at her from the nearby bushes. Curious, she walked over quietly and asked softly, "Audi, what are you doing here?" "Don't worry about that first," Audi said hurriedly. "Your master seems to have encountered an enemy. Don't go over there, huh?" Melanie was stunned for a moment, unsure what to do. An enemy? Farah encountering an enemy now? Seeing her hesitation, Audi whispered for her not to speak and carefully led her in a half-circle, climbing onto a small higher spot, parting the bushes and signaling Melanie to look down. In the clearing in the woods, Farah was indeed talking to another person. Yes, she looked like a woman. "Are they enemies?" Melanie asked doubtfully. "How do you know?" The two people were only 3 or 5 meters apart. If they were enemies, that was very close. As for their expressions, she couldn't see clearly from here. "I'll tell you, but you must promise not to tell your master." Audi felt a little embarrassed and said, "Today, after you left the inn, that woman went to ask around about a kind-looking magician who walks everywhere, maybe with a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. I thought, isn't that you guys? I didn't want to say anything, but she gave me a gold coin. You know I'm saving money. Maybe they know each other. Melanie naturally didn't blame Audi for revealing their whereabouts. Farah isn't really someone she respects, but rather someone who captured her. Plus, Audi risked coming to stop her. It's hard to say. Audi thought for a moment and whispered, that woman looked angry when she was looking for someone, like she hated your mister. But not like she's really an enemy. I get it now. Audi squinted his eyes and chuckled. They must be lovers. Your mister did something wrong to her, and she's chasing him to get back at him. It's just like those games adults play. What kind of relationship is that? Melanie was a bit confused and wanted to ask more, but then she saw movement below. The woman seemed annoyed, took out a magic staff, and shot a row of small fireballs, more than a dozen in total. Farah didn't panic. She quickly drew a magic sword and waved it to create a magic shield, barely blocking the fireball attack. They're fighting, Audi said excitedly. Melanie's eyes widened, and she watched with pursed lips. It was her first time seeing a mage fight. The woman, seeing her fireball formation was blocked, grew even angrier and waved her hand to unleash a sea of fire again. Farah drew her shield once more. The two kept exchanging blows, fighting quite fiercely. But after a while, Melanie sensed something was wrong. Audi, why isn't your mister fighting back? Audi chuckled. That's because your mister feels guilty about the big sister. He probably won't fight back out of shame.
Is that so?
Melanie continued to watch. After about 10 rounds, the woman stopped. It seemed they had another conversation. Then, as if they didn't agree, the woman started waving her magic staff wildly in the air, drawing spells repeatedly, while Farah looked anxious, trying to persuade her, constantly adding more magic shields, one shield layered over another. Wow. Big sister is about to use her ultimate move, Audi said happily, full of glee. Melanie bit her lip, her heart pounding in her chest. I think we should move back a little, Audi said. He saw that the woman had been drawing for a while without finishing, and he knew this must be a powerful move, or she was still unfamiliar with her current control. Either way, they were too close, easy to get hurt. Melanie didn't refuse. Audi pulled her back and ran for a while. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion behind them. Turning around, they saw large red and white fireballs falling from the sky and hitting the ground, making both of them stare in shock. Before they could react, a wave of heat hit them, pushing them back. Wow. Audi steadied himself and stepped forward to protect Melanie. He looked at where the fireballs had fallen for a long time, then said nervously, Lucy, how skilled is your husband? Can he survive this? I don't know, Melanie replied, watching the fire and smoke rise from where the fireballs landed. It was clear some trees had caught fire. She bit her lip, unsure of what to do. Did she hope Farah would die so she could go home? No. Since her family knew about her natural talent, Farah wouldn't take her back this time. Someone would come to take her away. More likely, they would blame her for Farah's misfortune. Even if she was useful to them and couldn't be punished too harshly, they might still take out their anger on her family. It was better if Farah were the one to die. At least Farah treated her kindly. Audi looked at Melanie strangely and asked, Lucy, are you having trouble with your husband? Is he treating you badly? Melanie's heart trembled. She bit her lip and replied after a moment, He's not my real husband. I was kidnapped by her. After saying this, her body softened, and she sat on the ground, tears falling uncontrollably. Don't cry, Audi quickly comforted her. That man must have been burned by the fire. Even if he's not dead, he's probably badly hurt. Don't cry, I'm here for you. He comforted her while secretly scolding himself for being soft-hearted. He also thought last night she had given him food and coins willingly. It was right to comfort her. Melanie sniffled for a while, feeling ashamed. She wiped her tears, her face red, and refused to look up. Audi quickly patted her and said, There is an old oak tree behind us. Under the roots, there's a hollow. You go inside and hide for a while. I'll check if that man is dead or alive. Melanie nodded blankly and was led by Audi for a short distance. Then she saw Audi stop in front of a large, old oak tree. He pushed aside the bushes and revealed a small hole.
Here, Audi said.
No one else knows about this except me. You hide here for a while. I'll go check and come back. Don't worry with me, Audi. You'll be safe. Oh, Melanie responded blankly, crawled into the hollow, and saw the entrance covered again. She sat on the ground, lost in thought. If Farah was dead, or if she was safe but couldn't find her, what should she do? She definitely couldn't go home. The things that happened in the past 2 days were more than she experienced in 8 years. Melanie hugged her knees, leaned against the wall of the hollow, sat there blankly for a while. Gradually, she felt a warm, comforting energy from the big tree and slowly fell asleep. Melanie didn't know how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that some light was coming through the hollow from an unknown source, and it wasn't very dark inside. The hollow was quite large. Half of her was covered with thick thatch, and there was an old, handmade wool blanket, very roughly made, like something homemade. Audi was sitting opposite her, leaning against the tree wall, staring up thoughtfully, lost in his own thoughts. Melanie felt her body was a bit stiff, so she moved slightly. Little Lucy. Audi heard the movement and looked at Melanie. Although he was smiling, it was clear he was feeling troubled inside. He made a look of relief and said with a mischievous smile, "When I went back, I only saw the area within half a mile burned beyond recognition. There wasn't a single person left. I saw that big fire burn for 2 whole magic hours. Your mister and his little lover might have been turned to ashes. Lucy, you're free now."
Farah.
He was a high-level warrior and an intermediate high-level mage. He probably didn't die just like that. He was likely injured or had other urgent matters and couldn't come to find her. Melanie's expression darkened. Reaching this conclusion didn't make her feel much better because she had nowhere to go. Leaving Farah, she still couldn't go home or return to her quiet little courtyard.
She didn't know where to go.
Lucy, Audi asked cautiously, "Aren't you homeless now?" Melanie nodded, noticing Audi's careful and worried expression. She gathered her courage and said, "Audi, thank you for helping me today. Don't worry, I still have some money, enough to get by for a while." She didn't want to become a burden. Audi closed his eyes painfully and repeatedly tapped his forehead. After a while, he looked at Melanie and said firmly, "Girl, I haven't eaten yet. Hurry up and show me some food and drink." Melanie looked at him, took a piece of smoked meat, a white bread, and a pot of clear water. She then took out a dagger, wiped it, and sliced off a small piece of the smoked meat. The remaining half she put back into her necklace. Audi had helped her, so she should treat him. But she was different from last night. Last night, although she was Farah's captive, everything was planned by Farah, and she didn't need money. Now, she was alone, unsure how long she could live by herself, so she had to save. Knowing how to save food is good. Audi tore off a piece of bread, added 2 slices of smoked meat, and started eating greedily. Melanie, though not hungry, also sliced 2 pieces of bread, added smoked meat, and ate slowly and absent-mindedly. Audi seemed very hungry or perhaps stubborn, quickly finishing the remaining bread and smoked meat, then gulped down several large sips of water before saying, "A young girl like you can't survive alone." Seeing Melanie biting her lip and moving, he waved his hand and continued, "And you look like you've never suffered. Do you think having some money can last you a while? Let me tell you, as soon as you appear in Greenfield City and let those hungry wolves know you have a storage device and are alone, you'll immediately become their roasted lamb." His face turned serious, and he looked at Melanie calmly, saying, "Then the loud necklace around your neck won't belong to you anymore. If your necklace is special, you might lose your life in an instant." Melanie's heart trembled. She instinctively reached for the necklace around her neck. Her necklace is indeed special. Now she couldn't untie the contract connection above, and if someone wanted to steal her necklace, only her death would make it ownerless. A single silver coin could provide a good life for a family, but her necklace was worth at least 100 gold coins. Those poor mercenaries would never let her go. Thinking of this, She secretly hid the necklace under her clothes. Do you think hiding your treasure makes you look poor, so others won't bother you? Audi sneered as he looked at Melanie. Not to mention, with your looks, if someone catches you, you could be sold for 3 or 5 gold coins. It took me years of hard work to save just a few dozen silver coins. 3 or 5 gold coins are enough to make people jealous. Melanie didn't know she could sell her necklace, but she knew being sold would be very bad. In her panic, she clenched her dagger tightly, tears welling up in her eyes but not falling. She can't go home, but she must stay alive. She won't die, and she won't be sold. She still wants to become a great wizard and won't let anyone bully her. Thinking of this, she gripped her dagger even tighter, watching Audi carefully. Audi hadn't harmed her before, but he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't in the future. Others didn't know her background, but Audi knew it very well. Audi wasn't angry at Melanie's actions. Instead, he looked at her seriously for a long time before he chuckled and said, "Well, girl, you're pretty smart, much smarter than I thought." Then he added, "Put down the dagger. Tears are still in your eyes, and you look weak. Since you have nowhere to go, follow me from now on. At least on Mercenary Street, everyone knows to give me some respect." After saying this, he scratched the back of his head and sighed, "But we should think this over carefully." He sighed again and sighed, secretly annoyed at how soft-hearted he had become. Could it be because he had been in the mercenary and street thug world for too long, never having met a pure, fragrant girl like Lucy? Luckily, Lucy didn't seem too naive, nor was she the type to cry and whimper easily. Otherwise, even if her tears dried up, he wouldn't agree to take her in. At least Lucy wasn't too foolish and wouldn't cause him big trouble. But in the days that followed, Audi thought about taking more responsibility for someone's meals. He couldn't help but feel a bit fierce inside. He was determined that she should help him with laundry, cooking, sewing, and cleaning. He wouldn't raise her in vain. Audi said, "I must go to the academy to learn skills. This goal can't change. Otherwise, we'll be bullied all our lives and won't be able to lift our heads." "I can do magic," Melanie interrupted. When Audi decided to adopt her without asking for her opinion, she felt a warm feeling inside. She could tell Audi was very serious. Also, living alone, he probably knew a lot more than she did. So, she didn't refuse his kindness. "Oh, aren't you still a servant?" Audi looked at Melanie with interest and asked, "What have you learned?" Melanie hesitated for a moment, afraid to meet Audi's gaze. She knew she didn't know anything right now. But she quickly lifted her head and said firmly, "I took a talent test and learned meditation. Farah gave me a book, and I can teach myself all the basic spells. Yes, I believe I will learn very quickly." By comparing Melanie's story with Farah's, Melanie knew her meditation quality was very high, definitely better than the intermediate mage Melanie. Plus, she had an advantage. As long as she was in the sunlight, she would naturally meditate. Although she didn't understand why her natural magic didn't gather into a core, she could easily sense natural magic at a beginner level, which proved she was now a beginner natural mage. And she had only been meditating for a few days. Audi didn't know what she was thinking, but suddenly became very excited and asked, "Lucy, do you know how to read?" "Yes," Melanie nodded. When she was 3 years old Maury had taught her to read using a book called Introduction to Magic Planting. "Do you recognize many words?" Audi clenched his fists, looking very nervous. Melanie looked at him with confusion and nodded. "I can read. I know the common writing used on the continent. How many do I recognize?" Even if not all, she could read most of the common characters. Hearing her affirmative answer, Audi let out a low growl, stood up, and excitedly spun inside the tree hollow. He suddenly hugged Melanie and spun her around, trying to suppress his joy. He whispered, "Father God is awakened. My little Audi is good luck."
Oh.
Praise Father God. Other works. Audi was so excited that Melanie couldn't understand him. He hugged her and spun her around in a small tree hollow. She quickly felt dizzy and her face turned red from holding her breath. She hit Audi's back hard and shouted, "Audi, Audi, calm down." But Audi didn't seem to notice her. He just quietly chuckled to himself as if he hadn't heard her. After a while, he finally stopped spinning because he was too tired. He gently set Melanie down and held her shoulders tightly. His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone brightly. He asked carefully, "Lucy, my good sister, can you teach Audrey how to read and write? Was it really worth bothering her for this?" Melanie felt a bit annoyed. Audrey saw she didn't answer and pounded his chest. "Good sister, don't worry. From now on, I will protect you. I will take care of you with good food and drinks. You don't have to cook or do laundry." His words sounded a little anxious, and he even revealed his plan to use Melanie.
Oh.
"I'll teach you," Melanie said without thinking much. She didn't know how to cook either. As for laundry, there was a water magic called cleaning, which she could learn to use soon. "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened with happiness, and he couldn't believe it. "Learning to read isn't hard. Why would I lie to you?" Melanie asked curiously. "Audrey, it's just learning a few words. Why are you so excited?" Audrey rubbed the back of his head and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth, took out a very clean piece of cloth from his pocket, and carefully peeled back the layers. Finally, he revealed a thin, somewhat old-looking booklet and said to Melanie, "Lucy, can you help me see what this is?" Seeing how serious Audrey was, Melanie became a little more cautious. She leaned in closer and looked. The cover of the booklet had no words. She glanced at Audrey and then opened the first page. There were a few messy characters. Seeing Audrey staring at her eagerly, she began to read aloud. She mean Vista's practice notes. Vist, the shadow thief saint. Audrey suddenly burst into incredible joy, tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground, holding a thin book as if it were a sacred object. Father God has truly awakened. Melanie did not mock Audrey's emotional outburst, nor disturb him this time. She was not familiar with the name Shaman Vesta, but Audrey mentioned the Wind Shadow Thief Saint. Even if she didn't know much, she had heard of his reputation. He was the only person in the past 500 years to become a saint through his skills as a thief. During a great drought in Ister County, he stole hundreds of warehouses worth of grain from the Imperial City's storage and spread it across the entire county. Old Maury often praised him, calling him a true hero and saying he deserved the title of saint. So, Audrey's chance to get the thief saint's notes was definitely a blessing from the Father God. "Good luck," he said.
But
Melanie carefully warned, "Audrey, stay calm. What's in that note? Can you follow it and practice like I do?" She was confident in her self-study because she had already learned meditation and had a detailed book called Beginner Magic Diagram Collection. It might be hard, but she believed she could learn. Audrey, however, only had agility and didn't know the basics of being a thief. If he didn't even know how to become a thief, what use was a book that might contain the high-level insights of the thief saint? Melanie's words made Audrey calm down a little. Seeing that Melanie hadn't taken his book, he felt more at ease and nodded. "Lucy said we should see what's inside first." But this book was more precious than all her belongings. If a few gold coins could make some mercenaries jealous and cause trouble, then sharing this book could lead to a bloody fight among all the warriors in the Empire. Melanie knew this very well. She looked at Audrey and softly said, "I taught you how to read.
you can look at it yourself now."
Suddenly, she remembered a saying from her sister May's world: lovers should respect each other's secrets. She and Audrey had only just met, not even friends yet, so she dared not share such a treasure. Even though she was now a mage, she wouldn't switch to being a thief. But Audrey clenched his teeth, handed the book to Melanie, and firmly said, "Lucy, sister, you can teach with this." Then he nodded heavily and said, "Yes, use this to teach. You teach me sentence by sentence and I learn sentence by sentence. In the end, I can memorize the contents of this book, and then I won't be afraid of losing it or having it taken away." Since he was young, he had been among all kinds of people, seen many dark and bloody things, but the little Lucy in front of him was different from everyone he knew. She looked at him so quietly in the dark, without panic or shouting, naturally sharing her food with him, naturally offering her money. She was pure, soft, and warm. He was willing to stay with her, willing to do his best to protect her, and it wasn't just because he was soft-hearted, Audrey thought. This booklet was given to me by the old man. He said that with this, I could become a very powerful person. He only taught me a few big characters before he was hurt while begging for food, and we didn't have money to treat his injury, so he died quickly. Audrey sat down sadly and said, "When I was young, I didn't want to sit still and learn to read, thinking I still had time. But I didn't. That's why I want to go to the academy, to learn to read." Melanie nodded and said, "I used to think my brother was just there and I could learn from him anytime. But then something changed suddenly. Actually, my name isn't Lucy, but she didn't say what her real name was. Even though her hair color had changed and her appearance had subtle differences, Melanie, her name, still made her family think she was a good disciple brought by Master Everton." Audrey didn't ask either. They both fell silent for a long time. The hollow gradually darkened, and soon it was so dark that only a blurry figure could be seen. Audrey was the first to giggle and say, "It's probably evening outside. Lucy, sister, do you have a lamp? We all hope your teacher is gone, but we can't be sure. So I think it's better for you to stay here for a few days." "Yes, I'll listen to you." Melanie took out a luminous stone, rubbed it hard a few times, and it emitted a gentle white light. The light was very small, only illuminating a tiny area in front of her. Now she was very grateful to Farah. Originally, she had received a storage necklace but only packed a few personal items, like her notes. Fortunately, Farah had prepared plenty of daily supplies for her, just in case. She hadn't expected to need them so soon. "This is my little place." Audrey scratched his head shyly and said with a smile, "If no one comes looking for you in a few days, we can go rent a small room in the city. It only costs a few dozen copper coins a month and won't attract attention. Everyone knows I don't have a fixed home anyway. Can't we go somewhere else?" Melanie didn't want to return to Greenfield City. She didn't want Farah or anyone else to find her, nor did she want her family to recognize her. "I have enough money for travel. Even if it's not enough, we can walk. We'll get there eventually."
But
Audrey looked troubled. "I earn money by digging for herbs near the forest. If we don't stay near Greenfield City, how will we make a living? We can't just become beggars." Melanie remembered how proudly Audrey had once said he had saved over 30 silver coins. Audrey wanted to study, and she herself planned to enroll in an academy too. After all, academies were safe places. But the tuition. Even if they didn't think about that for now, they couldn't just live off their savings forever. Herbs. An idea flashed through Melanie's mind. She quickly lifted the light stone and searched around until she found her pot of despair vine. Even when she heard about the trouble Farah was in, and her heart was in turmoil, she had kept holding on to her despair vine. The net made of grass stems was strong enough and hadn't broken. She moved the pot closer and gently touched the withered, curled vines. She could feel its faint sense of trust and gratitude. Smiling slightly, she looked up at Audrey and said, "Audrey, this is a despair vine, a 5th-grade magic plant. But it's dried up," Audrey said with a frown. No one would want a dead despair vine. Having spent a long time among mercenaries, he had heard of the despair vine before. For most skilled mercenaries, despair vines weren't too hard to find in the central forest. The real problem was that once a despair vine was dug out of the ground, it could only survive for 24 magical hours. Any delay meant certain death, no matter how much soil you dug up with it or what kind of container you used. Of course, its petals alone could still be preserved in a specially made magic box. Unfortunately, the despair vine blooms only once a year, and it produces just one flower. The bloom lasts only a fleeting 3 minutes. It takes a lot of luck for mercenaries to find a flowering despair vine. Actually, the fresh despair vine's tendrils are much more effective than magic potions made from flower petals. But they can't be stored. So, when seeing a dead despair vine, all you can do is sigh or smile bitterly. "I can save it," Melanie said with bright eyes. She fiddled with the vine and told Audrey, "I can save it. I have more than 10 gold coins, enough for us to survive for a long time. When it blooms, we can pick the petals and sell them to get money for school. No one has ever heard of someone transplanting a despair vine. Even Master Everton couldn't do it. And bringing a dead despair vine back to life? That's impossible." Aji carefully looked Melanie over again, clenched his fists tightly, and asked cautiously, "Lucy, are you sure?" "Absolutely sure," Melanie nodded confidently. After thinking for a moment, she parted the vine to reveal a tiny, faint green inside, showing Aji. She said, "Look, it's not dead." "Aji, I know you might find it hard to believe, but I bought this despair vine and planted it in this pot. Normally, it should only live for a day, right?" Aji nodded. "Judging by how this despair vine looks, it's probably been dug out for almost a day." If he knew how many days it had been sitting on the stall, he might be so shocked he'd swallow his tongue. Melanie looked excited and said, "Anyway, we're hiding here for a few days. If it's still alive tomorrow, and the day after, then it means I can save it. Right?" Aji swallowed hard and nodded slowly. "If it proves it can live, we'll go to the Imperial City." Melanie gently touched the soft vine and smiled happily, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze, echoing inside the small tree hollow. Aji also reached out to touch the despair vine carefully and said seriously, "If it lives, we'll go to the Imperial City." A gentle, glowing light enveloped the two small figures, making the air inside the tree hollow feel warm and cozy. "Aji, I'll start teaching you to read now," Melanie said. "Yes, you read first and I'll listen." Aji handed over his treasured book again. Melanie graciously took it, flipped through the pages, and began to read softly. Aji clenched his fists and listened carefully. After a long while, she finished reading the few dozen pages and closed her notebook. She looked at Aji with concern and said, "Aji, it seems we have to go to the imperial capital to study." Her previous worries were correct. This notebook was definitely left by the Shadow Wind Thief Saint. However, it seemed to have been written after he became a mid-level top thief. The notes contained his insights into the bottlenecks he faced in his training, how to seek breakthroughs, and directions for improvement. For a beginner thief, these were treasures, but for Aji, who knew nothing at all, they were of no use. Seeing Melanie's caring look, Aji pursed his lips and suddenly smiled broadly, which made Melanie feel a bit confused. Aji happily said, "Now I am sure you are a young lady from a wealthy family who never leaves home. Lucy, don't you know that at the market, you can buy beginner guides for any profession at a low price? Not just for warriors, even basic meditation techniques are sold, though not very good ones, but they can still be practiced." "Is that so?" Melanie blushed slightly and looked at Aji with some doubt. Aji explained with a smile, "I didn't buy it because I can't read. I only learned how to spell my own name with the old man, and I've recognized the signs of taverns, money changers, and mercenary shops on the streets, but understanding a whole book is still very difficult." He said this casually, smiling flatteringly at Melanie. "Now that Lucy is teaching me, I don't have any difficulties at all." Melanie let out a breath, turned around, and shyly said, "Then you should start studying quickly." Then, using the notes, she taught Aji the first paragraph to memorize. After he repeated it perfectly without missing a word, she said, "Read each word carefully and write it down on the ground. I need to meditate." Aji studied carefully, focused on learning. Melanie thought for a moment, then closed her eyes to feel the state of the despair vine. She gently poured a little magic into it, then took out a water jar and placed it outside. She moved back to lean against the tree hollow wall, feeling the warm, friendly aura from the big tree. Her heart calmed. She tried to call Little Goo, but it didn't work, so she sighed and began to meditate. It seemed easier than last night's meditation. She saw countless bright green lights swirling around her, dancing happily, then rushing into her body. They blended into green silk threads, making the threads gradually become whiter. She saw more green light clusters stopping still, all greeting her kindly. Outside, the forest under the glow of the green lights looked like a beautiful fairyland. She saw a night-running wind rabbit jumping freely in the woods under the green light, but suddenly a thin rope tied its leg. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Melanie stared at the struggling rabbit for a long time. Something moved in her heart. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The green light clusters quickly faded like a tide. Her view returned to the tree hollow. Despair Vine quietly stayed beside her. Audi was under the glow of the luminous stone, carefully drawing on the ground with his finger. "Let's go outside and take a look," Melanie said. She really wanted to see if there was an unlucky wind rabbit caught in a trap outside. Now, Audi hesitated. "It's risky. We're at the forest edge, but if we're not careful, there could be danger. Plus, we don't know much, and it's night, so it's hard to see." Melanie thought for a moment, then said, "I won't go far." Her face showed a bit of nervousness. Audi nodded, slapped his head, and smiled flatteringly. "Oh, I forgot." He stood up, grabbed a sturdy wooden stick, and helped Melanie push aside the bushes. He said, "There are many small creatures in the grass at night. We need to use the stick to scare them away." Then he rolled up the luminous stone and explained, "The bright light in the forest can attract attention from the big animals." "Okay," Melanie nodded, remembering his advice. Outside wasn't very dark. The moonlight quietly shone through the forest, making it look peaceful and calm. Melanie finally felt like looking around. When Audi first brought her here, she was confused and didn't know where she was. This is the edge of the forest. Mostly normal animals live here, and magical beasts are rare, Audi said, pointing to the darker, denser woods on the right. If you go a little further inside, you'll reach the area where level 1 and 2 magical beasts are active. Even during the day, I wouldn't dare go in alone." Then he turned and pointed to the low bushes behind them, handing Melanie a stick. "You can go over there if you need to go to the bathroom." Melanie paused, blushing. She realized Audi misunderstood her wanting to go outside, but she didn't explain. She nodded, took the stick, and headed toward the bushes, also taking care of her personal needs. When she returned, she said to Audi, "Audi, I think there might be something over there. Let's go check." The woods outside looked just like the green-lit place she had meditated in. As long as she saw an unlucky rabbit not far to the front left, she could be sure she was really seeing outside. Other recommended works. Audi knew what dangers lurked in the peaceful-looking forest. He grabbed Melanie to calm her down. "Little Lucy, let's look around during the day, okay? I'll take you for a walk here tomorrow." That meant, since it's night now, she shouldn't be wandering around. But Melanie was fixated on that unlucky rabbit, her curiosity itching like grass growing inside her. She couldn't wait until daytime. She pushed forward toward the place she remembered, saying, "I'll just take a quick look, not far." Audi stomped his foot and hurried after her, protectively staying close. He looked around carefully. As long as she crossed his territory, he was determined to bring her back, no matter what. Fortunately, Melanie didn't go far. She had only walked for 3 or 5 minutes when her ears twitched. She heard struggling sounds and felt happy. She quickened her steps and exclaimed excitedly, "Audi, look! There's an unlucky wind rabbit." Audi saw the rabbit too and grinned. "Haha, I can't believe my trap finally caught something valuable after 3 days. A live wind rabbit can be sold to the Mercenary Guild for 50 silver coins. What a big catch. The wind rabbit is also a first-level magical beast. Although it has no attack power, its speed is not inferior to 3rd or 4th-level magical beasts, making it very hard to catch. Plus, it tastes delicious, so its price is quite good." He was happy not only because he had gained something, but also because he thought that with this rabbit, Lucy would definitely be willing to go back. Lucy is not only important for his literacy progress, but also someone he likes and doesn't want to get hurt. Since meeting Lucy, he feels his life has suddenly become much smoother. Now, even a trap he doesn't expect can catch a good prey, doubling his assets instantly. Did you make this trap?" Melanie was also very happy. This rabbit looked exactly like the one she saw. So, she can see far outside when she meditates. Wenwen mentioned that this phenomenon is called mental power projection. But a beginner mage's mental power only covers a small room. Now, Wenwen, a mid-level mage, can cover about a mile radius, and her projection lasts only about 15 minutes before exhausting her mental energy. But what about her current situation? Even though she is a beginner mage, she shouldn't be able to see so far in theory. After thinking carefully, she didn't feel her mental strength was overwhelmed. It seemed she could see even farther. It turns out she has so many unique abilities. Melanie thought to herself. She saw that Audi had already tied the unlucky wind rabbit tightly with a rope and said, "Audi, let's go back." She was eager to find out how far she could see and how long her mental power could support her vision. Audi naturally agreed and tightly held the wind rabbit, pulling Melanie back. Suddenly, both of them took a step back at the same time, their hearts pounding in their chests. A sharp-toothed wild boar was blocking their way back. Although the sharp-toothed wild boar isn't a magical beast and can't use magic attacks, it is a fierce beast. Even though this one looks like a young adult, its size is bigger than both Audi and Melanie combined. The gleaming fangs under the moonlight made their hair stand on end. "Lucy, do you remember the way back?" Audi threw the wind rabbit onto the ground, pulled out 2 daggers from his legs, and protected Melanie in front of him. He whispered, "If we really face them later, find a chance to take the rabbit and go back to the tree hollow." He then prepared himself, glaring fiercely at the wild boar. Facing a beast, running away in fear won't work. Only if you look tougher than it does will it retreat. Lucy, however, didn't scream in panic, which made the wild boar attack immediately. This made Audi feel a bit more at ease. Lucy is not the helpless, crying girl he met on the street. As long as Lucy is safe, he might get hurt a little, but he will definitely survive and return to the tree hollow. The current creature can't get in, so there's nothing he can do about it. "Be careful," Melanie said, a little annoyed at herself for coming to see and causing trouble for Audi. She tightly gripped her stick and faced the wild boar. The two of them and the beast stared at each other for a long time. Audi was worried there might be more wild boars nearby, and if that happened, they might really lose their lives. So he didn't wait any longer. With a low growl, he gripped his dagger and charged at the wild boar with sharp teeth. The wild boar didn't see Audi as a threat and charged at him too. In that moment, Audi quickly dodged to the side, swung his dagger, and left a deep cut on the boar's belly. He shouted, "Run!" Melanie knew her small arms and legs could only cause trouble, so she immediately picked up the wind rabbit, threw it into her necklace, and ran back away from the fight between Audi and the boar. The wild boar, hurt and in pain, suddenly went berserk. It let out a loud cry, spun around, and charged at Audi again. Losing the advantage of distance, and without proper fighting skills, Audi's body, even if quick, couldn't last long. After narrowly avoiding the boar's attacks several times, he finally couldn't dodge anymore and was slammed hard, flying through the air. He wasn't pierced by the sharp tusks, but he hit the ground with a muffled groan. That muffled sound made Melanie stop in her tracks. She looked back and saw Audi getting up again to face the boar. His face was pale as paper in the moonlight, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. She felt anxious and thought, "What should I do? What can I do? If this keeps up, Audi will die." Melanie's heart was filled with urgent fire. When she couldn't think of a way out, she ran back to the tree hollow, hoping that after she left, Audi would have no worries and could truly escape. No, it won't work. Yes, she still has magic. Melanie took 2 quick steps and stopped again. In her panic, she pulled out the beginner magic composition guide, forced her hands to stop trembling, and quickly flipped to the page on natural magic. She read the diagram and explanation of entangling carefully, then ran back. In this delay, Audi was knocked flying again. Seeing Melanie run back, he felt both anxious and angry. He growled, "Go back." He didn't dare pay too much attention to her and focused entirely on fighting the sharp-toothed wild boar. He had already left several bloody wounds on the boar, but none were fatal. Instead, it made the wild boar even more fierce. "I can help you." After saying this, Melanie looked at the grass under the wild boar's hooves. She waved her small hand in the air and shouted, "Entangle." A wave of magic energy rippled, but nothing happened. "Help? What a joke." Distracted, Audi saw the dark white fangs rushing toward his legs. He couldn't dodge, and a blood hole appeared in his right leg. The pain almost made him cry. In desperation, he took a deep breath, grabbed the wild boar's fangs, climbed onto its head, and refused to let go no matter how much it struggled. Audi shouted, "Run." Melanie was anxious beyond words. She gritted her teeth, looked at her book again, and tried to draw the diagram. Entangle me. Perhaps her father heard her call. Before she finished speaking, the wild boar's furious legs suddenly caused a patch of insignificant grass to grow wildly tall. In an instant, it wrapped the boar from its hooves to its back, along with Audi, tightly cocooned in a big green shell. It's done. Melanie's eyes widened with joy, tears streaming down her face. The sudden change stunned Audi. When he regained his senses, he found himself tightly bound by grass vines. They were about to cover his mouth, and he felt the boar beneath him struggling non-stop. The grass quickly started breaking apart. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick!
Kill it."
Stab it in the neck." Although Lucy temporarily trapped the wild boar, she also got caught in the trap. If we don't act quickly, the beast will soon break free from its trap. Right now, it is struggling painfully against the grass vines. Melanie, with tears in her eyes, saw the dangerous situation in front of her. Without hesitation, she took out a small knife, ran toward the wild boar, and faced its blood-red, fierce eyes. She couldn't help but step back. "Hurry, Lucy," Audi shouted loudly. "If he breaks free, we're all finished."
Come on.
"Close your eyes and stab." Hearing this, Melanie closed her eyes tightly and, with fierce determination, stabbed her sharp knife into the wild boar's body over and over, ignoring everything else. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. "Little Goo, old Maury, brother one." She was frantically stabbing, as if trying to release all her worries and fears from the past few days. After many stabs, she finally ran out of strength and had to stop to catch her breath. She saw that the wild boar's sharp teeth had already died and stopped struggling. Blood was still pouring from its neck and body. She froze for a moment, then loosened her grip, letting the knife fall to the ground. She staggered back a few steps and sat down heavily, crying out loud. So much blood. Blood everywhere. "It's okay now, be good." The magic effect disappeared. Audi finally broke free from the grass vines. He endured his injuries and carefully pulled Melanie up, hugging her to comfort her. "Don't be afraid." Lucy was very brave. She saved Audi's life. He picked up the small knife Melanie had dropped and held her close as they headed back. He advised her, "Lucy, we need to leave here quickly. The smell of blood will attract more dangerous creatures. We can't stay." Melanie sniffled and followed Audi, her mind still foggy. But she soon noticed that Audi was limping and walking hard. She looked down and saw his clothes were torn in many places, revealing wounds everywhere. His thigh was bleeding constantly. She was shocked and asked, "Audi, are you okay? It's just a small wound. It will heal soon," Audi said with a forced smile. "Now that Lucy is here, I don't have to be afraid of starving. I'll be fine, really." Then he added, "Come on, help me. Let's get back to the tree hollow quickly. The big creatures can't get in there." Melanie, no longer able to hold back her fear and tears, helped Audi up and hurriedly followed him back. Fortunately, they traveled safely without encountering any animals. After entering the tree hollow, Audi grabbed some powder from the corner and sprinkled it at the entrance. Instantly, a strong, unpleasant smell filled the air. "This is deodorizer powder. It can fool wild animals' noses and stop them from smelling blood and chasing us," Audi explained with a smile. Then he added regretfully, "It only costs 10 copper coins for a small bag." He hurriedly pulled Melanie aside, anxious. "Quick, take out that rabbit and check if it's dead. If it's dead, we can only sell it for 10 silver coins." Melanie found this a bit funny but obediently took out the winged rabbit, holding its ears. Audi quickly patted its head several times until the rabbit showed some signs of movement. It kicked its back legs. Clearly, it was breathing again and had survived. Living creatures can't be kept in storage space, or they will suffocate. Luckily, this rabbit had only been inside for a short time. "We almost lost 40 silver coins." Audi patted his chest nervously, but forgot he had an injury there. The pain made him grimace. "Can't we sell that wild boar outside?" Melanie asked as she helped him sit and handed him some water. She didn't know how to treat the wound, but since Audi's hands weren't injured, he could handle it himself. Audi froze at her words, Then, realizing, he angrily pounded the ground and shouted in pain, "That's 10 silver coins too. By tomorrow morning, it might be inside that beast's belly. My money! I spent 2 years gathering herbs to earn only 33 silver coins. My money! He had to give up the money he earned, which hurt him more than his injuries. Forget it. Melanie rolled her eyes and urged him. You need to heal your wounds first. Think about it, I've learned how to bandage. With both of us working together, we shouldn't get hurt by wild boars anymore. Audi's eyes lit up at her words. He was about to complain about his thigh, but accidentally pressed on the edge of his wound, causing a sharp intake of breath. He didn't look at it, but instead looked at Melanie excitedly.
Yes.
With Lucy's magic help, we can definitely kill big wild boars like that.
Ha.
Audi, am finally going to get rich. Think about how he usually cautiously searches for coagulating herbs and always avoids any wild animals. Think about the homes of the 10 or so sharp-toothed wild boars he knows well, and the bear den. All of these have turned into shining silver coins in his eyes. A white line dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Melanie gently pressed her forehead, really not wanting to pay attention to the person who was dropping coins. He didn't need anyone's concern at all. This distraction made her mood calm down. She looked at her dress, which was stained with blood. Although it was uncomfortable, she no longer felt the same fear or nausea as before. She had a few more dresses, but since Audi was with her, she couldn't change. Feeling a bit upset, she sat on the grass, resting her chin in her hands, and started to think. She used her entangling magic. Finally, she had some usefulness. So, her natural magic has now reached the beginner mage level? Why didn't Fala notice this earlier when testing her? Otherwise, he wouldn't have said she lacked enough magic power to learn the reading spell. Thinking of Fala, she suddenly remembered she still had a bottle of healing potion Fala gave her. Feeling guilty, she patted her head and took out the potion, walking over to Audi and handing it to him. Here's a healing potion. Then she looked through the items Fala had given her and found some blood-stopping powder. She quickly took out a portion. Audi eagerly took it, first drinking a mouthful of the healing potion without hesitation, then tasting it lightly on his lips, returning the rest to Melanie, and starting to apply the medicine to the blood wound on his leg. He excitedly said, "Haha, I feel like my whole body is full of strength again. That wild boar is still mine." "Huh," Melanie frowned. She saw that after applying the powder, Audi's wound on his leg stopped bleeding but didn't fully heal. She thought, if only little Goo was here, it would definitely make Audi jump around happily, leaving no scars at all. Audi tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, tied it around the wound on his leg, then looked at his other injuries. He shook his head, handed the remaining powder to Melanie, and said, "The rest are just scrapes, no need for this. Lucy, I need to go out now and see if there are any dangerous wild animals. If not, I want to drag one back to the city." Melanie firmly shook her head, trying to stop him, saying, "Audi, didn't I tell you? In the future, we will definitely be able to hunt more wild animals. Wasting resources is the most shameful thing. We can't let those creatures get away easily." Audi bypassed Melanie, pushed aside the opening of the hole, and was about to go out, saying, "Don't worry, I will be very careful." Melanie quickly grabbed him and said urgently, "Wait, let me take a look first." Her words made Audi suspicious. He shook his head and said, "You can't go out." "I'm not going out," Melanie hurriedly explained. "When I meditate, I can see what's happening around me. That's how I knew a rabbit was caught before, so I had to go see for myself. Trust me." "Really?" Audi looked back into the tree hole, doubtful. "Really?" Melanie didn't explain much and said, "Wait for me a moment." Then she sat down and began to meditate. Everywhere, there were many green glowing spots of different sizes and heights, making the forest look very beautiful. Her vision expanded outward. Soon, she found the dead wild boar with sharp teeth, lying still. Its blood had dried up. A few mice were scattered around it, but they hadn't started eating. Further out, some rabbits were nibbling grass, and a small black bear was sleeping beside its mother. Among the bushes, many snakes moved quietly, and insects and ants busily crawled around. There were no meat-eating predators like wolves. Melanie breathed a sigh of relief, opened her eyes, and nodded to Audrey, saying, "There are only a few mice near the wild boar. But there are many insects and snakes in the bushes. Be careful not to get bitten." Audrey chuckled softly but seemed to pay no mind. He grabbed his dagger with one hand and a wooden stick with the other. He pushed aside the bushes at the tree hole and crouched low, slipping out quietly, making only faint rustling sounds. Melanie quickly sat down and closed her eyes. Her vision followed Audrey as he moved through the forest at night. She saw him crouching low, listening carefully for a moment, then moving cautiously. Soon, he reached the place where he had fought the wild boar before. When he saw a few mice wandering near the boar's body, he was startled. His eyes darted around wildly. Then, he tilted his head up to the sky and made a funny face, as if Melanie was watching him from above. Melanie's mouth curved into a cute smile between the tree hollows. In the forest, Audrey made a funny face, then used a stick to chase away the mice. He didn't care that the wild boar's body still had dry, withered grass and vines on it. He looped a rope around the boar's neck, tied a knot, and tried to pull it, struggling to drag it out of the forest. Melanie frowned. Right now, her eyes saw countless green glowing spots scattered across the forest, but the ground where the wild boar's body was supposed to be was empty. Only flickering points of light moved around, with no small glowing spots at all. Could it be that each glowing spot is a plant? The empty ground might be, because she used her power to wrap around and drain the life force of the plants there. Now, there are no small plants left alive on that ground, so it looks empty. The many tiny glowing spots on the ground are probably ordinary grasses. The sparser, floating spots that seem to cling to the tree trunks are not actually attached to the trees, but might represent the core of the trees themselves. Audrey slowly walked far away in her eyes, then turned back and waved goodbye to the forest, as if telling Melanie not to see him off anymore. Melanie smiled. She saw that no other animals were around. Her mind shifted, and her perception shrank like a tide. Sure enough, the glowing spot was right beside her, a very special one. It was larger than all the others Melanie had seen, and it had become clear enough to resemble a little fairy with defined features, like a legendary sleeping sprite. Its green color was very faint, almost transparent, as if it would vanish with a gentle breeze. Each glowing spot must represent a plant. According to Old Mori, in ancient legends, plants with ancient rings of age could turn into beautiful fairies. Melanie opened her eyes, hugged the despair vine, and said with a smile, "Little Jew, I will definitely save you. When you wake up, you'll become a beautiful fairy, and Old Mori will be surprised." The despair vine conveyed a faint but clear joy through Melanie's small hand. Then Little Goo is so clever, he should also be able to become a fairy, right? She hugged the despairing vine and muttered to herself for a while. When she calmed down and started to meditate again, she stopped paying attention to the green light filling her mind. Instead, she focused on using her magic, capturing magical elements to absorb into her body and practicing diligently. She wants to become a powerful mage, and no one can catch her. Then she slowly realized that compared to Greenfield City, the forest had many more natural elements. It was as if she was bathing in natural energy. Because it was night, the light elements had become scarce and less active. The distribution of earth and water elements didn't change much, but due to the lack of light elements, the usual transformation of the three types of elements into natural elements was less obvious. When she woke up again, the tree hollow was bright, and it was daytime. Audrey hadn't come back yet. Melanie moved her body inside the tree hollow but didn't go outside on her own. Since she had decided to go to the imperial capital to study, and now that she had a clear destination, Melanie didn't want Fala and her people to find her and catch her again. After eating some bread and drinking water, she sent a little magic to the despairing vine. She didn't send too much. She touched the soft little thorns on the vine and said apologetically, "Little Despair, I'm sorry I can't help you much right now. If your green color is discovered, someone might take you away."
I don't want that.
"Oh, and I wonder if you can stay in the space necklace." She paused her thoughts here and began to think. Living creatures, yes, animals that are alive, would suffocate and die if they had no air in the space equipment. But what about plants? Would they suffocate too? Old Mori said plants also need to breathe. But if she only saved the despairing vine and had to carry it with her, she couldn't avoid people noticing. And that would definitely lead to others fighting to take it. A fresh, living despairing vine could sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. If someone came to steal it, she and Audi wouldn't be able to protect it. Not only would her and Audi's tuition be at risk, but she might also be killed just like that. And if others found out about her special despairing vine, knowing she grew it herself, she would definitely be taken away again. She couldn't count on Fala or anyone as gentle as her.
Sigh.
Melanie sighed heavily, feeling a bit depressed. I originally planned to learn the reading technique and then see what else I could learn from the basic magic composition guide. I had already mastered everything, so I didn't feel like trying anymore. I looked at the green light at the entrance of the tree hollow. I patted my head and smiled. If the wind rabbit can stay inside the storage for 3 or 5 minutes without dying, then plants should be able to stay longer. I decided to test it. I moved to the tree hollow, closed my eyes, and relaxed my mind. I saw the small animals in the forest hiding and the ordinary little sparrow flying high above the trees. Only the insects in the grass didn't move and kept busy. Sometimes, I saw mercenaries walking through the forest, chatting easily as they entered or left. I even saw 2 ordinary city residents chopping down a big tree. Audi still hadn't come. Melanie withdrew her awareness and focused on the green glow at the tree hollow. She reached out and grabbed the brightest color, then opened her eyes. It turned out to be an immature coagulation grass. Melanie's eyes flicked around. She saw that many mature ordinary grasses and bushes had a similar light. So, she thought, maybe magic plants have a much brighter and richer glow than normal plants. But for now, I'll just use this coagulation grass for my experiment. Melanie took out her magic meter and checked the time. It's 8 a.m. She took out a dagger, dug up the coagulation grass along with a big chunk of soil from its roots, wrapped the roots in the back of some smoked meat paper, and put it into her necklace. After finishing this, she was sure to start studying the basic magic composition guide. It is said that a magic apprentice's magic elements are scattered throughout their body. Only when they gather enough magic to form a core can they be considered a beginner mage. Although her natural elements seem not to follow this standard, the other 3 types of elements are very rare, far from what a beginner mage would have. So, after learning the reading technique, she didn't try to use the beginner magic of the 3 elements. Instead, she chose 3 useful spells and memorized them. Basic healing from the light element, water arrow from the water element, and earth wall from the earth element. These spells can be cast once they reach the beginner level, but Melanie doesn't know when she will be able to use them. She is more interested in nature magic. The book Farah gave her also features 4 beginner nature spells. Although there aren't as many beginner spells as in other magic types, compared to ordinary mages who don't know any, Melanie found 2 in her college library, so 4 is quite a lot. Besides perception and entanglement, there's one called Nourish, similar to what old Mori discovered and what she practiced on the despair vine. It helps plants grow. The difference is that she used to send magic directly from her body in a clumsy way, but Nourish uses her magic as a guide, gathering natural elements around her and sending them into the plant to promote growth. It's like helping the plant to cultivate itself. Melanie tried casting Nourish on her despair vine. It worked, but the effect wasn't as good as directly sending magic into it. However, when she cast it on the plants near the tree hole, the weeds and bushes there grew much taller and stronger. Another spell is called Life and Death. It requires a magic seed as a trigger. The caster instantly activates all the life force in the seed, creating an attack similar to entanglement. This method causes the seed to grow quickly, mature, and then die soon after, which is why it has such a poetic name. Yes, Melanie remembers a phrase from her sister. A kind of cruel beauty. This magic is clearly an upgrade of entanglement. First, it adds the ability to use entanglement where there are no vine plants nearby or when plants are too weak to be effective. Second, ordinary grass and vine plants are not as tough as magical vines. Melanie looked at the despair vine and happily said, "Little Jew, your vine must be very tough and powerful. I heard it even has some magic-suppressing toxins. You'll have to give me lots of seeds to use in the future, okay?" Without being stingy. After playing alone for half a magic cycle, Melanie took out the coagulation grass used for experiments. It still looked bright green and full of life, as if it was thriving. She closed her eyes to feel it again, feeling reassured. The green light cluster showed no change, which made her very happy. She cast a nourish spell on the coagulation grass and put it back into her necklace. This time, it was the duration of one mage's magic. 1 magic cycle, 2 magic cycles, 3 magic cycles. When she cast nourish on the coagulation grass for the 4th time, it surprisingly bloomed. She was delighted and also amazed at how effective magic could be. Normally, it would take dozens of days for a small coagulation grass to bloom. After eating some food, the tree hollow grew dimmer. She started to worry if Audi had an accident. Why hadn't he come back after so long? As she thought about this, she couldn't focus on meditation anymore and began to watch the forest outside. There were more mercenaries returning to the city than in the morning. Many were covered in blood, looking like they had fought fiercely. Some looked exhausted but excited, as if they had gained something good. Others looked tired and unmotivated, as if they hadn't found anything satisfying. Some had sad expressions, probably because they lost comrades. Old Maury said that being a mercenary and entering the forest meant constantly facing life and death, just like how she had to fight the sharp-toothed wild boar last night. If she hadn't used the entangle spell, Audi would have been badly hurt, maybe even killed. Thinking of this, Melanie's heart trembled, and she felt a bit upset. She used to have a peaceful life, at home, in old Maury's small yard, playing in the little magic plant garden. It seemed dull and boring, but it was peaceful and safe. Then she would go to school with her brother's protection, not worrying about paying tuition or how to reach the imperial capital. All because of that darn yard, Melanie muttered and looked toward the forest outside, following the crowd. Suddenly, she saw Audi, but he was being beaten. A burly man with a face full of flesh was kicking Audi mercilessly, talking nonstop as if questioning him. Audi was already bleeding from the kicks. Melanie suddenly stood up, thought for a moment, and took the despair vine from the space inside her necklace. Since the healing herb can survive even when 3 magic spells are cast on it, the despair vine should also be able to support itself. This is their future source of income, and Melanie already believes that a fairy is growing inside. She cannot let it leave her side. Then she pushed open the tree hollow and crawled out. Yes, she is going to save Audi. She has observed this forest several times today, so everything is very familiar to her. Following the route in her mind, Melanie quickly ran toward the place where Audi was in trouble. Hey, I advise you to be smart and not risk your life for a few coins. Pfft, even if I die, I won't let you get away with it, Audi said disdainfully, spitting blood at the big man, which made him angrier. He swung his hand and slapped Audi, causing him to tumble several times and lie on the ground, unable to get up. Then I will help you out, the big man said, drawing a dagger. He stepped closer, not in a hurry, pressing toward Audi. Melanie just heard their conversation and saw Audi being beaten again. Her heart ached instantly. Without time to breathe, she drew a diagram in the air and cast a binding spell on the big man. The grass at the big man's feet began to grow wildly, quickly wrapping around him. First his feet, then his legs, then his waist. What is this thing? The big man was terrified. He hurriedly swung his dagger to cut the grass, but it looked like he couldn't escape. Melanie panicked and shouted again, "Bind!" More grass vines wrapped around the big man, quickly tightening around his hands. His body was pulled down, and he fell to the ground. Good job. Audi spat out the blood in his mouth, got up from the ground, and cheerfully gave Melanie a thumbs up. Then he went to the big man, kicked away his dagger, picked it up himself, and knelt beside him, laughing loudly. You tricked me. Audi, you tricked me. I will pay you back. No, I will give you all my money, the big man begged in fear.
You are dead.
All your money belongs to me, Audi said with a bright smile, wiping blood from his mouth. He stabbed the dagger into the big man's chest fiercely, then twisted it and pulled it out. Blood suddenly gushed out, splattering all over Audi's face and hair. Audi, you. Melanie stepped back in shock, pointing at Audi and speechless. She never expected Audi to kill someone. Looking again at the big man's wide-open, lifeless eyes, Melanie's heart tightened. She bent down and vomited forcefully. It seemed as if Audi was also experiencing his first murder. He took a few steps back, sat down on the ground, tightly gripped his dagger, and looked at the dead man with disbelief. After a long while, he wiped the blood off his face, knelt toward Greenfield City, and bowed his head. He laughed loudly, saying, "Old man, did you see that? Audi has avenged you. I finally avenged you." Then he started crying loudly. Hearing his crying, Melanie finally relaxed a little, but she still dared not look at the dead body. Seeing that Audi was badly injured, she quickly took out some healing potion and gave him a sip. She trembled and asked, "Audi, is he a bad person? Why did he hit you? I heard he wanted money. When you couldn't fight back, you should have just given him the money." Audi wiped his tears and shook his head calmly. "He stole the money I earned from selling wind rabbits and wild boars. But he didn't believe I only had that money. Or maybe he just wanted to kill me. Why? Why?" Melanie found it hard to accept. Her past life had never been bloody. Even when she was captured by Fala, she had never seen a dead person.
He was scared, Audi said.
3 years ago, he broke the old man's leg, which caused the old man to die. Yesterday, he saw me dragging a wild boar into town. He thought that since I could kill a sharp-toothed wild boar today, I could kill him tomorrow to take revenge. So wanting money was just an excuse. He just wanted to kill me. "Lucy, if you hadn't come today, I definitely wouldn't have survived." Audi shook his head, comforting Melanie as if he was also comforting himself. "He wants to kill me. I don't want to die, so I had no choice but to take his life. There's nothing to be afraid of." Then he nodded heavily and repeated, "Yes, that's right. There's nothing to fear. Lucy, during your meditation, did you see me?" He got up, returned the healing potion to Melanie, and began carefully searching the grass on the big man's body with his dagger, looking for something. He knew that his only hope of escape was the magic Melanie used. Although he didn't believe Melanie could truly see outside, he still held a faint hope. So, he didn't choose the main road into the forest when fleeing, and for a while, no one passed by. Melanie still didn't dare to look directly at the dead body. She turned her head and said, "Yes, I saw you being beaten, so I ran away quickly. Don't be so impulsive next time," Audi said, pocketing the coins he found. He then kicked the dead body in frustration and pointed behind them. "There's water over there. Let's go wash up first." Melanie didn't object. As Audi was leaving, he added, "Old Greedy is just a thug, just looks big and fierce. Actually, he doesn't know martial arts or magic, so we could beat him." "I saw your magic. The grass stems are very fragile. With a little internal energy, they break easily. So next time, make sure you're sure before you act. Otherwise, not only will you fail to save me, but you might also risk your life." Melanie was still frightened from seeing the dead body, so she nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, I will be more careful next time." But she didn't think much about it. She was just a young girl who had come out of a noble estate. How could she know if the other person was stronger than her? Moreover, neither she nor Audi knew that shortly after they left, a kind-looking old man dressed in a fiery robe carefully examined the corpse of the big man called Old Greedy. He muttered to himself, "Someone has learned natural magic? That's interesting." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a burst of fire poured out, burning the corpse completely. He shook his head and walked away. The direction he headed was straight into the central forest. "Bah, only less than a gold coin, and half of it was taken from me. What a miser." Audi counted the silver and copper coins he found on Old Greedy's body, looking disappointed and annoyed. When they reached the creek, he handed the coins and a book titled Thief's Entry Training to Melanie for safekeeping. Then, in front of her, he casually took off his blood-stained, tattered clothes, revealing his small, thin, dark body covered with cuts and bruises. He only wore a pair of shorts and suddenly jumped into the creek. Melanie's face turned slightly red as she turned away. Audie, did you hear any news in the city today? Melanie sat on a stone with her back to Audie, watching the warm orange sunset in the west. Her magic energy slowly flowed within her, feeling very wonderful. Yes. Audie wet his hair and kept scratching it while answering. When I went to the city, it was late at night. The blood-red tavern was open all night and charged us 60 silver coins for the wild rabbit and wild boar. Then I spent 10 copper coins on a glass of dark beer and stayed at the tavern to gather information. If Audie couldn't become a skilled thief, then being a very capable accountant for 10 people would be good enough. Seeing how clearly Audie remembered his expenses, Melanie smiled slightly. There is a mercenary called Wildcat as a code name. Later, I found out it was you who bought the despair vine from him. He turned to Melanie and said, Little Lucy, the despair vine you took isn't an ordinary one. Usually, when a normal despair vine is dug up from its growing place, it would be dead within 24 hours of magic time. But the one you bought, according to Wildcat, has been in his hands for several days. He didn't want to sell it cheaply because he was reluctant to part with it, and that's how you, the big spender, got it. But it didn't die, and I can save it. So how is that unfair? Melanie turned around, resting her chin on her hand. 3 gold coins isn't unfair at all. We were very lucky, but Wildcat is sure it's already dead. He would sell it for just 1 gold coin. Audie still looked a bit distressed and muttered, High-level mercenaries who can reach the deep forests where despair vines grow wouldn't bother digging up despair vines for just 1 or 2 gold coins. Only low-level mercenaries like Wildcat, with short-sighted eyes, would destroy them for such a small profit. Anyway, the small despair vine was hers now. Melanie thought about it, took the small despair vine out of the necklace space, and started nourishing it while there was nothing else to do. Suddenly, Audie saw this and shouted anxiously, Quick, Miss Lucy, put it away. The despair vine can't be seen by others, and the magic you use can't be known either. Audie's sudden alarm scared Melanie, and she obediently put the despair vine away. She looked around carefully, just like Audie, and seeing no one nearby, she asked confusedly, I know the small despair vine can't be seen by others. But why can't I be seen when I use magic? Audie looked at Melanie with a strange expression, sighed sadly, and then went back into the water. He felt a bit disappointed and thought, although little Lucy brought him good luck, protecting this innocent girl, as pure as a crystal, made him feel very stressed about the future. Still, he could see that he wouldn't have to work so hard for tuition fees anymore.
Why?
Audie, Melanie blushed, but she was always determined and patient when it came to understanding things. Since Audie didn't answer, she knew she couldn't hide her questions. Audie sighed again underwater and said, You should do a talent test. The magic you used before, the wrapping spell, and the magic you just used, they should be nature magic, right? You look only about 8 or 9 years old. If you can learn 2 types of magic so quickly, your talent must be pretty good. Yes, I think so, Melanie nodded. She remembered her brother, Muin, talking seriously about her natural talent, and she also thought about why Fala had caught her. She felt sorry and said, I was too careless. I thought Fala had left. Audie interrupted her and asked, Little Lucy, when did you start practicing meditation? Melanie counted on her fingers. On her birthday evening, Muin taught her meditation. 3 days later was her birthday ball, and that night Fala caught her in the small courtyard. She spent another night at a small inn, where she met Audie. Then last night, she was alone in a tree hollow. Less than 6 days, Melanie said, lowering her head deeply. She knew exactly where she had gone wrong. Audie looked at her with a strange expression, still fiddling with his fingers. When Melanie said 6 days, he accidentally choked on his water, coughed violently, and then jumped up again. He pointed at Melanie and scolded her angrily. 6 days. Are you stupid or what? Do you know that the most famous magic genius in 300 years, the current top protector mage, the Holy Flame Knight Shelton Cooper, took a whole month to become a beginner mage? Audrey's face turned red, and he stared at Melanie with anger, his thin chest rising and falling rapidly. A month and 6 days. Lucy's incredible speed of practice, faster than even a genius, was no wonder Fala wanted to catch her. If this got out, who wouldn't want to catch her? She is like this.
She is like this.
Isn't that making it harder for him to stay safe? I only know this. Even if I level up, I can't learn any other magic, Melanie weakly argued. I can't become someone as great as Master Cooper. Nature magic, nature magic. Audi, who had been hanging out on the streets with mercenaries since he was young, knew or had heard of many things, but he had never heard of a powerful mage specializing in nature magic. Audi quickly thought it over and sternly told Melanie again, in the future, you are not allowed to show your magic in front of others. As long as we are not dead, no one is allowed. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Melanie bowed her head weakly. She didn't expect Audi to be so thin, and when he smiled, he didn't look serious at all. When he got angry, he was even more frightening. She had never been scolded like this before, not even by Farah. Seeing Melanie look so pitiful, Audi softened his heart. He dipped into the water again, wiped his face, and softly said, Little Lucy, you only have these 2 types of magic to learn now, so you must be extra careful. Don't let outsiders know about your situation. As for more advanced magic, you'll learn it eventually, so don't worry, okay? Melanie saw that Audi was no longer angry. After thinking for a moment, it seemed they hadn't learned anything new from Audi's message, so she asked again, Audi, what exactly did you find out? What did the mountain cat say? Oh, by the way, the sun is setting, and the water will get cold. It's nothing, Audi replied casually, splashing some water and sitting on a rock in the water. He grabbed his torn clothes and rubbed them absent-mindedly while saying, The mountain cat asked for a silver coin and a cup of fine beer, then told me that early in the morning he saw your teacher looking very disheveled, holding a fainted female mage. He bought a carriage and headed east at the East Gate. It seems the target is Harvest City, then we're heading south to the Imperial City. We probably won't run into him, right? Melanie's eyes lit up as she asked eagerly. Yes, Audi nodded, hesitating slightly. Little Lucy, I still want to wait until I can read all the words in the book before we leave. I know a merchant's chief steward. He will go to the Imperial City in 10 days to deliver goods. I promise to help him feed the pack animals and do some chores.
He will take us with him. Oh, okay.
Melanie was eager, but not unhappy. After all, she insisted on leaving Greenfield City, and Audi could have stayed. Moreover, traveling with a reliable caravan was much safer and more secure than the 2 children wandering around aimlessly. The sky gradually darkened. Melanie saw the clear stream reflecting the moonlight, shining with a charming glow. She suddenly felt itchy and uncomfortable, as if her body hadn't been washed all day. Finally, she couldn't resist and took off her shoes, though she didn't remove her dress. She hurriedly washed herself, also rinsing her dirty dress. After both of them returned to the tree hollow, wet and tired, Melanie wanted Audi to go out first so she could change into a new dress. But she saw Audi rummaging in the corner of the hollow and pulling out an old pair of shorts. Audi chuckled and said, I'll go change. Little sister, you probably have some clothes too. Change out of the wet ones and hand them to me. I'll hang them on the tree, and they'll be dry by morning. Melanie blushed and nodded. Her already transparent skin looked even clearer under the glow of the luminous stone. After changing into a clean dress and waiting for Audi to prepare their simple dinner, Melanie took out the despair vine. She checked the small blood-stained grass, which still looked the same as before she put it in. She forgot her earlier discomfort. Thinking that the blood-clotting grass had been in the space for 4 magic hours, she quickly took it out to examine it. The tiny red flower, about the size of a fingernail, was still brightly blooming. The whole plant looked normal, with no obvious changes. It seemed healthy. At that moment, Audi knocked on the tree wall and entered. He looked at the grass in her hand and asked, What are you doing with the blood-clotting grass? You need to dig up a pound to sell for 12 copper coins. I'm experimenting with it. I want to see how long magical plants can survive in the space without dying or being affected in their growth. This one has lasted 4 magic hours in the space, Melanie explained, using a nourish spell on the blood-clotting grass. The flowers bloomed a little more, looking like they were about to wither. She closed her eyes, feeling the light cluster around it, then put it back into the space. I'll take it out again tomorrow morning. She clapped her hands and said, Audi, let's eat. Dinner was still white bread with smoked meat slices, plus 1 fruit for each person. The fruit, called pugwa, looks similar to red fruit, but is not a magical plant. It has no special use and can grow anywhere from north to south. It tastes good and is the most common fruit on the continent. Currently, her storage in the space can last both children about half a month. After dinner, Melanie checked Audi's reading skills and taught him 2 passages. She always thought that the common writing system on the continent was easy to learn, really easier than the writing used in Sister May's world. The difference is like that between a great wizard and an apprentice. She learned the writing casually with old Mori, and she found Audi learned quickly too. If she taught him the writing used by Sister May, he would definitely struggle. Thinking randomly, Melanie calmed down and started meditating. She didn't need sleep, but in the past 2 days, she found that when she let herself meditate and relax, even if she fell asleep, she remained in a meditative state and slept well. So, Melanie and Audi began their life in the tree hollow. It seemed they learned their lesson. Audi didn't ask to go find wild animals anymore. He focused on learning to read. Sometimes he went to the city and came back to tell Melanie some news from there. But he didn't mention anything about the mercenaries or the greenhouse, nor about Fala. Melanie just listened and forgot, only paying attention to the departure time. Some say Master Cooper entered the central forest, Audi told Melanie during dinner. The glorious mercenary group saw him on the territory of a 5th-level beast. He was alone, without any followers. It's really impressive. If it's the master. Melanie took a bite of pugwa and asked casually, what does he want? Why would he go into the forest alone? Audi frowned and thought for a moment, then shrugged. Master must have his reasons. Who knows? He didn't want to talk about others and said, tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the lilac flower caravan will gather at the mercenary house entrance with the hired mercenaries. Let's go to bed early tonight. We need to buy some things tomorrow. You should buy some more food. Going hungry is a very uncomfortable feeling. Since I met little Lucy, I've been able to eat enough every day. So, after I learn my skills, should I make little Lucy my follower? Should I? Little Lucy saved my life, fed me, and will even support me through school. But if I have followers, they'd be like subordinates, and I wouldn't be able to be friends with little Lucy anymore. So maybe I shouldn't? For a moment, Audi felt very conflicted. Melanie didn't notice his changing mood. She continued her meditation as usual and then fell asleep naturally. After about 10 days, she finally realized that if she kept the blood-clot grass in the space for 3 days, it would start to wither and its life would begin to fade. But 3 days was enough. So, in the past few days, she worked hard to treat her despair vine. Right now, the despair vine looks normal at first glance, but if you peel back the outer layer, the inside of the plant is starting to glow with a tender green light, like new life. Melanie also knew that the little fairy living inside the despair vine was about to wake up. She even heard his faint breathing. That night, she dreamed of Little Goo. In her dream, Little Goo had become a 5 or 6-year-old boy with blonde hair, transparent golden skin, and amber eyes. She dreamed of catching Little Goo suddenly, messing up his soft hair, and seeing him look even more adorable despite being angry, giggling and chattering happily. When she woke up in the morning, she looked at the small figure of Little Goo on her arm and silently thought, Little Goo, what's wrong with you? Don't you know I'm about to leave Greenfield City and go to the Imperial capital alone? Don't you know I miss you so much? Audi packed his 2 worn-out clothes into a bundle along with the blanket from the tree hollow. Seeing Melanie looking a bit down, he asked, Little Lucy, what's wrong? Nothing. Melanie glanced around the small tree hollow and replied, I've stayed here for so long. I feel a bit reluctant to leave. It's just a tree hollow. What's there to be reluctant about? Audi chuckled, then said to Melanie, if you have old clothes or anything, put them in the bundle. Later, we'll go to the city and buy some food and supplies. Worried that Melanie might not understand, he explained, we two kids can't carry valuable items like space tools. I am the older brother, so I wear old clothes. You're the younger sister, and I care about you, so you wear nicer clothes. Only two unremarkable items that won't harm others can safely reach the capital city. Melanie nodded, took out two dresses, folded them neatly, watched Audrey put them into a bundle, tied it up, and carried it on her back. She then crawled out of the tree hole. She followed. Audrey waved to the old oak tree and said loudly, "Old friend, thank you for sheltering me all these years. I'm leaving today. When I learn some skills, I'll come back to see you." Melanie also waved happily to the old oak tree, thought for a moment, and cast a nourish spell on it, muttering, "Old friend, you must live longer and better, okay? I will miss you." After saying goodbye to the old oak tree and the small nest inside the tree hole, the two children walked side by side toward Green Meadow City. The Wisteria Flower Caravan was a medium-sized trading group. It traveled regularly between Green Meadow City and the capital. It wasn't as famous as some big caravans, but it was well known on this route. Audrey knew their team's pack animal handler, a slightly older, friendly-looking man called Old Sam. He sometimes worked as a guide. When he saw Audrey, his face lit up with wrinkles and he greeted him. "Audrey, kid, you're here. Come help me watch these animals. They've been restless since morning. A few of them are lazy after just a little training." "Coming," Audrey replied, pulling Melanie forward. He grabbed the reins of the pack animal and skillfully scratched near its nose. The animal quickly stopped kicking and calmed down.
Wow.
"Your skills are better than mine. When you're a bit older, I'll introduce you to the head of the team and get you into the caravan." Old Sam smiled warmly, patting Audrey's shoulder. Then he looked at Melanie and said, "Audrey, where did you find this pretty girl? I know you don't have a sister." "Little Lucy," Audrey said, pulling Melanie gently and introducing Old Sam. "Call him Uncle Sam." "Uncle Sam," Melanie obediently greeted, giving a respectful bow. "Good kid, always polite." Old Sam gently patted Melanie's head and asked, "Tell Uncle where you come from. Has Audrey's boy ever bullied you?" His large hand had rough lines, which made Melanie think of old Maury. Melanie sniffed and looked up, saying, "I think I came from the old oak village on the west side of the city. I walked for a very long time, then my husband disappeared. Brother Audrey told me I could find my husband in the Imperial City." This sentence sounded a bit unclear, and with Melanie's innocent and confused expression, Old Sam's heart softened a little. He gently stroked Melanie's hair and said kindly, "Yes, you will find your husband. I have a niece who is about your age." Based on what Audrey had said earlier, he automatically understood Melanie's story as, a wizard took this young girl from a remote village, intending to bring her to the Imperial City, but they got separated near Greenfield City. Then she met Audrey. Seeing she was alone, Audrey took her as a little sister and was taking her to find her husband in the Imperial City. Audrey probably thought it was good to be friends with a future wizard. Maybe by escorting this girl, her husband would reward Audrey well. Later, "Uncle will carry you to sit in the middle of the cargo bag," Old Sam said, patting the innocent Melanie. He then turned to Audrey to continue checking the pack animals. Audrey made a funny face at Melanie and then hurried to help Old Sam with the animals. The Jinghua flower caravan was transporting dried bloodgrass, licorice, and other plants that grew all over Greenfield City. They also carried some fresh ornamental plants like fragrant flowers. The total load was huge, filling dozens of large carts. Since these items weren't very valuable individually and there was no worry about bandits, they only hired a few low-level mercenary teams, about 100 people, mainly to scare off any magical beasts they might encounter. After checking the animals, Audrey wiped the sweat from his face, told Old Sam, and then pulled Melanie into a small side street. They bought some travel supplies at different small shops, carefully avoiding anyone noticing Melanie's space necklace. Finally, he carried a bulging bag back to the mercenary house. The goods were quickly loaded onto the carts. Under Old Sam's care, Melanie climbed onto the second pack animal. She sat on a high pile of filled dryer bags, holding the ropes tightly. Old Sam had deliberately left some space on top, so she didn't have to worry about falling off easily. The herb sacks were stacked as high as 2 houses. When Melanie last looked at Audi, she noticed that her figure had become much smaller. This is Green Meadow City. Melanie looked around, gazing at the city she had lived in for 8 years, but felt unfamiliar with. She was momentarily stunned. The caravan moved forward, passing through the Mercenary Street and onto the crossroad. She saw the tall building of the Mage Guild, recalling her experiences inside and the person who betrayed her to the Institute, Ralph, who had taken her away from the warm, safe home. She clenched her teeth. One day, she would get revenge. But she didn't have a clear plan yet. The caravan traveled south along the crossroad. When they reached the Blood Coagulation Street intersection, she stared longingly toward her home, tears unknowingly falling. "Little Lucy, what's wrong?" Audi climbed up from below, asking with concern. "Are you scared because you're so high up?" "Don't worry, I'll come talk to you from time to time," Melanie choked up and said. "Audi, my family. My father, mother, brother, and sister." It turned out that little Lucy wasn't from Oak Tree Village after all. Her home was in Green Meadow City. Audi sat beside her, gently patting her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I will always be here for you. Audi, will protect you. The names Oak Tree Village or Old Oak Tree Village are very ordinary." The road between Green Meadow City and the imperial capital was a wide, flat path that had been well trodden. There weren't many travelers, and it only crossed a few small hills. In the past, there were no reports of dangerous bandits or highway robbers on this route, so it was quite safe. After crying for a while, Melanie felt her magic energy moving under the sunlight. Her mood calmed, and she began to meditate. She only got off when the caravan stopped for a meal, still looking dazed. Audi, however, was very familiar with the mercenaries and was chatting loudly and happily. Someone came over to talk to Melanie. She was feeling a bit down and afraid of saying something wrong, so she just sat quietly without responding. "Hey, Audi, is your sister mentally okay?" He looked quite handsome, but he acted like a wooden doll. The mercenary chuckled. "Your sister is the real wooden one," Audi loudly retorted, carefully bringing Melanie a bowl of meat soup, then turning back to argue with the mercenaries. "My sister just doesn't want to talk to you. All of you. So rude." This made the mercenaries burst into laughter. One pointed at Audi and said, "Look at this guy. Grew up among mercenaries, but still looks down on us." "Hey, Audi, why not go bow to old Will and ask him to take you as a disciple? He's the best thief in our team. With your small size, you can only be a thief." After saying this, someone else immediately responded unhappily. "What do you mean by that?" "Looking down on thieves." "No, I mean Audi is quick and agile. He's a good candidate to be a thief," the speaker, a skilled mercenary, explained. Melanie's eyes moved as she saw a small, dark-clad thief emerge from the shadows. He looked about the same age as old Sam, stared at Audi for a moment without speaking. Maybe he was the old Will the mercenaries mentioned. Audi seemed to recognize old Will, bowed respectfully, but then shouted at the others, "I'm going to study at the academy someday. You should be jealous." This made everyone laugh again. Someone asked how many copper coins Audi had saved, or if he could read and write. Audi answered with a mix of truth and lies. Melanie suddenly realized that when Audi talked to the mercenaries, even if he was telling the truth, his tone could make people think he was bragging or joking, so they wouldn't take it seriously. That night, Audi didn't officially become Old Will's apprentice, but he often asked him questions when he had free time. Old Will didn't know why, but as long as Audi asked, he patiently explained everything. 3 days passed quickly. Except during mealtimes, she stayed on top of the tall herbal bag, meditating until she naturally fell asleep. After finishing his chores, Audi sometimes climbed up to keep her company, but most of the time he stayed close to Old Will, diligently starting his thief training, never wasting a moment. The flat road the caravan traveled on was very safe. During the 3 days, except for one evening when I saw a rabbit panic and rush out of the grass, only to be shot and eaten by an archer, everything was very peaceful and smooth. The staff and mercenaries traveling with the caravan looked a bit lazy. Some mercenaries started to boredly practice fighting. Melanie watched a few matches and estimated in her mind that none of these mercenaries were very strong. They couldn't beat Farah, and they were even weaker than Audi, who worked well with her entangling magic. There was only one swordsman in the caravan who looked very skilled. Old Sam said he was a mid-level swordsman. The trading company hired him to keep order so the mercenaries wouldn't get out of control. But he had never fought, so Melanie didn't know how strong he really was. Farah was a high-level, fully trained warrior. A full moon hung in the deep night sky, shining with a pure light that pushed back the darkness and made the night bright. The campfire burned quietly, occasionally sparking with a crack. The mercenaries sat around the fire, talking loudly and laughing from all over the world. The journey had been very peaceful, and the comfortable life made these mercenaries, who lived with swords and shields, feel a bit uneasy. They had lots of energy but nowhere to use it, so they didn't want to sleep early and couldn't sleep well. Melanie sat in a high pile of grass bags, took out the despair vine, and checked its condition. She started to send magic into it. She could feel that the little fairy inside was almost waking up.
Just a little more.
Little Lucy, are you saying it will wake up soon? Audi rubbed his hands nervously. Do you know when it will bloom? If it blooms this month, we can start school this year. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until next fall. The Empire's colleges start in September. If she and Audi couldn't start this year, they would have to wait until next year. Waiting a year longer isn't a big deal, Melanie said as she continued to send magic. I'm 8 years old, and you're only 10. According to the standards of the Glory Academy, 12 is the age to start. Before that, students are mainly chosen based on talent tests. And if you can become a beginner at 16, they'll accept you. What are you afraid of? Not many people on the continent can afford to do talent awakening tests. More people who cannot afford potions can only rely on hard work to unlock their full talents. If someone reaches a basic level by 16, their talent is probably not much different. Audi shyly scratched his head and chuckled, saying, I never thought I would actually get into the academy one day. I'm so excited, purely excited. On the other side, Melanie's small, transparent face suddenly became serious. Audi knew that Melanie's treatment might be at a critical point, so he stopped talking and stared intently at the despair vine in her hand. The despair vine looked the same as before from the outside, but Audi knew that beneath its yellowing leaves was a vibrant green life force. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, he saw a green ripple pass over the despair vine, turning its surface from yellow to bright green. He blinked in disbelief and looked again at the despair vine in Melanie's hand. An absurd thought suddenly came to him, as if this despair vine had always been growing healthily in that old broken pot. He stared at the lush, lively despair vine in front of him, feeling his throat tighten and swallowing hard. At least 30,000 gold coins. Oh, Divine Father, this is your miracle. Melanie saw the tiny fairy, which was originally semi-transparent and green, suddenly become solid and real. She saw its skin turn tangible, its features clearer. She could even see its trembling eyelashes. What a delicate, perfect face. Such lips, such a face shape, such a nose, such eyes. Even though it hadn't opened its eyes yet. Besides perfection, Melanie couldn't find any other word to describe the beauty she saw. Divine Father's masterpiece. Mother Goddess's gift. The little fairy finally opened its eyes, revealing a pair of clear yet deep green eyes, more beautiful than the most precious gems. Then, as if sensing Melanie's foolish gaze, it looked into her invisible eyes and gave her a proud, slightly annoyed look. Afterward, the leaves around it moved quickly a few times, completely wrapping Melanie's body, which it hadn't bothered to look at carefully. Melanie could only sense its presence but could no longer see it. What exactly? What is this? Melanie was stunned. She had just saved it after all. She didn't expect this little spirit to be overly grateful for her help, but she never thought that after waking up, it would ignore her completely, and it even seemed to look down on her and be angry at her. What's going on? Melanie chuckled bitterly, pulling her awareness back from the despair vine, feeling quite annoyed. No matter how perfect it looks, what does it matter? It was almost dead before, and now it's still in my hands. When it blooms next year, it will still be paying tuition for us. That's the reward for saving its life. Humph. Melanie tilted her nose and snorted softly. Then she remembered she still didn't know whether this little spirit was male or female. She had also heard that spirits don't have a fixed gender. Little Lucy, hurry up and put it away. Someone might come up and see. Audi urged Melanie as she woke up. At this moment, Melanie used her body to block the view behind her. Audi sat across from her, always watching out for anyone climbing up from behind. Old Sam had climbed up once before. But Melanie wasn't sitting upright in meditation, and old Sam wasn't a mage, so he just thought Melanie was daydreaming and didn't notice anything unusual. When she put away the despair vine, Melanie clearly felt it was a bit unhappy. But right now, Melanie was annoyed at its cold attitude toward her and didn't want to pay attention to its feelings. After Melanie stored away the despair vine, Audi relaxed a lot. He lay on the hay bag and whispered, "By tomorrow evening at the latest, we'll reach the Imperial City. I have 1 gold coin and 8 silver coins on me, plus the dozen or so you have. If we're careful with it, it's enough to last us a year." I asked old Sam, and he said that in the civilian residential area of the southern city of the imperial capital, a simple small courtyard costs about 3 gold coins a year to rent. With that money, we might not have enough. But in the slums, it's too chaotic. It would be hard for us 2 kids to survive there. Also, we need to buy at least 1 adult slave to make things look normal. Without an adult, if something happens at home, only the 2 little ones would face it. Not only would we risk being bullied, but it would also be very inconvenient. For example, how to sell the flowers of the despair vine. Although the flowers of the despair vine are not as valuable as the whole living plant, a single flower can sell for 30 or 50,000 gold coins. It wouldn't be proper for us 2 kids to go out selling flowers of the despair vine. Melanie knew that her understanding of society was pretty limited, so she listened carefully to Audi's plans and felt warm inside. "Audi, do you mean we need to buy a good adult slave to act as our guardian?" She thought of Lady Deus and Old Lane at home. "Exactly," Audi nodded. "Someone who knows a bit about daily life, who can help support the family, or someone skilled in combat, who looks reliable. With an adult at home, whether renting a house or selling things, everything would go smoothly. Without an adult, we might not even be able to rent a house." Melanie understood and bit her lip, asking, "How much would such a slave cost?" Please support with votes and favorites. Ratings are especially appreciated. Melanie knew her point was valid, and she asked, "How much would such a slave cost?" Audi was silent for a long time, his fingers moving slowly as if silently calculating. After a while, he said, "Living in the slums is definitely not an option, and having an adult slave to act as a guardian is essential. Otherwise, we 2 kids won't have a good life in the imperial capital. So, just buying a maid who can do laundry and cook for about 3 gold coins should be enough. I think I can find a small tavern to work as a clerk. The pay isn't much, but at least it's a job. With that and a bit of luck, we can definitely get through the year." Then he whistled happily, looking relaxed and joking. "As long as your despair vine blooms a little earlier, we can have better days sooner. In the past, I often couldn't find a place to rest or enough food in Greenfield City. Now I have a small yard, someone to serve me, and I'm not too hungry. I feel so happy." Then he loudly shouted at the night sky, "Old man, did you see that? Without your burden, I am living comfortably. Gold coins." Melanie once again realized how important gold was. She rested her chin on her hand and started to think. In the past, even though she didn't live as delicately as her sister, she never worried about 3 meals a day, clothes, shelter, or travel. Her family, even when they were not wealthy later, still had money to send her to the Magic Guild for tests. She later found out that her mother spent a total of 20,000 gold coins that day. 20,000 gold coins could have lasted her and Audi a long time. Thinking about the past was useless now. Melanie thought for a long time, then suddenly had an idea. She took out the blood coagulation grass she had been experimenting with for preservation. The last time she put it in, it was never taken out again. Now, it still looked healthy and green, but the signs of life had disappeared. The leaves and flowers had dried out and become brittle. When the night wind blew, it broke into many tiny pieces and vanished into the darkness. Melanie was left holding only a piece of root. Normal blood coagulation grass takes about 60 days to grow from seed to maturity. When I pulled it out, it seemed to have grown about 30 days. And then, Melanie's eyes sparkled like stars in the night. Audi suddenly felt that the little girl in front of him was not just the clever, brave girl he knew. She also had fears and tears. Well, how should I say it? She was very touching. It reminded him of a long-ago scene when he saw a noble, beautiful girl who looked like a princess from afar. Her smile was gentle, yet it made people naturally want to listen to her and follow her steps. I fed it magic 3 times and it grew buds. On the 5th time, it bloomed and bore fruit, Melanie said as the night wind blew her long, sky-blue hair, revealing her clear, transparent face. She looked at Audi with a smile and said, "Audi, do you understand? 5 magic feeds completed most of the blood coagulation grass's growth cycle. Of course, magic plants like blood coagulation grass of the 1st or 2nd level don't sell for much. But a pot of blooming fragrant lilies can sell for 1 gold coin, and the more fragrant, dreamy fragrant ropes can sell for 10 coins. And they're not even magic plants. It's because they have high environmental requirements, making it hard to cultivate, and the noble lady is very wealthy." Melanie brushed her playful hair aside and smiled like a silver bell as she cast a nourish spell on Audi, happily saying, "Audi, we can sell flowers. I can take good care of them." A cool feeling spread through his body, and Audi immediately felt energized. "Yes, we can sell flowers. With little Lucy, Audi, will never lack money." At this moment, he finally made up his mind and looked at Melanie with bright eyes. "Lucy, when I learn martial arts and become stronger, I will follow you." Becoming a follower means he won't have to worry about not having enough money for school or food anymore. Life will be so much better from now on. Audi happily thought about his future happy life and laughed joyfully. Melanie also grinned, showing her white teeth, and said, "Audi, you said you wanted to protect me. Why do you want to be a follower?" "Being a follower makes me able to protect you even more." Audi scratched his head. They smiled for a while. Then Audi suddenly remembered something. His face turned serious as he grabbed Melanie's arm and said, "Lucy, what magic did you just use on me? Do it again." "Was it nourish?" Melanie looked confused at Audi's suddenly serious and eager expression. Casting nourish on him wasn't difficult, so she skillfully cast it again. Like a spring flowing through the mountains, Audi felt better than ever. His whole body was jumping with joy from inside out, as if reborn. All the tiredness from daytime chores and training with Old will disappeared. He could clearly feel that even if he trained all night now, he wouldn't feel tired. Audi happily hugged Melanie and cheerfully whispered, "Lucy, your magic is really amazing. No wonder someone wanted to catch you. Incredible. That nourish spell just now is like a blessing spell." "No, it's even more powerful than a blessing spell. A blessing spell is a basic light element magic used to remove fatigue and negative states, making warriors braver, mages clearer-headed, archers more accurate, and thieves more agile. It's a very useful support magic. But isn't nourish supposed to speed up plant growth?" Melanie listened to Audi and smiled, saying, "Impossible," then shook her head casually as she cast a nourishing spell herself, like the warm spring sun melting the deep winter snow, turning into cool mountain stream water that trickled down, watering the dry land in the desert. The earth instantly turned green, with cute little flowers swaying and nodding in the gentle breeze. Unbelievable. Melanie widened her eyes and cast another nourishing spell on herself. This time, she felt less intense, more like walking through a field with a cool breeze, feeling happy and joyful. "So natural magic is so wonderful," she murmured in wonder. "Otherwise, why would it be so hard to learn?" Audi seemed even more excited than Melanie. He begged her to cast another nourishing spell on him, saying excitedly, "I train all night, so I can protect you sooner. Warriors always protect mages," he said with a smile, then chuckled to himself. After giving Melanie a hug, he was about to climb down from the roof when he suddenly stopped, looking puzzled. Huh? Is that a night traveler? Wearing something strange, Melanie looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a person wrapped in a pale, white cloak slowly approaching their camp. It seemed slow, but in just a few seconds, they reached close, like a floating ghost. Melanie couldn't help but shiver. He looked suspicious, Audi said as he climbed back to sit down, deciding it was better to keep his distance from the mysterious person for now. At that moment, some mercenaries had already noticed the stranger. The two saw the strongest leader of 3 mercenary teams approach the mysterious person with 2 others, as if wanting to ask about his purpose. But before they could say, "Excuse me," the stranger casually raised a hand. The 3 onlookers' eyes widened in shock. They nervously touched their necks, looked down at the blood on their hands, and then slowly collapsed. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" one mercenary shouted, his voice sharp and tense. At this moment, few mercenaries were resting. They quickly grabbed their weapons and stood up fiercely, protecting themselves. No one moved forward. They all saw it. The mercenary captain's strength was among the best, but he couldn't even block a single attack. "Wizard! He's a necromancer!" one of the mercenaries shouted in fear. Audi held Melanie's hand tightly. They had been watching the mysterious person. Although he cast magic quickly, they saw his shadowy hands forming magical patterns in the air. They also saw 3 bone blades, glowing with a cold light, appear suddenly around the necks of 3 mercenaries. "He's at least a high-level mage," Audi whispered foolishly, then shook his head. "Someone so important wouldn't bother with us 2 little kids who don't know anything. If he was a high-level mage, no one here could fight him." Audi could only pray that he took what he wanted and left, ignoring him and little Lucy, who were like tiny ants. But just as he finished speaking, the necromancer suddenly looked up. His eyes pierced through the thick grass bag without showing any emotion, and he looked directly at Audi and Melanie.
He.
That look made Melanie suddenly realize clearly. He was here to catch her. He definitely came for her. "Take whatever you want, sir. All the valuables are in these 2 rings. Please forgive us, tiny lives," said old Sam. He trembled as he took a step forward, holding 2 space rings. It turned out he was the real leader of the caravan. The necromancer looked coldly at the rings in old Sam's hands, and his fingers started to move slightly. "Stop!" Melanie suddenly stood up sharply, then immediately sank back onto the grass bag, tears pouring out. At that moment, just as she spoke, old Sam and the 3 mercenaries before him all had a thin thread appear around their necks. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they collapsed. "Please, no." Old Sam, with his warm, rough hands like old Maury's, would gently pat her head and say he had a niece just like her, sweet and adorable. He would secretly give her a glass of sweet orange juice. "Please. I'll go with you. Don't hurt them," Melanie cried loudly. Audi pulled her back, anxiously shouting, "Lucy." The mercenaries looked at each other and stepped back. "I will go with you," Melanie unconsciously repeated, reaching out her hand to wipe away her tears, trying to see more clearly in front of her. But the tears kept flowing more and more. "That little girl has nothing to do with us. Please, sir, look carefully." The strongest swordsman in the caravan took a step forward with a bow, but saw the necromancer's finger tremble again. Then, a red light burst from the swordsman's body, as if trying to resist, but his effort only revealed what was truly harming them to everyone. "He's going to silence us all," Audi shouted loudly. The mercenaries were terrified. Some grabbed their weapons, overwhelmed by fear, and shouted at the man in white robes, "I'll fight you." No one had ever heard of a necromancer using reason or sparing anyone's life. More mercenaries also shouted and rushed forward, while some frighteningly retreated a few steps and turned to run. The man in white robes conjured a grayish-white shield of protection, and 5 beams of white light shot out, each targeting one of the 5 fleeing people. Pale bone blades with a sinister smile of death pierced through the back of their necks. An instant kill. "He can only shoot 5 at once," Audi shouted again. This shout had a good effect. The mercenaries immediately surged forward. The gray-white light flickered repeatedly, and at every moment, someone fell. Finally, some swords and knives struck the white-robed mage. But with a mighty strike, the smile of joy on their faces froze. Their attacks only caused tiny ripples on the gray-white shield, and the man in white robes remained unharmed. Overestimating yourself, the man in white robes coldly spoke his first words after arriving. His voice was like the icy cold of a frozen winter in the snowfield, freezing everyone's blood. Then, as he made gestures with his fingers, he appeared even more graceful and composed, as if he was enjoying the scene before him. Desperate struggles, frantic roars, humble pleas. Life seemed as fragile as white paper. Torn gently, it shattered into countless pieces. Right in front of Melanie, human bodies fell like wheat in a field. She knelt on a grass sack, staring blankly at the innocent people dying below. Tears had stopped flowing somewhere along the way. Her voice gradually faded away, and everything around her turned black, white, and gray. Lucy. Lucy. Audi's face turned deathly pale as he shook Melanie, forcing out a strained smile. He said, "Lucy, remember, my name is Audi." Blood seeped from his palm. If he weren't just a petty thief with no skills, if he were the Wind Shadow Saint, he would definitely be able to kill this cruel necromancer. Old Sam doesn't need to die. Old Will doesn't need to die. Neither of them needs to die. And Lucy certainly doesn't need to die. But he isn't. And today he will die anyway. Lucy? The man in white floated gently onto the roof, showing a hint of disdain. Is this the name that fake person Farah gave you? It's really lacking in beauty. Well, perhaps Belle. Look, they are in the embrace of death, no longer suffering in this world. You truly are their lucky star. Belle, in the language of the continent, represents a type of emerald, symbolizing luck. Melanie bit her lip until it bled. She sensed Audi wanted to speak, so she forcefully stepped in front of him, her eyes deep and serious. She said hollowly, "I'll go with you. But you can't hurt him. If you hurt him, I will die." This was the only way she could think of to save Audi's life. She believed that, in the eyes of that academy, her living self was more valuable for research than her dead self. I have 79% natural magic talent. I am already a beginner mage. But my natural magic power hasn't formed a core. As long as I am under the sun, I don't need to meditate. My magic will run and improve on its own.
I planted a despair vine.
If you don't let him go, you can only take my corpse back. She coldly listed her differences from ordinary people, then took out a healthy despair vine from her necklace. She believed that even if the necromancer thought that her dead and living selves weren't very different in terms of research, once he knew these details, he would definitely want to keep her alive. Sure enough, when the white-robed mage heard Melanie say this, his expression softened slightly. Finally, when he saw the vibrant despair vine growing in an old, broken basin in Melanie's hands, he looked at it in disbelief for a long time before nodding and saying, as expected of Belle, "I really can't take your corpse back, so you win." Melanie's heart eased a little. She had managed to save Audi's life. Audi, run. She did not turn around, her eyes fixed tightly on the white-robed person's hand. Anyone drawing a magic diagram would have some movement in their hand. Melanie didn't believe this necromancer. The necromancer smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. He can't hurt me. May I see your despair vine?" As he spoke, his hand reached toward her basin. Melanie blinked, then angrily shouted, "You're despicable. You're so mean." Melanie saw the white-robed person's fingers start to tremble rhythmically. She angrily shifted her body to the side, blocking Audi behind her. Darn it! The white-robed person couldn't really hurt Melanie, but the bone blade was already out. In a panic, she focused her mind to deflect the bone blade and turn it away. Once a spell is cast, it's much harder to control again than to cast a new one, and it demands a lot of mental strength. But in that split second, Audi suddenly shouted, "Lucy," and crashed into Melanie's shoulder, knocking her aside. He then stabbed a dagger decisively toward the white-robed person. "Audi," Melanie cried out in pain. Before she could also despair and rush at the white-robed person, a blinding white light suddenly appeared before her. Audie. Tears streamed down Melanie's face. She collapsed onto a grass sack, her eyes hollow and full of sadness. She saw nothing and didn't want to see anything. Clumsy girl. He's not dead yet. What are you crying for? A childish voice sounded beside Melanie, making her jump in surprise. She looked around nervously, but her eyes hurt terribly, and she saw nothing. What did you say? I said, your little friend isn't dead. But if you keep crying, I swear he'll bleed out soon. A familiar cool feeling made Melanie's eyes uncontrollably fill with tears again. She was so overwhelmed, she couldn't even clearly understand what the little boy's voice was saying. Instead, she hugged the angel-like boy tightly and cried loudly, Little Goo. Little Goo. Where did you go? Stop. The boy frowned, rolled his eyes, and struggled a few times but couldn't break free from Melanie's embrace. He stomped his foot angrily and said, Stop. No crying, understand? Clumsy girl. You're not allowed to cry. If you cry again. Melanie just kept crying. She is only 8 years old. She rarely leaves her home yard and has never visited Greenfield City. Old Maury is her elder, but since she was 4, only Little Goo has been with her. She tells Little Goo her dreams, plays with it, and even when Little Goo ignores her, she might hurt herself trying to get its attention, then cry and ask Little Goo to heal her. But overnight, she left home. She left her quiet, familiar yard, her family, and eventually, Little Goo stopped appearing. She ran away, hunted wild boars, and even killed people. Today, hundreds of people died before her eyes because she was there. Audie also died. Thinking of Audie and the cruel, bloodthirsty man in white robes, Melanie felt deep sadness. Suddenly, she heard Little Goo angrily say, If you cry again, I won't come out anymore. She quickly let go of her hug and anxiously said, Little Goo, you must leave now. There are bad people, it's a necromancer. She stopped speaking there. Little Goo had been there for a while, and she had been crying for a long time. Why was the white-robed necromancer not reacting? She couldn't believe that the man in white would kindly watch her and Little Goo reunite. Melanie wiped her tears. When her vision cleared, she looked at the top of the vehicle and gasped. Her mouth was wide open, as if she could fit a red fruit inside. This can't be. The man in white robes was lying on the edge of the vehicle roof, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. But his eyes had no light. He was dead. A deep, horrifying wound was on his neck. The blood still flowing from the wound made Melanie's eyelids twitch. It's impossible. How could Audie have killed him? Each of those hundreds of mercenaries was stronger than Audie, yet none could break his shield. Audie only used a broken dagger. There was no way it could have pierced his defense. Moreover, Audie was only as tall as this mage's waist, far from reaching his neck, let alone making such a deep wound. Audie. Melanie struggled to call out. Audie. Suddenly, she remembered the white-robed mage's bone blade had already been released, and Audie had pushed her aside and rushed forward. Audie. In an instant, Melanie saw Audie slumped over in the space where their table once was, eyes tightly closed. There is a blood hole about the size of a dagger on his lower left shoulder, constantly bleeding black blood, staining his entire front.
Ahaye, don't die.
I don't want you to die. Open your eyes and look at me. Melanie rushed forward, hugging Audie tightly and shaking him non-stop. Foolish girl. The boy sharply slapped her arm and angrily said, Keep shaking him, or he really will die if we don't save him. Audie isn't dead? Melanie froze for a moment, then quickly grabbed the boy next to her and said urgently, Little Goo, hurry and save him. You're so capable. You can definitely save him, right? Little Goo. The blonde boy shook his head and sat on a grass sack, coldly saying, I have no magic left. The last spell I cast was a flash of light, which was my strongest. I just used a little to heal your eyes. If it were daytime, I could absorb magic from the sunlight and quickly gather enough for a healing spell, but now it's night. And he won't last until morning. It won't happen. It won't happen. Tears streamed down Melanie's face again. She reached out to cover the blood hole on Audie's left shoulder, but found it useless. Clumsy girl. Can you be a little calmer? The boy pointed at Melanie and scolded angrily. All you do is cry. Crying won't help. If you keep crying, he'll really die. His words snapped Melanie out of her panic. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. Crying never helps. And she must save Audi. Her necklace suddenly shook, and everything inside spilled out all at once. Recovery potion. Might work. Melanie knelt beside Audi, forcefully opened his mouth, and carefully poured in half of the potion. The remaining half. Audi's wound was bleeding black blood, which must be poisonous. I've heard that wounds caused by necromancer magic are usually toxic. Although the recovery potion might not be effective, it's better than washing the wound with plain water. Maybe the mage has more advanced potions. Seeing Melanie finally stop crying, the boy's face looked much better. Hearing this, Melanie quickly took the space ring from the white-robed man and also retrieved 2 rings given by old Sam from his pocket. The space inside the 3 rings was much larger than Melanie's necklace. Old Sam's 2 rings were probably about 30 cubic units each, packed full with preserved magical plants in shiny jade boxes of various sizes. The white-robed person's ring looked about 100 square units, not holding much, but it contained many small bottles of powders and medicines. With so many magical plants and medicines, there must be something that can save Audi. Melanie felt relieved and glanced at Audi again. After he drank the healing potion, his condition didn't seem to improve much, but it also didn't get worse. The bleeding from his wound slowed down. She was moved and cast a nourish spell on him. Hey, that spell is pretty good. The blonde boy felt the magic waves and moved closer to Melanie and Audi. He nodded and said, "It works much better than the potion you gave him." Although he had a cute face like an angel and a young voice, he spoke with a serious tone of an adult. To outsiders, he looked even more adorable and lovable. In the past, Melanie would have rushed to pinch his cheeks and laugh loudly, but now she didn't feel like doing that. Note: the author mentions that they made several edits to this part, but it still looks unchanged outside. They joke about divine intervention and spiritual powers, hoping it's not too supernatural. Put a few more layers of medicine on his wound. It seems to be detoxifying, the blonde boy, Xiaogu, instructed. Hearing this, Melanie immediately waved her hands and cast dozens of nourishing spells on Audi. Only then did she stop to check his wound. It was definitely helping. The bleeding was still happening, but it was much slower and less severe. More importantly, the blood's color was returning to near normal. It wasn't bright red anymore, but a dark red. Most of Audi's poison had been cleared. Melanie showed a relieved smile, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and kept repeating her healing spells until Xiaogu stopped her, saying, "That's enough." Xiaogu's angelic face was calm and serious. He leaned in to look at Audi's wound and concluded, "The poison is mostly gone. But your magic isn't a healing type, so it can't help the wound heal. Now, you should look for some medicine to stop the bleeding and aid recovery. Our time is limited. We must leave before dawn." "Yes." Melanie took a deep breath, but didn't listen to what Little Goose said afterward. After casting dozens of spells, the green ribbons on her body had become very faint. She was almost at her limit. She first stored her messy items into her necklace, leaving only some hemostatic powder, planning to use it if she couldn't find better medicine in a few minutes. She had hoped to find high-level healing potions among the bottles and jars inside the Necromancer's ring, but upon closer inspection, she was stunned. Those labeled with terrifying names like bone corrosion and corpse transformation clearly had nothing to do with healing or saving lives. As for some unlabeled ones, she shook her head with a bitter smile and didn't bother to look further. She should have known that the other person was a necromancer. Even if a necromancer is injured, their healing methods and medicines are different from others. Now, she could only hope to find some magic plants in Old Sam's ring that could directly help heal wounds. Moonlit grass, level 4 magic plant, mainly used in potions to conceal scent. Frost lotus, level 4 magic plant, mainly used to make ice-type magic potions. As each box was opened, Melanie grew more anxious. She remembered reading in Old Maury's Magic Plant Encyclopedia that, besides the common coagulation herb, There was a level 4 magic plant called Golden Small Wild Fruit, which contained a large amount of light element ions. It was a key ingredient in making holy light potions, and eating it directly was very effective, sometimes even better than healing spells that only close wounds. However, after searching through everything in the ring, she couldn't find this magic plant. Her heart jumped again. She closed her eyes and started to look through the second ring.
No.
Not yet. Still not. The last box. Melanie's body began to tremble slightly with her eyes closed, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Blessing of the Holy Angel. Still not here, Melanie's spirit sank, nearly losing her balance. If she hadn't remembered Little Goo's words not to cry, tears might have started falling now. Nothing useful. Little Goo's golden eyes sparkled brightly. Melanie's face was pale as she shook her head, worriedly looking at Audi. Her trembling hands reached for the hemostatic powder. She took the ring from her hand, looked at it briefly, and stopped Melanie, saying, "This low-quality hemostatic powder won't work. You should go down and check. The mercenaries probably carry some high-quality life-saving items. Also, silly girl, I ask you, are there magic scrolls or similar things on the continent?" "Scrolls?" Melanie repeated instinctively, about to start climbing down. Her mind was filled only with what Little Goo had said. Mercenaries carry high-quality life-saving goods. "Yes, a way to record magic in some form so others can use it," Little Goo explained as she chased after her. Melanie was stunned, suddenly slapped her forehead, and excitedly said, "Right, scrolls. Old Sam must have a healing spell scroll." She quickly started climbing down. On the ground were bodies scattered everywhere. There were no severed limbs or excessive blood, but their eyes were wide open, making Melanie feel a shiver down her spine. She instinctively closed her eyes. "Dear uncles, brothers, and gentlemen, I am Melanie. I have caused trouble for you. I should have let you rest in peace, but now Audi's life is uncertain. I need high-quality hemostatic medicine and a healing spell scroll to save him. Sorry to bother you, sorry. Also, that mage was killed too. I have avenged you." She clasped her hands together, muttering a few words in her heart, desperately thinking about Audi's uncertain life and death. She clenched her teeth and opened her eyes. "Grandpa Old Sam, rest in peace. When I meet your niece someday, I will take care of her," Melanie said softly, trembling as she closed Old Sam's eyes. She took a ring from his finger and a necklace from his neck. The ring contained supplies like dry food, water, and a tent, no scrolls or hemostatic medicine. The necklace could bind a soul. It seemed to be Old Sam's personal item, but since he was dead, the soul binding was broken. Melanie could now see what was inside. First, many gold coins, probably over 10,000, then clothes, even furniture. And a scroll. Fireball, ice arrow, earth shield. Healing spell. Melanie eagerly took out the healing spell scroll, excitedly waving it at Little Goo on the roof. "Little Goo, I found a healing spell scroll." "Clumsy girl, what are you shouting for? Come up quickly." Little Goo stuck his head out but shot an annoyed glare at Melanie. Okay, at this moment, Melanie didn't bother to argue about Little Goo's attitude. She kicked the 2 rings and a necklace she found into her pocket, then quickly climbed onto the roof. Thinking about the scroll's use that one had mentioned during their chat, she focused her mental energy seriously on Audi's wound. She tore the scroll in half. A gentle white light appeared. Audi's shoulder wound twitched with a strange sensation, and pink new flesh rapidly grew back, bit by bit. Soon, the wound was completely healed. Except for a slightly pinkish skin at the original injury site, there was not even a scar. Amazing magic! Even though she had often deliberately scraped her skin or caused bruises for Little Goo to treat, those healed instantly. She only felt a cool, comfortable sensation and didn't notice anything else. Seeing such a terrifying healing process for the first time, she was truly in awe.
All right.
With his current condition, he should wake up in a few days, but he'll be weak. This means he survived, Little Goo said, checking Audi's condition with his chubby hand. After confirming the treatment was successful, he stood up and said to Melanie, "Clumsy girl, now we should go." "Go," Melanie was still overwhelmed with joy from saving Audie when she suddenly heard Little Goo say that, and she froze. Of course we have to go. Little Goo looked at Melanie with "You're so silly" expression, raising his eyebrows. Clumsy girl, haven't you thought about why this dead mage came straight for you and your group? He didn't ask, but he knew you were in the caravan. How did he recognize you at a glance? Yes, why was that? Thanks to Little Goo's reminder, Melanie suddenly realized this was very strange. Little Goo sighed and muttered, "Being with a silly girl like you, I either worry myself to death or get so angry I want to explode." He seemed to be holding back a shout at Melanie. His face, already chubby, looked even puffier, like a bun, making him look even cuter. Since this was a magical civilization, she thought that perhaps the previous mage had placed some tracking mark or similar thing on her to be cautious. "So, this death mage went straight to you?" "Yes, my brother mentioned this kind of magic mark, but he didn't say how to remove it," Melanie said sadly. Little Goo glared fiercely at Melanie, pointing at her forehead and growling, "If a magic apprentice can easily remove it, what's the point? With a tracking magic mark, you're unsafe wherever you go, unless you find a place that blocks magic elements." At this moment, Little Goo seemed to give up on expecting Melanie to think carefully. He continued angrily, "Normal magic marks usually last for a certain time, at most 3 years. That arrogant spirit in the despair vine said he knows a hidden valley filled with despair vines that can block magic. So you need to leave quickly and go alone." Then Audie. Before Melanie could finish, Little Goo snapped angrily, "Not to mention you can't take him now. Even if you could, what if another ruthless death mage comes? You've already involved so many people. Do you want to drag Audie and more people into danger?" Clumsy, so clumsy. Little Goo jumped up, pointing his delicate fingers at Melanie's forehead repeatedly, his face flushed with anger, gritting his teeth. He looked like he wanted to open her head to see if her brain was just mush. Looking at Melanie, she was initially ashamed and annoyed from the scolding, but then she saw a small boy, about 4 or 5 years old, looking as adorable as a legendary little angel, making such expressions. The more she looked, the cuter he seemed, and she couldn't help but smile strangely at him. "You." Little Goose saw Melanie's half-smile, as if she wanted to laugh but was holding back. His gaze flicked to his arm with a hint of embarrassment, then he stomped his foot and shouted angrily, "Just follow the instructions from that spirit vine." "I don't want to bother with you." Before Melanie could react, he suddenly shrank smaller and smaller, turning into a streak of light that hit her wrist and then disappeared without a sound. "Little Goo," Melanie called tentatively, only to hear a cold snort echo in her mind. Little Goo, don't be angry. It was my fault, okay? I apologize."
Wow.
Little Goo, please don't ignore Melanie. She's so scared. They're all dead. Boo-hoo. But after that cold snort, no matter how sincerely Melanie apologized or how she tried to act pitiful by crying, Little Goo didn't react at all.
He
must be really angry. Melanie cried for a while, feeling that today there was no way for Little Goo to forgive her or come back to her. She also remembered she had many important things to do. Even if she was unwilling, she had to put it aside for now and focus on the task ahead. Looking around under the cold moonlight, she was alone. The loneliness was overwhelming. Melanie sat quietly for a while, wiped her tears, and first checked on Audie's condition. She was relieved to see he was just weak and pale from blood loss. Her heart eased, and she started searching for her despair vine. Little Goo said, "The despair vine can guide her to a safe place where magic tracking is blocked." The despair vine was nearby, hidden in a crack between the grass bags at her feet. Melanie found it easily. Strangely, the vine, which was once very green and lively, now looked a bit wilted, as if it had been overused. Its color seemed unhealthy and lacked energy. Frowning, Melanie muttered. Audie was badly hurt. Little Goo used up all his magic, and even the despair vine looks sick. Could it be because of contact with the Necromancer? That shouldn't be. Necromancers do harm plants with some magic, but the one just now probably didn't have time to do that. She thought if there was a living despair vine in front of her, anyone would want it to stay alive. Living is valuable. Muttering to herself, She cast a nourishing spell on the despair vine. She didn't understand how her despair vine had become like this, but it was her and Audi's future tuition, and there was a fairy living inside it. She was determined to take good care of it. While casting the spell, she secretly glanced at the corpse in the white robe. Distracted, her magic failed. The dizziness and discomfort made her focus again. This time, her spell succeeded.
But,
Sorry, I don't have time anymore. Melanie saw that her despair vine didn't improve much, and at this moment, she didn't want to spend more energy on it. Instead, she focused her mind inward to feel the fairy inside, apologized to it, but didn't even see its appearance. It only left her with a very unpleasant feeling. Such a bad temper, Melanie muttered as she withdrew her focus. Then she took a moment to observe the despair vine's appearance. A few tendrils were tangled together, forming an arrow shape. Is this pointing somewhere? Slightly northeast of north. It still points toward the central forest. Thinking about the fairy's bad temper inside, she didn't want to eat another stubborn bite. She decided to trust her own judgment. If she was wrong, the fairy would probably tell her or remind her. With the direction in mind, Melanie stored the despair vine into her necklace. She paused for a moment, then stood up and started to act. She remembered some knowledge about magical seals. Intermediate-level mages can leave a mark on someone of a lower rank for tracking, marking, or both. The duration of a magical seal can range from a brief moment to as long as 3 years, depending entirely on the caster's intention. To remove it, only the caster themselves can do so, or a higher-ranked mage can forcibly erase it. But she was just a confused beginner mage, unable to sense whether she even had a magical mark on her or where it was, let alone remove it. Furthermore, even if she had no marks at all, over 300 people had died because of her. Could she really go to busy places and risk causing more harm? Or perhaps this was just the bloodthirsty nature of a necromancer. If he found her directly, she wouldn't resist uselessly, just like when Farah took her away before. She believed that except for Audi, others probably didn't care much about her whereabouts. So the white-robed mage didn't need to hurt others. But that academy would never give up on catching her. This necromancer had mysteriously and unbelievably died this time. Could a more brutal and powerful one come next time? Therefore, no matter what, she had to live alone for a long time. Living alone for a while, she needed to prepare many things. She thought back to how, before, she had been overwhelmed by many events happening at once, causing her mood to shift quickly. With little Gu around, she didn't have time to think calmly. It wasn't because she was stupid and clumsy, as little Gu had called her. She has always been a very smart girl. Living alone, and in a place rarely visited by others, probably in the central forest, she needed many supplies. Melanie thought about taking out 2 storage devices from Old Sam and started moving things. Since she couldn't take Audi with her, she wanted to leave enough money for his education, or at least valuable items she could sell for that purpose. Although the 2 other rings held magical plants worth more than the 4th level, as Audi worried before, he was just a child and couldn't sell things easily. So, she decided to keep mostly gold coins or magic crystal cards without names. She also remembered little Gu warning her that before dawn, she had to leave the scene of the slaughter before anyone found her. Time was tight. She didn't have time to look carefully. She just left some gold coins and scrolls she thought might be useful in the next 3 years. Everything else she took for herself. Then she climbed down from the roof, looked at the bodies on the ground, whispered a prayer for a moment, and tears welled up as she began her work of collecting valuables. All the gold coins were put into one ring. Other useful items, like sewing needles, cloth, cooking oil, spices, dried food, she stored in Old Sam's previous storage ring, especially books, which she didn't leave behind. There were about 300 mercenaries and dozens of people from the caravan. In the end, Melanie's tears stopped flowing. Her movements to search the bodies became faster, her face expressionless and numb. It seemed she had already forgotten that these were once her companions, people with flesh and blood who could talk and laugh. She had only about 20 small storage devices, mostly very tiny, about 1 square meter at most. The best one was only 10 square meters, all packed full. Melanie jumped into the air, placed some food and clean water inside, and also packed a few of Audi's clothes and that thin blanket. She added a few gold coins, some silver coins, and hundreds of copper coins, and put them on Audi's hand. This was a very simple space ring that couldn't bind a soul. Anyone who got it could see what was inside. Even powerful mental users didn't need to touch the ring to check its contents. Then, she put almost all the gold coins into the necklace left by Old Sam. It looked like about 10,000 coins. She also stuffed in some valuable magic plants to make sure Audi wouldn't run out of money later. Next, she tearfully wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Audi, I am leaving. Take care of yourself. Remember, my real name is Melanie. For a moment, she wanted to write many words to encourage him to work hard and become strong, but it was too late. Mist was already forming, which meant it was late at night, and dawn was near. When the sun rose, a caravan would soon pass by this road. After putting the letter into the necklace, Melanie took out a dagger. She made a small cut on Audi's finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and wiped it on the necklace. Then, she took off Audi's boots, wrapped the necklace around his ankle, and put his boots back on. No one would think someone would wear a storage space on their foot hidden inside a boot, especially since Audi also had a storage ring on his hand. If a caravan passed by and saw the scene, they might rescue Audi, but they wouldn't be tempted to steal because of the large amount of money he carried. Audi, I am leaving. Melanie carefully packed her things, her voice trembling. I will come to the Imperial City to find you someday. Don't worry, I have a good talent for elemental magic and practice quickly. I will become a great mage soon. When that happens, even if you're still an apprentice thief, I will take you as my follower and protect you. As she talked about herself, Melanie suddenly felt she had forgotten something. What was it? Yes, her talent. That was the gift of the holy angel. Melanie hurriedly took out the ring, opened the small box, and excitedly revealed a baby-sized fruit glowing with rainbow-colored light, lying quietly inside. Audi, you're in for a treat. Melanie took out the fruit, supported Audi, helped him open his mouth, and gently placed the fruit inside. Audi's teeth just slightly cracked the skin, and the whole fruit turned into juice that flowed down his throat. The gift of the holy angel is a special kind of sacred fruit that can change a person's body. It's very useful for those who practice martial arts, Melanie said with a smile. Audi, if you eat it, your talent for martial arts will improve. Well, Audi, I hate to leave, but dawn is coming, and I really must go. After saying that, she carefully set Audi down, stood up firmly, took one last look at the unconscious Audi, then climbed down from the roof of the cart and headed into the dense fog in the northeast, where the trees were thick. The sun broke through the fog and rose between the trees. The pack animals seemed unaware of the danger, resting quietly on the ground, occasionally nibbling on fresh green grass covered with dew. On top of the cart, Audi suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, Lucy! But Lucy was not there. However, the white-robed necromancer lay nearby, dead. Audi remembered that he had been hit by the mage's magic before losing consciousness. Now the mage was dead. What about Lucy? He looked down at himself. There was blood, but no wounds. He tried to stand, feeling a little dizzy, as if the sunlight was too bright. He instinctively raised his arm to block the sun and noticed the ring on his finger. His mind moved, connecting to another space. He grinned and squatted down, digging into his boot with effort and pulling out a letter. Audi, I'm leaving.
Take care.
Remember, my real name is Melanie. Oh, little Lucy. Those gold coins, scrolls, and magical plants. Lucy, can you really save me? Audi sat on top of the cart, staring at the sunrise for a long time. Then he carefully hid the letter, and when he turned his head, he saw the mage's body. He kicked it angrily, and it fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hey, you're amazing. Even more amazing. You're not a necromancer, so why don't you turn yourself into a skeleton and come back? I told you not to bully me just because I am younger. Audi climbed down and kicked a few times in frustration. He heard the sound of a convoy approaching behind him. He looked back briefly, then turned forward and quickly ran into the nearby woods. Soon, A small merchant team of over 100 people noticed something was wrong and stopped from afar. Several mercenaries, accompanying a middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge, approached. Seeing the bodies scattered everywhere, they all felt a chill. "All the wounds are on the neck, a quick kill," one mercenary said, flipping over some bodies and looking around. "The valuables like gold coins on the mercenaries have been taken. Looks like there are no survivors. Such a swift attack, killing hundreds, suggests a skilled person. They wouldn't bother to loot just a few coins, but now I can't tell what's going on." The man in charge of the merchant team rubbed his chin and said, "Maybe a master killed everyone and left, then others came by and took some of the loot. There aren't many people involved. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave these pack animals and goods behind." He walked over to smell the herbal bag and said, "Although these are unknown magical plants, they sell well in large amounts. Let's bury the people and take these items as payment. The merchant and the mercenaries can split the profits 50-50. "Deal." The mercenary agreed happily. "I'll go call my brothers." "Good, you go," the merchant said. Seeing the mercenary walk away, he then turned to the other two mercenaries and said, "You two also look around and see if you find anything else." "Okay, boss." After the two mercenaries happily chose different directions to search, the merchant squatted down quickly, stripping a corpse down to just its underwear. He then hurriedly put the valuables into his storage ring and kicked the corpse into the nearby pile of bodies, acting as if nothing happened, and went to check on the pack animals. "Hee, that corpse toucher didn't recognize the valuables, so I got a bargain. The magic robe, armor, and boots, those are all magic gear and rare top-quality ones too. I'm going to get rich." Rich, Central Mountain Range. At the very center of the mountain range, many mountains extend eastward. They may not be the most towering or steep, but they stretch endlessly for thousands of miles, countless in number. This area is filled with hundreds or even thousands of tall and short mountains, standing densely like bamboo shoots after rain. It is specially called the Devil's Ring of Circles. Perhaps there are no high-level monsters here that lack the courage to fight when facing them, nor are there deadly dangers that could easily take your life at any moment. Still, mercenaries are even less willing to go deep into these mountains. Just by passing 2 or 3 peaks, even experienced hunters and thieves can lose their way. Inside these mountains, it can take 2 or 3 years to find a way out. You might say, "I am a great mage. I have strong mental power and can scan 100 miles around." But once you enter, you'll find that the mountains seem to reflect or refract your mental energy, making you dizzy and unable to see anything clearly. Or you might think, "I have flying beasts. I can't go on the ground, but I can fly. That should work, right?" If you just pass over the Devil's Ring, it's fine. But when you look down from above, all you see is a fog-covered area, and nothing is visible. If your flying beast lands in the mountains, it will strangely lose its ability to soar and can only hover close to the ground. Even more frustrating is that when you suddenly realize you've left the mountains, you may not know where you are. Maybe you're in a small village on the edge of a friendly, simple forest. Or perhaps you look down and see many high-level magical plants on the ground. Then, when you lift your head again, you might find a giant dragon's teasing eyes staring at you. Even without such dangers, who would want to wander aimlessly in these vast mountains like a headless beast, always unable to find a way out, with endless similar peaks in sight? The loneliness, oppression, and mental strain day after day are far worse than facing a dragon or death. Moreover, it's not that there are no dangers here. There are terrifying forest giant ants, beautiful but illusionary butterflies that trap people in endless dreams until their bodies die, and quiet-looking plants that seem harmless but can attack suddenly in an instant. In such mountains, surely no one wants to come in. After all, the central forest is so large, with many places suitable for hunting. Why come here to struggle with the devil and find trouble? Moreover, many brave explorers have entered these mountains and never returned. This is a beautiful and peaceful valley. Sunlight casts a warm orange glow, and a small stream flows gently, making a tinkling sound. In the valley, a magical butterfly flutters with rainbow-colored, almost transparent wings, flying among white and purple flowers. But if you look closely, you'll see that whenever the butterfly gets close to a flower, it is almost immediately attacked by a sudden vine. The vine can't catch the butterfly, but it can scare it away, preventing it from reaching the flowers it guards. If anyone outside saw this scene, they would be amazed and overwhelmed by the sight of countless golden lights. These flowers are actually despair flowers. Despair vines take 10 years to bloom for the first time. The white flowers are despair flowers that are between 10 and 100 years old. The older they are, the more red the petals become. 100-year-old despair flowers are clearly pink. Red despair flowers are between 100 and 500 years old, and their color deepens into purple as they age. In the market outside, purple despair flowers haven't appeared for hundreds of years. But here, not only are there quite a few purple ones, but also blackish purple flowers, blooming right in the center of the valley. A black despair flower.
Black.
White with a hint of red, red turning purple, and purple turning black. Unknowingly, you would be drawn to this noble, mysterious, and stunning black flower. As you walk closer and look carefully, I bet you'll be so surprised that you'll slap yourself, wondering if you're dreaming. The black despair flower is actually grown from a despair vine that has been around for many years. It is rooted in a broken, old flower pot. The Father God is joking. But you are not mistaken. This flower really is growing in a flower pot. Little Goo, with this soft, clear voice of a young girl, an 11 or 12-year-old girl walks into the valley. She has dark green, slightly curly hair that is casually draped over her shoulders and back, giving her a carefree beauty. Her plain light green dress is no longer ordinary. The long sleeves that once reached her wrists have been completely cut off, and her collar has been cut open in several places. Her pale neck and slender, beautiful arms are exposed, so stunning that it's hard to look at. The hem of the dress is very short, only reaching above the knees. Below are long and short strips of cloth. Her pale feet are in simple slippers made of only the soles and 2 straps. Our Melanie has lived in this valley for 3 years. She has learned to alter her clothes and to weave grass sandals. This style is based on her diaries over the years, inspired by the flip-flops from Sister May's world. No matter how complicated, she cannot make anything more complex. Little Goo, Melanie moves quickly and agilely through the vines, occasionally giggling. Star, don't be naughty. Chwayer, go play by yourself. She brushes away the colorful illusion butterflies that keep landing on her dark green hair. Little Goo, are you calling for a spirit? A small figure dressed in light gold comes out from between 2 tents, the smaller one. He pouts and sits on a stone, grabbing a vine from a despairing vine plant nearby, twisting and pulling it in frustration. 3 years have passed, but he still looks like he did when he was 4 or 5. Besides being grumpier and more moody, he seems unchanged. Little Goo, Melanie seems used to ignoring Little Goo's bad mood and continues smiling happily. Today, a silly wind rabbit ran into the valley, and I caught it. We'll roast rabbit tonight. I'm not like you humans, I don't need to eat. Little Goo rolls his eyes at Melanie. Melanie seems not to notice and walks past him to the creek. She takes out a fainted wind rabbit and a dagger, quickly starting to bleed, skin, and clean the internal organs. In the first year, she dared not kill any animals, only eating dry food and fruits she found outside. By the second year, her dry food was running out, and she couldn't stand the dull diet anymore. She began to miss fresh, tasty steak, rich mushroom soup, soft white bread, and various jams, especially different kinds of meat products. When she looked back at her diaries and remembered Sister May's world, the thought of steaming, frying, and roasting food made her crave endlessly. Her mouth watered as if the creek itself was flowing into her mouth. Finally, she closed her eyes and caught a fat-headed fish, cooking a fish soup that smelled strongly of fish all night. That time, she drank the entire pot of fish soup and was so touched she shed tears. Since then, she gradually learned everything: how to catch food, prepare it, and even the bloodier, more brutal parts became normal. It was like what Sister May had taught her. Lions hunt antelopes, and antelopes eat grass. Does that mean lions are bad and antelopes are innocent? Besides, even grass has life. She needed food, but she wasn't reckless or careless about killing. There was no need to feel guilty. Please support me with a vote. Am I too bad? Only 10 days until 3 years are up. Melanie was busy preparing her ingredients while talking to herself. The book says that the magic mark cast by the great wizard can last up to 1,000 days. It's been a few months now. I've grown a bit, so even if Farah is in front of me, I believe he can't be sure that I am Melanie. Little Goo, I'm also reluctant to leave here, but we can't stay forever, right? Besides, I have no clothes left to wear. A year has 365 days, so 3 years total 1,095 days. Farah is a mid-level, fully mastered wizard. The white-robed necromancer's rank is unclear, but probably similar to Farah's. Definitely not a saint-level mage. The magic marks they left on her should have disappeared by now. Also, I want to understand why, even though I feel my natural magic is advancing to the mid-level, I've tried for a long time and many methods, but I still can't succeed. Melanie finished preparing the rabbit meat, sat next to Little Goo, and strung the wind rabbit onto a branch. With her right hand, she flicked her fingers, releasing a cold white light that shot toward the pile of firewood. The light made the wood quickly dry out, and after a puff of blue smoke, a small flame appeared. The small flame ignited the surrounding dry branches and grass, quickly growing into a large fire. Melanie grinned, readying herself, happily roasting the wind rabbit. A year ago, her natural magic reached its initial peak, but then she hit a bottleneck. Despite many attempts, she made no progress, which made her very anxious. Meanwhile, the other 3 magic systems mages had all succeeded in advancing to the beginner level of their respective elements, light, earth, and water, half a year ago. Such achievements would make any genius at the Glory Empire Academy feel shy and jealous. For Melanie, learning the basic level of these 3 types of magic only meant she could avoid leaving scars when she occasionally got hurt, and she wouldn't worry about running out of flint for her fire. When it comes to hunting, she doesn't bother dangerous monsters. They don't dare enter this valley. When she encounters less dangerous monsters, she likes to trap them with a few quick raps and then use her thief skills to kill or capture them. Yes, in her boring days of constant meditation, she also trains her small body by practicing basic thief skills. As for her current level, well, if she works hard, she might become a beginner thief soon. Little Goo ignores her. Oil from the wind rabbit dripped onto the fire, causing a small flame to flare up suddenly. Melanie took out a bottle and brushed honey onto the rabbit. Immediately, a sweet aroma spread out. Smells so good, Melanie greedily sniffed, constantly turning the wind rabbit to make the heat more even. At this critical moment, she didn't bother scolding Little Goo and focused on applying layer after layer of seasoning. The wind rabbit meat quickly turned a tempting golden color. Smells so good. Suddenly, a strange voice. From afar, Melanie's ears twitched. She looked around. In 3 years, except for Little Goo who refused to say a word every day, she mostly talked to herself. Now she actually heard a stranger speaking. Young girl, over here. Someone's here. This shout confirmed she wasn't imagining things. She looked toward the sound and saw an old man in a red robe at the valley entrance, struggling somewhat chaotically with many despair vines, waving a magic staff and trying to drive away more and more illusion butterflies. This was also why Melanie heard the stranger's voice. She was excited and curious, but not alarmed or scared. The despair vines in this small valley were different from those outside. They only curled into a ball. Here, the despair vines would release their tendrils to attack. And there were thousands of illusion butterflies, too. She had seen it once, a ground dragon from another region, a level 7 subdragon beast, a true ruler even in the central forest. Yet it was surrounded by hundreds of illusion butterflies, trapped in their illusions, and then tightly bound by hundreds of despair vines. In the end, Melanie had to use her dagger and spend 3 full magic cycles to finally end its life.
There was no other way.
Her dagger was just an ordinary one, and it was really hard to pierce the dragon's tough hide. She couldn't just watch it starve to death and waste all that meat. Could she? Melanie remembered that while she was cutting the dragon, it had briefly regained consciousness from the pain, startling her. But it only struggled weakly a few times before falling back into the illusion, as if it had chosen to stay there willingly. That strange detail puzzled Melanie for a long time. Little Gu had become more irritable and spoke less, and Little Ju, that mischievous spirit, wouldn't even show up anymore. She really felt quite lonely.
Hey.
Young lady, these illusion butterflies and despair vines listen to you, right? Please make them stop. This old man can't hold on much longer. The old man shouted. Melanie tilted her head, but said nothing. So many illusion butterflies, yet he hadn't fallen into their illusions. He had reached the center of this strange area, his clothes were still neat, and he was alone. He must be very powerful. At that moment, the wind rabbit was roasted to a golden crisp, giving off a rich, delicious aroma. It was ready. Melanie stood up from the rock, tore off a rabbit leg, and began to eat. She placed the rest on a silver plate and walked a few steps toward the old man trapped at the valley's entrance, though she kept a safe distance. Chewing happily, she tilted her head and asked, "Grandpa, who are you?"
I'm Sheldon Cooper.
A good person. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to smile kindly. Young lady, please make them stop. Such beautiful creatures. I really don't want to harm them. Don't want to harm them? That meant he actually could defeat the despair vines and illusion butterflies if he wanted to. That would make him even stronger than the ground dragon. Melanie seemed a little moved by his words, but hesitated. But I don't know you. How can I be sure you're a good person?
What?
Young lady, you haven't been living here all this time, have you? I am Sheldon Cooper, the holy sage of the Crimson Lotus, protector of the Empire. You haven't heard of me. The old man, surprised, was joined by several despair vines that tangled with him. It sounds familiar. Melanie bit her chicken leg and thought for a long time before happily clapping her hands. I remember now. You're that genius sage. Someone told me about you. Seeing that Melanie had heard of his name, the old man immediately smiled happily, proud as he nodded and announced, "Yes, yes. I am the most talented genius of the past 300 years, Sheldon Cooper, the holy sage of Crimson Lotus. Little girl, now you know I'm not a bad person, right? Hurry up and tell them to stop feeding." But Melanie, after swallowing a piece of rabbit meat, looked a bit troubled and said, "Grandpa, maybe you're not a bad person, but they keep bothering me." Hearing this, the old man almost accidentally pulled out his gray beard. His face turned red as he angrily said, "Little girl, are you really not helping? If you don't help, I might have to be very strict." Melanie quickly forced a smile and said, No. Grandpa, please hold on a little longer. I'll try to persuade them. Master Sheldon probably isn't someone sent from the academy." Melanie answered and talked quite a bit, then hurried to the deepest pot of black-flowered despair vines, casting a perception spell and saying, "Little Jew, I know you can hear me and the sounds outside. I also know you are the king of all despair vines in this valley. Please stop bothering that old man. He's very powerful, and he's not a bad person." Melanie felt a wave of pride and disdain from Little Jew's emotions, so she continued to speak kindly. Finally, the old man at the valley entrance happily shouted, "All right, little girl. They've become good. The butterflies have flown away too." While speaking, he was still at the valley entrance, but after finishing, he was already beside Melanie. Truly impressive. Melanie looked at the old man with admiration in her eyes. Melanie looked at the old man with full admiration. The talented old man initially wanted to scold the little girl who was teasing him, but when he approached her, he widened his eyes, tugged his beard, and circled Little Jew several times before exclaiming, "It really is a black despair flower. A miracle. It's truly a miracle." She reached out her hand, seeming to want to pick the flower but hesitated. Melanie immediately forgot that the old man beside her was a powerful person. She quickly rushed forward, lifting Xiao Ju to protect him in her arms, then stepped back a few paces and loudly shouted, "This is mine. You can't take it. If you try, you're a bad person." She then urgently said to Xiao Ju, "Get ready. If he tries to take you, let them tie him up. Tears began to fill her eyes. Xiao Ju was the one she saved. And over the past 3 years, Xiao Ju had saved her many times. She remembered once she was unlucky and encountered a group of level 4 magical beasts, ice fire demon wolves. She was chased and stumbled back into the valley, almost out of breath. It was these desperate vines and illusion butterflies that saved her just in time. She had experienced many such life-threatening escapes. If Xiao Ju hadn't saved her, she would have already died. This famous genius mage, admired by Audi, everyone said he was a good person. Why would he also have bad intentions and try to take her Xiao Ju? Fala is a bad person, the white-robed mage is a bad person, and this old man is a bad person too. Why do powerful and talented people always turn out to be bad? She thought this old man would be good. Even Lord Shelton was startled when Melanie said this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Little girl, don't cry. I'm really not a bad person.
Truly.
I just want to take a close look at what the black despair flower looks like. I didn't mean to steal your things. Really, I didn't. Really not." Melanie's tears welled up in her eyes as she asked carefully. "Really not." Shelton raised his staff and swore, "Anyone who tries to take your flower will be cursed by the magic god and unable to use magic forever." Then he said to Melanie, "Grandpa has sworn. You should believe me now, right?" Melanie nodded, relaxing her guard. But she didn't put Xiao Ju back in his original place. Instead, she hugged him and returned to Xiao Gu, sitting down with tears in her eyes. Among professionals, such oaths are not made lightly. The higher the level of the professional, the more serious they are about their vows. Breaking a vow could mean divine punishment, or if a heart demon is left behind, future cultivation would be difficult. For example, Audi, who used to secretly eat to fill his stomach, only earned money by digging herbs and never casually took Melanie's gold coins. Old Sheldon stared at her with a vow, then kept his eyes fixed on Melanie's hands, specifically on the broken clay pot she was holding. He stood there blankly, watching. Occasionally, he rubbed his eyes, then looked back at the broken pot, staring blankly again. "Fool," Little Goose seemed to be talking about Old Sheldon this time. Old Sheldon took a long time to come back to himself. His expression was serious. He stepped over to Melanie, squatted down, and looked at the broken clay pot in her hands. He asked, "Young girl, what is this?" "A clay pot," Melanie replied, her voice a little shaky, still not fully out of her sad mood. "I know about clay pots." Old Sheldon tugged at his beard, wanting to reach out but afraid it might make Melanie suspicious or upset. So, he gently tapped the pot with the red gemstone on his valuable-looking magic wand, not wanting to break it. His face was full of confusion as he asked, "Grandpa, I want to ask, why does the King of Despair vine grow in a clay pot instead of in the ground?" "I planted it," Melanie said quietly. As soon as she spoke, Old Sheldon staggered and nearly lost his balance. He fell forward, landing right in the burning fire, scattering burning branches everywhere. "Old man, how can you be so careless?" Little Goo dodged a half-burned piece of wood and scolded angrily. Melanie's dress caught fire from a spark and quickly ignited. She hurriedly cast a water spell, but then saw a big hole burn through her dress. Tears in her eyes, she cried, "Bad person. That's my last dress. Boo-hoo, I have no clothes to wear." Old Sheldon quickly got up and kept apologizing to Little Goo. "Sorry, little friend, I didn't mean to," but that only made Little Goo jump and point at Old Sheldon, furious, shouting, "You're the little one. Your whole family is little ones. This child is so rude." As soon as Old Sheldon finished speaking, he saw the boy across from him with a red face and a pounding forehead, shouting loudly, "Who is a child? Who is a child? Don't call me a child." His childish voice was sweet and a little playful, making it hard to believe he was angry. Old Sheldon was scolded twice and looked a bit annoyed. He frowned and saw that Little Goo was just a cute boy of about 4 or 5 years old. He then thought he had a more important discovery and decided not to argue with Little Goo. Instead, he smiled at Melanie and tried to please her, saying, "Little girl, don't worry. Grandpa will give you lots and lots of dresses. How about a dress made of northern ice silkworm silk? Beautiful and cool. Or maybe fire spider silk. It would be warm to wear in winter. Or when we go back to the imperial capital, Grandpa will buy all the dresses there for you. How does that sound? Nan Xiao looked at the old man with tears in her eyes and pointed at his clothes. Really? Then I want clothes like yours that won't get burned or dirty. The old man fell into the fire, but didn't seem to protect himself. When he got up, his clothes were still clean. Melanie remembered reading in a biography about a kind of magical equipment called stopping magic gear.
All right.
Grandpa will make you 10 of these new dresses. Sheldon immediately agreed.
Thank you, Grandpa.
You're so kind. Melanie pretended to smile through her tears, but inside, she was very happy. It was so easy to get good things. Clearly, the people around Sister May were the smartest. Little girls just need to act cute, pretend to be weak, or cry. Little Goo's proud attitude wasn't so tough after all. When she cried, he softened and talked to her. Although it seemed that acting cute didn't work on him. As for how to act cute, Melanie had studied carefully for a long time to learn how to do it just to deal with Little Goo. Well, Sheldon said, seeing Melanie happy, and then moved closer to her, trying to flatter her. Little girl, tell Grandpa the truth. You're only about 11, just over a month old, right? And this despair vine king that can bloom black flowers is probably at least 5,000 years old. How could it be you who planted it?
Don't joke with Grandpa.
It's not right to bully the elderly. Although this basin didn't look like an antique at all. Is Xiaoju really that old? Melanie frowned in disbelief and asked suspiciously, It's really me who planted it. Seeing Sheldon quickly turn around and walk in circles after hearing this, then frowning and grabbing his beard in frustration, Melanie couldn't help but smile secretly inside. For the first person in 3 years who can communicate and is willing to talk, she must perform well. Idiot! Little Goo looked at Uncle Sheldon with disdain and rolled his eyes again, then sat down on the previous stone. This kid! Ignoring Little Goo's mockery, Uncle Sheldon irritably spun around for a long time, then looked at Melanie, who appeared very innocent, and patiently sat down. He asked, Little girl, tell Grandpa, how did you grow it? When did you start planting it? A little kid clearly isn't cooperating, but a cooperative little girl seems to have been living in this valley for too long, making him, a genius, feel helpless and frustrated. Oh, Melanie responded somewhat blankly, saying, 3 years ago, I found Xiaoju on the road. I saw it was still alive, so I found a clay pot, filled it with soil, and planted it inside. I watered it every day, and then it turned green and bloomed. That's it. Uncle Sheldon felt like he was hearing a myth. That's it. Melanie nodded seriously. Uncle Sheldon felt like he was hearing the most incredible legend in 300 years, or the funniest joke in 300 years. If a desperate vine could survive just by digging some soil and watering it in a clay pot, then maybe he, a genius, should believe that the god of light and the god of darkness are actually lovers. No, wait. The gods of light and darkness have existed for so long. Although legends say they are always fighting and disagreeing, who knows that they might just be flirting and teasing each other. And growing a plant in a clay pot, even successfully transplanting a desperate vine. Is the Father God joking? Maybe. Maybe that clay pot is a magic artifact? Uncle Sheldon's beard was pulled out in large clumps. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly flattered Melanie, saying, Little girl, show Grandpa that clay pot. Grandpa doesn't want your thing. Just want to see it. Melanie looked at Uncle Sheldon with suspicion. He quickly swore that he just wanted to look, and with her temporary trust, she handed him Xiaoju. The Flower King of Despair is definitely over 5,000 years old. And the clay pot is really just an ordinary clay pot made by humans. As a genius, Sheldon, who excels in crafting tools, could easily make a pot 100 or 1,000 times better with a wave of his hand. What exactly is going on? Old Sheldon was holding little Ju. His eyes looked a bit blank, clearly lost in some kind of strange, unknown thought. Melanie frowned as she fiddled with her torn dress. Luckily, the tier was at the bottom, so she didn't have to change into animal hide clothes. She sat down next to Xiaogu and whispered, Xiaogu, this old man is quite interesting, isn't he? I even asked him about his name and background, but he just got enchanted when he saw little Ju. He didn't ask our names at all, and he hasn't asked about the strange way we live here either. You're a kid, I am not. Xiaogu gritted his teeth, but he showed a cute, neat little set of baby teeth. Melanie giggled and didn't push the issue further, deliberately making Xiaogu annoyed. In 3 years, she had figured out one thing. Whenever they talked about him being a kid or not growing up, Xiaogu would get furious, like a 9-tailed fox spirit with its tail stepped on, losing his temper and refusing to recognize anyone. Melanie was actually quite sad. Apart from his looks, Xiaogu behaved and spoke more like an adult. That meant, unless there was some reason that kept Xiaogu fixed at this age and appearance. But Xiaogu refused to tell her why. Every time she asked, he became even more hostile, so she had to bury this matter deep in her heart and not try to uncover Xiaogu's scars. She also suspected that Xiaogu's behavior was probably because he saved her. So, she had always wanted to heal Xiaogu's illness, just like she did with little Ju. Every day, she tried dozens of nourishing spells, hoping Xiaogu would get better. But beyond that, she didn't know what else she could do. Xiaogu, this old man seems kind and powerful, with a good position. Should we follow him to the Imperial City and find Audi? Melanie tilted her head, casually picking up a stick and poking at the remaining fire in front of her. That way, even if we meet bad people, we won't be afraid. At this point, she still didn't understand how the mage died that day. She only had some guesses, based on the despairing vines that might have strangled the strangers and beasts who entered. So, even though Xiao Ju refused to see her and ignored her, she could forgive him. I really don't care where you go, Little Gu coldly said, as long as you don't lose your life. After speaking, before Melanie could feel touched, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the pattern on Melanie's arm. Instantly, the pattern came to life and began actively absorbing sunlight. Melanie's nose twitched and she thought to herself, Little Gu, don't worry. I won't let you get hurt again. A clear, doubtful snort came from her heart, but Melanie smiled happily. This time, Little Gu didn't call her stupid. Maybe he thought her idea made sense? She looked up at the beautiful, peaceful valley. She felt reluctant to leave, but then thought she could always come back to visit. They wouldn't be apart forever, and she didn't need to worry about their safety here. Her longing for the human world outside grew stronger, and she became excited again. Tangzu, Hong Yi, Hong E the, Hong Kian, Yi, Shan, U. Thank you for the seeds. I promise to be very careful with them, Melanie said as she walked into the despair flower bushes, naming each flower one by one. In this valley, the white despair flowers bloomed, just like the ones outside, with a 3-day flowering period once a year. Melanie didn't know how many were blooming now. The seeds fell into the soil, and she didn't know when a new despair vine might grow. So, they didn't have a specific number. The red despair flowers bloom every 10 years for a month, with 1,135 plants. Melanie didn't know how often the purple despair flowers bloom, only that they flower once a year, with 331 plants. As for the small despair, it has been blooming since last year and shows no signs of fading. She used her magic, life and death, with vine magic plant seeds as tools. But what vine magic plant could compare to the despair vine? It's so strong that even a level 7 Tyrannosaurus could be entangled to death. So, she collected many white despair flower seeds. The red seeds are rarer, only a few thousand. She didn't want to collect purple seeds at first. She just let them fall and grow naturally into new despair vines. But then she found that whether a seed could take root and sprout wasn't really related to its flower color. So she collected some, but only 50 seeds. One despair vine produces 10 seeds. Different flower colors require different times to mature, but she didn't go into details. Little Chui, Little Hong, Little Shui. I am about to leave. Please take good care of this place and don't let any bad people come in. Melanie greeted those illusion butterflies one by one. After turning around, she saw that old Sheldon was still in a dazed state. She sighed and thought that she would rely on him for shade after she left, so she leaned close to his ear and reminded him, Old man, you said Xiao Ju is the Flower King. Will he turn into a fairy someday? The book says, yes. The Flower King can become a spirit. Old Sheldon's eyes lit up, then closed again, looking serious. Melanie suddenly felt that the elements around her became very active and very serious. For some reason, her heart started to race. A special update for reaching 1,600 recommended votes. Next update at 1,800 votes. Please support us. Suddenly, it seemed as if all the elements were forced, pressing toward Xiaoju. The 9 black flower petals, shaped like bowls, slowly closed under the pressure of the elements, finally forming a bud. Old man, Melanie began to worry that Xiaoju might be hurt. She wanted to confess to Sheldon that Xiaoju had already evolved into a spirit and that she used natural magic to save him. But she suddenly found herself unable to move, and speaking became very difficult. At that moment, another change occurred. On Xiaoju's black bud, a golden edge started to outline along the petal edges, making the entire flower look more noble and perfect. Under Melanie's watch, the gold-edged petals slowly opened again. A tiny, beautiful figure with long green hair and black clothes edged with gold, about the height of her arm, slowly rose from the flower and floated in the air. Xiaoju, Melanie called out happily. So you're a boy. That's Xiaoju. She had seen what he looked like. He was so beautiful. How could she forget? Old man, you can stop now, Xiaoju said, his voice cold and noble. His dark eyes moved. He glanced at Melanie and with a proud frown, he said as if giving a gift, "The character Ju is quite good, but I am the despair vine myself, so I can't be counted as yours. But remember, I am called Huaju, not the foolish Xiaoju." Oh, Melanie nodded, then suddenly realized she could move. She quickly jumped in front of the beautiful person calling himself Huaju, stared at him from head to toe, and excitedly asked, "Little Ju, why have you been ignoring me? I saved your life, and I really like you." Hearing this, Huaju's face turned dark and slightly red, and his cold, proud expression started to falter. His voice also rose a bit as he angrily said, "Huaju, my name is Huaju. It's because Gaoyang keeps calling you stupid that you are really stupid." At this moment, old Sheldon also clicked his tongue and gently tapped Melanie's head with his big magic crystal, smiling happily. "He doesn't like you calling him randomly, but you insist on calling him. No wonder he doesn't want to talk to you. People say I don't understand people, but I think you're the one who doesn't understand." Melanie rubbed her head and ignored old Sheldon. Instead, she continued to ask Huaju, "Little Ju, who is Gao Yang?" "Little Gao? I call him Little Gao, and he's happy about it." "Why aren't you happy too?" Her face showed confusion. Huaju's face twitched several times. Then he looked at Melanie with pity and said, "Gaoyang stopped growing because he was taken away from the ground too early, before his roots were stable. At first, this could have been fixed with rest, but he used all his magic to save you, the fool, and exhausted himself. That's why he can't be fixed now." Melanie was stunned for a moment, then squatted down, crossed her arms, and tears appeared in her eyes. Was it all because of her? Because she was suddenly kidnapped, Gaoyang was worried and left the ground early, causing him to lose energy? In the following days, Gaoyang didn't respond to her calls because he was healing, and because the evil Necromancer was too cruel and bloodthirsty. Gaoyang didn't want her to fall into such a person's hands, so he used all his magic, risking his health, to save her. Little Gao. Boo-hoo. Little Gao. This time, Melanie truly felt her heart hurt so much she couldn't hold back her tears. She cried genuinely, not the fake tears she usually pretended to shed when playing with Gaoyang. "Girl." Little Gu's voice echoed in her mind. It was softer and warmer than usual, not calling her silly girl, stupid girl, or fool. He said, "Girl, if you're gone, I can't go on living." It seemed he was not used to saying such words. Little Gu paused and then added, "My body isn't really beyond help. Is there any way?" Melanie was so excited she forgot to keep her thoughts quiet and suddenly sobbed as she spoke. Old Sheldon looked serious as he glanced at the hopeless flower spirit, Huaju, then at Melanie. He looked around, as if searching for the little boy who had been here before. When he couldn't find him, his gaze on Melanie grew even more serious. Suddenly, a faint green glow appeared, and Little Gu showed up in front of everyone. As soon as Melanie saw him, she grabbed his arm like a lotus stem, tears filling her eyes. She had always thought little Gu, like an angel, was very cute and lovable. She couldn't help but want to tease him. His childlike appearance with adult-like speech was funny. But now, hearing that he was hurt because of her and that it affected his growth, she felt a deep pain in her heart. It was all her fault. She was useless. When the green light appeared again, the source was on Melanie's left arm, near her wrist. But when she looked closely, her arm showed no sign of injury. Old Sheldon's eyes shone with a bright light. He was about to speak, but was stopped by Melanie's fierce warning look. She instinctively raised her hand and tightly covered her mouth. Little Gu nodded politely at Old Sheldon and said to Melanie, who was tearful, "We are connected by a magical contract. I feel that as long as you keep growing stronger, I can continue to grow too." He paused and added, "When you advance to the mid-level of your natural magic, I might look like a 7 or 8-year-old. When you reach the high level, I could look like a 10-year-old human child. Since you're a great mage, I think I could become a young boy. Yes, I will work hard to become very strong." Upon hearing Xiaogu speak like that, Melanie wiped away a tear and hugged Xiaogu tightly. She said very seriously, "Wait for me. I also want to become a holy mage someday, so I can help people get better. I swear." Xiaogu pursed his lips and glanced at Old Sheldon out of the corner of his eye. He said to Melanie, "I heard that this old man is the most knowledgeable wizard on the continent now. If you're stuck on a problem, you might ask him." Then, he took the essence of the fairy Xiaoju from Sheldon's hand and moved to talk with the fairy alone. Melanie quickly wiped her tears again and looked at Sheldon. Sheldon lowered his head, relaxed his mouth, and looked at Melanie with a flattering smile. He asked, "Little girl, tell Grandpa, is Xiaogu really a fairy? What is his true form?" "You, stop!" Melanie shouted loudly, glaring fiercely at Sheldon. She said through clenched teeth, "Since you're so powerful and a holy mage, tell me why I can't advance to a mid-level mage. Until I solve this problem, I won't answer any of your questions. So, as long as I find out what's wrong and help you succeed in advancing, you'll tell me anything I ask," Sheldon asked eagerly.
Yes.
"I'll tell you everything I know," Melanie nodded. She just needed to understand the key to her promotion. Telling this old man some secrets wasn't a big deal. "Deal." Sheldon proudly stroked his white beard and bent down to pick up the roasted wind rabbit Melanie had only nibbled on one leg of. He laughed loudly. "Once I've eaten my fill. Little girl, tell Grandpa exactly what problems you've encountered. Don't worry, with a genius master like me here, I'll find the root of the issue. He is a genius holy mage, the most knowledgeable and broad-minded in 1,000 years. More importantly, he is the smartest holy mage. With him here, isn't it easy to help a young girl overcome her bottleneck in advancing to a mid-level mage? Even if he faced someone who knew nothing, he could turn them into a mid-level mage. Unless they had no magical talent at all. Hopefully, there will be an update tomorrow. Keep supporting with your recommendation votes. I also recommend my soon-to-be-completed ancient historical novel, Getting Married, and my completed novel, Rising to the Sky. Old Sheldon picked up the roasted wind rabbit. Seeing that it was covered with some grass and ash from his earlier attack, he pinched it with his fingers and sparked a small flame. The flame evenly wrapped around the meat and went out. Then he created a small whirlwind that spun over the meat. All the charred parts and dust disappeared, leaving it clean and fresh. It even looked like it was still warm, as if the old man had added some heat. Little girl. What do you think of my magic control skills?" Sheldon looked at the clean, tempting roasted meat and proudly asked Melanie. "Just okay." Melanie was in a bad mood, sadly watching little Gu and little Ju nearby. "Just okay?" Sheldon was a bit annoyed at her indifferent answer, but then he smiled and said, "You see, girl, you've been in the valley too long and are too naive. You're just an inexperienced girl from the wild. We won't bother with you." He then happily bit into the roasted meat. Melanie ignored him. By the creek, Hua Ju floated in the air and said coldly, "Why didn't you say that if she wants to fully recover, she must become a god first?" Gu Yang sat on a stone and also said coldly, "With her talent, becoming a saint is only a matter of time. But becoming a god requires great luck. Before that opportunity comes, setting a high goal isn't good for her cultivation. Huaju, are you trying to stop her from reaching the level of a great mage, so I have no hope of recovery? On the continent, no one has heard from the gods for over 10,000 years. To become a saint, there are few saints on the continent, but they do exist, so it's a clear goal. But to become a god, this goal is too vague and uncertain, which can be discouraging. How can people work hard if they don't believe it's possible? It's like a beggar with nothing who says his goal is to earn 100 gold coins in his lifetime. That's something he can imagine and believe he can achieve, so he's willing to try. Suddenly, a person appeared and told him he had to earn 10 billion gold coins, a number so large it could scare him. Even if that person said he would take his life if he didn't earn it, he probably would just shrug and say, "No money, but my life is yours." Huaju sneered proudly, paused for a moment, then coldly said, "You shouldn't have saved her last time. She went with that undead mage. She might suffer a little, but she wouldn't die. You made the wrong choice, and you made the same choice." Guyang asked calmly, glancing at Huaju. Back then, the undead mage might not have killed Melanie, but he definitely wouldn't have spared young Audi. Both of them knew that if Audi died, Melanie would go crazy and fight the mage to the death. That mage was not a kind person. What would Melanie face after that? Maybe she would still be alive, but her Audi's death, her suffering, her hatred, and the cold, ruthless, and cunning attitude she would develop in the mysterious academy. What kind of person would she become? Certainly not the kind, clever girl she is now. Guyang didn't want such a future to happen, and Huaju felt the same. "You're still too indulgent with her," Huaju said after a long pause, lips pressed together. "Aren't you too?" Guyang replied calmly, then added, "Don't rush to deny it. You know the truth best in your heart." A hint of shame flickered across Huaju's proud face. He didn't deny it, but slightly turned his face and said, "She saved the king. I only want to repay her kindness." Really, just to repay kindness? Guyang glanced at Huaju silently, saying nothing more. Near the dining table, while Melanie was lost in her thoughts, old Shelton finally finished his meal. The fat rabbit, missing only one leg, was completely eaten, and he carefully gnawed the clean rabbit bones before tossing them aside. He wiped his mouth with a cloth and sighed. "It's been 3 years since I last ate fresh food. I really miss it. Food stored in this space wouldn't spoil, but thinking about a loaf of bread that had been stored for 3 years, it just didn't taste the same anymore." He took out an empty cup and said to Melanie, "Little girl, give Grandpa a water ball." Melanie was pulled back to reality. She didn't want to respond to old Sheldon's boring request, but since she was about to ask him about her promotion, she quickly formed a water ball and aimed it at the empty cup. Old Sheldon smiled warmly and drank the water, then praised Melanie. "You cast the magic quite smoothly, almost as good as I used to." Not bad. The more Melanie looked at little Gu, who was now acting like a child, the more she felt sad. She really didn't want to chat about the past with the old man. She urged him, "Old man, let's start quickly. How can a little girl lack patience?" Old Sheldon wanted to keep talking, but seeing Melanie's unhappy expression, he quickly said, "Don't worry, you'll become a mid-level mage very soon." Then, he straightened his expression and cast a magic spell on Melanie. This magic seemed to sense her magical power level. Farah had cast similar magic on her before, but she didn't feel much at the time. Now, she suddenly found herself unable to move at all, as if she was being examined thoroughly from inside out. A cold feeling arose in her heart. Melanie instinctively wanted to hug her arms and hold her closed tightly, but she couldn't. Basic light magic, basic water magic, and even basic earth magic? Little girl, only 11 years old? Impressive. Old Sheldon kept talking while continuing to examine Melanie with his magic, as if searching for something on her. After a long time, he stopped and muttered to himself, "That's strange. Where is the contract between you and that little fairy Gu? Why can't I find it?" It turned out he had been studying her for so long just to find that darn contract. Melanie suddenly felt both ashamed and angry. She jumped up and grabbed old Sheldon's long beard, shouting, "This is my real business." Ouch. That hurts. It hurts. Old Sheldon's beard was pulled, causing him to bend in pain. He quickly smiled at Melanie and said, "Young girl, none of your 3 magic types are fully developed, so you can't advance." Seeing Melanie's unhappy expression and that she still didn't let go, he hurriedly added, "But don't worry, with my talent as a magic saint guiding you, and some potions I give you to drink, I guarantee your training will progress rapidly. In half a year, all 3 types will reach the intermediate level." However, Sheldon didn't know that Melanie's bad mood wasn't because of her 3 magic types. It was because she clearly had natural magic, but the old man hadn't detected it. She thought he had seen everything about her before. Why hadn't he found her natural magic? There was a green ribbon inside her body, flowing slowly in the sunlight. It had always been there, and now she could feel her magic flowing along it. Her light, earth, water, and other magic types were transforming into natural magic. Her magic was growing. Why hadn't Sheldon detected it? He was supposed to be the greatest magic saint. Melanie let go of Sheldon's hand. She looked very seriously at the most famous genius magic saint on the whole continent. According to Audi, he became a beginner mage just 1 month after starting magic, then took half a year to reach intermediate level, and 2 years later became a high-level mage. At 12, he was the youngest grand mage recorded. Then, at 13, he left the Glory Empire Academy, traveled the continent incognito, and 20 years later, he returned as the Red Lotus Magic Saint. No one knew exactly when he became a saint. It was said he had traveled to every corner of the continent, including the Elf Plain, Abyss Plain, Orc Plain, Dragon Plain, and more. People said he was now like a demigod. He was such a person that he couldn't detect anything unusual about her body or her natural magic. Melanie felt her eyes grow a little sore and tired. She blinked slowly. She looked at Sheldon very seriously and asked, "Master, haven't you noticed that I have a 4th element inside me?" Old Sheldon rubbed his chin, furrowing his brow, and firmly said, "Young girl, don't joke around. This is definitely not." A vine of despair from the hopeful plant spread and wrapped around his feet. Its magical leaves and stems tightly sealed his remaining words in his mouth. Old Sheldon's mouth opened wide, and after a moment, he swallowed his words, his shock, and his confusion all at once. He looked down at the vines of the despair plant wrapped around him. Of course, he could easily break free from these vines, but at this moment, he had no desire to do so. Just like he previously believed he could dodge Melanie's magic but didn't think she could truly hurt him, so he didn't bother to defend himself. "Young girl, do you have a contract with the King of Despair Flowers, giving you the power to control the despair vines?" Sheldon asked cautiously. It wasn't that he didn't trust Melanie. It was just hard for him to believe. Before, he carefully examined Melanie and Little Gua's contract, checking her thoroughly, inside and out, even her soul. If she truly had natural magic, he wouldn't have missed it. Melanie looked serious as she shook her head. She raised her hands into the air and, under Sheldon's watchful eyes, slowly drew a symbol representing nourishment, then directed it at Sheldon. "This is natural magic, called nourishment," Melanie said seriously, looking up at the old man. "Do you feel it now?" Feeling the effect of nourishment, Sheldon trembled noticeably. He closed his eyes, took a moment to sense it, then excitedly said, "Again. Do it again." Melanie cast the nourishment spell once more. He was overwhelmed with shock, then fell into quiet thought. Melanie didn't disturb Sheldon, who kept his eyes closed. She sat back on the stone, resting her chin in her hands, feeling a bit worried. If even Sheldon couldn't solve her problem, what should she do? Rely on the other 3 magic types to level up? But with only 33% talent, even if her training method was different, it would take many times longer, an unknown amount of time. About half a magic hour passed. Sheldon, lost in thought, finally opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a fiery light. He was only slightly shaken before breaking free from the despair vines that entangled him. Then he rushed to Melanie's side, suddenly picked her up, and spun her around while laughing loudly, saying, "Little girl, you are truly my old man's treasure. In the next 300 years, I will never be bored. Melanie felt a bit dizzy from his spinning and asked happily, "Master, have you found a way?" "No," old Sheldon answered confidently, making Melanie angry. She grabbed his beard and scolded, "If not, what are you crazy about?" "Ow. Ow." Old Sheldon finally snapped out of his frenzy, put Melanie down, took a deep breath to calm himself, and sat on a stone with her. He tried to put on a kind smile and said, "Come, little girl. Tell Grandpa what your talent test was like. When you advanced from magic apprentice to beginner mage, what happened?" "Grandpa can't sense any natural element energy in your body right now, so you need to tell me in detail, so I can help you." That was all he could do. After spending so much time together, Melanie mostly realized that old Sheldon was a genius among geniuses, an extraordinary genius who only focused on what he liked and ignored everything else. Right now, he was very interested in her unusual situation. Although she was resistant to being studied, Melanie had no other choice for now. She had to trust old Sheldon. So she organized her words and explained how her talent test went, what her results were, how she learned magic perception from her brother, and how she gave little Goo a drop of blood. She didn't mention how she was kidnapped or how she ended up here. She guessed the old man on the other side probably wouldn't care about that, at most asking how she rescued little Jew. That is to say, even though I can't sense it, the magic circle used by the Magic Guild to help activate a person's potential can detect it. Old Sheldon, at some point, took out a notebook and started recording with a magic brush. Previously, a high-level complete mage also didn't notice it. After Melanie added this sentence, she thought about Farah, who also seemed to be a fire magic user. Although she was a bit naive, Melanie still said, "He is also a fire mage, and you're a fire mage too." Could it be because of the way magic types oppose each other? Nature magic involves plants, and plants are most afraid of fire. Suddenly, she remembered that in Melanie's world, there was a vague idea about the 5 elements, which said, would produce as fire. Roughly, it meant that wood could produce bright flames when rubbed vigorously. She didn't fully understand this reasoning, but no one can deny that plants are very afraid of fire. Old Sheldon was surprised when he heard this, then asked, "Have any other magic users checked your magic power?" Melanie shook her head seriously and replied, "After I learned meditation, only you have checked my magic. Others. I have lived here for 3 years and haven't seen anyone else. The Necromancer probably never checked her magic either." Old Sheldon nodded and wrote this down in his notebook. He said, "It sounds a bit unbelievable, but when it comes to magic research, we can't ignore any possibility." Next question. You said that after your brother drew the outline, you tried to cast a spell but weren't sure if you succeeded. Is that right? In other words, you couldn't be sure if you had advanced to a beginner mage at that time? Melanie thought carefully and answered, "That was the 3rd day after I learned meditation. Even a genius like you, Master Sheldon, took a month to go from a magic apprentice to a beginner mage. I probably couldn't have advanced in just 3 days." Old Sheldon, who was praised, seemed unusually unaffected. Later, Melanie learned that whenever he studied magic, he became very serious and strict. He made a few notes and then asked politely, "Are you sure when you advance to a beginner mage?" Usually a level up comes with a special feeling, like breaking through a barrier and feeling much lighter. How about you? Very happy to see the praise and ratings from Lemon-Loving Cat. Little Kitten, Meow Advancement. Feeling. Melanie frowned, her eyebrows as delicate and beautiful as despairing vines. She thought carefully for a long time, then shook her head sadly and said, "I don't know. After I successfully made a contract with Little Ancient, I was attacked shortly after and stayed anxious and tense. I didn't feel any sense of advancement. But on the 3rd day afterward, I found I could easily master 2 basic nature magic spells." Old Sheldon indeed didn't pay much attention to her experience of being attacked. After jotting down a few notes, he fell into thought. At this moment, Little Ancient came over and interrupted Sheldon, coldly saying, "I can be sure she hadn't reached the level of a beginner mage before she successfully contracted with me. That perception magic was also an unsuccessful spell, just enough to send a small piece of information." In that case, Sheldon didn't dismiss Little Ancient because of his childish appearance. Instead, he looked at him seriously and said, "So, you're just a girl who had only recently started practicing meditation. You only meditated for 3 days, and without necessarily meeting the conditions for advancement, you unexpectedly succeeded? And this unexpected event. He looked at Guyang and continued, it means your contract directly helped this girl go from a magic apprentice to a beginner mage. Of course, crossing the threshold of a beginner mage isn't too difficult, but Sheldon paused here and then asked Little Ancient, you should also be a fairy, right? Can you transform into your true form now? Is it necessary? Little Ancient frowned. Melanie also pursed her lips. It's very necessary, Sheldon said very seriously. You probably don't know. Before 5,000 years of history, besides the current magic and martial skills, humans also had a profession called beast tamer. Back then, beast tamers were not like today's trainers who tame 1 or 2 low-level magical beasts as pets. Instead, they used special methods to form contracts with magical beasts. Are modern professionals on the continent still able to form contracts with magical beasts? Melanie still frowned. Although magical beasts are often resistant, making it hard to successfully sign a contract, it is not completely impossible. Many advanced professionals catch special magical beasts to use as mounts. No, young girl, there is a big difference here. Old Sheldon carefully corrected. The growth and strength of a beast tamer are closely related to the magical beasts they contract with. After each breakthrough in their training, they sign a new, suitable magical beast. And each level can only sign 1 beast. Do you understand what I mean? Melanie's eyes lit up. She quickly grabbed Sheldon's beard and asked eagerly, you mean, with my current situation, as long as I sign 1 more contract, I can level up? You're very clever, Sheldon praised with a smile, then gently freed his beard. He straightened up, a bit worried, and waved his hand to declare, when we can't clearly find the right path, but must keep moving forward, we try to learn from similar experiences or repeat what worked last time. He spoke confidently and freely, as if many people were listening. He said, young girl, you've been stuck at this bottleneck for 2 years and can't wait for me to find a solution. So you can do what you did last time to advance, sign another contract. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Little Gua excitedly and said, knowing what your last contract was and who it was with is very important for your next steps. The flower in the sky, Min Gwen, scoffed disdainfully but didn't speak. Little Gua nodded slowly and turned it to a small green light that entered the totem on Melanie's wrist. Then Melanie saw the totem on her wrist detach from her hand, grow larger and transform into the shape of the plant gua, which is a sunflower, but the center disc is not yellow-brown, rather a light yellow transparent color. It floated in the air, with its roots about half an inch above the ground. Little Goo. After 3 years, Melanie finally saw the little Goo who had been with her since childhood. She gently touched its leaves, tears streaming down her face. Little Goo's leaves caught her tears, and a few leaves softly wrapped around her hand, as if comforting her not to cry. It turns out that after transforming into a plant, Little Goo also lost the ability to communicate directly through speech. Old Sheldon examined Little Goo from all angles for a long time before quickly recording in his notebook, unknown magical plant, first encounter. Stem and leaves have a toughness of only 3 to 5, which is quite soft. No elemental reactions from the stem and roots, judged as a normal plant, no alchemical value, medicinal value unknown. The petals are golden yellow, existing alongside the fruit. The fruit appears as a light golden, transparent crystal with a reaction to light element magic. It is suspected that it can store and release light magic, but has not been tested. After finishing the record, Old Sheldon closed his notebook and said to Little Goo, transform back into your fairy form. Little Goo, hearing this, turned back into a totem and returned to Melanie's wrist. Then it changed again into a child about 4 or 5 years old, appearing in front of everyone. It coldly glanced at Old Sheldon and said, if you have questions, ask. Old Sheldon looked serious and asked, before you signed the contract with the girl, did you have your own consciousness? How developed was your intelligence? Roughly what stage of human development? Could you, like Flower Absolute, detach and form an elemental body? Do you have any other special abilities? Melanie bit her lip at his questions. She felt that asking like this was, really? Little Goo calmly replied, I only have consciousness. My intelligence is fairly mature. I cannot form an elemental body. My special ability is only some basic light magic. So, among all plants that develop consciousness and evolve into fairies, you're considered quite low-level. Old man, hearing such sharp questions, Melanie was annoyed. She bit her lip and tried to jump up, but only managed to tug hard at his white beard, not reaching it. She then yanked his sleeve angrily. Little Goo looked at Melanie with a hint of warmth in its eyes. When it looked back at old Sheldon, its expression turned cold again. It nodded calmly and said, "Indeed. If we were to give a comprehensive rating from level 1 to 10, I would be between 1 and 3. However, after signing the contract, I realized I had room to grow stronger." He paused and said, "Just like the beast tamer you mentioned before, my growth is closely linked with hers." Melanie tearfully hugged Little Goo, once again firming her resolve to become stronger. This time, she didn't let Little Goo train her. Instead, she wiped away her tears and looked up at old Shelton, asking, "Master, do you mean that if I want to advance now, I need to sign a contract with another plant similar to Little Goo?" "About 90% sure. This method can help you succeed in advancing," old Shelton said seriously, stroking his beard. Melanie nodded and turned her gaze to the Queen of Despair Flower, Flower Jew. Melanie nodded again and looked at the Queen of Despair Flower, Flower Jew. Flower Jew saw Melanie's gaze and sneered proudly, saying, "You see, I am also useless. If your way of advancing is really like that of the beast tamer before, then wanting to sign a contract with me now would only bring you trouble and danger." The sneer was a bit harsh. Melanie blinked her eyelashes. Old Shelton didn't seem to mind and nodded in agreement after hearing Flower Jew's words. He continued, "He's right. According to ancient texts, there was a beast tamer who was searching for the first beast tamer. Luckily and unluckily, he successfully contracted a newly hatched dragon. Girl, do you know what happened to him later? Having a powerful creature like a dragon as a partner on the continent meant his strength shouldn't be too bad, right?" It seemed old Shelton noticed Melanie's thoughts and sighed. That beast tamer couldn't find a creature stronger than a dragon to contract with, so he never advanced to a mid-level beast tamer in his life. And his dragon, because of his limited strength, could only stay in the juvenile stage, and in the end, became a pile of alchemical materials. Old Shelton's voice was filled with deep emotion. After telling the story of that beast tamer, he looked seriously at Melanie and said, "So, girl, at your current stage, the best choice is a second or a third-level intelligent magic plant. Even if its intelligence is a bit lower, it doesn't matter. After all, intelligence can be learned and evolved over time, just like a human baby growing into a knowledgeable scholar." Melanie slowly nodded, her heart aching as she looked at Little Goo. Then she walked to the creek and sat down, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the flowing water. She was very smart, so she didn't need old man Hua Ju and Sheldon to explain everything clearly. Now, she had signed a contract with Hua Ju, even if Hua Ju was willing, but her expression showed she was reluctant. This time, she succeeded in advancing, but it raised the difficulty for her future upgrades. When she wanted to become a higher-level mage, a grand mage, or a saint, each step would require a more advanced magical plant with greater wisdom. Wise magical plants are very rare, and she didn't know where to find them. Even if she could find one, these plants are intelligent, just like Hua Ju. How could she expect a small mid-level mage like herself to sign a contract with such a powerful plant? Even Hua Ju, who had saved her life, was unwilling. How could she hope that even more powerful magical plants would look up to her? Old man Sheldon's advice was reasonable, but it raised the same problem. Wise magical plants are rare. Besides Little Goo, whose origins are mysterious and seem to come from another space, ordinary magical plants need a long lifespan to develop self-awareness. But like magical beasts, the lifespan of magical plants is limited. For example, blood condensation grass only lives 6 months, a single cycle. Some mutants might live 3 or 5 years. Another example is the 2-star plant, star grass, which has a 10-year cycle and can live up to 100 years at most. A few hundred years is still a short time. Even magical beasts only act on instinct during that period. How could she expect a slower-growing magical plant to develop consciousness? A wave of sadness spread from her heart. Tears filled her eyes without her realizing. One drop slipped down, wetting her lips. Melanie moved her tongue. It tasted salty and bitter. She wiped away her tears fiercely and suddenly stood up. This place was the Devil's Loop. No mercenaries would casually come here, which meant the magical plants here remained mostly in a natural state, not harmed much by humans. So almost all the plants could grow to their best condition. Maybe she could find a mutated, semi-aware, low-level magical plant here. Melanie returned to old Sheldon, pulling on his sleeve. She lifted her delicate face and looked at him with her damp, slightly red eyes. She asked, "Master, will you protect me until I find the magic plant and succeed in leveling up?" Her voice was calm but stubborn, hiding deep worries and hopeful pleas. It was very touching. Old Sheldon suddenly felt a strange, unfamiliar emotion rise in his heart. He nodded. Then he wondered, why did he agree so easily and naturally? Could he be under some mind magic? Of course, with Melanie's skill, even if she practiced mental magic, it wouldn't affect him, a genius mage. But he had already promised to help her become a mid-level mage. Sheldon was a man of his word. Seeing Sheldon agree, Melanie smiled like a blooming flower. "That's great. Thank you, Master. This was a dangerous place. Even if there weren't very powerful monsters, any above level 3 were too dangerous for a beginner mage like her. Most of the monsters here were level 5 or 6. With Sheldon here, she felt safe. She believed that if she looked carefully in this big mountain, she would find a suitable magic plant. She wasn't that unlucky. Thinking this, Melanie felt happy. She looked at Sheldon with extra affection and happily linked her arm with his, saying, "Master, let's go." "Little Goo, let's go." She was ready to leave immediately. Sheldon was a bit stunned and didn't react right away. Even Little Goo didn't move. Then Hua Ju sneered proudly. "No wonder Guyong always calls you a silly girl. You're so clueless. Where do you think you're going? If you go out now, you might be wandering around here for 3 or 5 years. Foolish. Melanie felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Little Goose stepped in to help. "Hua Ju, since you guided her here before, do you know the map of these mountains? Or why don't you come with us?" Hearing this, Melanie's eyes sparkled with stars. She thought Little Goo was the best. Then, with a shameless face, she rubbed herself against Hua Ju and tried to flatter him, saying, "Little Ju, okay, just let us be with you. I told you my name is Hua Ju. Are you doing this on purpose or not?" Hua Ju's face darkened. He glared angrily at Melanie and turned away, ignoring her. Melanie forced a smile and quickly moved away. Since Hua Ju could only move within a small area around his main body, he couldn't go far. But just as Melanie was feeling relieved, Hua Ju, after being chased twice, snorted impatiently and suddenly dove into the despair flower, completely ignoring her. Melanie used her sensing ability and saw that Hua Ju was tightly wrapped up, not even showing her his face. Her little face drooped sadly as she looked at Little Goo. "I'll try," Little Goo said, walking over, moving the flower pot and stepping aside. Sure enough, it turned out that Little Goo and Little Ju could always communicate, and they shared a good bond. Sometimes Little Goo's temper would flare up, and she would ignore her, but she always couldn't stand her pitiful look. Melanie was feeling proud and sneaky when old Sheldon suddenly leaned over and asked mysteriously, "Little girl, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to upset that proud despair flower king?" Her dark side was exposed, and Melanie felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Sheldon's beard right in front of her, she reached out and grabbed it, saying fiercely, "You're not allowed to spy." Old Sheldon was right. She was deliberately trying to upset that proud Hua Ju. He didn't want her to call him Little Ju, but she insisted on giving him that nickname to make him angry and vowed to call him that forever. Again, thank you to SHHL and Shong 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 for the lucky charm, and thanks to Lemon Loving Cat for the tip. Thank you.
Ow.
It hurts. It hurts. Old Sheldon deeply regretted his forgetfulness for letting his precious beard fall into the little girl's hands again. He hurriedly vowed, "Little girl, don't worry, the genius, will never tell anyone. Yes, I will never betray you. This correct attitude made Melanie smile happily. She was pleased to let go of the old man's beard. Seeing that Xiaogu and Huaju hadn't finished talking, Melanie felt a bit bored. She had stored almost everything she owned, except for 2 tents, in her storage space. Now, she had a space ring she snatched from a necromancer, which had enough room for her to indulge herself. She kept her pillow and blanket inside it at all times. That's why she decided to leave suddenly earlier. Well, she and Xiaogu didn't have much to pack. She glanced at the old man and said, "Old man, we're about to leave and probably won't come back here. Do you want to take some despair flowers with you? Don't worry, as long as you don't clear everything out, Xiaoju won't mind." When she needed something from him, she called him Master. Now that she didn't need him, she called him Old Man. Sheldon twitched his beard but was somewhat tempted by Melanie's suggestion. He forgot to argue over this small matter. He didn't care much for the white and red despair flowers, but the purple ones. They were all top-quality materials. Feeling moved, he acted. In a flash, he disappeared from sight, holding his magic staff with a large magic crystal. Instead, there was a white jade box. Old Sheldon wasn't greedy. He only picked 10 white flowers, 5 red flowers, and 3 purple flowers. He didn't even choose the most purple one among the purple flowers. This action made Melanie think that the old man was a pretty good person. Maybe he was also interested in the strange things on her and Xiaogu, but he definitely wouldn't hurt her or her friends randomly. Yes, she decided she had to stick close to him. Melanie silently made this decision and also decided to get closer to the old man. Old man, you're not working as a guardian mage in the imperial capital. Why are you here? You've been looking for 3 years and still haven't found it. Because she decided to get closer to Sheldon, Melanie started talking to him more actively. Oh, I want to find the entrance to the elf plane, Sheldon replied after putting away the flowers. Since he had nothing else to do, he took his magic staff again and casually answered Melanie. I've looked in many places on the continent, and I think this is the most likely spot. Then what are you looking for them for? Melanie had also heard about the legendary elf race. Legend says that 10,000 years ago, this continent was home not only to humans but also to many other races such as elves, dwarves, giants, barbarians, and orcs. However, after 10,000 years, for unknown reasons, these races suddenly gathered together and worked to create their own separate realms. Since then, they have not set foot on this continent again. It's nothing special. I just want to see for myself, said old Sheldon. I've heard that elves are the longest-lived race in the world, living for thousands of years. He continued, humans see 10,000 years as a long time, but for elves, it's just a few generations. They must remember a lot. Also, elves love peace. Their entire race is under the rule of the Elf King, so they don't have frequent wars like humans do. Their civilization and knowledge are likely well preserved. More importantly, he hoped to find out why the gods disappeared and why all races retreated long ago. But why tell these things to a young girl? Has he been lonely after 3 years without anyone to talk to? Old Sheldon's face reddened slightly. He paused and then looked at Melanie. By the way, elves are naturally gifted with magic related to nature. Their natural magic is very powerful. Really? Melanie became curious about elves after hearing this. All she had heard before was that natural magic was very hard to learn, with few spells available and not very practical. But now she heard that a powerful race like elves naturally had strong magic related to nature. How could she not be curious? That's true. Old Sheldon remembered Melanie's strange natural talent. For example, during her talent test, her highest talent was only shown at the end. Her natural magic couldn't be detected even by a powerful mage, and she was currently facing a bottleneck. He asked, "Young girl, is your natural magic different from the other 3 types?" Melanie's heart trembled. She looked at the old man, her lips trembling slightly, and lowered her gaze. My brother told me that when a magic apprentice advances to become a beginner mage, the sign is that the elements they absorb gather into a core. Is that right, old man? Her natural magic was clearly different from others. And this old man seemed trustworthy. Better than trying to figure it out alone. That's correct, Old Mr. Sheldon nodded seriously, then paused and looked at Melanie with concern. He asked, "Little girl, aren't you like this?" Melanie tidied her messy hair and gently replied, "For the other three elements, light, earth, water, they all gather into a core when becoming beginner mages. But for the natural element. Old Mr. Sheldon suddenly looked a bit nervous. Natural. From the start, it's like a thin stream that runs in a straight line, with a clear start and end, but you can't tell where it begins or ends. Usually it stays still, but during meditation, it slowly flows along a path. It has no core, and now, at the beginner level, it's reached a bottleneck. There's no sign of it gathering into a core. Liquid? Flowing. Liquid. After hearing Melanie's description, old Mr. Sheldon kept muttering those two words, lost in some mysterious thought. But before long, Melanie, who was watching him with some annoyance, suddenly felt a huge pressure from the elements, especially fire elements, as if the world itself was pressing down on her. It made her feel like a thin pancake in an oven, unable to breathe. What is this old man doing? Just as she hesitated whether to interrupt his deep thinking, old Mr. Sheldon suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly said to Melanie, "Little girl, I think I've found a way to advance. I need to find a quiet place to retreat and can't help you right now. Take this badge to the Imperial capital. Lady Gong will help you." "Thank you, little girl. Goodbye." "Hey." Melanie held the extra badge in her hands, wanting to ask what was going on, but when she looked around, old Mr. Sheldon was gone.
"Hey."
"Old man, at least tell me his name and where he lives." Melanie looked at the despairing valley exit with a resentful gaze, gritting her teeth and sighing secretly, as expected. After talking all this time, he didn't even ask for his name. Truly unreliable. "It's funny, I was still thinking of relying on him as a big tree." Melanie sat down feeling a bit discouraged, sighing. Now that the big tree has suddenly flown away, she can only rely on herself and little Gu. I wonder if that little peacock-like creature, Xiao Ju, will help. Updated, please give votes. Looking at the badge in her hand, she saw it was a clear crystal with a magic wand carved inside. Yes, the magic wand looked familiar. Just by looking at the slim staff and the large red magic crystal, she recognized it as the wand that old Sheldon always carried. This probably represented old Sheldon's status, right? But just having a badge. What's the use? She couldn't just go to the palace and say, "Hey, old Sheldon sent me." Or ask everyone in the Imperial City, "Excuse me, are you a noble lady?" If she dared to ask like that, she'd probably be called crazy or a troublemaker, and then get beaten up. So, old Sheldon isn't someone she can rely on, and neither is that mysterious noble lady. Old man left? Little Gu came over and asked.
"Yeah, he's gone."
Melanie answered gloomily. Seeing that Hua Ju wasn't with little Gu, she looked toward the center of the valley. There, her despair flower king was quietly sitting. Its noble, mysterious black flower with golden edges was blooming peacefully. Little Gu looked in the same direction and softly said, "Don't worry. The despair flower king has told me how to break out of its cycle. We won't get lost here. Also, it told me that just beyond these 4 mountain peaks, there's a field of big-mouthed flowers. Their flower king has gained intelligence." "Really?" Melanie's eyes lit up with hope as she looked at little Gu. Big-mouthed flowers are a type of third-level magical plant. Unlike other magical plants, they actively attack creatures within a certain range. They prefer to absorb nutrients from living beings rather than from air or soil. It's said they are a species left behind from the abyssal plane. Thinking about the scene of them devouring creatures. Probably no girl would like that. But Melanie only wanted a wise magical plant to help her level up to the intermediate stage, and for little Gu to grow stronger. So, she didn't care whether it was disgusting or not. Little Gu nodded faintly and said, "That flower king has only just reached 1,000 years. It seems it only gained a vague consciousness after a few years. Now, it might still be like a baby. You know, plants find it much harder to evolve intelligence than magical beasts." "That's great." Melanie clapped her hands and said, "Like a baby, we can teach it to become an adult." She would tell it not to eat things casually because it's unhygienic. she would teach it to be polite, to like her, to admire her, and not to learn bad temper from Little Goo and Little Jew brothers. The more Melanie thought about it, the more excited she became. Little Goo looked at her and hesitated, then said, "Well, actually, Hua Ju is doing this for your own good. If you sign with it now at your current level, it's not good for either of you. When you reach a mid-level mage bottleneck one day, we'll come back here. I know that already." Melanie grabbed Little Goo with one hand and put her other hand to her mouth, calling out to Hua Ju, "Xiao Ju. Thanks for the info. I knew you liked me and wouldn't refuse to help. Hee, Xiao Ju. We're leaving now. See you in 2 years." The beautiful black flower shook violently, then seemed to calm down out of frustration, quietly blooming like other flowers without consciousness. Melanie knew that Hua Ju was probably annoyed again, so she giggled and then took Little Goo's hand, leading him out of the valley. "Let go of my hand." Like a child being pulled along, the gentle Little Goo suddenly disappeared. He stomped his feet in anger and struggled, shouting, "You stupid woman. Let go." Melanie didn't let go and pretended not to hear. After leaving the valley, she told him, "Once you leave the valley and see the mountain peak, walk along the foot of the mountain to the right. After passing 3 peaks, you'll find the big mouth flower cluster." After saying this angrily, Little Goo suddenly turned into a streak of light and dove into the totem. "Little Goo," Melanie called in her mind. "Little Goo? Is he angry again?" No one responded.
Sigh.
Melanie vowed to herself that she would teach her next magical plant partner to be a good child. "Goodbye, Xiao Ju. You must wait for me." Standing at the mouth of the valley, Melanie looked back and waved her hand toward Hua Ju's direction. No matter how gentle her words were, Hua Ju remained calm and unmoved. Even if a gust of wind swept through the valley, it didn't make his beautiful black flower tremble at all. Such bad manners, Melanie muttered to herself. Thinking about Xiao Ju staying in the valley, she didn't want to forcefully take him away against his wishes. Even if she used strong words, she probably couldn't overpower him. Xiao Gu once again hid and ignored her. She was alone and feeling a bit bored. She looked up and saw a mountain peak just a mile ahead. She bent down, pulled up her boot, and found that it was made from the shed skin of a snake-like magical beast, extending all the way up to fully cover her white calves and knees. Then, she cast a nourishing spell on herself to stay in the best condition. She also put on a soil shield with a light shield over it and a water shield on top. The 3 magical shields were different colors, making her look blurry and strange from the outside. But Melanie couldn't see these herself. After activating the shields, she took a few seeds of despair vine and held a dagger in her right hand, alert and ready to move forward. Although she was very familiar with the terrain, animals, and plants around the valley after 3 years, the forest still meant danger. She couldn't afford to be careless. On this mile-long path, she only saw a mother green turtle walking with her 2 baby turtles. Happy to see such a peaceful family, Melanie greeted them cheerfully, said goodbye, and then reached the foot of the mountain. Most of these peaks looked very similar, triangle-shaped and standing upright. Some were taller, some shorter, unlike the strange shapes of other mountains outside. "Follow the mountain foot and turn right." Melanie remembered Xiao Ju's words. She climbed a tree branch to sit and recharged her 3 magic shields. After that, she relaxed her mental focus. Here, her mental power could only extend about a mile around her. Along her path, Melanie saw a few 5th-level elusive panthers hunting 3rd-level wind deer. The carnivorous stealth leopard is not as friendly as the vegetarian green turtle, and it is very fast. If it attacks her, she probably won't have time to react before being harmed. Her basic magic shields would be easily broken by the leopard's sharp claws, like paper. So, she plans to wait until the leopard is full before moving. Beasts are not humans and do not like to waste food. Once they are satisfied, they stop hunting. Since no humans have returned here, the beasts do not attack people randomly. In the central forest and other areas with beasts, their ancestors' experience says that when humans enter their territory, they want to take their magic crystals, skin them, or drain their blood. It's a fight for survival. Even herbivorous beasts can attack if threatened. However, here, The beasts that haven't seen humans for a long time do not have such hostile feelings unless they are starving or provoked. Usually they ignore you. As a wind element beast known for speed, the 5th level stealth leopard is much faster than the wind deer. After some beneficial warm-up exercises before eating, the leopard finished playing and each caught a wind deer, tearing their throats in one bite. The chosen wind deer struggled a few times before closing its eyes in resignation. The other wind deer ran away in panic, not even looking back at their fallen companions. In the jungle, it's a matter of survival of the fittest. They can't afford to feel sorry for their friends. They just hope they can run faster, even faster, hoping that next time, it won't be them with their necks bitten. This kind of hunting and fleeing happens every moment in the forest. In 3 years, Melanie has seen scenes like this countless times. Now, she sits quietly in a tree branch, watching a bloody feeding scene, with no emotional response. The stealth leopard enjoys its lunch. It doesn't eat quickly, taking nearly an hour to finish, leaving behind some bones of the wind deer, then wagging its tail, walking away. But Melanie remains quietly waiting. About 10 minutes later, a group of 2nd-level scavenging ants appears at the remains, dark and dense. Their actions were very quick. In less than a minute, the group retreated from the way they came. Looking back at the site, all the wreckage was gone, with only 4 blue magic cores of the wind deer lying cleanly on the ground. Melanie finally opened her eyes, checked her magic shield, then lightly jumped down from the tree and happily walked toward the magic cores. Fresh meat is liked by creatures. Decayed remains are liked by creatures, and magic cores are naturally liked by creatures too. Melanie knew that there was a 4th-level spiritual monkey that especially liked collecting various magic cores. She was a bit late now, and would definitely be robbed by those little monkeys. Speaking of which, after discovering this small-bodied spiritual monkey's hobby, she once took advantage of their outings to visit their home, and she gained a lot. She wasn't completely unnoticed. But Melanie only stole from the small monkeys near Despair Valley. With her speed and magic shield, she could always escape to Despair Valley, and those little monkeys never dared to enter. After a few times, they all moved away. After collecting 4 magic cores, Melanie didn't delay. She carefully and quickly crossed more than half a mile, listening carefully at the spot she had previously observed, then paused and started her next round of reconnaissance. Thus, she smoothly bypassed the 4 mountains mentioned by Little Goo and saw a valley similar to Despair Valley, with a slightly excited mood. She discovered the king of the Big Mouth Flower. When she used her mental power to touch that pure and innocent consciousness, she clearly felt its joy and curiosity. Little Goo? Melanie took a deep breath and silently asked in her mind, "How do we get across?" No response. "All right, I know you're testing us." Melanie comforted herself, a slight smile on her face, and said, I need to think of a way slowly. First, let's have lunch." No longer in the safe area of Despair Valley, Melanie dared not hunt or light a fire alone. So, her lunch was some leftover roasted fish from her space, along with a red fruit. In this forest, red fruits are as common as ordinary fruits outside. Her space stored a large pile, enough for her to eat for 10 years or more. While eating, she looked at the sea of flowers before her. The largemouth flowers' blooms are very beautiful. Each one is about the size of a basin, with different bright colors, and they emit a sweet, fragrant aroma. People who don't know this flower might be tempted to walk closer and take a good look. The scent it releases has a dreamy effect and is quite tempting. While Melanie was eating, she saw a wind rabbit, 2 thick-skinned wild boars, and 5 jungle bees foolishly running toward the flowers, becoming their tasty meal. Meanwhile, the largemouth flower king was in the middle of the flower sea. If she can't reach it, how can she make a contract? When she signed with Little Ancient before, she only contributed a drop of blood. That innocent, baby-like largemouth flower king probably wouldn't refuse to absorb her blood, but the problem was, how could she send her blood inside? Melanie scratched her head with her left hand, then raised her right hand and threw the red fruit seed into the flower cluster. None of the flowers moved. Clearly, The largemouth flowers weren't interested in non-blood flesh. Unfortunately, Melanie was a living, breathing person. I wonder if that earth dragon skin can resist the digestion acid of the largemouth flowers. Melanie pulled out the dragon skin from her ring, which belonged to the intruder in the desperate flower valley, and gestured with it. She couldn't turn this skin into shoes or clothes. Should she tie it around herself? The problem was she was alone. How could she tie herself up? Little Ancient, come out and help, Melanie called. Foolish. Little Ancient made this comment and then fell silent again. Melanie muttered a bit gloomily, as long as I can achieve my goal, being a little foolish doesn't matter. Wait, she had an idea. Melanie's face lit up with a smile. She found a big tree, spread the dragon skin over the trunk, then leaned against it, rolled a couple of times, wrapping herself in the skin. She pinched the collar with one hand, then dropped a seed of the desperate vine at her feet. Her other hand moved slightly, and she smiled softly, saying, "Life and death entwined." Without Little Ancient's help, she could use magic to wrap herself up. Yes, it was quite tight. Now, she just needed to jump a few steps to test it. Little sister, what are you playing with? While Melanie was trying the zombie jump, suddenly a person appeared in front of her, startling her so much that she almost tripped herself. Melanie was stunned and looked a bit foolish. She swore that, besides Xiao Ju, the young man in front of her was the most handsome person she had ever seen. No, that's not quite right. This young man, judging by his age, looks about 15 or 16, but he also seems to be 18 or 20. If he's 15 or 16, it's because his expression is very curious and innocent, like a naive young boy. If he's 18 or 20, it's because looking at him, you'd instinctively think he's a very smart and wise adult. And then there's his appearance. When you look at his features, you think each one is clear and ordinary. But then you might feel you haven't really seen his features clearly. You might think he's extremely handsome. Yet, blinking, you see his face again, looking very plain, as if your earlier impression was just a mistake. And his hair and eyes. His hair is the same dark green as Melanie's, but it's natural and tied with a white ribbon. His eyes are a soft, translucent green, just like Melanie's.
Who is he?
Who are you? Melanie tilted her head and blurted out her question. I am Shawn. The young man introduced himself, then asked, Little sister, what are you playing with? Melanie looked down and saw she had tied herself up very successfully. Dense, despairing vines wrapped tightly around her, like a cocoon. Just like Xiao Gu had said before, very silly. Her face turned red, but she still looked up and pointedly told Shawn to look at the largemouth flower in front of her, seriously saying, I need to reach the center of the flowers. This dragon hide should be able to resist the mouth flower's acid, so I can get inside safely. Even now, she still believed that her method was very feasible given the current conditions and worth trying. So maybe tying herself up like this looked silly and would get her teased, but she still felt proud of herself. Does anyone have a better way? Then she thought for a moment and introduced herself. I am Baller. Belle was the name suggested by the white-robed Necromancer 3 years ago. Audi knew this. When she arrived in the capital, Audi might be able to find her using that name. Thinking of Audi, Melanie felt a bit lost. She wondered how Audi was now, whether she had become stronger. Young Shawn listened to Melanie's plan, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He gently tapped Melanie's small head with the bow and arrow on his back, smiling, although Belle's idea was good. That was before. Now, Shawn can help you. Melanie became excited upon hearing this. She quickly flattered, really? Shawn is the best. Then she removed her magic and shed her disguise. Seeing Shawn smiling at her, she felt a little shy and stuck out her tongue. Her hair and eye color matched Shawn's, making Melanie feel very close and trustworthy. She had never seen anyone with hair the same color as hers before. Shawn smiled as he took the dragon hide from her hand, held it up, and said, Although I am an archer, I can easily turn this monster hide into clothes to deal with the big-mouthed flower. What do you think? I need 3 days. Belle, are you in a hurry? No, I'm not in a rush. Melanie quickly shook her head. She looked around and thought this was a safe place to camp, Because of the big-mouth flowers, stronger monsters would instinctively avoid here, while weaker ones would be attracted by the sweet smell and become food for the flowers. Some might escape in time and run far away, not staying nearby. Also, ignoring the scene of the big-mouthed flower swallowing, the colorful flowers were actually very beautiful. "I have a tent. Let's set up camp here," Melanie said, quickly taking out 2 tents from her space. Then she realized she hadn't asked for others' opinions, so she shyly played with her hair and tentatively asked, "Shawn, what do you think?" "Very good," Shawn nodded with a smile. Melanie cheered happily and started busying herself. Setting up a tent is not difficult for her. Although her method might not be perfect and the tent may not be very sturdy or pretty, she can still make a decent shape. In the past, she spent a whole month practicing before she successfully built her first tent in Despair Valley. Shawn watched the cheerful girl and felt happy too. He started helping her with the tasks. Belle, maybe that's not her real name, but he liked it, because he felt she was his lucky green gem. Thank the goddess that he found her right after he arrived. It must be her, no one else. "Shawn, how did you come to the Devil's Circle?" At night, Melanie sat by the campfire with Shawn, eating red berries. Melanie spoke unclearly. "I've lived here for 3 years, and I've only seen 2 people. One is the genius mage Sheldon. He was supposed to help me here, but suddenly said he needed to advance. Sheldon was already a saint of magic." "If he advanced," Melanie's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shawn excitedly. "Shawn, do you think Sheldon is going to become a god?" "Oh, praise the heavens." Shawn's expression changed. The firelight reflected on his face, making him look incredibly handsome for a moment, but upon closer look, he appeared quite ordinary. He smiled and said, "Humans haven't seen gods for thousands of years. So I think, Belle, if Sheldon really advances now, he will only become a demigod. The world of gods has many secrets that humans can't reach." After speaking, he paused and casually asked, "Belle, from what you said, do you believe in the Father God?" Melanie was stunned. The phrase, "praise the heavens," isn't that just an expression of surprise? Is Shawn serious? Or just joking and asking casually? Melanie bit into a red berry, looking confused. "Do I believe in the Father God? I'm not sure. Father God, Mother Goddess, Light God, Death God. I've heard many people show respect to certain gods because of their talents or nature. For example, fire mages tend to respect the fire god more." "Shawn, is that faith?" "That's not really faith." Shawn shook his head silently, but didn't explain to Melanie. He just said, "It can be considered that way." "So, Belle, what about you?" Melanie felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. She grabbed a handful of her hair and said, "If that's the case, I should have some faith in the god of light, the water god, and the earth god, right?" Also what?" Shawn asked. "Additionally, she should probably believe in the nature goddess, right?" This made Melanie feel a bit distracted. But why does she feel so uncomfortable whenever she thinks about whom she should praise or pray to? Especially the nature goddess. According to most humans, their talents are granted by various gods. Since the nature goddess gave her such excellent talents, shouldn't she be a believer? However, the idea of being a follower of the nature goddess or believing in the nature goddess just feels strange when she thinks about it. Melanie tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Shawn, replying, "Also, I heard that the Father God is the god of all gods, so I think I should just praise the Father God directly. That's much simpler, her natural talents. Even old Sheldon hadn't noticed, so why should she go around bragging about them?" Shawn also smiled. This little girl is quite clever, knowing how to hide her cards and secrets. But she's only about 10 years old, living alone in this forest. She must have gone through a lot, right? How has she managed to survive these 3 years? When she left her parents and family, was she feeling very sad? Thinking this way, Shawn felt a little soft-hearted. Watching her sweet and adorable smile, his gaze grew gentler. But only in the night, under the firelight, was it hard to see clearly. "How about you? What god do you believe in?" The goddess. "I believe in the nature goddess." Shawn made a gesture of worship towards the campfire, looking very devout. For a moment, Melanie felt a bit dazed. It seemed as if something flashed through her mind, but when she tried to pursue it, it disappeared. This distraction made her forget her original question. Why was Shawn here alone? When she went into her tent and remembered this question, she found that Shawn had also gone into his tent to rest. She couldn't disturb him late at night, so she gave up. No matter who Shawn was, as long as he wasn't against her, that was enough. She is just a beginner mage, while Shawn moves freely in the forest, at least an advanced archer. If he wanted to hurt her, it would be very easy. Just like before he suddenly appeared in front of her, she didn't notice anything at all. Moreover, Shawn didn't ask her why she was here, did he? Releasing her mental energy, Melanie's gaze swept over Shawn's tent. She saw him lying down in his clothes, then stopped paying attention and started trying to talk with the big-mouth Flower King. Flower. Melanie's mental tendrils gently touched that simple consciousness and said, Flower. You are Flower. I am Melanie. Flower. Flower. The little baby could only repeat these two words, but it made Melanie very happy. She repeated again, Your Flower, I am Melanie. Your Flower, I am Melanie. No. You are Flower, I am Melanie. This kind of self-recognition was very difficult for Flower right now. Melanie repeated the explanation many times, but it only confused Flower more, and her own mind felt like it was tying itself in knots. This made her a bit discouraged. But then she thought, human babies also need repeated teaching to grow up and understand things. She could teach Flower to be a well-behaved and polite little girl, unlike Xiao Ju and Xiao Gu, who had bad tempers. Her heart filled with renewed energy. Morning. When Melanie woke from her meditation and stepped out of the tent, she saw Shawn busy with his longbow, which looked very simple and beautiful. The earth dragon leather had been processed again. Otherwise, the originally stiff leather had become somewhat soft, and she didn't know what dye Shawn used to turn it a beautiful dark green.
Wow.
How did you do that? Melanie looked at the transformed leather and couldn't help reaching out to touch it. Stop. Shawn stopped her and explained, the leather is coated with a softening agent, which could burn your little hands. Then he smiled at Melanie and asked, Do you like this color? If you don't, I have red, yellow, and other colors here. This one is very good. Melanie crouched down and observed for a while before uncertainly saying, Green algae and black lichen. Both green algae and black lichen are moss-like plants, and their sap can be used as dye. That's really impressive, Shawn praised. The green from the green algae combined with the black from the black lichen creates such a beautiful color. It's my favorite. Also, I added a little stabilizing agent inside, so the dragon leather will always keep this color. Shawn, you're really amazing. Melanie looked up, her eyes shining as she asked, Are you good at potion making? Do you also know alchemy? Shawn nodded slightly, then shook his head. I've learned some basic potion making, but I don't know much about alchemy. Well, making magical items requires a lot of magic power. I'm just an archer. Oh, Melanie nodded, indicating she understood. Old Sheldon is a master alchemist. But Shawn, you're already very talented. I don't know anything at all. You're still young. If you're interested in the future, you can find a teacher and learn properly. Shawn thought for a moment and smiled. I think the old Sheldon you mentioned sounds pretty good. Yeah, old Sheldon is very impressive. He's the most famous genius. He became a beginner mage in just a month, and by 12, he was a grand mage. Melanie spoke excitedly, like a fan admiring a genius, talking nonstop about Sheldon's achievements while secretly watching Shawn's expression. There was admiration, but only a faint one, with no signs of deep reverence. This was very strange. Since the continent had the genius Sheldon, people might not know his name, but after learning about his achievements and glory, no one would remain so indifferent. Sheldon was someone to admire, respect, and even envy. But whatever the emotion, it wouldn't look like Shawn's faint reaction. It was as if a child with only 50% talent came from a remote mountain village. Others from the same village, who had never exceeded 20%, would admire or envy him. But when villagers told someone from the prestigious Imperial Academy about him, the Academy people would only show a faint appreciation, thinking he's pretty good. Melanie felt like she was just a villager, while Shawn clearly seemed used to dealing with geniuses from the academy. But someone like old Sheldon, are there really such geniuses in the world? Even if there are there enough to make people used to them? Shawn must be an extraordinary person, Melanie thought. Old Sheldon said he came here to find. Melanie suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She stood up quickly, wide-eyed, staring at Shawn as if she was about to swallow her own tongue in surprise. "Belle, what's wrong?" Shawn asked, a bit puzzled. He touched his face and looked at his clothes, not noticing anything unusual. He asked, "Is something wrong?" Melanie opened her mouth, feeling awkward. I just suddenly realized you look really, really handsome. Maybe I was seeing things." "Well, maybe." Shawn, I'm going to meditate now." She waved goodbye to Shawn and went into her tent. Maybe Shawn is a fairy. Melanie pressed her pounding heart and sat on her sleeping mat, her eyes shining brightly. This place is the Devil's Maze, and it's in the central area. Unless it's really necessary, no humans come here, or rather, no humans can easily reach here, except for Sheldon, who has been wandering here for 3 years. So, how did Shawn suddenly appear here? Could he also have a fairy native guiding him, like herself? That's the first possibility. The second is, Sheldon said he came to find the entrance to the fairy realm. And the Devil's Maze is a mysterious place that seems to hide secrets. Maybe that secret is the fairy realm? The third is, the book says that fairies are a race blessed by the gods. They are born with extraordinary talents and long lives. If Shawn is a fairy, it explains why he doesn't seem to think much of Sheldon's genius level. With his hair like that, his eyes like that, and his perfect looks, almost like Xiao Ju's. And he also said he worships the goddess of nature. Is Shawn a fairy? Is Shawn really a fairy? Melanie pressed her hands tightly against her chest, really wanting to run out and ask him directly. "Thank you, classmate, Water Condensed Night, for the good luck charm. Also, is the name Shawn really that bad? Why did a fellow reader immediately think he's a bad person? Why is that?" But Melanie didn't run out to ask. She took a long time to calm her pounding heart, pretending she wasn't curious or suspicious. She thought of herself as a naive little girl who didn't think about such things. Why did she do this? Melanie didn't understand either. In the evening, Melanie came out of the tent and saw Shawn staring at the big flower bushes, as if admiring the colorful scenery under the sunset. Seeing Melanie, Shawn smiled happily and pointed to the land dragon skin spread over a large rock. He said, "The softening is almost done. We can start sewing it tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you can wear it and go into the flowers. By the way, the land dragon is a level 7 beast known for its defense. Its skin can definitely resist the acid from the big mouth flowers." Melanie felt a bit excited. Her face shone with a charming glow in the sunset. She looked at the land dragon skin, nodded with satisfaction, then sat next to Shawn and asked, "Shawn, what should we eat for dinner?" Shawn was surprised but then smiled. "I still have some purple spirit fruits. Do you want some?" Melanie shook her head, a little disappointed. "I have some fruit too. But just eating fruit is too bland." After saying that, she tilted her head and looked at Shawn eagerly. "Shawn, you're an archer, right? You must be really good. How about catching some prey to try?" As she spoke, she seemed excited like a hungry cat. "I have a special spice room. The roasted meat smells amazing." "What do you think, Shawn? The book says elves are a peaceful race, mainly eating flower nectar and fruits, and they dislike eating meat. They also tend to dislike unnecessary killing." Shawn nodded with a smile when he heard this, and he seemed interested as he suggested, "I saw fish in the pond outside the valley. How about grilled fish or fish soup tonight? I also want to taste Melanie's cooking."
Fish.
Although it doesn't seem to have blood, it's still an animal, right? Melanie felt a slight disappointment inside, but she kept a sweet smile on her face. She nodded excitedly and said, "I'll gather firewood. It would be even better if I find some mushrooms." She happily jumped up as she spoke. When Shawn's figure disappeared from her sight, Melanie immediately dropped the small dry branches she was holding, sat down on the ground, relaxed her mental energy, and followed Shawn's footsteps. For a moment, it seemed as if Shawn's steps paused briefly. If Melanie had paid close attention, she might have seen a fleeting smile appear at the corner of his mouth. However, Melanie didn't dare to fully focus her mental energy on him. 3 years ago, she found many books from those people. Most were biographies or basic guides for beginners, but she still learned a lot. For example, if someone with low mental power tries to detect someone with high mental power, they might be discovered and have their mental energy bounced back. And they could get hurt. She knew that, using all her green light clusters, those plants acting as her eyes, her way of sensing mental energy was different from others. But she didn't dare to be reckless. Once, in Despair Valley, she concentrated all her mental energy on a level 6 magical beast to observe its habits, but it noticed her and struck her mental energy with a powerful, solid-like force. Since then, she stopped focusing her mental energy so intensely on anything. Just like now, she was only casually observing Shawn and the large area of land around him. She watched him walk through the forest as if strolling in a garden, without disturbing a single leaf. She saw him approach a pond, wait until the magical beast's drinking water left, then calmly and gracefully draw his bow and shoot an arrow into the deep water. Water splashed lightly. Using a bow and arrow to hunt fish? Melanie was a bit curious. If he hit the fish, how would he catch it? Would he wait for the fish to die and float to the surface? But she didn't worry for long. Soon, she saw Shawn somehow make the arrow return to his hand, along with 2 fish, one large, one small, strung on the arrow. Magic arrow? Although she couldn't be sure if Shawn was an elf, Melanie was certain he was a magic archer. Afterward, Shawn squatted by the water pool, gutting and cleaning 2 fish. His movements were not very skilled, but they were decent, not looking completely clueless or inexperienced with handling fish. Melanie felt a faint sense of disappointment and became less sure about her guess. She withdrew her mental focus, stood up, and started gathering dry branches. Whatever. At least Shawn isn't here to catch me, Melanie quietly comforted herself, piling the dry branches into a bonfire. She took out an iron pot, released a few small water spheres inside, and used light magic to ignite the dry branches, beginning to heat the water. Look, 2 big fish. I also found some truffles under the tree roots. Soon, Shawn returned to the small valley with his harvest, a relaxed and satisfied smile on his face. Melanie nodded firmly, touched her lips with her fingers, and cheerfully said, "We're going to have a good meal. Once the water boils, we'll slice the fish, add the truffles, some green herbs and onions to remove the smell, sprinkle a little salt, and it will be a delicious dish." Shawn also smiled. After a hearty dinner, Melanie looked up at the starry sky, enjoying the steady moonlight, and softly said, "Shawn, after I finish this, I will leave the forest and go to the imperial capital to study." "What about you?" Shawn pursed his lips and shook his head. "I don't have a specific place I must go. But studying at the academy sounds pretty good too." "Is the imperial capital your home?" Melanie shook her head, feeling a bit sad, and softly said, "My home isn't there. But it's not far either. I was supposed to go to the imperial capital to study when I was 8. She gently moved a burning, red branch in the fire, making the flames burn brighter. 3 years have passed. Has Melanie advanced to a high-level mage? Her father and mother probably don't worry about gold coins anymore. Has old Mori learned those 2 magic spells? Melinda must be even more beautiful now, right? And Audi, 3 years later, has he become stronger? At such a moment, Melanie suddenly felt homesick. She thought of everyone. Aunt Marianne, who took care of her as a child, Lady Deus, Mr. Laolai, and little maid Lily. Then there was her new friend, Valdo, though she wasn't sure if he still remembered her. Melinda still remembered her friends, Jessica, Roger, Townsend, Anna, Nikki, Claire, and Fei, and her fiancé Aiken, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Are they all doing well? Did something unexpected happen? Shawn asked with concern. Melanie rested her chin on her hand and nodded slightly, not saying what exactly had happened. Such memories were private, and she often saw the bodies without blood. She didn't want to think about it. Luckily, Shawn didn't ask further. They both fell silent. The moonlight behind them cast a short shadow. The sun rose above the mountain peak, shining down. As Melanie felt the warm sunlight on her skin and the gentle flow of magic inside her, she opened her eyes and suddenly saw a rainbow in her view. She blinked in surprise, but the rainbow was gone, replaced by a clear blue sky. It turned out she had fallen asleep sitting by the campfire last night, dew still on her eyelashes. "Good morning, baller," Shawn's voice called from nearby. "Good morning, Shawn." Melanie blushed slightly. She grabbed a cup, filled it with water, and thought about whether Shawn had washed up yesterday. She raised her cup and asked, "Would you like some?" Shawn smiled and shook his head. "Thanks, baller, but I have enough clean water here." Melanie stuck out her tongue, took a few steps to the corner, grabbed a toothbrush, and started brushing her teeth. After tidying up, she returned to the tent. Shawn handed her a set of clothes, smiling. "It's simple, but it should be okay. Are the clothes ready?" "Thank you, Shawn." Melanie took the clothes and happily ran into the tent to try them on. They were a hunter's outfit, covering her legs and arms tightly, with gloves and a hood with a collar. Though plain, the cut was neat and the stitching fine, making it very comfortable to wear. Melanie liked it very much. She stepped out of the tent, put on the hat, and skipped over to Shawn, who was smiling. She opened her arms and gave him a grateful hug, saying, "Shawn, thank you." This was her first new outfit in 3 years. She finally no longer had to wear her old, repeatedly altered dress that had become tattered strips of cloth. For a moment, Melanie felt a bit sad. Shawn's body seemed a little stiff. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly pushed Melanie aside and began smiling as he examined her clothes, appearing satisfied with his work. "In that case, when you enter the flower bush, just pay attention to your face. As for this dress, once you reach the imperial capital, find a master alchemist to inscribe some useful magic patterns on it, and you'll be able to wear it for a while." "Yes," Melanie nodded firmly. Shawn looked at the flower bush again and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No, I can handle it myself." "Thank you, Shawn." She didn't want Shawn to know what she was about to do. After speaking, Melanie stepped closer to the largemouth flowers. The largemouth flowers remained still, quietly shining. Melanie knew this was because she hadn't approached close enough. They were patient and wouldn't act prematurely to scare away their prey. She took a deep breath, quickly cast a 3-element magic shield, and carefully stepped into the flower bush. Although she wore armor made from dragon leather, she still wanted to see if her magic could help her pass through. Besides, she needed to protect her face and eyes. Caution is always wise, she thought. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The beautiful largemouth flowers still didn't move. 10 steps, 20 steps. She had already walked several meters into the flowers, surrounded by large, vibrant blooms, yet they remained motionless. It was as if Melanie was not a flesh-and-blood person but something inanimate like a stone. What was going on? Could it be because of the Flower King? Maybe because she had been getting along well with the Flower King these past 2 days? But the Flower King's intelligence was like that of a newborn baby. Could it even transmit her commands? While Melanie was lost in doubt and thoughts and dared not relax her pace toward the Flower King, Shawn watched her hesitant steps from behind. His silent smile grew wider and wider until he finally doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach and rubbing it without care for his image. Little Melanie is just too adorable. She didn't seem to realize that, as the favored daughter of the natural goddess, especially with her extraordinary physique, all plants, any plants, would not harm her. The sea of flowers in front of her was no exception. Look. Shawn sat down heavily on a large rock, still smiling happily, thinking to himself, "Our little Bailey still has so much to learn. And perhaps her future travels in human society will be very interesting." Unfortunately, Melanie did not turn around. So, she didn't notice Shawn's overly cheerful yet stunningly handsome smile. Instead, she continued carefully, step by step, cautiously approaching the colorful flowers. Wah. As she was about to reach the big-mouth Flower King, Melanie didn't get too close. Instead, she first used her senses. A tiny, smooth baby appeared in her mind's eye, eyes wide with joy, looking at her as if asking for a hug but also feeling a little shy. The big eyes were deep green, sparkling with colorful light, full of innocence, curiosity, and pure happiness. So many wonderful feelings. Melanie felt her heart soften instantly. Hua Hua. Melanie unconsciously lowered her voice to the softest tone, conveying her intention to the big-mouth flower king. Hua Hua, is it okay to be with sister? The little baby looked at Melanie, confused but showing a happy-looking smile. Melanie maintained her magic, keeping contact with the big-mouth flower king. She walked to its plant, took out a dagger, made a small cut on her index finger, and dripped a few drops of blood onto the colorful flower disc of the big-mouth flower king. As if it was a delicious treat, Melanie saw the little baby immediately excitedly open her small mouth, suck in the drops of blood, and then eagerly look at Melanie. More? Melanie asked tentatively. The little baby still looked at her eagerly, her gemstone-like eyes not blinking for a long time. Should she give more or not? Melanie hesitated. Although this little baby is very cute and adorable, there are moments when she makes Melanie feel like giving her everything wouldn't matter. But her eating of fresh blood still makes Melanie feel a bit uneasy. Yes, Hua Hua is a girl.
Wait.
This feeling. Melanie took a few steps back, cutting off her connection with Hua Hua, and began to sense her own body. She has advanced. Although her advancement didn't cause the obvious changes described in the book, Melanie is sure that the bottleneck that troubled her for 2 years has been broken. She has truly advanced. The green ribbon inside her body seems to have only widened a little, and its depth of green hasn't changed much. The most noticeable change is the route it takes inside her body. It now has many branches and forks. These branches connect smoothly with the old route, as if. If her green ribbon inside was just a simple circle before, now it's a basic web. And the 3 other magic cores formed by different lines are embedded at the nodes of this network. Did she just advance like this? Melanie found it hard to believe. She thought of Xiaogu in her mind and nervously asked, Xiaogu, did I advance? Do you feel any change? Thanks sincerely to Aoer and Feng Man Yo Yi Xiang Ji for their safe charms. You're not wrong about how you feel. Xiaogu didn't appear, but his calm voice carried an unhidden joy. You've advanced. I've also evolved a bit. Xiaogu, come out and see. Melanie was overjoyed to hear Xiaogu's words. Old Sheldon's method is right. He's truly a genius. Xiaogu seemed hesitant. After waiting a while, he finally said, forget it for now. The Shawn you know is a bit strange. I feel like I really don't want to hurt him. He might not be a bad person, but your secret doesn't necessarily have to be known by him.
And
right now, this little baby is the most important to you. Xiaogu is always the most important, Melanie solemnly emphasized in her heart, then asked Xiaogu, what should we do now? It seems that Hua Hua likes my blood. Should I give her some? But the real question is more than that. Since she has advanced to become an intermediate mage, it shows that her contract with Hua Hua has been successful. So, they probably shouldn't be separated too far. This leads to another question. How can I take Hua Hua with me? Should I, like Xiao Ju, find a pot and transplant her to carry her away? Or, like Xiao Gu, turn Hua Hua into a totem or something similar? But Hua Hua has the soul and intelligence of a small baby. Can she learn such complicated things? While Melanie was worried, Xiao Gu's calm voice echoed in her mind. Try giving her a little more blood. Melanie couldn't think of any better idea, so she decided to follow Xiao Gu's suggestion. Maybe it would work. A few drops of fresh blood were immediately licked up by Hua Hua's tiny, pink mouth. She hiccuped as if she was full, then happily smiled at Melanie and called out, Mom.
Mom, what?
Just as Melanie was about to be shocked by these words, she heard Xiao Gu's cheerful laughter in her mind. She stomped her foot in frustration and shouted, No laughing. Little by liar? What's wrong? Do you need help? Shawn's voice came from outside the bushes. It turned out that she, feeling shy and angry, had forgotten to keep her thoughts silent and had spoken aloud, attracting Shawn's attention. Melanie quickly called out loudly, I'm fine. Thank you, Shawn. Just call if you need help. Shawn didn't ask more, which made Melanie breathe a little easier. But as she took a breath, Xiaogu's laughter still echoed in her mind, and she heard another soft, happy voice call out, "Mom."
Mom.
This child is quite adorable, Xiaogu said with a smile. Melanie rolled her eyes weakly and patiently said to Huahua, "Huahua, I'm not Mom. I'm your older sister. Come on, call me older sister. Call me older sister." The little baby seemed confused for a moment, but quickly, happily shouted, "Older sister. Older sister." Huahua is so well behaved. Melanie immediately gave the little baby a big, warm smile and thought to herself, "It's not easy." At this moment, little Gu also stopped laughing and said, "She seems to need your blood to grow. And her intelligence isn't advanced enough to understand shape-shifting yet. So I think we should stay in this valley for a while." Hearing this, Melanie felt a bit reluctant but wanted to communicate with Huahua. No matter what she said, the baby only smiled sweetly and called her sister. This made Melanie feel tender and caring, but she also had to agree with little Gu's understanding. Their journey would have to slow down again. Melanie comforted the little baby, then heartlessly said goodbye to the tearful Huahua and returned to the valley. She sat down heavily on a stone. "What's wrong, Baller? Did you not reach your goal?" Shawn handed her a purple fruit and asked with concern. "Yeah, I had a bit of a setback." Melanie bit half of the fruit, chewed it a few times, then swallowed, feeling a bit frustrated. "I can't leave for now, can't get out of the forest, and can't go back to the imperial capital." Shawn. "Oh." Shawn responded without asking why Melanie was upset. Instead, he thought for a moment and then said, "I remember your plan was to go to the Imperial College to study. Is there an age limit for entering the college? Do you need a lot of time here?" "Not necessarily." Melanie paused, then smiled and gratefully said to Shawn, "Thank you for comforting me." Shawn. Yes, she was now a beginner mage of the earth, water, and light elements. Before she turned 16, she could be accepted into the Imperial College. She wasn't in a rush. Her bottleneck with the natural element had been solved. She had her own special training method and didn't need anyone's guidance. She was only 11. Turning her head slightly, she saw his dark green hair gently flowing, some of it brushing her shoulder, tangled with her own hair of the same color. His ordinary appearance seemed to glow with a charming light. Melanie stared blankly at Shawn, suddenly impulsive, and asked, "Shawn, will you stay with me?" Then she heard little Gu's soft, sneering laugh in her mind. Melanie lowered her head, biting her lip. Her face turned red as if blood could come out, and tears began to shimmer in her eyes. "Little Gu, you smell bad and you laugh at others." You, Little Gu lazily said. "Melanie girl, don't you think that starting to flirt at 11 years old is a bit too early, even for a crush?" "None of your business," Melanie said fiercely. "Not interested in your business," Little Gu replied lazily. Meanwhile, Shawn was slightly stunned when he heard Melanie's words. He looked at her flushed cheeks, and a small ripple seemed to pass through his heart. His ears also turned slightly red with suspicion. "What am I thinking? She's still just a child, just not wanting to stay here alone." Shawn steadied his mind and smiled, saying, "Although I really want to stay with Barry, I have some other things to do. It might take a few months or even longer." Melanie responded with an "oh," feeling a bit disappointed. She picked up a stone and started scribbling on the ground randomly. Shawn pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "If I come back and little Barry is still here, I will stay with you until we go to school in the capital. If you leave by then, I will go to the capital to find you." "How does that sound?" "Really?" Melanie suddenly became happy again, looking at Shawn with hopeful eyes and asking, "Shawn will also go to school in the capital. Maybe not to school, but I will definitely go to the capital." Shawn nodded with a smile. He added, "If little Barry wants me to find you, you need to tell me how to get to the capital and which school you'll attend, and all that. Then let me tell you." At this moment, Melanie was filled with joy from the thought that Shawn will come to find her. She ignored little Gu's sneering, as if it didn't exist, and forgot to think about why Shawn was asking these questions that everyone knew the answers to. Perhaps she hesitated for a moment, but then thought that Shawn was deliberately asking her to clarify to avoid misunderstandings in the future. She happily started talking about everything she knew about the glorious imperial capital and the imperial college. Meanwhile, somewhere in her mind, a small Gu, looking like a 6 or 7-year-old boy with light golden hair, sat cross-legged with a serious expression. Opposite him, a naked little girl was lying down, her eyes darting around wildly. Hua, your mom seems to really be in a relationship. Hua raised her soft, lotus-like arm and softly mumbled, as if agreeing with Xiao Gu. She will get hurt, Xiao Gu said seriously. After thinking for a moment, he smiled faintly and said, yes, she will grow. In her distant homeland, there seems to be a famous saying, everyone grows up while getting hurt. As the peaceful, beautiful night slowly passed and the morning sun rose, Melanie woke up. When she released her mental energy, she felt as if her heart was gently pricked and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Outside her tent, Shawn's tent had been taken down and neatly folded, with no sign of Shawn. Shawn had left. Without needing to look carefully, she knew he was gone. Just like a week ago when he suddenly appeared in front of her, he had quietly disappeared again. Snort. After a flash of light, Xiao Gu appeared beside her, a mocking smile on his face. He circled Melanie once, touching his chin, and said, to truly keep a man, just acting cute isn't enough. Melanie, you've observed your sister May for over 20 years. You're not exactly a naive girl anymore. How could you be so foolish as not to realize this? At least wait another 3 or 5 years, then you'll have the confidence. None of your business. Melanie sat up quickly, wiping her tears fiercely. Ignoring Xiao Gu's teasing, she walked out of the tent. Xiao Gu seemed to not bother with her and followed behind her. Or perhaps he just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Outside, on the neatly folded tent, there was a medium-sized white jade flower pot, about the size of a basin. Melanie bit her lip with tears in her eyes, reached into the flower pot, and took out 2 items from the bottom. One was a seed or fruit about the size of a fist. The other was a piece of unknown material, like a letter. It read, Dear Belle, please forgive my sudden departure. I always thought that if I had to leave, I would watch you sleep peacefully rather than see your tearful, reluctant eyes. Those would be too hard for me to leave behind, I think. Belle, forgive me for not telling you. I am actually a spirit, just as you might have guessed. This time, I am leaving to return to the fairy realm to handle some minor matters. Once everything is settled, I will come to the imperial capital to find you. Also, I want to tell you that as the favored one of the goddess of nature, we elves and Little Belle are friends of all plants. So, you don't need to worry about plants harming you, whether or not you wear the dragon leather clothes. Finally, the gift left in the flower pot is a token from the goddess of nature. It is said that only those with good fortune can successfully grow it. Little Belle, I hope you will try. Maybe you are the lucky one. Thanks to Belle, I had a very happy time. See you in the imperial capital.
Shawn.
Your writing is very beautiful, and your handwriting looks just like an elf script. Little Gus stood on a large rock behind Melanie, just high enough to see the words on the letter. He touched his chin with a curious look and said, But why does it seem fake? Why is that? Melanie turned her hand and put the letter back into her space necklace. She glared fiercely at Little Gu and started drawing a magic pattern in the air. Dirt in the white jade flower pot slowly took shape. She began releasing water spheres. Are you really going to plant this unknown seed? Little Gu jumped onto another higher big rock and watched Melanie cast her spell. She used earth magic to form the dirt and water magic to water it. Little Gu seemed to evaluate and nodded. That's a good idea. If that seed is alive, maybe you can really grow it. Melanie ignored him, and he seemed to be talking happily. He continued, from Nyonyo's condition, your blood helps plants grow, at least during their early stages. But you don't understand exactly how the blood contract between us was made, so you can't use your blood to feed it. That's a bit troublesome. Do you want some? Melanie looked up at Little Gu and kept casting spells with her hands. What? Little Gu was suddenly interrupted and looked surprised. Melanie's eyes lowered slightly, and she said calmly, Hearing you talk happily, I thought you also wanted my blood, just like Hua. Little Gu's face instantly darkened. He suddenly jumped up like he was angry, standing on a big rock, looking down at Melanie and shouting loudly, "You stupid woman! Don't say that! I am an adult, not a baby. I don't need your care. Drinking blood, do you think your blood is like milk?" He was really angry, truly furious. He was just trying to explain things to her. He wanted to talk to stop her from being sad about that elf Shawn. But she didn't understand his good intentions. He was so upset. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, jumped down from the big rock, and stormed toward the flowers, determined not to care about this silly woman anymore. "Little Gu." Melanie reached out and grabbed his light golden sleeve. "Little Gu, are you worried about me?" Melanie asked softly. "Only a fool would worry about you," Little Gu said stubbornly, with a dismissive snort. But wasn't he just a fool? He even heard a girl with a sash clapping her hands and giggling, calling him fool, fool. His face darkened even more. He struggled to pull away from Melanie's grip, but couldn't succeed. Melanie let go of his sleeve voluntarily, sat down, and took out a small dagger. She started digging a hole in the flower pot, speaking softly as she dug. "Actually, I'm not really sad. Just a little uncomfortable. Why did he leave without saying goodbye?" Just like Little Gu said, leaving without farewell, even the most beautiful words seemed fake. That made her feel very sad. If he had said goodbye, Melanie finished digging the hole, buried the seed about the size of a fist, then made a water sphere to clean the dagger, and said softly, "If he had said goodbye, I would have smiled and sent him off. I wouldn't cry. Why doesn't he know that? Yes, why doesn't he know that?" She didn't know where he came from. Now she knew, but she didn't know where the elf world was. She never wanted to tell him her real name, never shared her story. She didn't even know if Shawn was really his name. She never asked him, and he never asked her. It was very strange. Melanie stared at the flower pot, lost in thought for a long time. Little Gu didn't know what was happening either. He sat beside her quietly, not disturbing her. "Little Gu, what kind of magic does Hua need to learn to change shape? I want to leave this place." After a long while, a breeze blew through the large sunflower field, bringing a sweet floral scent. Melanie gently touched the white jade flower pot and asked softly, "I think half a month should be enough," she estimated. Then she asked, "When we leave, will we say goodbye to Flower Jew?" The words, "say goodbye," made Melanie feel a bit uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, "He probably doesn't like me much anyway. It's better not to bother him." The magic soil in the flower pot seemed to loosen a bit. Melanie formed some more dirt and filled the pot again. "That makes sense." Xiao Gu stood up suddenly and said, "Dig a hole, bury some soil, and put all your unhappy feelings inside. The rest will be happy." After speaking, he frowned and asked Melanie, "Haven't you had that dream for a long time?" "Recently, it's been strange. You keep thinking about that world." The dream about Melanie's sister's life. She hadn't dreamed of it for about 3 years. Thinking of this, Melanie suddenly felt anxious, as if she was about to lose something important. She quickly took out her notes, opened them, and touched the neat characters inside. Her vision blurred, and she seemed to be back in the dream again. Time seemed to go back to the past. It all started in a completely white place called the hospital. Melanie saw herself, called Sister Melanie, growing up from a confused baby day by day. She saw the books she read, the movies she watched, the people she met, and the things that happened to her. This time, no longer a naive child, Melanie looked very carefully, seriously, and fully engaged. She forgot about time and herself. She was that Melanie. In the mountains, the seasons are unknown. When April arrived, the flowers in the Sunflower Mountain Valley seemed to bloom more brightly than usual, and the sweet scent became even more tempting. Among the layers of flowers, a beautiful young girl was sleeping deeply on a blanket made of large flower petals. Her long dark green hair was messy, tangled with her fair arms, as if she was lost in a long, clear dream, unable to wake up. Next to her, a short-haired boy with golden hair, dressed in a light gold warrior outfit, looked solemnly at the flowers outside the field. A small girl with black hair, wearing a colorful princess dress and a flower on her head, is close to a little boy. She looks about 1 or 2 years old, very obedient and cute. At this moment, she is biting her finger with one hand while clutching the boy's clothes with the other, looking very nervous. Snap! The boy turns around and sternly pushes away the girl's hand from his mouth, softly scolding. "Nyo nyo. How many times have I told you not to suck your fingers? Not to suck your fingers. Why can't you remember?" Nyo nyo is scared. The girl's eyes fill with tears, but she doesn't dare to cry out loud. She lowers her head and says sadly, "Little brother Gu, you said that the bad person is more powerful than us. If he finds out, will Nyo Nyo die?" Little Gu's face darkens. That's right. Lying on the flower petal carpet is Melanie. The little boy is Little Gu, and the girl is Hua Hua. Little Gu just likes to call her Nyo Nyo. The bad person Hua Hua mentioned is actually outside the flower bushes, where Shawn, who originally camped there, is wandering, along with 2 strangers or perhaps elves. Nyo Nyo, Little Gu rubs his temples patiently. Remember, when dealing with bad people, you can't be afraid. If there's no other way, just close your eyes, open your flower petals, and swallow them like snacks. Do you understand? Yes, Hua Hua seems to have received a promise and quickly nods. Nyo Nyo can swallow very well. They all turn into food. When she says this, she smiles with her eyes closed, looking very innocent and adorable. Little Gu happily pats her head as a reward. Then he turns his head and looks outside through the gap at the base of the large flower, asking, "Nyo Nyo, did you do as Little Gu asked?" Hua Hua nods and softly says, "Nyo Nyo has already spread the message to all the flowers, saying that Mom hasn't been here for 3 months. But she becomes nervous again, clutching Little Gu's clothes tightly, timidly saying, "But Nyo Nyo might not be able to fool them." "It's okay, it's okay. Nyo Nyo can do it." Little Gu patiently comforts her. As long as the plants form a community, the flower king of that community can use special methods to command other plants. Just like in the animal world, where the queen ant can command worker ants. Little Gu is an outsider with no tribe and finds it hard to understand things on his own. To help Hua Hua learn, he previously went to Despair Valley and brought Hua Jua over. They trained together for 2 months before Hua Hua became what she is today. If Melanie knew that her long sleep was not 3 days but 3 months, and that her beloved daughter, Hua Hua, was now in Little Gu and Hua Jua's care, she would probably scream in shock. Unfortunately, she doesn't know. She doesn't realize Hua Hua has changed, nor does she know that Shawn is just a mile away. A dense cluster of large, talking flowers surrounds her tightly, blocking all air. "Shawn, based on the images from these large flowers, the girl you mentioned left 3 months ago," says the speaker, holding a branch-made staff. He wears a moonlight white robe, looking a bit older, with slightly grayish dark green hair. The 5th elder is probably right. Another person, also carrying a short bow like Shawn but with a different style, replies after checking the surroundings. There are indeed signs of human activity here 3 months ago, but since then, only some monsters have passed through. "Shawn, as one of the top young hunters, you should be able to see this easily, right?" Shawn sighs deeply, nods seriously, and bows to the elder. "Please, 5th elder, give your guidance." The elder waves his hand, sounding a bit cold. "Shawn, I must say, this time you were less cautious than usual and acted recklessly. When you entered this world and met that human girl, you didn't find out her natural talent level, nor did you see her use any natural magic. Yet, you just judged her to be the one we're looking for based on her elf-like hair color and eyes." Shawn lowers his head deeply. "Shawn, don't you realize how important the chosen ones are to us elves? If you're sure she's the one, why didn't you bring her back to the tribe for full confirmation? From what you told me before, that girl was forced to survive alone in the valley for 3 years. Even if her journey through the forest was smooth before, it might not be safe afterward. Didn't you think of that?" The elder's voice is very serious, and Shawn's head sinks even lower. Although it is unlikely that a goddess would let her divine followers die young, none of them dared to entertain this thought or take such a risk. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, and sighed deeply. "Moreover, the seed of the divine tree you gave her is one of only 2 remaining. If we cannot retrieve it, the elven realm will lose hope of continuing to exist. If all our people have to move to the mainland and live alongside cunning humans, it will be the greatest disaster in elven history. But Shawn looked up. The old man waved his hand and said, I know that seed can only survive for another 20 years. 20 years pass quickly, and I understand your urgency. But Shawn, what you should not do is let that little girl and the divine tree seed leave without bringing them back. Shawn lowered his head again. He could have easily taken her with him. If he had been honest about being an elf and invited her to visit the elven realm, she would have happily gone after finishing her tasks here. Or he could have simply used force to take her. But for some reason, when he saw her cheerful eyes, her charming hunter outfit, and her peaceful, sleeping face, he did nothing. Instead, he left a letter and departed. What was he thinking? Was he thinking about that promise to meet again in the imperial capital, a promise that made his heart soften and smile? She was only 11 years old. What was he thinking? Shawn, among the three of us, only you have seen him, so you must go to the academy she mentioned. The old man resumed his cold tone and issued orders. Norman, while assisting Shawn, secretly investigate more potential divine followers. Report your mistakes this time. He paused and added, remember, as soon as you find possible candidates, bring them back quickly. It's best to invite them peacefully, but if necessary, force may be used. With your strength, unless you encounter divine followers guarded by saints or large armies, you should be able to succeed. Yes. Shawn and Norman exchanged a glance and responded in unison. After speaking, the old man nodded to the two and walked out of the valley, quickly disappearing from sight. After Shawn and Norman watched him walk away, they both straightened up. Then Norman casually took a few steps away from Shawn, creating some distance, and said with a smile, Shawn, I guess it's your strange kindness acting up again, which is why you didn't bring that little girl back. If it were me, he jumped onto a stone and said with a faint smile, the queen and the elders shouldn't have sent you first. Yes, you are the top of the younger generation, and I, Norman, might be a little less capable than you. But don't you think your personality is more suited for living peacefully in the Forest of Realms like other elves, rather than going into human society to do missions? While speaking, Norman gently shook his shoulders, and his short bow fell into his hand. He looked up, drew his bow, and shot an arrow into the sky. Soon, he heard a faint cry of sadness. In the blink of an eye, an arrow with a lark tied to it appeared in his hand. Looking closer, the arrow had gone through the lark's belly, so the bird's eyes still held a faint light, meaning it wasn't fully dead.
Sean frownetta itli.
He moved his lips, hesitated for a moment, then said displeased, with your archery skills, you could kill a thunderbird with one shot. Why bother tormenting this little lark for no reason? The thunderbird is a level 7 flying beast, while the lark is just an ordinary bird. You're surprised I didn't criticize you for shooting it casually? Or for saying that this little bird is also a life? Norman raised an eyebrow, as if genuinely surprised. Then he nodded thoughtfully and said, it seems that last mission's failure taught you some lessons. Shawn, you've also read some of our clan's books. Even from the official histories of humans, it's clear that humans are a race full of treachery, hypocrisy, and darkness. Their greatest skill is in fighting among themselves. Shawn clenched his lips tightly. Norman glanced at him sideways and said calmly, following the clan's rules doesn't suit living among humans, Shawn, but that doesn't mean killing a bird, Shawn said, releasing a wooden spike to end the little lark's suffering. Such a tiny creature, shot by a magic arrow, cannot be saved. Even if he knew light magic or high-level nature magic like the elves' rejuvenation spell, it wouldn't be able to save its life. It might be better to end it early to avoid more suffering. I just want to share this idea with you. This little bird can help me explain it better. Norman took the dead lark off the arrow, looked a bit disgusted, and threw it away. Then he lightly jumped down from the stone slab and said as he walked toward the valley's edge, Shawn, don't forget we're on the mainland now. Our current identity is human archers. You can play around, but don't drag me into trouble. Shawn watched his back, clenched his fists, and followed him, warning, don't forget, you're still an elf. Norman only chuckled without looking back. After they left, the valley became quiet, with only the faint sweet scent of flowers drifting in the air. A long time passed, and in the middle of the big flower cluster, a slight movement revealed a sizable gap. Sunlight shone straight down, illuminating the sleeping girl on her petal blanket. A faint, transparent protective glow surrounded her and the little boy beside her. Little brother Goo, the bad people are gone now. Blossom smiled happily, her colorful flower crown bouncing as she nodded her head. Sometimes it sat on her head, sometimes it slipped to her ear. Yes, Nuno did a great job. Little Goo generously smiled at her, making Blossom even happier. She cheerfully ran around Melanie and Little Goo a few times, then got bored. She squatted on the flower blanket, playing with Melanie's long hair, and asked, "Little brother Goo, when will Mom wake up? She's been sleeping for such a long time." Little Goo opened his book and said to Nuno, "Maybe soon, maybe a long time. No one knows. Come on, Nuno, learn something from your brother." Compared to other fairies evolved from magical plants who have specific skills like Flower Jew's magic binding or Blossom's absorption, Little Goo seems more like a human. He has light magic abilities and can learn various light spells. His skill level is roughly that of a mid-level human mage. Of course, he also has special abilities. As his power grows, he gradually realizes that the crystal-like seeds on his flower pot are not truly living or reproductive. Instead, they are containers that store magic energy. In other words, in this world, he will always be the only sunflower. At the same time, he alone has about the same magical power as 3 mid-level light magic users. As he grows, his crystal magic storage will definitely improve, and in the future, he will be able to match the power of even more people on his own. As long as Melanie can grow, he will grow too. Huahua will also grow. Little Goo was teaching little Huahua how to recognize characters, occasionally glancing at Melanie's sleeping face. 3 months have passed. Is she still unable to wake up? 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. Finally, the time came for Sister May's 22nd birthday. Melanie remembered that she hadn't dreamed of Sister May since then, and her heart felt a little tense. The happy birthday song played, and as the birthday candles were blown out, darkness suddenly covered Melanie's eyes. It was a complete darkness. She closed her eyes. A long time passed. When her soft, clear green eyes opened again, she saw a bright blue sky, completely clear without a single cloud. Above her head, a magnificent, colorful flower was gently swaying. The air was filled with a sweet, familiar fragrance.
Mom.
You're awake. Suddenly, a cute, round little head appeared in front of her, with big black eyes full of surprise as it looked at her. Some memories rushed back and overwhelmed her, while others quickly faded away. "Call me sister." Melanie felt a little shy and annoyed, reaching out to grab that black little head and pressing it to her chest, happily rubbing it. "Huahua, have you learned to transform?" No wonder you're my precious girl. So adorable. You've been sleeping for a total of 360 days. It's really strange that Nuno still hasn't learned to transform." Another face appeared before Melanie's eyes, a cool little boy with pale golden eyes, looking at her disdainfully, as if to say, "You idiot." Melanie had no time to pay attention to Goo's disdain. Her mind suddenly buzzed with the words "slept for 360 days, and she stared in disbelief, whispering, 360 days? That's right, Goo continued disdainfully. Today is the 361st day. A year? Melanie was stunned, suddenly sitting up. She reached out and grabbed Goo's collar, shouting, "You mean I've slept for a year?" Little Goo looked at her with more disdain. He slapped Melanie's hand that was grabbing his collar, but he was too lazy to even nod. 1 year. Melanie sat there, whispering to herself. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Shawn, did he come? If he's in the capital and can't find me, it's over, it's over." Little Goo frowned and said, "What are you yelling about? You scared Nuno. She's still young and has a small heart." Melanie quickly looked down and saw that Huahua was indeed trembling as if frightened, her right hand tightly covering her mouth, her big eyes full of tears. She wanted to look but was afraid to. Melanie felt guilty and hugged Huahua, softly comforting her. "Be good, Huahua. Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Her words made Hua cry even harder, tears falling heavily as she buried her face in Melanie's arms, sobbing softly. Melanie felt like she had made a huge mistake. She was both guilty and heartbroken. She hurriedly tried to soothe her, but it didn't work for a long time. Gradually, Hua's crying made her feel annoyed. Little Gu looked at her with disdain and said, "She still thinks you're her mom." While speaking, he reached out and gently took Hua out of Melanie's arms. He comforted her softly a few times, and Hua stopped crying. She poked out her little head, her big black eyes still full of tears, looking pitiful. Melanie scratched her head in apology and said, "I didn't think about this. I slept for a whole year. Hua has grown so much." Actually, Hua hadn't grown much, still looking about 1 or 2 years old. But seeing her communicate easily with little Gu, it was clear she had grown quite a bit. Melanie reflected on her mistake, looked down at the blanket made of flower petals beneath her, and then glanced around at the large mouth-shaped flowers nearby. She stood up. She looked down at herself and finally believed she had slept for a year. Her old, tattered dress had become even shorter, just enough to cover her thighs, revealing pink shorts underneath. Now, her shorts were very tight, making her uncomfortable. She blushed suddenly. Quickly, she searched her ring and found a cloak, draping it over herself to cover her exposed body. After a year of sleeping, she had grown quite tall. Much taller than she had been after 3 years plus 1. "Why cover up? You should have looked earlier." Little Goose slightly raised his chin and said coolly, "You're so thin. No one wants to see you." Melanie rolled her eyes weakly. Wait. I remember I was wearing a hunting outfit sewn by Shawn. How did I wake up in a ragged dress? Or am I remembering wrong? I hope I am." Melanie instinctively covered her cloak tightly and hesitated before asking Little Gu, "Who changed my clothes?" Little Gu continued to look down on her and said, "Are you expecting Nyo-Nyo to change them for you?" So, he was the one who changed them. Melanie's mind suddenly went blank. Seeing Little Gu's annoyed expression, she fought to hold back her frustration and asked through gritted teeth, "Why did you change my clothes?" Hearing this, Little Gu strolled casually with Hua, but he was clearly a bit farther from Melanie. He said nonchalantly, "Your hunting outfit was too tight when made, so after a few months, it became small and short on you. If I didn't change you into clothes that show your arms and legs, would you prefer to grow into a deformity?" Then he pursed his lips as if disappointed and said, "I thought that after waking up from the dream and seeing someone else's 20 years of life experience, you'd improve. But now I guess I overestimated you, you silly woman." Hearing this, Melanie finally couldn't hold back and suddenly burst out, raising her fist and fiercely rushing at him. "Little Gu, you jerk!" The girl's hysterical voice echoed in the valley, startling the wind deer outside. "Are you a woman who can't tell right from wrong?" The slightly childish boy's voice was anxious and angry.
Jerk.
"Jerk, jerk, jerk." Melanie chased after Little Gu, gritting her teeth and shouting. He changed her clothes. He saw everything. In the past year, Little Gu seemed unusually alert. He kept dodging through the flower bushes and occasionally turned back to provoke her, saying, "You stupid woman. What's so good about you? Every time you changed clothes before, I saw it. Why are you so crazy about it?" Hearing this, Melanie almost felt like strangling herself to death. It turns out that for years, whenever he was in her body, she had no secrets from him. Oh, Father God, just let her die. She couldn't die, so she felt that the little boy in front of her was extremely annoying. She became even more frantic in her efforts to chase and hit him. The neglected flower, initially confused by the sudden aggressive actions of the two people, then saw the big-mouthed flowers being hit and injured. Subconsciously, she directed the flowers to dodge. Gradually, she found this game very fun and started playing excitedly. "Mom, keep chasing," she cheered for Melanie. "Little Gu, run faster," she then encouraged Little Gu. Thus, the usually quiet big-mouthed flower valley suddenly became very lively. A little girl rolled around in a funny cloak chasing after someone. A little boy ran hard in front of her, but his golden clothes stayed perfectly neat. As they passed by, The big-mouthed flowers in front and on the sides dodged away. At first, they were a bit slow, but soon they dodged more smoothly. Along with this scene, there were fierce curses from the girl, grumpy retorts from the boy, and the cheerful laughter of a small girl. After a while, Melanie was exhausted. She found herself back at the place where she first woke up. She looked at the flower petals scattered on the ground, supported her knees, gasped for breath, and was a bit stunned. No matter what, it was Little Goo taking care of her. Melanie rested for a while, then took out 2 cups, formed 2 water balls to fill the cups, and handed one to Little Goo. Little Goo naturally took it. Melanie smiled faintly, sat on the flower mat, finished the water, caught her breath, and sighed long. I really can't believe I slept for a whole year. Little Goo also sat on his stone stool, glanced at Melanie, and said, "You think I would be so bored to trick you just for fun?" Although he appeared to be a little boy, he always acted like an adult and would never play such childish games. Also, judging by her physical growth, a lot of time must have passed. But Little Goo, Melanie was a bit confused again. I've slept so long. Do I not need to eat or drink during this time? If I do, did you feed me? What did I eat? 1 year is definitely a long time. If she ate normally, another more embarrassing problem would arise. She might do something inappropriate. Melanie's face turned red again, and she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself forever, never coming out. Little Goo glanced faintly and said, "Do you think that I and Nyo, who don't need to eat, would cook for you? Woman, you overestimate yourself. So, does that mean she didn't eat or drink at all during the year? And does that mean she didn't do that thing either?" Although Little Goo's tone was a bit harsh, what he said sounded like music to Melanie's ears. Suddenly, she felt the sky was blue, flowers fragrant, and life was wonderful. She happily reached out and gently kissed her shy flower, giving her a firm kiss on her small face like a red fruit. After the excitement, she picked 3 red fruits, washed them, and gave one to Little Goo and one to Flower. Melanie took a bite of a red fruit and asked unclearly, "Little Goo, am I a human? With blood and flesh? If I didn't eat or drink for a year, I would probably starve, right? Why do I feel fine? I don't feel especially hungry." Little Goo, what's going on? When it came to serious matters, Little Goo became serious. He held the red fruit in his hand without eating it and said slowly, "You asked this question, Flower, and I've thought about it many times over the year. At first, I thought you just slept for 3 days like before, and then woke up, so I didn't pay much attention and didn't think about whether you needed to eat. By the time I remembered, more than 10 days had passed." Melanie rolled her eyes inwardly. "You really can't rely on someone who doesn't need to eat or drink to remember normal human needs. When I realized you are human and need to eat and drink, I made some flower nectar for you," Little Goo said calmly. "But when I checked your body, I found you are in good shape and don't need to eat at all. So, I gave that bowl of flower nectar to Nyo. Sweet." "Flower nectar is sweet." Flower happily raised her hand to speak when she heard Little Goo mention her. Little Goo gave her a gentle smile but looked at Melanie with wide eyes. She trembled and pointed at Little Goo, incredulous, and said, "Little Goo, you can smile." Was it a gentle, beautiful smile, not a mocking or contemptuous one? That smile was warm like the breeze from the south in April, blowing away the cold of winter and waking up the earth. Little Goo had never smiled at her like that before. Melanie suddenly felt a bit jealous of Little Flower. She saw that after Little Goo heard her speak, his gentle smile faded, and his face returned to a cool expression. Her mood sank quickly, feeling disappointed and conflicted. She wanted to see Little Goo's bright, sunny smile, but she was also jealous because he only smiled like that for Little Flower. Ignoring Melanie's mixed feelings, Little Goo continued, "After that, your health has been good. I and Huaju discussed your condition, and we both think it's related to your excellent natural magic talent and the contract between us and Hua. Wait, you discussed this with Little Goo. Did you go to see him?" Melanie interrupted. Little Goo frowned and said, "Woman, can you focus on the main point?" "The main point." Stop interrupting and changing the subject. Melanie awkwardly and pleasurably smiled, promising, "Little Goo, go ahead. I won't interrupt anymore." Little Goo snorted coldly, showing clear disdain. But he still continued. Plants only need sunlight, air, and water to survive. They don't even need soil. As long as you are a natural magic user, your special training method makes the elements of light, water, and earth automatically turn into natural elements when you are in the sunlight. If you think about it carefully, it's very similar to how plants grow. Melanie's mind suddenly sparked with a word. Photosynthesis? Little Goo nodded slightly and looked at her calmly. It seems you didn't waste this year. You've learned some useful things. Melanie kept smiling politely. This is an Earth, so it's not exactly the same, but similar. Little Goo continued. That's the first point. The second point, setting aside the fact that both Nyo and I are plants, as your contract partners, we can help replenish your body's energy to some extent. This topic has been discussed before, but I don't have the details, only a rough idea. His knowledge also needed to be learned. He hadn't inherited or gained insight like some others. Or perhaps he wasn't ready for that level of understanding yet. That makes sense, Melanie said, biting a red fruit and nodding with her chin. She didn't necessarily need an explanation. It was enough to know that she was doing well and had no embarrassing past. As she ate, she thought carefully for a moment, then suddenly asked, So, during my sleep, you and Xiao Ju bumped into each other? Xiao Gu seemed to grind his teeth silently and replied calmly, Many things, like knowledge, must be taught to Nyo by Hua Ju. Hua heard her name again and raised her hand happily, smiling at Melanie, saying, Mom, Brother Hua Ju looks so good. Brother Hua Ju. Seeing Hua's admiration when she mentioned Hua Ju, and recalling how much Hua trusted Xiao Gu before, Melanie suddenly burst into tears. Her Hua, whom she had hoped to raise as a good child, had completely fallen into Xiao Gu and Xiao Ju's care. Now, could she still rebuild her relationship with Hua? Probably never. She would always be third in Hua's heart. Her plans, her hopes, shattered suddenly like a glass breaking. Melanie bit into a red fruit fiercely, feeling full of frustration. Suddenly, her eyes moved, and she hugged Hua, smiling at Xiao Gu. Hua calls me Mom, but calls you and Xiao Ju brothers. Xiao Gu, come on, call me Auntie so I can hear it. Xiao Gu's face instantly turned dark and purple, then after a flash of white light, he disappeared from Melanie's sight.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Melanie grew more and more happy, her smile widening. Finally, she pounded her chest and the ground, laughing loudly. Indeed, karma is the best thing to make people happy. Hua, in Melanie's arms, saw Xiao Gu suddenly vanish and was frightened by Melanie's loud laughter. She started to cry softly.
Sniff, Xia Gu Ye.
Sniff, he's gone. Sniff. Karma, indeed, is karma. Hearing Hua cry, Melanie felt overwhelmed. She couldn't coax or persuade Hua, so she had no choice but to raise a white flag and beg for mercy. Xiao Gu, I was wrong. Really. Melanie blinked her eyes, squeezed out some tears, and cried along with Hua, though inside, she hated Xiao Gu with a burning passion. Xiao Gu, if you don't come out, Nyo will cry herself sick. So pitiful, her heart is broken. Sniff. When Xiao Gu didn't come out, Melanie continued to wipe her tears. After a flash of white light, Little Gu appeared in front of Melanie and took the surprised flower from her arms. Melanie felt a big sigh of relief. Now she understood why, whenever she looked sad and cried, Little Gu was usually willing to forgive her. Seeing someone she cares about cry in front of her is really upsetting. But before she could relax for a moment, she saw Little Gu whispering something into the flower's ear. Then, another flash of white light with colorful sparks appeared before her eyes. When she looked again, no one was there. This time, Little Gu took the flower away too, ignoring her completely. I recommend the nearly finished historical novel, Getting Married. Somewhere. Little Gu, why are we not going to see Mom anymore? Hua was still holding the red fruit she hadn't finished eating. Nyo, don't worry. We're not abandoning your mom. She just needs to do some things on her own, Little Gu explained. He gradually realized that when he was around, Melanie seemed to turn into a playful, laughing child, ignoring what she would face in the future and forgetting she had many important tasks to do. This isn't good, little Goo thought. Melanie must grow up on her own, not depend on him. In fact, before he arrived, she had been doing quite well. Outside, seeing little Goo and Hua disappear, Melanie curled her lips in disdain, then slowly finished the red fruit and threw the seed on the ground. After thinking for a moment, she used a water mirror. On her dark green hair, a small, lifelike, colorful flower with a big mouth appeared, just like the one Hua was wearing. Is this Hua's contract totem? It's quite beautiful. Melanie looked around the water mirror for a while, then gave herself a big smile and dismissed it. She couldn't help but wonder what her own contract totem would look like. Maybe a flower or a piece of jewelry. Thinking about little Goo saying Hua would be her next contract partner, and her promise to return to Despair Valley in a year, she sat down and closed her eyes to feel her body's condition. Since it is daytime and sunlight is shining overhead, her magic power is automatically flowing within her. Melanie quietly observes the speed of her magic circulation and the transformation of the 3 elemental types. She feels it is a little faster than when she was a beginner mage, but not by much. As for her magic level, without her actively guiding it for a year, her natural magic power is just barely reaching the intermediate level. This means she is still quite a distance from her goal of reaching the full mid-level by the time she leaves the Despair Valley. It looks like I need to work harder. Or else little Jew will look down on me, Melanie mutters to herself. She then checks her magic levels in the other 3 elements. They have almost completely stagnated at the level they were before she fell asleep, with only a tiny bit of progress, probably a bonus from her automatic practice. Melanie scratches her head, feeling a little embarrassed. She thinks about how Sheldon was already a great mage at 12 years old. And she, after sleeping, grew from 11 to 12, but is only a mid-level mage. What a big gap. By the way, she wonders if that old Sheldon has succeeded in becoming a half-god. She heard that when someone advances to a half-god, it causes a big commotion. After Xiao Gu's anger subsides, she plans to ask him if there have been any big events in the demon's mysterious circle this past year. Thinking about the demon's mysterious circle, she also thinks of Sheldon. She can't help but remember Sheldon saying there's an entrance to a fairy half-plane hidden here, which makes her think of Shawn.
San.
Melanie gently bites her lip. Legend says that elves have a special way of extracting information from plants. So, she has stayed here for a year without leaving. If Shawn truly promised to come back in a few months, why hasn't he shown up? Otherwise, she would be sleeping among the flowers, and as an elf, he should have no trouble finding her. Maybe he's just been delayed by something. Or maybe he went straight to the Imperial capital to find her. Melanie quietly takes out the note Shawn left her. She touches the beautiful, almost artistic handwriting on the paper, feeling a little pain in her heart. Tears well up in her eyes but never fall. She stares blankly for a while, then puts away the note and remembers the unknown plant she's been growing. First, she looked around but found no sign of the seed. She thought maybe little Goo had stored it away in his space. So she searched everywhere. She could have asked little Goo about it, and he probably would have answered.
But for some reason, she didn't ask.
She had many space items with her, more than 10 in total. Since she didn't find it in the 2 link spaces, she checked the others one by one. Finally, she found the white jade flower pot inside a bracelet. The flower pot still had half a pot of soil, but no sprouts had appeared. Of course, Melanie didn't expect to see a lush, sprouting plant. Who would expect seeds stored in a space to sprout? If they did, she would worry that the sprouts might have suffocated inside the storage. Melanie casually took out the white jade flower pot. No matter what Shawn thought, she still wanted to plant the seemingly special seed and see what happened. First, she needed to check if the seed was still alive. As she took out her dagger and prepared to dig into the soil to examine the seed, suddenly, she saw the soil in the flower pot move. Then, 2 tiny leaves about the size of fingernails sprouted. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes hard. When she looked again, she was sure she wasn't seeing things. The 2 small green leaves had indeed appeared in the white jade flower pot. They were only about the size of fingernails, but they were fresh, tender green leaves. Little Goo, come quickly and look, Melanie shouted happily. The seed Shawn gave me has sprouted. It really sprouted. After a flash of light, Little Goo appeared with Hua in front of Melanie. Little Goo's serious, slightly furrowed brows showed his concern. He squatted down and stared carefully at the tiny sprout for a long time. Then he said, "Strange. It didn't move for a whole year, and now it suddenly sprouted." Shawn said this was a gift from the goddess of nature, and only the destined could grow it successfully. Melanie's eyes lit up suddenly. "Come on." Little Goo looked at Melanie with disdain, as if he knew what she was thinking. He said calmly, "Maybe it's just some random seed they threw in to make a little girl like you happy. If it really was a gift from the goddess of nature, do you think he would give it to just anyone? Woman, think carefully with your brain. Don't always be infatuated." Melanie suddenly remembered that when her older sister May was young, she would place a sock by the fireplace before bed, and the grown-ups would put gifts inside, telling her the next day that they were from the magical old man. Xiaogu paused, a bit impatient, and said, "He's a grown elf, and you're just a little human kid. Woman, please use your brain. Seeing you like this just makes people annoyed. I'm leaving, you take care of Nyo Nyo." After saying that, he left Hua behind and disappeared. Melanie was left staring at Hua's big, dark eyes. Good, Hua didn't cry. That's good. Melanie reached out, holding Hua close, while watering and nurturing the small sprout. She asked softly, "Hua, do you think Brother Xiaogu is right?" "Yes." "Brother Xiaogu must be right," Hua replied immediately with certainty. Melanie felt a bit speechless. Asking Hua whether Xiaogu was right or wrong, she really was losing her mind. Falling for a crush.
But
maybe what Xiaogu said is true. Melanie's heart started to waver, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Shawn is a grown elf, and elves have very long lifespans. She's just a little human girl. Maybe he only helps her because elves are kind-hearted? No matter what, I still want to nurture the sprout. Yes, from now on, I'll call it Meow Meow. Melanie gently nurtured the small seedling. It's also nice to keep a memory, she thought. After casting several nurturing spells, Melanie collected her emotions. She wanted to go home, needed to become stronger to help Xiaogu grow, go to the imperial capital to learn, become powerful enough to protect those she cares about. She still has many things to do. Hua, play by yourself, okay? Sister needs to meditate, Melanie said softly. Yes, Hua nodded eagerly. Brother Xiaogu said I shouldn't delay Mom doing serious work. Hearing how obedient and sensible Hua was, Melanie softened her heart. She hugged Hua and kissed her on the forehead. Then she felt a bit awkward, pinched Hua's little nose and emphasized, "Call me sister." Hua still didn't understand why Melanie kept emphasizing that. But she was confused and obedient, nodding and saying, "Sister, good girl." Melanie gently tapped Hua's small head, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. This was her first meditation since advancing to a mid-level mage. Last year, after her promotion, she seemed to be happily learning how to process animal hides and sew clothes with Shawn. She was so excited that she just fell asleep afterward. Meditation was still not difficult for her. She slowly immersed herself in a colorful and peaceful world, feeling warm and clear in her heart. From the dim night to the faint light of dawn, when the fresh morning breeze brushed her hair, Melanie woke up from her meditation. Progress is quite noticeable, but to reach full mastery of the mid-level, deep meditation like last night might take about 3 months. If I don't meditate intentionally, maybe half a year. Melanie called out to Little Goo. Little Goo, 3 months or half a year, it's not long, but it's also not short. If I return to the Imperial City now, the round trip might take about 3 months. I think I should change my plan from a year ago. I will stay here to cultivate until I reach complete mastery of the mid-level, then sign a contract with Xiao Ju, and leave the forest to go to the Imperial City, Melanie whispered. First, to save time on the long journey. Second, if I become a high-level mage, with your help, and if I encounter Fala or that Necromancer from last time, I won't be defenseless and at their mercy. You finally used that rusty brain of yours, said Little Goo as he appeared in front of her. His usually cool expression showed a hint of satisfaction, but his tone remained calm. Just as he predicted, Melanie would grow. Melanie felt a bit embarrassed by his words, touched her nose, and didn't want to bother him further, so she said, I don't have any knowledge about contract pets, so I don't know what to teach Hua Hua. Little Gu, since you're here, I'll make a piece of clothing to wear first. Little Gu looked at her calmly, neither approving nor criticizing, then pulled Hua Hua away a little. Melanie, not expecting to be ignored, brushed her teeth, rinsed her mouth, took a red fruit to eat as breakfast, and started searching through her space ring. Wearing a cloak for cultivation was fine here, since no one would come. But in the future, if she went outside dressed like that, with a torn, short, tight skirt inside the cloak, wouldn't that look strange? And also, she hadn't washed or changed her clothes for a year, so she felt very uncomfortable wearing them. She couldn't even wear her shoes anymore. Fortunately, Shawn really taught her many simple tricks for making clothes and shoes. Thinking of Shawn, Melanie's eyes darkened briefly, then she quickly hid her feelings and focused on her work. The wind deer leather was just right for making boots. As for clothes, she had leopard fur, monkey fur, and firefox fur. But they seemed a bit too fancy. Actually, the best material for clothes was the dragon leather from the earth, but Shawn had already processed it. She could have modified it to wear again, but she just couldn't bring herself to cut it. Let's just use plain fabric for now. When we really go out, we can decide what better armor to make, Melanie muttered to herself, putting away all the furs and taking out a set of men's new clothes. The brown linen was a bit rough but still sturdy. She had originally gotten it from the supplies of a trading caravan, and she didn't even know who it belonged to. Since she didn't have scissors, she used her dagger. Luckily, she still had some sewing needles. She created a water mirror, held the clothes up to compare with herself, roughly estimated her size, then dismissed the water mirror. She ate a few red berries quickly, then started sewing. The dagger wasn't very good for cutting, so the seams were uneven. But that was okay. Her sewing skills weren't perfect and the stitches were rough, but that didn't matter. It was just a piece of clothing, and she wouldn't need to be a tailor in the future. After a few moments of magic, she finally made a set of hunter's clothes, top and pants. The work wasn't finished yet. She still needed underwear and shoes. She thought underwear couldn't be made from linen, so she took off her torn skirt, washed it with a cleaning spell, dried it thoroughly, and carefully sewed herself 2 small underwear pieces. When she finished the last stitch and looked at her new clothes, which looked pretty good, Melanie felt a small sense of achievement. But when she looked up and saw the beautiful robe on the little elf with its natural golden patterns and seamless craftsmanship, and then the colorful princess dress layered with lace on the little flower, she suddenly felt like crying. People are worse than monsters, or rather, people are more annoying than monsters. Melanie muttered quietly in frustration, then resignedly started setting up her tent. Yes, people can't compare to fairies. Although she seems to have less need for food now, Melanie is still a person, not just a spirit. So, she can't transform into a beautiful dress at the same time as her shape-shifting. As for why she needs to set up a tent, she needs to take a bath and change clothes, of course. She can't be seen by Xiao Gu again. Xiao Gu, what is Mom doing? Hua Hua looked at the tent curiously, wanting to peek inside. When Melanie and Shawn set up the tent near the mountain valley flowers before, she didn't have much wisdom and doesn't remember. Your mom is cleaning, Xiao Gu explained. It means washing herself and drying off. If she doesn't wash, she will smell bad. If Melanie heard this, she would probably get very emotional. She's not upset about smelling bad, just about the word, bad smell. Oh, thank the Father God. Oh, Hua Hua tilted her head and asked again, will Nyo Nyo have a bad smell? No, Nyo Nyo only wants to think. Xiao Gu paused, gently patted Hua Hua's little head, and said seriously, humans are more troublesome. But we spirits are the best. Nyo Nyo, in the future when you meet humans, you must pretend to be a human, understand? We spirits keep secrets. Her fingers trembled as 3 magic shields appeared on her body, making her look a bit strange. Melanie looked toward the tree stump nearby, where the fire wolf was guarding its home. After observing carefully for a while, her fingers moved quickly again. After a flash spell, the adult fire wolf suddenly stood up. Before it could see clearly and find the enemy, a quicksand spell and a water spell followed. Its feet turned into a muddy pool, and its limbs sank in immediately. The fire wolf howled angrily and ran forward. But as it pulled out one front leg, it suddenly felt the ground harden like iron, pinning all 3 legs to the ground, leaving only one front leg. Due to the height difference, it could only kneel halfway. This position made it impossible to use strength, so it couldn't escape for a while. It still had magic. It swore to use its fiery sword to roast whoever was trying to ambush it, no matter who they were, into a delicious meal. But it was destined not to have the chance. In the next moment, a thin light blade appeared at its throat. As the white light flashed, blood spilled out. Ugh, the fire wolf could only let out a faint, painful whimper. Despite the blood at its throat, it wasn't unable to cast magic at the last moment, but it would take all its strength. If it cast a spell now, even if it didn't die today, it would be weakened and unable to use magic in the future. Was it going to die? Before dying, should it fight to the end and go down together? But the bright glow of the magic shield in front of it made the fire wolf close its eyes in despair. Judging by the shield's strength, it could break through 2, but not 3. And the one hurting it was a young girl? Ugh. Melanie kept the magic shield glowing and carefully approached the fire wolf. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fire Wolf. I did it on purpose, but I only wanted you to be single." Before she closed herself off, she thought it was worth testing her current fighting ability, so she decided to attack this solitary fire wolf. Yes, the damage from the light blade really isn't enough, only cutting halfway. "That's quite scary," Melanie said as she carefully examined the wolf's wound. She then cast 2 healing spells, targeting the injury on its neck. Soon, the bloody, slightly burned wound began to heal slowly, then very quickly. Ugh. The soothing light of the healing magic surprised the fire wolf, causing it to whimper again. She healed it? Should it thank her? Or seek revenge? No, she was the one who hurt it first. It wanted revenge. "I'm sorry." Hearing the girl's sincere apology, the fire wolf's desire for revenge hesitated briefly. But at that moment, another icy blue light appeared on its neck, causing it to cry out in pain again. It seemed the ice blade wasn't cold enough to achieve the desired effect. Melanie muttered to herself, "I heard there's a rare talent called the ice talent. It must be a bit more powerful." The fire wolf felt its core almost explode with anger. So, when she said sorry, she wasn't apologizing for her previous attack, but for her future harm. Even as the healing light shone again, it couldn't erase the deep wounds in its heart. "Yes, I'm really sorry." This time, the flame wolf seemed to feel the young girl gently caressing its head with her hands. It looked very relaxed and comfortable. But suddenly, a heavy hammer made of earth element appeared above its head, smashing down and making the wolf see stars. Earth-type heavy hammer spell, good impact but weak damage. Water-type rushing stream spell, barely enough impact, weak damage. At some point, tears streamed down the flame wolf's face. Ugh, 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 ugh. No way, don't play with wolves like this. Even the strongest wolf's mind would break. The magic effect of the sturdy spell had already worn off. The flame wolf clearly could escape and show this girl some color. But it resigned itself to lying there, crying silently. It was just a lone wolf, having left its pack to find the true meaning of wolf life. It shouldn't be subjected to such torment. Ugh, ugh. All right, mister. Flame wolf, don't pretend to be pitiful. I already healed you. Melanie patted the wolf's head and smiled. It would rather be killed instantly. Tears welled up again in the wolf's eyes. Haha, hoo. Suddenly, a burst of laughter. Melanie immediately turned around, threw a seed of despair vine, and cast the life and death spell instantly, binding the newcomer completely. After adding a magic shield to herself, she looked carefully at the person who had arrived. After Shawn, she no longer believed in strangers appearing out of nowhere. But the newcomer was just a boy about a year or 2 older than her, with rare black hair and black eyes. His features weren't very handsome compared to Huaju, but his dimples, which were clearly visible even when he wasn't smiling, made him look very cute, especially since he was holding a pink, super adorable small animal that looked like a wind rabbit. A boy like this appearing behind her left Melanie a bit confused. She tilted her head, her brows furrowing in thought, and asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here? Why are you sneaking around over there?" That young magic girl, Cole, am not sneaking around. Look, I am quite far from you and not hiding anywhere. You didn't notice me because you were too focused," said the cute boy named Cole with a smile, making his dimples more noticeable. "As for how I got here, well, that's a secret for now, I can't tell you." Then he added, "If we can become trusted friends, I will tell you." While speaking, he didn't try to break free from the despair vine's hold. Instead, he hopped forward toward Melanie and the sad-looking flame wolf, as if showing he meant no harm. Melanie didn't stop him. She let him hop closer to her and the wolf. Now that she was a mid-level mage, her binding magic could last for half a mage's lifetime. She didn't believe that Cole could break free from the despair vine. Its toughness was beyond what ordinary tools or strength could destroy. Cole didn't talk to Melanie directly. Instead, he carefully looked at the flame wolf before shyly asking, "Little mage girl, you probably don't want to kill this wolf, right?" "Of course not. If she wanted to kill it, she could have done so already. Why bother healing it repeatedly?" Melanie shook her head and said, "I just want to test my magic skills. I don't need much food or its magic core, so I don't want to kill it." "Okay." Cole seemed very happy to hear that. The flame wolf, however, sighed again about its sad life. "So, little mage girl, you probably don't want to form a contract with it either?" Cole's dimples deepened as he said, "It's just a third-level flame wolf. You're only a beginner mage now, but you'll definitely be able to get a stronger beast companion in the future, right?" Melanie shook her head again. With Little Goo, Hua, and Little Ju, she didn't want to form any more beast contracts, unless she met a good magical mount later. A third-level flame wolf was clearly not suitable. "Then, little mage girl, can you give this wolf to me?" Cole looked excited, his dark eyes hopeful as he looked at Melanie. Wishing everyone a peaceful and joyful Christmas Eve. And a special thank you to Lemon Loving Cat and SHHL for the Christmas gifts.
Thank you.
What does he want to do with this wolf? Melanie pursed her lips and quickly cast a nourishing spell on Flame Wolf. Immediately, Flame Wolf's spirit lifted. It no longer lay on the ground lamenting. It stood up, looked at Melanie, then at Cole, and did not attack. "What do you want it for?" Melanie asked. Seeing Flame Wolf suddenly become lively, Cole was momentarily stunned. Then, noticing it didn't attack or show hostility, he became happy and excited.
"A contract?"
"I want a contract with it." "Oh, contracting a third-level flame wolf isn't something to get so excited about." Melanie saw no reason to stop him from contracting, so she stepped back a few paces to give him space and reached out to touch the magic binding on his body. "Thank you, little mage girl," Cole said with a smile, his dimples looking like they held real wine. "My name is Belle," Melanie said. Belle was the name she planned to use for a long time, so she didn't consider it lying or hiding. "Thank you, Belle." After thanking her again, Cole made a gesture with his hand. Suddenly, the pink, cute bunny in his arms disappeared. He then walked over to Flame Wolf, reached out, and petted its head, softly saying something. "Magic pet space equipment?" Seeing the pink bunny gone, Melanie immediately thought of this term. She had heard that space gear made specifically for magic pets was much more expensive than simple storage equipment. In that case, Cole must be from a wealthy family.
"No, wait."
Melanie shook her head quickly. Old Sheldon had said that humans could only contract one magic pet. If that adorable bunny was Cole's magic pet, then why was he talking about contracting this flame wolf now? Melanie tilted her head, suddenly becoming very interested. Old Sheldon also mentioned a vanished profession called beast tamer. Every time they advanced, they could contract more magic pets, just like she needed to sign contracts with different spirits. No, wait, she was like him. Since she could develop a new advanced method that even Old Sheldon didn't know about, why couldn't Cole be a beast tamer? A beast tamer must have many interesting secrets, Melanie thought. Looking at Cor over there, after he chatted with the fiery wolf for a while, I only heard the wolf whimper a few times, as if it had doubts. Then Cor quietly said something else, and the wolf seemed to think for a moment before nodding. Next, Kor excitedly took a dagger, made a small cut on his finger, and squeezed out a few drops of blood onto the wolf's outstretched tongue. The wolf curled its tongue, and the blood probably went into its stomach. Even the way they made the contract was quite similar. He must be a beast tamer, Melanie thought confidently. Good, from now on, I'll call you Wolf Yen, Kor said softly, affectionately rubbing the wolf's head. Kor, what's your rabbit's name? Melanie asked casually as she approached, casting a healing spell to heal the cut on Kor's finger. Mon Mon. Its name is Mon Mon, Kor replied casually, looking at his now smooth finger. Sure enough. Melanie clapped her hands and smiled. So, Kor is a beast tamer? Kor seemed surprised for a moment, then happily laughed and said to Melanie, Belle, it seems we're destined to be good friends. Yes, I am a beast tamer.
And you?
Just a little mage who can use 4 types of magic? Well, your nature magic seems to be at an intermediate level. That's impressive. He then scratched his black hair, looking a bit troubled, and said, But these alone aren't enough to share my secret of being a beast tamer. Belle, for our true friendship, tell me a secret. Melanie suddenly felt very happy. She smiled and said, No rush. Well, it's getting late. Would you like to visit my camp? An honor, Kor said politely with a gentleman's bow. Melanie blinked and saw the wolf, now renamed Wolf Yen, standing sadly to the side. She walked over, jumped onto the wolf's back, grabbed its ears, and said to Kor, Kor, can I borrow your wolf to ride? Without waiting for Kor's approval, she kicked Wolf Yen's belly and said with a smile, Good wolf. Take us to the Big Mouth Flower Valley. Wolf Yen let out a mournful whimper. It's saying you hurt its fragile wolf heart. Cole laughed as he translated for Melanie, then added, Actually, at first you hurt it, healed it, then hurt it again, and healed it again. That's pretty cruel. Melanie's face turned slightly red at his words. She gently kicked the wolf's belly again and said annoyed, That's a wolf's heart, not a glass heart. Be good and walk with me. Otherwise. Let's see if Cole will save you or not. The wolf, named Yen, lifted its head and looked at Cole with hope. Cole spread his hands helplessly and said, Sorry, buddy, I can't beat her. Hearing this, Yen whimpered softly, lowered its head, and obediently carried Melanie as they started walking. Melanie immediately smiled happily. Having a magical pet to ride on is really great. Maybe I'll find one to sign up for tomorrow. But Yen, I think I'll pass. Now that someone else's magical pet is riding me, it feels even better. Cole, you don't seem very strong. How did you get here? Melanie asked as she turned to him. Oh, as a descendant of a beast trainer, I think I didn't encounter any crazy, mindless monsters. They wouldn't hurt me on purpose. Momo understands monster language, so I asked along the way and didn't get lost. Cole then called out his particularly adorable pink bunny and held it in his arms. Melanie, after comparing, wasn't very interested in that bunny anymore. She looked a little envious and said, So, your journey was pretty easy. When I was traveling, I had to be very careful, avoiding predators. I waited until they were full before passing through. It took me nearly 3 months to get here. Sigh. As Cole said, a profession thought to have disappeared from history had reappeared with a new successor. That's a big secret. Melanie also has secrets. People with secrets can become friends. By the way, Belle, did you come here alone? No teacher with you? Cole continued to ask. Melanie shook her head and said, I plan to train here for a while, then go to the imperial capital to study. It's too dangerous outside. This place is much safer. As they hurried along, it was already past midnight. As they spoke, the two of them approached the Big Mouth Flower Valley. Cole and Yen, smelling the tempting sweet aroma in the air, both stopped in their tracks. Cole smiled wryly and said, I'm not strong enough to get too close to the Big Mouth Flower. Wolf Flame probably can only obediently make snacks for it. If it were just one Big Mouth Flower, that would be okay, but you said the whole valley is full of them. We can't be the main pets. Melanie slapped her forehead, jumped down from Wolf Flame, and apologized, saying, Wait for me. Then she skillfully circled around the foot of the mountain and entered the big-mouthed Flower Valley. Little Goo, Melanie called happily, I met a beast tamer. The kind that Uncle Shelton mentioned. The one who grows stronger through contracts with magical beasts.
He's just outside the valley.
Can I invite him in? Oh, Little Goo looked up, curious. What kind of person is he? He's a boy about my age. Just a little taller than me, very cute. He told me that magical beasts won't hurt beast tamers on purpose. Melanie thought for a moment and added, he said he's a beast tamer, which is a big secret. Once I know it, I have to trust him and become friends and partners. I think I should invite him. Little Goo thought seriously and said, all right. Hearing this, Melanie was very happy. She waved to Hua Hua and said, Hua Hua, I want to invite a friend over. Please tell your friends not to hurt him. And his magical beast companions too. Okay, sister. Hua Hua replied obediently. After getting Hua Hua's answer, Melanie waved her hand to signal Cole and the others to come in. When she appeared in front of Cole, he sniffed in surprise and asked, Bailier, how did you do it? These flower scents seemed to suddenly lose their hallucinogenic effect. Then he patted Wolf Flame's head and asked, is that right, buddy? Wolf Flame nodded eagerly and rubbed against Melanie's pants. It's inviting you to come up, Cole translated with a smile. Good boy, Melanie giggled and cheerfully jumped onto Wolf's back. She directed Wolf Flame to walk into the valley and said, I know the big-mouthed flower king. I call her Hua Hua. Cole, this is my secret, okay? Pretty loyal, huh? Cole happily nodded, his dimples deepening, looking very sweet. This short distance was not far. They just turned around a mountain foot to reach it. Melanie saw Little Goo holding Hua Hua and standing beside the big-mouthed flower. She waved for Wolf Yen to run over and introduce them, saying, Little Goo, Hua Hua, this is Cole. Wolf Yen and Meng Meng are his pet beasts. Cole, this is Little Goo. And this adorable little girl is Hua Hua. Then she looked at Cole with a smile, picked up Hua Hua, and said in surprise, Look, you both have black hair. Hua Hua has short black hair with bangs, a round face, and rosy cheeks, looking like a cute red fruit you want to nibble on. Cole also has black hair, slightly longer than a crew cut, with fair skin and deep dimples that are both cute and shy. They really do look like family. Cole stepped forward to greet politely. Little Goo looked calm and didn't say anything. Hua Hua, noticing Cole's curiosity, cheerfully said, Hello, Brother Cole. Hello, Hua Hua. Cole replied with a warm smile. He doesn't like to talk much, Melanie explained to Little Goo. She then placed Hua Hua on Wolf Yan's back and said to Cole, Let's go inside. My camp is ahead. She led the way, and the big-mouthed flowers magically moved aside to clear a path. Cole, holding his pink rabbit, followed behind with a curious look. The open space in the middle of the big-mouthed flower bushes had been expanded a bit, with 2 tents set up. Melanie and Hua Hua shared one, and Little Goo had his own. Melanie found a canvas to lay on the ground, placed some fruit on it, and apologized. This is all my food. If you want meat, you'll need to hunt. It's okay, I have some, Cole said. He sat down and took out several small boxes from his space storage. When he opened them, they revealed steaming, delicious-looking dishes: Bailey's red wine-braised chicken, roasted grouse, creamy mushroom soup, truffle egg tart, bacon sausage pizza, and a vegetarian dish with celery and lily bulbs. The aroma of human food made Melanie breathe deeply, almost drooling. Cole then took 4 cups, poured juice into each, and smiled as he said, Bailey or Little Goo, Hua Hua, please enjoy your meal. Wow. This is so rich, Melanie exclaimed happily. Cole, you must come from a wealthy family. If someone is from a wealthy family, they usually don't bother bringing complicated dishes when going out, preferring easy-to-carry foods like roasted meat and bread. Usually, but they all love me very much, Cole said. If I hadn't insisted this time, they wouldn't have let me come here alone. It was funny to see Belle's reaction. No, that's not true. Melanie quickly took a spoonful of thick soup and tasted it. The delicious flavor made her squint happily. Next to her, Little Goo also didn't hold back. He used the utensils to learn how to eat with a fork and knife, using the dishes in front of him. They each tried everything, and Melanie sighed happily before asking, Cole, can you tell me how you became a beast trainer? It seems like the profession has disappeared for thousands of years. Cole thought for a moment. Well, since you already know, I might as well tell you more. I'm sure, Belle, and you won't go around spreading it, right? Melanie nodded. Little Gu nodded too. Hua Hua, the little girl, also nodded cutely. Cole smiled and said, My full name is Cole Walders. You might not know the surname Walders, but I have a pet shop with a wind rabbit as its symbol. It's called the Cute Pet Home. Yes, I think I've heard of that before, Melanie said, trying to remember. She couldn't be sure, so she apologized. I didn't go out much at home, and I've been living here for 4 years. Hearing this, Cole was a bit surprised. Seeing Melanie look a little sad, he quickly comforted her. It's okay. When you go to the Imperial City, I'll take you around and show you everything. He paused for a moment before continuing. Our family isn't famous, but it's an old family. Legend says that thousands of years ago, a half-beast god appeared. The half-beast god is a title given to the saint after the beast trainer profession. Anyway, our ancestor left a cultivation manual, which has been passed down through generations. Melanie nodded and said, That's really lucky. A family that has preserved its legacy for thousands of years, keeping its secret safe, is already lucky, or even a miracle. Cole seemed shy and smiled a little. He continued, Yes, but after the beast trainer profession disappeared thousands of years ago, the methods recorded in that book could no longer be practiced. Unable to become a beast tamer, our family chose to become magicians and warriors instead. However, we never gave up studying that book. Eventually, we developed the popular beast taming method used today and made a living from it up to now. Thanks to Dark Angel Satan and Luoyan Leisure for sending Christmas gifts. Warm wishes to everyone in front of their computers. Corey smiled and said, Our family has never stopped trying to study that book for generations. No one succeeded until 3 years ago. When I was 10, I came across that cultivation method. Like those before me, I was guided to try it regularly, and I found I could cultivate. So I practiced. He patted the pink rabbit nibbling nearby, and explained, I was lucky. I found a smart mutated monster named Meng Meng in our shop, and just over a month after coming here, I found a 3rd-level wolf flame. You know, among low-level magical beasts, it's very hard to mutate a partner that is intelligent and understanding. Indeed, Melanie agreed deeply. Little Goo is an alien plant from another space, not even a low-level magical plant. If it weren't for Xiao Ju's guidance, she probably wouldn't find 2nd to 4th-level magical plant spirits even after wandering here for 3 years. Thinking of this, she remembered Xiao Ju. From Little Goo's words, as long as she reaches mid-level perfection, he is willing to make a contract with her. He often acts so proud and annoying, but deep down, he probably cares about her life-saving help. While Melanie was lost in thought, Corey cut a piece from the roasted chicken and placed it on Melanie's plate. He also took a piece for himself and said cheerfully, According to our ancestors' experience, once I level up again, I can seek contracts with 5th and 6th level magical beasts. Belle, you know, many 5th and 6th level magical beasts are very smart, so I won't need to search so hard anymore. By the way, Belle, why do you have 4-element magic, and it seems quite powerful? Based on Dan Jones's guess about talent percentages, how much talent value does each element have? It seems even beginner magic is quite difficult. A 12-year-old 1st-level mage, even with over 50 talent points in a single element, is already impressive. But I saw her use 4 elements: healing from the light element, ice blades from water, impact from earth, and natural entanglement. Each one is a basic spell from different elements. Her unique and unusual qualities interest Cole very much. As he mentioned before, her knowing his big secret makes him nervous. If she isn't honest and open with him, and they can't trust each other, he doesn't know what might happen. Oh, my brother taught me meditation, and I learned it on my own, Melanie said thoughtfully, leaning closer to Cole with a mysterious look. My meditation is different from other magicians. Besides working really well, I can stay in meditation all the time. Like now, Melanie smiled and said, While we're eating and talking, my body is also meditating to increase my magic power. That's why I am a bit stronger. She closed her eyes and felt the warm, comfortable sunlight on her. Is it really that amazing? Cole asked, opening his eyes wide, a little surprised. Does the body automatically practice magic? Melanie nodded with a smile and explained, Yes, but automatic meditation isn't as effective as when I do it myself. When I meditate actively, I can gather 3 elements to turn into my magic power. During automatic meditation, I can only gather 1. So I still have to work hard to become stronger. That's already very impressive, Cole praised. Belle, you must be the favorite of the Godfathers, or maybe she is the favorite of the goddess of nature. Melanie thought about this, but quickly pushed the idea aside and started asking about the capital city. Glory Academy must have many students. It must be lively there. Do you know what they study? Cole, are you a student there? Cole eagerly began talking about news and stories from the capital city, and they ended up eating from noon until night. With explanations from the locals of the city, Melanie felt she learned a lot. It was as if her 4 years of living as a human had suddenly filled in all the gaps, based on her past experience of staying in her small courtyard for 8 years. Not just 4, but 10 years of life experience seemed to be gained. The devil's cycle of darkness started to deepen. Cole took out a magic lamp to light the way. Melanie hesitated for a moment and asked Cole, "Cole, have you heard of Master Everton?" Corey, hearing this, proudly said, "When I was very young, I went to the academy with my cousin to play. I saw the master himself. At that time, the master was a professor of pharmacology at the academy. Later, I don't know where he went, either traveling or secluded studying. I heard that before he left, he proposed the idea of transplanting the despair vine." Wow. The master is truly a great person. Melanie instinctively grabbed a lock of her hair that was on her shoulder and asked, "Corey, have you heard that the master took on a successor?" After asking, she stared intently at Corey, feeling her heart beat faster. The large, colorful flowers still emitted a tempting, sweet fragrance in the night. Hua, tired from playing with the pink rabbit, curled up in Little Goo's arms, feeling sleepy. Little Goo looked so gentle. Corey heard Melanie's question, his eyes flickered, and he softly replied, "There are rumors. It is said that the master took a young noble girl from Greenfield City as his successor. That girl had just been tested for her talents, 33% in light, 33% in earth, and 33% in water, totaling 99%, almost reaching the perfect score of 100%. Bailey said she had been living here for 4 years. And she is 12 years old now, which means she was 8 when she arrived. She also has talents in light, earth, and water elements." Corey hesitated for a moment, then softly asked, "Bailey, are you the girl the master took? Sorry if my question is a bit direct, but I haven't hidden anything from you. You can trust me and tell me your story." Melanie lowered her head, gazing thoughtfully at the large, dark flowers in the distance. Little Goo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am that girl," Melanie said softly after a long pause. "Really?" Corey exclaimed in surprise, feeling a mix of envy and realization. "No wonder you've grown so fast. A talent score of 33%, and you became a beginner-level mage at 12. Bailey, where's the master? Why isn't he here?" As he spoke, Corey suddenly realized something was wrong. His joyful expression froze, and he stopped talking. When mentioning Master Everton, Bailey's expression clearly showed no admiration or closeness. If she truly was Master Everton's successor, she shouldn't look like that. Belle previously said that she struggled alone to reach the core of this devilish trap, living by herself for 4 years, without mentioning anyone else. That doesn't seem right. Belle, what exactly happened? Cole asked hesitantly. "I heard that the book, Point Grass, will be published tomorrow, and I feel a bit nervous. I hope everyone won't give up on this novel, abandon the girl, or forget Melanie. Please continue subscribing and supporting. Haha. Also, thank you, Brother Tingu, for the gift book title, Flower Attack, book number 319 for 144 summary. A plant-based psychic agent reincarnates into an ancient concubine. Instead of returning to the big house where she's not welcomed, she decides to become a small farmer and merchant, find an obedient husband, and have a few cute children. As for how to find an obedient husband, should she grow up with her childhood sweetheart? Or marry into a noble family with a favored young son who's well taken care of? Flower Attack thinks it's best to prepare for both options. Don't fight battles you can't win. Please add this new book to your collection and support it. Hey, Song Jingxian, your prince's residence is just a miserable, dirty trap. Don't come and harm me. Well, flower, I'll do good until the end, sending blessings all the way. Am I not already beautiful enough? I hate being a beauty-obsessed person. Currently updating. Second Spring. A historical rebirth story. No revenge plot. Mainly about starting fresh. Once reborn, everyone, sisters and friends, should be happy and marry well. I wonder if everyone will like it? Remember to check out Second Spring. There's no master. Melanie sat there, hugging her knees, softly saying, there's never been a master from the beginning to the end. For years ago, on my 8th birthday, my mother and brother took me to the guild for a talent test. The tester was a kind, senior mage. After testing 3 types of talent, he fainted from magic exhaustion. My brother, who was also a mid-level mage then, took over the magic circle and discovered the 4th talent. Wait a moment, Belle. Cole interrupted apologetically. If you were that little girl, your name wouldn't be Belle, but Melanie, right? Melanie Green, do you know? Melanie asked calmly. Little Goose silently glanced at Cole. Cole scratched his buzz cut, his dimples deepening, and said, you were very young before, so maybe you didn't know. In the Imperial City, Master Everton has a great reputation. I also admire him a lot. When I heard he was taking on apprentices, it caused a big stir in the city. My friends and I were even a little jealous of a girl named Melanie Green. So, he spread his hands. Then he looked at Melanie with a somewhat resentful expression and said, Melanie, I even told you about my ancestors. But you gave me a fake name? Melanie's sister, that's not fair. Not fair. Such a criticism sounded very new to Melanie, and it eased her previous sadness a lot. She smiled shyly and said, it's not like that. Didn't I say after leaving the forest, I would go to the Imperial City to study? At that time, I would have used the name Beller, so I wasn't really trying to deceive you. Cole pretended to think for a moment, then nodded generously and said, all right, I forgive you. Melanie chuckled softly at his playful attitude. Under the soft, milky glow of the magic lamp, the atmosphere became relaxed and gentle. And then, Cole poured a glass of juice for Melanie and asked curiously. His elders always said that having one more friend is much better than having an enemy. So, he kept learning how to get along with others, making the atmosphere friendly. They also told him that some people only need polite nods, while others require strong friendship. He believed that Melanie, who also had secrets, was the latter. The 4th type is the natural element, Melanie whispered. My brother's magic power is weak. He couldn't keep going when the green light pillar reached 79. He thinks my natural talent might be even higher. 79? And it could be higher. Cole almost dropped his cup. He looked at Melanie with intense eyes for a long time before finally letting out a deep breath and saying, we always thought Master Everton took you because your 3 elements combined nearly reached the maximum value. Now that I hear you, with a talent score of 79, even if he's not a master, the saints would fight to take you as their disciple. Melanie, you truly are the favored child of the Father God. I told you, there's no such thing as a master. Hearing Cole again mention Master Everton and try to link her to him, Melanie felt both annoyed and a little angry. What master? If he's really still alive, he must be working with those people from that institute. Having such a cold-blooded necromancer as his subordinate, that institute is definitely not a good place. So, unless Master Everton is dead, he's probably not a good person either. And Cole keeps admiring him over and over again. Melanie hugged her knees again, losing the desire to speak. Cole looked uncomfortable, scratching his buzz cut, and apologized. Melanie, it's my fault. I got too excited and said the wrong thing. Seeing Melanie seem to fall into deep thought again, he also fell silent for a moment and then softly said, it's getting late. Melanie, you should rest early. He believed Melanie wasn't truly angry at him now, but was thinking about something else. So he needed to give her time to be alone for a while. Cole got up from the ground, took out the tent, and started setting up camp. From what Melanie revealed, her secrets and stories are probably no less than his. First, There's a rumor that she was taken by Master Everton to become his disciple. Yes, the Green Mansion has proof in the form of a token left by Master Everton, so it's not just a rumor. Then, why does Melanie say there's no such thing as a master? If not a master, then who took her away? Why has she been living here all this time? What has she been through? Just thinking about these mysteries makes Cole very excited. Second, Melanie said she has a natural talent score of over 79 in the fourth element, in addition to her 3 elements. This completely contradicts Scholar Dong Jones' theory that talent scores are capped at the maximum. And if you think about it carefully, she said her natural talent in the natural element was the highest but was only measured last. That's different from others. After Cole said goodnight to Melanie, who was lost in thought, he entered his tent. He lay on a soft, thick mat, with his eyes wide open. He decided he must become friends with Melanie. Absolutely. No doubt. The old men at home say he is the favorite of the beast god, and Melanie seems to be loved by both the father god and the goddess of nature. In the devil's strange circle, there are never fierce storms, only gentle rain and soft breezes. In the middle of the night, a light rain began to fall. Tiny water droplets formed on Melanie's slightly curly, dark green hair, then grew larger. Eventually, the weight of the water caused the droplets to fall, sliding down her hair and into her neck. The coolness woke Melanie from her thoughts. She saw a small, single-person tent added among the flowers. She paused for a moment, closed her eyes, and used her mental power. Instantly, the world around her turned green. It seemed like Cole was already asleep. His 2 dimples still showed, as if he was always smiling sweetly. His pink rabbit was lying beside him, eyes closed, also sleeping peacefully. Wolf Yen was not there. Next to Cole, there was an open notebook. Using the green glow from the mossy light inside the tent, Melanie's awareness swept over it. She saw a few words written. The old men at home say I am the favorite of the beast god, and Melanie must be loved by the father god and the goddess of nature. We will definitely become good friends. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Melanie's spiritual awareness paused briefly, then quietly withdrew from Cole's tent. Little Goo was not in his own tent, but inside Melanie's, reading under the light of a magic lamp. Fluffy and adorable, he was curled up on a thin blanket and had already fallen asleep. A little farther away, she saw Wolf Yen at the edge of the largemouth flower bushes. He was crouched under the flower umbrella created by the largemouth flowers, gazing into the valley with sharp, green eyes. Just then, a lost wind rabbit stumbled in. Wolf Yen swiftly leapt out, catching the rabbit in his mouth before the largemouth flowers could react. He bit the rabbit's neck and, seeming quite proud, began to enjoy his late-night snack. Hunting like this was indeed convenient. She wondered if Cole would regret knowing how lazy this wolf was and might cry about it. Melanie's lips curled into a faint smile as she withdrew her spiritual awareness. She opened her eyes. The green light was gone, and all that remained was the faint drizzle in the dark sky. After standing for a while, Melanie bent down and crawled into her tent. She grabbed a towel and wiped her wet hair. The towel wasn't very effective, so she gave up after a few tries. She picked up a notebook and wrote about researching magic that directly separates water molecules. If such magic existed, she wouldn't need to bother drying her hair and clothes. A simple spell could do it all, which would be very convenient. Little Goo, do you think I should trust Cole, be honest with him, and become good friends who trust each other? Melanie closed her notebook, sat on a small wooden stool, and looked down slightly, her expression unreadable. Any relationship, whether friendship or love, needs to be built over time. It's not something that can be decided in a moment, Little Goo said calmly, lifting his eyes from the book. Compared to Shawn last time, Cole is much more reliable, Shawn. Hearing Shawn's name again, Melanie felt her heart hurt a little less. She moved the white jade flower pot from the corner of her tent, sending natural magic into the plants while nodding. Yes, I think I should tell him about natural magic first, and keep quiet about the need to sign a fairy contract for leveling up. What do you think? Good idea, Little Goo replied, lowering his head and continuing to read. Inside, he was thinking, this woman, finally knowing her limits and thinking carefully? It seems that her failed first love was actually a good thing for her, and the old hometown saying really is true. Melanie repotted the plants, watered them, and infused some magic to help them grow faster. Then she began to meditate seriously. The next morning, when she stepped out of her tent, Cole had already prepared breakfast on a small, unfamiliar low table. Soft toasted bread slices, a jar of golden-colored jam probably made from kumquats, a fruit salad, a thin slice of roasted meat, and 4 steaming cups of milk. "Good morning, Melanie." Cole greeted her warmly with a deep smile. "Good morning, Cole," Melanie replied with a big smile, showing she was in a good mood. She then went to a nearby flower bush to brush her teeth and freshen up. A largemouth flower approached her automatically, covering her completely, making Cole look on in surprise and curiosity. Huahua is very smart. Xiaogu gently touched Huahua's hair, then calmly glanced at Cole. After sitting facing east at the square table, he indicated for Huahua to sit on the south side. "It's obvious," Cole said warmly as he sat facing Huahua in the north. "I wonder what you all like to eat. I have ham sandwiches and plenty of porridge. Would you like to adjust anything?" "No need," Xiaogu replied calmly. Huahua is not picky. For fairies, they don't need to eat. Of course, he and Huahua will also live among humans in the future, so enjoying some good food is quite nice. Cole didn't mind Xiaogu's attitude and smiled kindly while waiting for Melanie. Huahua is a fairy evolved from a largemouth flower Pokemon. As for Xiaogu, Melanie didn't introduce him, but judging by how close Huahua and he seem, he probably has special abilities like Melanie. Melanie really does have many secrets. Soon, Melanie stepped out from a largemouth flower cluster, sat on the small stool she left for herself, and casually sipped her milk. She then said to Cole, "Cole, it's really nice to meet you. Hunting and cooking for yourself, and the food isn't even that tasty. Those days must have been tough." Cole chuckled. "No need to be so formal. When I arrived, my family prepared plenty of food for me. You 3 don't eat much, so it should be enough for all 4 of us for a whole year." "That's great." Melanie put down her milk cup, clapped her hands happily, and shouted, "Let's eat! Let's eat!" The breakfast was lively and cheerful. After eating, Melanie watched Cole put away the leftover bread and jam, then gave the remaining slices of roasted meat to his wolf. Just as she was about to offer to help wash the cups and dirty dishes, she saw Cole take out a square box about a foot wide, place the cups, plates, knives, and forks inside, close it, and press a red button. Suddenly, Melanie felt a ripple of water element energy and heard the sound of flowing water. "What is this?" Melanie asked. "It's a magic dishwasher." Cole smiled and explained. Inside the magic panel, there are carved water flow arrays, a gentle breeze array, and a low-level fire magic heater. After using the dishes and cups, you put them in, and the water flow cleans them. Then a warm breeze dries them, and it's done. "That's really impressive. Very creative," Melanie said with admiration. "Whose invention is this?" "It seems like it wasn't around 4 years ago. It's the work of a special friend of mine. He's a low-level alchemist and very passionate about alchemy," Cole replied. "Unfortunately, although his invention is very convenient and creative, it costs a lot to make and use, so it can't be widely used." "Haha, if I hadn't spent a lot of money to buy this dishwasher from him, he might have starved." "That's a pity." Melanie noticed that the machine had 3 second-level magic crystals embedded side by side. 1 water, 1 wind, and 1 fire. When the water flow array was activated, she could clearly feel the water crystal being used up. This showed that the machine was still not very mature. In terms of magic output, a water flow spell and a light spell use about the same amount of magic. A well-made magic lamp can run on a first-level magic crystal and provides continuous light with high efficiency, so 1 crystal lasts a long time and doesn't seem to be used up quickly. If we can find a way to improve the efficiency of magic crystal use, this would definitely be a good invention, Melanie said. "No, Melanie, you're wrong," Cole said with a smile. "Even a well-made, widely used magic lamp costs 20 gold coins. Ordinary people can't afford it. So, even if Hector improves the craft, this machine's cost alone would be over 100 gold coins. With that much money, nobles and rich people could buy dozens of dishwashing slaves. Plus, this device can only be used in the kitchen and isn't something to show off. No one would buy it. Melanie realized she was ignorant. She shyly tugged at her hair in front of her shoulder and said, "Cole, you know so much." Cole blushed and smiled shyly. "Melanie, you're just out of touch with human society. After living in the imperial capital for half a year, you'll definitely know more than I do." During their conversation, the magic dishwasher stopped working. Cole opened the lid, put away the clean dishes, and then stored the machine. After Wolf Yen went hunting alone, Cole began to gently probe about last night's unfinished topic. "Melanie, can you tell me what's really going on between you and Master Everton?" "There's not much to tell, but please keep it a secret. And about Hua too." Melanie saw Cole swear to keep the secret, then sat down and slowly said, "After I finish my talent test, my brother suggested we hide my natural element talent. We only announced that I had 33 points in 3 elements, which was enough to meet the entrance standards of the Imperial City Academy. But I didn't expect a receptionist from a magic guild to see the bright green light pillar and guess my natural element talent." Melanie then slowly talked about her birthday dinner, how she was kidnapped, and how she met a little friend named Audi. "At that time, we planned to make a living selling potted flowers. The fragrant lily and dreamlike fragrant vine aren't magic plants, so they grow faster. We thought we could save enough for school fees." Melanie smiled softly, a bit sadly. They had once happily planned everything, but it all turned into nothing. She continued, however, that organization sent a necromancer who killed everyone in the merchant team. Audi was also badly injured. In the end, that despair vine suddenly burst out and saved us. That's how I ended up here. She didn't go into many details, and Cole didn't interrupt her this time. When Melanie stopped talking, Cole sighed, "Melanie, you're amazing. I can't imagine being kidnapped at 8 years old. I would have been panicked. And if I had to live here for 4 years, I might go crazy." Melanie gave a faint smile and said, "Life here is pretty simple. I have Xiao Gu and Hua with me. You have Wolf Yen and Meng Meng. It's not too lonely." Cole looked like he wanted to smile bitterly or look pitiful, but because of his 2 dimples, he still showed a very kind and adorable smile. "Only when I become a beast sync can Wolf Yen and Meng Meng speak human language. If I remember correctly, your family is doing well now." Kerr lowered his head and thought for a moment before nodding to Melanie. "That's true. Having Master Everton's token means that not only in Little Green City, but even in the Imperial capital, people would show some respect. Melanie, although you don't know what kind of light-based powers Master Everton and that mysterious organization have, as long as you don't appear in front of your family and keep pretending you're studying with the Master, you'll be fine." Melanie nodded, feeling a little relieved and happy, but also a bit disappointed. She could probably guess that those organizations wanted her not to trouble her family. Her parents are simple, noble people, so they should have a peaceful life. She also knew that it was better for her family to think she was following a famous master rather than knowing her true situation. But she missed Melwyn, old Maury, her parents, and Melinda. Even though Xiao Gu was always with her, and now Hua was here too, she really missed them. As long as she became stronger and reached the level of a saint, she could protect herself and those around her. Melanie clenched her fist and smiled at Kerr. "Kerr, thank you for the news. I need to focus on meditating now so I can become a high-level mage soon. What about you?" "Hi, high-level mage." Kerr looked at Melanie as if she were strange. Melanie smiled and nodded. "Only in the natural element. It will probably take at least another year to break through the middle level in the other 3 elements. In 3 months, I will become a high-level mage, then go to the Imperial capital to study. I heard the library there has everything. I feel like a wild person here." Kerr looked surprised and stretched his neck, pressing his hand into the air. "You only need 3 months to become a high-level mage." "Yes," Melanie said with a smile. "I've been at the middle level in the natural element for a year, but during that year, she had been sleeping and not actively practicing. That wasn't too strange." Kerr patted his chest and sighed in relief. "Congratulations, Melanie. I originally planned to take at least half a year to find a suitable pet beast, but I finished in just 1 month. I'm not in a hurry to go back. I plan to keep practicing hard like Melanie and wait for you to come out of the forest. When that happens, I can be your guide.
Melanie, what do you think?
Melanie was stunned and forgot to answer. Suddenly, she remembered Shawn. Cole saw her and scratched his short haircut, looking shy. He said, "Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, I will leave soon." No. Melanie quickly showed a bright, happy smile and said, "Cole, if you want to stay, that would be perfect. We can enjoy the food together. If you leave, we won't have anything to eat." Cole's dimples sank deep as he turned his head and whispered, "Actually, I can leave some food for you." Cole's willingness to stay made Melanie feel happy. She remembered what Little Goose said, that friendship needs to be nurtured. Only when two people spend time together and understand each other can a new friendship become lasting and strong. Maybe Cole thought the same, so he wasn't in a hurry to say goodbye. When the sunshine dried the clouds from last night and shone into the valley, Melanie finished telling Cole not to wake her up and sat comfortably in a woven chair. She closed her eyes and began her practice. If her body's automatic cultivation under the sun is rated as 1, her light meditation without sunlight is 1.5, and deep meditation is 3, then her current deep meditation under the sun is more than 1 plus 3, about 5. With Little Goo nearby and the big-mouthed flower around her, Melanie wasn't worried about magical beasts bothering her or Cole hurting her. As long as he stayed a little closer, the scent from the big-mouthed flowers could instantly make Cole and his wolf fall down. As for Cole, he saw Melanie sitting comfortably as if she was just napping. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. Cole was stunned. After a while, he walked over to Little Goo reading a book and Hua playing and tentatively asked, "Little Goo, is this how Melanie practices? Is she really just sunbathing and dozing off?" Even though he knew Melanie's way of practicing was different, like constant meditation, she said it was hard training. Shouldn't she at least sit in a decent posture? "What is this about?" Little Goo closed his book and asked Cole, "If you can't reveal your identity as a beast tamer, what is your official job?" Cole was momentarily surprised and replied, "I'm a swordsman." "I'm still a beginner swordsman." In his eyes, this seemingly adorable little boy Little Goo looked very mysterious. His mature words and actions, if seen in the imperial capital, would probably just make people smile and not take seriously. But in this dangerous circle, even a baby like Flower can be a big-mouth flower king. Who knows what kind of identity the person in front of him has? Melanie didn't introduce him specifically, as if he was just a human boy. But is he really just a human boy? Cole remained suspicious. So when Little Goo asked him questions, he answered honestly. Hearing his answer, Little Goo nodded calmly and said, "No wonder. If you also work as a magician, you might know the concept of deep meditation." Melanie doesn't have a mentor, so she doesn't practice the stiff meditation poses from the academy. Deep meditation, he seemed to have heard an old family member mention it once. While Cole was pondering this, Little Goo asked again, "You're a beast tamer. Do you have any books about contracts?" "Oh, I do," Cole replied, taking out 2 books and explaining, "And I have another one I'm reading." Little Goo took the books, thanked him calmly, then lowered his head to open one and looked at it quietly. Cole stood there for a long time, lost in thought, before coming back to himself. In the blink of an eye, he saw Wolf Yen happily making Flower ride through the flowers, their cheerful bell-like laughter echoing through the valley. He couldn't help but rub his forehead with a bitter smile, comforting himself. At least Wolf Yen is really clever, knowing that pleasing Flower to get food is much easier and safer than hunting outside. A rabbit, a wolf. He wanted to become stronger, and he needed to work harder than Melanie. Cole found a place to sit down, crossed his legs, calmed his breath, and began his training. Thanks to Blue Moon Ling, WXL 132213, Yuan Shixiang's Flower Bud, and Exit 98 for their support. She didn't know how meditation cultivation was for others. For her, this kind of hard practice was not a difficult experience. Instead, she felt her mind and consciousness become very clear and comfortable. The sunlight on her skin was warm and gentle. When the simple green patterns inside her flowed along a certain path, she felt light and happy. Surrounded by green light clusters representing plants, she felt very close and peaceful. Immersed in these feelings, Melanie felt very good. Plus, her body needed less food. She often sat for 3 or 5 days at a time, only waking up occasionally to eat, chat with Cole, water her seedlings, relax her nerves, and then continue. At first, Cole found Melanie's practice hard to believe. His own beast-taming training was similar to a wizard's meditation, requiring sitting quietly. But he could only do it for half a day. He also tried to find a comfortable position like Melanie, but all his attempts failed. His practice seemed to require sitting with legs crossed and straight. When he relaxed, he would get sleepy in the sun and doze off. Unable to learn from Melanie, Cole was envious of her for a few days. Then he became numb to her unusual behavior and started to focus on his own training, half a day of meditation, a quarter of a day practicing swordsmanship, and the rest of the day fighting with his wolf. When one day, the main pet and 2 others returned injured, Little Goo calmly used a healing light that shook Cole deeply. Watching Little Goo stammer and ask, "Are you a mid-level light magic user?
How old are you?"
Healing light is a mid-level magic. Unlike beginner healing spells that only treat small areas for one person, healing light can cover a circle about 1 meter in diameter. Within this area, it heals sickness and injuries. If there's nothing wrong, it restores energy and spirit. This magic improves as the caster advances, increasing its range and healing power. Little Goo's spell was about half a meter in diameter, but its effect was excellent. Clearly, he had narrowed the healing area to strengthen the healing effect. This kind of ability to change the range and effect is not something most light magic users can do. More importantly, how old are you, little kid?
How old are you?
All of the talented youths from the Imperial Capital Academy of the Glory Empire are gathered here. His family is in the Imperial City, so he is used to seeing geniuses and is immune to their presence. But at this moment, Cole stands in front of a small boy named Goo, who looks only 7 or 8 years old. He deeply feels like he is just a simple country bumpkin. Looking at little Goo, after casting his magic, he completely ignores Cole and continues to read his book. Seeing this, Cole sighs and sits down feeling discouraged. Today, he only wanted to test a 4th-level light electric land bird, but it ended up injuring the 3 main pets of their group. This was after Ming Meng had warned the bird in advance, saying it was just a friendly spar. If not, even if they managed to defeat the bird, they would have been hurt even more. No, I must work hard to level up again soon and find a stronger fighter. Only then can I catch up to Melanie's strength. Cole glances at Melanie, who is still either practicing or sleeping. He suppresses his jealousy, eats some food to fill his stomach, and then begins to practice himself. Unknowingly, time has passed into July. The sunlight above the valley isn't as harsh as outside, but long exposure to the sun can still burn ordinary people. Cole looks at Melanie, who is peacefully sleeping in the sun, and then at her smooth, fair skin. He can't help but mutter a few words. "Cole, what are you saying?" Melanie just opens her eyes and meets Cole's gaze. "I'm saying, Melanie, even if you have a talent for light magic, aren't you worried about getting sunburned like this?" Cole thinks, girls usually worry about that, right? Really? Melanie touches her face worriedly, looks into a water mirror, and then shakes her head with a smile. "It probably won't happen. I feel pretty comfortable anyway." After saying this, she gets up from her chair, does some quick agility exercises like a thief, and after fully stretching her body, she smiles and calls out loudly, "Xiao Gu. Hua Hua. Let's pack up, it's time to go." "I knew it, sister." Hua Hua runs over on her short legs, holding up a ring high, and says to Melanie, "Sister, this is what Xiao Gu gave you. It's full of Hua Hua seeds." Melanie takes a look and sees that inside a space ring about 10 square meters in size, there are many seeds of the big-mouthed flower. She feels touched, picks up Hua Hua, kisses her happily, and laughs. "Thank you, Hua Hua." Then she squints at Xiao Gu, who is sitting not far away, and says, "Thank you, Xiao Gu." Little Gu always thinks about her. Cure seems to have just recovered from Melanie's news. He quickly moved over to Melanie and asked in surprise, "Melanie, have you advanced to a higher level?" When a mid-level mage becomes a high-level mage, there should be a big change. Why is he here and not feeling anything? Melanie has already reached perfection at the mid-level. As soon as she signs a contract with Huaju, she can become a high-level mage immediately.
So,
Sort of. Melanie tilted her head and answered a little irresponsibly, but she didn't explain in detail. She smiled at Cure and said, "Cure, let's go see an old friend. Ask if he wants to come with us, and then we're heading out of the forest to the Imperial City." Seeing Melanie happily start to pack her tent, Cure also smiled and said, "Yeah, I should head back too, or the old men at home will start to worry." After packing up the tent, Melanie led Hua, who was sitting on the back of the wolf flame, and looked at the large empty space in the middle of the big mouth flowers. Her eyes showed some reluctance and sadness. She had lived here for over a year. Thinking for a moment, she took a shovel and started digging a hole in the open space. "What is she doing?" Cure asked Xiaogu. "Big sister wants to move Hua and the other somewhere else." Xiaogu didn't answer.
it was Hua who spoke.
Although she could command the big mouth flowers to do some things, she couldn't order them to pull themselves out of the soil and be moved elsewhere. So she couldn't help Melanie. She had lived here for a very long time. Cure looked at that slightly thin figure. His heart softened, and he also started digging a hole. Without Hua, she might never come back to this valley again, Melanie thought. She wouldn't come back, so there was no need for this place to have traces of people living here, to arouse curiosity, or to disturb the flowers. The big mouth flowers are only third-tier magical plants and can't stop many people's footsteps. In others' eyes, the big mouth flowers might be frightening or disgusting. But in Melanie's eyes, they are always beautiful and kind. Thanks to Mukiai and Cho Xian for their pink support. After transplanting the big mouth flowers, Melanie carefully nourished each plant and then left the flower cluster. In the flower bushes, she and Shawn paused at the place where they had previously stopped. Melanie looked back at the bright, charming pitcher plant. After taking a deep sniff of its sweet fragrance, she turned her head to gaze beyond the valley and gently patted the small head of Hua. "Let's go find Xiaoju." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and focused her mind, releasing her mental energy. According to Farah's book, the natural magic she learned only included 4 types, and none of them had a magic shield like other magic types do. This inconsistency she had already noted in her small notebook, but she hadn't yet studied it thoroughly. With only her 3 basic magic shields, she couldn't confidently walk among the mountains, so she needed to check first to avoid their group being mistaken as food by some beast. Good, right now isn't the time when most beasts hunt for food. The forest is peaceful and calm. Melanie withdrew her mental power, opened her eyes, and waved her hand. "Let's go." "Melanie, were you just using your mental power to sense things?" Cole asked. Melanie nodded and explained. "As long as we don't provoke the beasts, they are quite friendly. They all have their favorite foods and don't usually change their diets. But what if? So it's safer to go out when they are full." Melanie knows a lot about the habits of these beasts living in the Devil's Trap. For Cole, whether inside or outside the central forest, normal beasts wouldn't hurt him as a beast tamer. So he actually knows less about this than Melanie. This feeling made Cole uncomfortable. He is a beast tamer, so beasts generally don't hurt him. But he can't guarantee they won't hurt others in his team. That's why he convinced his family not to send guards and let him come alone. But now that same reason makes him feel very annoyed. Can't he do anything to help? He's a man, and he's older than Melanie and the others. He lacks their strength, but he can comfort himself with the idea that only high-level beast tamers have a professional advantage. But now he feels helpless even when it comes to beast issues. "Melanie, let me go first," Cole suggested. He still couldn't guarantee that the magical beasts wouldn't hurt anyone other than himself. He could only position himself at the front, trying to catch their attention first, then let Meng greet them and ask for passage. Okay, Melanie didn't refuse. So, Cole led the way at the front, while Melanie and Little Goo each cast protective magic shields on their sides, shielding Hua riding the wolf flame as they headed out of the valley. Under Melanie's guidance, Cole and the others encountered many magical beasts along the way. Most of them just lazily glanced at them and then ignored them. As the leader, Cole felt a little nervous. But when they safely reached their destination and looked around, seeing no magical beasts nearby, he finally relaxed. Then he remembered he had a question he forgot to ask. Who is Xiao Ju? Be quiet. As soon as Cole asked, Melanie gently patted his arm nervously and explained softly, Xiao Ju hates being called that. If you call him that again, he might get angry and throw you out. He's the king of despair flowers, very powerful. Is he also a fairy? Cole asked quietly, eyes wide with surprise as he looked in the direction Melanie was pointing. Melanie nodded and then broke into a big, happy smile. She hopped toward the foot of the mountain, happily calling out, Chwayer, little red, little gold, little water. I'm here to see you. Such lively energy. Cole was stunned for a moment, then started to smile. Little Goo looked a bit unhappy, kicked Wolf Flame lightly, and said calmly, Let's go over there too. By now, Melanie was surrounded by beautiful illusion butterflies flying out of the valley, her cheerful laughter ringing clearly. Illusion butterflies. Cole was startled when he saw hundreds of butterflies suddenly appear. But he quickly followed Little Goo, walking behind her. To him, these illusion butterflies weren't scary like the big-mouthed flowers. He was just surprised why these butterflies seemed so friendly with Melanie. They bypassed the mountain foot blocking their view and reached the valley entrance. When he saw countless despair flowers, white, red, and purple, he froze in place. So many despair flowers, and so many high-grade ones, red ones, and purple ones. Even though he had seen the rich magic plants in the Devil's Strange Circle and encountered many rare magic plants, he didn't know many, and the rarer ones were often guarded by powerful monsters. He had gained some, but not many. Now, there is a flower of despair in a valley. While Cole was still stunned, Little Ancient had already gone ahead of Melanie, who was greeting the illusion butterflies, and reached the center of the valley, in front of the noble black flower with golden edges, where the flower Jueshi was resting. The large petals slowly opened, revealing a tiny, perfect-looking boy above the flower. Is she still so foolish? Jueshi looked proudly at Melanie not far away, with a high-browed expression. After observing her life experience, she has actually grown up a lot, Little Ancient said calmly. But what she observed isn't what she truly experienced. He paused, then continued. She has spent 3 years here, with those illusion butterflies. From age 8 to 11. These 3 years were full of innocence and happiness, with pure hearts. So when Melanie returned now, she was so carefree and happy. Jueshi pursed his lips, still looking proudly at Melanie from afar, silent. It seemed he was very disappointed in her childish behavior, but he also somewhat accepted Little Ancient's explanation. Jueshi, Little Ancient said sincerely, if she were a greedy person with ambitions, we wouldn't be following her. You probably know that we fairies, like monsters, can be forcibly contracted by humans. You earlier, he didn't finish. He didn't know what kind of past Jueshi had. But why would a despair flower king from this valley appear on a human street stall near death? Jueshi lowered his eyes, hiding the faint golden glow in his black eyes. Little Ancient saw that his fingers were trembling slightly. Little Ancient, let me do it, Jueshi said. Many of my loyal readers probably know that I am quite a quiet person and rarely ask for votes or promote my work actively. I am very grateful to friends who silently support my stories with unwavering dedication. Today is New Year's Day. I slept in and was happily checking my book's data when I noticed that since yesterday afternoon, there were hardly any new subscriptions. My heart sank and I felt like the world was ending. After feeling down, I went online to search. Honestly, when I saw posts on certain websites, I didn't feel much because those sites aim to make money. But when I found a post on a certain forum, my heart sank even more. I believe that the friends who post on forums have subscribed and worked hard to type out their support. They probably like this story and don't want it to fade away or disappear. They hope it will become better and more exciting. I understand that sharing good stories with everyone is a kind act, but Could I kindly ask everyone to wait 24 hours before sharing posts about the story? I know that pirated copies are hard to prevent, but I would appreciate your support in this way. Thank you very much. Honestly, I write very slowly. I often sit at my computer from morning until night, with no rest days. The monthly income one earns from this is less than what an average office worker makes. I have no rest days, no holidays, no social insurance, and nothing else. The subscriptions from everyone each month are only a few dollars. Compared to that, even the most passionate writer might feel discouraged. Yesterday, I went shopping and realized I couldn't afford anything. I even thought about giving up writing this story once it's finished. If it doesn't get better results, I might just find a steady job and live seriously. I have written stories about palace intrigues, double worlds, and fantasy adventures. I love all three genres, so I have no regrets. In the end, I'm just saying all this to ask everyone to support legal reading as much as possible. Your support is what keeps me going.
Thank you.
During the New Year Double Pink activity, please vote for me. Xiao Gu, let me speak now. Melanie didn't know when she had come over. On the colorful flower with dark green curly hair, a similarly vibrant illusion butterfly rested. Juan, this was the first time she didn't deliberately call him Little Jew, out of stubbornness, but instead sincerely used his name, Juan, emphasizing it several times. Juan, I know I am just a mid-level perfect mage now, still very small compared to you. A fairy, worthy of a demigod. Melanie pursed her lips and looked seriously at Juan. But Juan, I will become strong. I have enough talent, and I am only 12 years old. My future is just beginning. In this regard, even the most talented and famous genius on the continent today, Shelton Cooper, is not as good as her. Juan, I just want to ask you one thing, Melanie said earnestly. Are you willing to sign a contract with me to grow strong together just like Gu Yang and Hua Hua? Regarding whether to sign or not, Juan has probably thought about this countless times over the past year and 3 months. If he has the intention, she only needs to show him her sincerity. If he refuses, Juan, being so proud, would not be moved by her sweet words or tears of pleading. So, she just needs to ask directly. If Juan is unwilling, she can at most stay in this devilish cycle, searching for another fairy-like fairy to be reborn. The cycle is so big. Her activity area is just a little bigger. She doesn't believe there are no other fairies here. Or, to take a step further, she could find a magical plant with the potential to become a fairy and cultivate it with her magic and blood. From her occasional experiments, she found that directly applying magic to the plant often causes it to mutate into a better quality. And from Hua Hua's past fondness for her blood greatly helps the plant evolve into a fairy. If there truly are no other fairies for a contract, she could theoretically cultivate one herself. But that would take an unknown amount of time. But her time is very precious. Moreover, she genuinely hopes Juan will come with her. In her hesitation, she found him in his despair. He was once her hope for a new life. He saved her at a critical moment. Although Huaju always looked down on her, and he was often rude and harsh, despite all that, she still wanted Huaju to come with her. Huaju quietly looked at Melanie for a long time before lowering his eyes. He said impatiently and proudly, "Hurry up, no need for so much talk, you agreed," Melanie exclaimed happily. Then she saw Huaju frown again. She quickly cut her finger with a small dagger. Because she was so excited, she accidentally cut herself deep, and blood started to flow. She gasped from the pain. When she looked up again, she saw Huaju giving her a disdainful look. She hurriedly pressed her bleeding finger against the plant beneath him. Immediately, a few drops of blood were absorbed by the vines. At the same time, she felt a strange connection forming between her and Huaju. Their contract was successful. The obstacle that had been bothering her suddenly and naturally broke apart. She became a high-level natural magic user. Melanie let out a breath of relief. After healing her finger, she smiled foolishly. For a moment, she was really afraid Huaju might change his mind. "Xiaoju, what is your contract totem? Where is it?" Melanie cast a water mirror, intending to look around. But suddenly, a vine whipped like a whip and struck her water mirror, causing it to shatter with a loud crack. Melanie even heard the sound of breaking glass. "I am Huaju." Huaju's anger flared. His long, dark green hair exploded outward as he moved. On the plant beneath him, almost all the vines extended and tangled together into whips. They circled Melanie, cracking in the wind, making a series of sharp sounds. "Don't think that just because you signed a contract with me, I won't do anything to you," Huaju said coldly, still proud and aloof. "If you don't behave, don't blame me for being rude." Melanie quickly shrank back, swallowing nervously. She gulped and said, "I understand." She had called him Xiaoju before, but she had never seen him so angry. And under the watch of dozens of snake-like whips, it was better to be cautious. So, what's wrong with Xiaoju? Could it be that because he signed the contract and can't regret it, he's angry? Then maybe I should forgive him. Poor kid. Being with her, this high-level mage girl, must be quite embarrassing for him. Later, Melanie arrived in the capital. While reading books about contracts, she realized that Huaju's fierce attitude was just bluff. After signing the contract, he couldn't hurt her intentionally anymore. Anyway, Melanie, who was very sensible, kept apologizing and promising. Huaju snorted coldly, put away his vine whip, and his form sank into his main plant body. After a flash of light, a stunningly handsome man appeared before Melanie. If Huaju before was just perfect and lovable, wanting to protect and care for, then this man, who is 2 heads taller than her and looks between 16 and 26 years old, is definitely not a typical young boy. His perfection is so complete that it makes anyone feel ashamed, so perfect that everyone would feel their own humility and ugliness and willingly kneel at his feet, admire him, and worship him as a god. "Xiaoju," Melanie instinctively called out, but when she saw a vine whip appear in Huaju's hand, she blushed and waved her hand to step back, anxiously saying, No, Huaju, Huaju." The whip didn't move, which made Melanie breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. She then noticed that the whip in Huaju's hand was different from his previous tangled vine whips. This one was more advanced and delicate, with a row of black gemstones on the handle. But now wasn't the time to focus on that. Melanie blinked and shook her head, then looked up at Huaju and said, "Huaju, how can we go to the capital like this? Can you?" Although she saw his perfect brow furrow slightly, almost making her feel guilty and eager to scold herself for angering the divine, Melanie bit her tongue to keep her pain and stay rational. She continued, "Can you become a bit more ordinary? You should know once you step out of the forest, I guess. I guess it won't just be a big fuss, but a disaster." In various histories, whether in the world where Sister May lives or in the mainland's history, there is always a saying, beauty can bring disaster. Now, she is connected to Huaju through a contract. She. Melani's mind is unusually slow at this moment. She can't imagine the specific scenes she will face in the future, but she knows she must not let Huaju walk out so confidently. Huaju snorted coldly. A beautiful mask made of mysterious black material appeared on his face, with a golden thread outlining a desolate flower at the corner. It covered his perfect face, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible. Although only his eyes and mouth could be seen, combined with his perfectly proportioned body, he was breathtakingly handsome. But anyway, he looked much better than before. Melanie didn't dare ask for too much. She no longer looked up into Huaju's eyes. She turned her head and saw Cole and his rabbit and wolf standing there foolishly, with a few illusion butterflies flying nearby. Melanie said, "Huaju, that is Cole. He's a friend. You can let the illusion butterflies lift his illusion now." After she finished speaking, she didn't hear Huaju reply. Instead, Cole suddenly jumped up, alert. It seemed he had woken up from the illusion. Melanie waved at him. When he cautiously approached, she smiled apologetically. "Cole, I was so happy to see old friends that I forgot to ask the butterflies not to hurt you." "Sorry. It's okay. They didn't really hurt me, just made me look at the scenery for a while," Cole said, scratching his head. His dimples showed a shy smile, looking very adorable. Meng Meng had already told him that the illusion butterflies living here obey the Flower King. The Flower King didn't want him to know about his conversations with Melanie and others. Cole could understand. After all, he had only known Melanie for a short time, and her bringing him to this fairy's home was already a great sign of trust. That was a mature 5th-level despair flower fairy. If the people in the imperial capital found out, even if this was a devil's trap, they might swarm here and forcefully make a contract with him. Melanie smiled softly and sidestepped, making room for Huaju behind her. She introduced, Cole, this is Huaju. Huaju, this is Cole. He's a beast tamer. No one spoke. Melanie glanced at Huaju. He seemed to completely ignore Cole when he arrived, or even if he was giving Melanie face, he would wait for Cole to bow first. Cole, on the other hand, stared at Huaju's masked face and was utterly stunned by his grandeur. Huaju's cold snort prompted Melanie and Cole to act. Melanie quickly tugged on Cole's sleeve to remind him, and Cole snapped out of his daze, bowing respectfully and saying, Cole Walders, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. It seemed Cole's respectful attitude pleased him. Although Huaju still looked very proud, he surprisingly responded to Cole, which made Melanie find it quite strange. Honestly, normal conversations with humans really don't suit him. Take a few of the flowers from the valley. When Huaju said this, Melanie almost wanted to pinch her own ear to see if she heard wrong. Yes, she knew that as long as it wasn't reckless destruction or plundering, he wouldn't mind someone taking some of the despair flowers. But offering them voluntarily? That was a joke, right? But it seemed to be true. Just as Melanie was shocked, Cole said, Thank you, sir, and then smiled excitedly. He took out a jade box from his space and began harvesting the flowers. Melanie watched Cole carefully picking the red despair flowers, feeling quite annoyed. She gently nudged Xiaogu and whispered, Xiaogu, what do you think Xiaoju is doing? If he doesn't want to stay dependent on the contract totem space and wishes to walk among humans, he must slowly get used to human interactions. Xiaogu replied casually. He handed her 2 bags, one large, one small, and said softly, Huaju has collected some seeds for you again. Unlike the seeds of white flowers, which are very tough, the seeds of the red flowers produce despair vines that have a strong magic suppression effect when attacking, and the purple ones are even more powerful. Be careful when using them. Sure enough, that guy still cares for her, doesn't he? Melanie happily accepted the seeds, storing them carefully. She looked at Xiaogu and suddenly realized something was off. She then examined Xiaogu more carefully, frowned, and closed her eyes. Yes, her natural affinity had already broken through to the advanced level, hadn't it? Melanie carefully sensed the state of her inner magic and discovered that her green silk had transformed into a green net. This net's pattern extended into more meridians, forming a finer web. She faintly felt that beneath this green net, there were many more threads waiting for her to light up with effort. But she decided to leave these details for later study. The current problem was that, even though she successfully advanced, Xiaogu still looked the same as before. She clearly remembered that after reaching the intermediate level, Xiaogu suddenly looked several years older. Could there be a problem somewhere? Thinking about this possibility, Melanie felt anxious. She suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed Xiaogu's shoulder, and asked, Xiaogu, but as soon as she spoke, she choked up and couldn't ask further. If Xiaogu's injuries couldn't heal gradually because of this, what joy was there in her own advancement? Xiaogu gently moved her hand away, lowered his eyes, and his voice softened, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just considering that Cole only knows you might gain the friendship of a fairy, but he doesn't know you've contracted a fairy. As for me, Huaju, and Huahua, we will appear as humans unless absolutely necessary. So, I suppress the sudden change in my body. I will grow slowly like a human should. So that's all it was. Melanie wiped her tears, smiled broadly, and began to dream aloud. When I get to the imperial capital, I will enter the academy as a beginner earth and water magic user. Huahua can be our little sister we found. Xiaogu, you are a light magic user. Xiaoju. She glanced at Huaju, who was standing silently, lost in thought. Melanie suddenly felt small and dared not guess Huaju's feelings, though she used to enjoy teasing Huaju by making her beautiful face twitch with anger after seeing Huaju's sharp whip flowers. Huaju suddenly looked up and met her gaze, startling Melanie, who immediately shrank back. You all should buy a small house nearby when you go to school. I will take Huahua to live there, Huaju said commandingly. Yes, Melanie quickly smiled and nodded, pushing Huahua toward Huaju and saying sweetly, with you taking care of Huahua, we can feel more at ease at the academy. A big fist is the best proof of strength. Suddenly, Melanie remembered this saying. She silently calculated the strength comparison between herself and Huaju, and sadly found that the gap between them was like their height difference. Over there, Cole collected 5 red despair flowers, and then stopped. He walked up to Huaju and sincerely thanked him again. Then, after learning from Melanie that Huaju was willing to travel with them, Cole happily promised he wouldn't reveal Huaju's or Huahua's fairy identities. Little Gu should also be a fairy, Cole thought. Since they had arrived at this place where she had lived for 3 years, feeling like her hometown, Melanie didn't leave immediately. Instead, she decided to stay one more night with everyone. Huaju remained aloof and didn't show any reaction. Melanie took his silence as approval. Cole had no other matters, so he agreed too. Little Gu nodded quietly and said nothing further. After lunch, enjoying the rose tea Cole had brought, Melanie took out her notebook and pen and asked Cole, Cole, is the Imperial Capital Academy a boarding school or a day school? Both are possible, Cole replied. But most students choose to stay on campus. Even those with homes in the Imperial City usually only go back on weekends. The academy has a strong academic atmosphere, while noble life is too relaxed, which isn't good for cultivation. Noble life. Melanie only had a vague impression of this topic, so she didn't comment. After nodding, Melanie asked again, are the houses around the academy very expensive? How many despair flowers would we need to buy a yard? She looked at Huaju and added, the yard shouldn't be too big, but the decoration must be good. Ideally, a 3-story small building with a small garden. Cole also understood and secretly glanced at Huaju, replying, such small yards are not hard to find. There is a special area southeast of the academy gate with these small yards, available for rent or sale, for the noble families from all over. After the fame of the genius saint spread across the continent, not only the small duchies near the empire but also princes and princesses from the other 2 empires traveled thousands of miles to study at the Imperial Capital Academy. They arrived and naturally, their servants and guards needed a place to rest. He hadn't finished speaking when Huaju snorted softly and proudly said, Cole, just answer her question. How many white despair flowers are needed to buy a house like the one she described? If there aren't enough white ones in this valley, what about red? How many would you need? Purple. Hearing this, Cole quickly bowed and replied, the house Melanie wants is a small one suitable for about 10 people, costing around 1 million gold coins. The average price of a white despair flower is about 40,000 gold coins, so only 20 or 30 flowers are needed. Based on this calculation, he roughly understood that for Huaju, who owned this valley with over 1,000 white despair flowers blooming, his earlier talk about expensive houses was just nonsense. His head was probably a bit off. Melanie was initially shocked to hear it would cost over 1 million gold coins. She remembered how long she and Audi had argued over just a few dozen gold coins. But when she heard it only took about 30 white despair flowers, she calmed down. Anyway, with Huaju around, he's rich. So, they are all rich. Small? The worst kind. Huaju frowned with a proud look. What about the others? A small house fits about 50 people and costs 5 million gold coins. A medium one can hold around 100 people, costing 15 million. A large mansion can hold 500 people and costs 100 million, Cole said quickly, not slow to respond. Melanie then said to Huaju, Huaju, we only have a few people. We don't need a big house. And it's hard to guarantee safety. She gave Xiao Gu a meaningful look for help. Even 100 million gold coins wouldn't be a problem for Huaju. With his proud personality, he might refuse to live in a small house, feeling it's beneath him. But with only a few of them, do they really need such a big house? It would be uncomfortable to leave it empty, and none of them have any background to show off. Being so ostentatious might just cause trouble. Xiaogu received Melanie's plea and smiled at Huaju, shaking his head. After a few seconds, Huaju finally said, "Then let's buy a small one." Although there are 4 of them, and living in a small place is definitely quite showy and luxurious. Melanie still sighed with relief, comforting herself that this was much better than spending a lot of money on a fancy mansion. While Melanie was feeling grateful, she saw a vine whip suddenly appear in Huaju's hand. The whip quickly became very thin and long. It swung over the crowd, twisting and dancing in the valley. Immediately, over 100 white and red flowers appeared and disappeared into Huaju's sleeve. Perhaps he stored them somewhere? He is the king of despair flowers, so he must have a way to store despair flowers without a jade box. Maybe he can even transplant despair flowers? Huaju is different from Xiaogu, who is an outsider without a tribe. He is also different from Huahua, a young fairy who knows nothing. Melanie truly doesn't know what magical skills Huaju has or what amazing abilities he possesses.
But she didn't ask.
Before this, Melanie also thought about what might happen after she made a contract with Huaju. She thought that even if Huaju agreed to the contract, when she faced battles in the future, Xiaogu might help. But Huaju, unless he was about to die, he probably wouldn't help, right? It's okay. She isn't planning to always rely on Xiaogu or the very powerful Huaju. Melanie has her own magic. After mentally preparing herself, Melanie wrote a few lines in her notebook to confirm the size of her living space. Then she looked up and asked, "Cole, how is the security situation in this college district?" Cole thought for a moment, as if organizing his words. After a while, he said, "Because the area is inhabited by people with very strong backgrounds, and they all dislike being watched or having secrets exposed." Hearing this, Huaju snorted coldly. Melanie also felt a bit awkward. Our group probably also has secrets, right? She herself has many secrets she can't let others know, and Huaju and the other's secret as fairies must also be kept hidden. So, each family relies on their own defenses. The patrol and security forces of the imperial capital don't usually go through that area. Cole apologized with a smile and continued, "But I also heard that the area is actually under the secret protection of powerful people in the academy. Though I don't know if it's true, the college district rarely has big disturbances. I heard that in 500 years, no battle of that scale has ever involved a great wizard and a sword master fighting together. In the academy district, there seems to be an unspoken rule that people above a high-level profession are not allowed to fight. I heard that assassin groups don't trust evil factions' top killers to enter, or that big thieves try to commit crimes there, but the next day, they all lose their powers and are thrown outside the academy district." Speaking of this, Cole feels proud. "So it's safer there?" Melanie asked. "Yes, I think so," Cole replied. "The nobles and rich merchants have strong defenses themselves." Melanie thought for a moment, then asked Huaju, "As the king of the big-mouth flowers, shouldn't the big-mouth flowers that Huahua commands be limited to those in her valley?" "Huaju, do you think I could grow some big-mouth flowers as guards?" Huaju nodded lightly, then swung his whip. The whip flowers circled around 10 despair vines, uprooting them all, but no one knows where they ended up. Sure enough, as an adult fairy, he has the ability to transplant offspring? Melanie thought. Cole also looked surprised, hesitating a bit, then earnestly said to Huaju, "Humans have never successfully transplanted despair flowers. If you want them to serve as protection, once they are recognized, powerful people from all sides might come rushing in. You and Melanie could be in danger." Melanie nodded quickly. That's what she was about to say. "I know," Huaju said as if he had other plans, but after saying that, he didn't explain further. Melanie clenched her teeth silently. Now, she just hopes that when Huaju shows off his King of Flower style, he will be a little more cautious. After sighing inwardly, Melanie looked up, tilted her head, and smiled. Fortunately, big-mouth flowers are easy to transplant. Planting them in the yard might look strange, but it's understandable. "Let's decide that then," Melanie announced with a smile. "We'll set out early tomorrow. With money not being an issue and everyone having their roles, we'll see about the rest later." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Ju gracefully left for the other side of the valley. Little Gua also led Hua away. Seeing this situation, Melanie couldn't help but smile understandingly at Cole. "Melanie, you've always lived in the forest." She paused, then said, "No one knows they're fairies and remains unaffected. You and your friends, be very careful when you go out. A young girl who has lived here all her life, no matter how clever she is mostly innocent and naive about the world." Melanie nodded in thanks, then remembered that 4 years ago, Audi once angrily called her foolish. She wondered if Audi had gone to the Imperial City and become very powerful. Sitting by a small stream in the valley, Melanie rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while. She then took out a few large-mouth flower seeds, closed her eyes to feel them, and smiled as she said to Cole, "Cole, can I borrow the wolf flame for a bit?" Before Cole could answer, the wolf flame immediately backed away nervously, tail between its legs. Seeing this, Melanie gave it a sweet smile, and a faint white magical glow flickered at her fingertips. The wolf flame, seeing this, didn't wait for its owner's command. It lowered its head and wagged its tail, then trotted over to Melanie's feet, rubbing against her pants. Cole could only smile bitterly. "You're smart," Melanie said happily, patting the big wolf's head. She signaled it to stand on a small open space nearby and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will heal you. Yes, you can try to dodge." While speaking, Melanie threw a large-mouth flower seed toward the wolf flame. As soon as the seed touched the wolf flame's body, it burst open and instantly grew into a mature large-mouth flower, its bloom completely covering the wolf flame's head. Ugh, the wolf flame muffled a whimper inside the flower. "Why didn't you dodge?" Melanie walked over and gently kicked it, then ignored its pleading whimper and began to observe the large-mouth flower. Unlike naturally grown large-mouth flowers, this one was created with the life and death entanglement magic. The entire plant stem and leaves twisted around the wolf flame's half-human height body, binding it tightly. Its flower head was also larger and more vibrant than ordinary large-mouth flowers, using stems and leaves to entangle, attacking with the flower head. With both support and attack capabilities, the effect is quite good. After writing a few lines in her notebook, Melanie sniffed and frowned, saying, "It seems to have lost its hallucinogenic sweet aroma." Indeed. Corey approached, sniffed carefully, nodded, and then comforted Melanie, saying, "You're already very impressive." At least he's not her opponent. She released the Gyarados from the wolf flame, told it to stay on standby, and used her sensing ability on her Gyarados. She carefully felt it for a while, thought for a moment, then took out a seed and threw it out. This time, the new Gyarados grew a bit slowly, rooting itself in the soil like a natural Gyarados, gradually growing taller and eventually blooming a bright red flower. Melanie leaned in to smell it, smiling happily. "Hey, Corey." Melanie stepped back a few paces, her cheeks slightly round, with a sweet smile. "What?" Corey had just finished speaking when he suddenly caught a faint sweet scent. His eyes became confused, then he snapped to awareness, took a few steps back, and became alert. "How did it go?" Melanie asked with a tilt of her head. Corey's face reddened slightly. He carefully sniffed the air again, surprised, and asked, "Melanie, how did you do that?" "I'm not a magician, but the same magic, the same seed, yet the effects were so different. It's hard to believe." "Is it difficult?" Melanie said casually. "I just sensed the seed, then deliberately enhanced its floral scent during growth. After advancing to a higher level, the magic used to accelerate growth lasts longer. It can stay wrapped around for about 40 minutes. The slow growth magic effect lasts at least 2 hours or more for the Gyarados." Melanie muttered to herself, jotting down her results in her notebook. Then she closed her notebook, cast a nourishing spell to comfort the wolf flame, and cheerfully said, "Wolf flame, this time you must dodge and attack me, or I'll have the Gyarados swallow half your body before healing you." She patted the wolf flame, then cast a magic shield over herself. Turning to Corey, she said, "Corey, command the wolf flame and practice with me, okay?" Corey's eyes lit up, eager to try. He reminded her, "Don't forget, I'm still a beginner swordsman." He used to think he was very smart, especially in the profession of beast trainer. His old family member said that according to ancient records, even 10,000 years ago, his talent was outstanding. But look at Melanie. Not only does she have an incredible training physique, but just by thinking carefully, she can change a fixed magic pattern and cast magic that follows her will. That is such a remarkable talent. But he is also impressive, at least qualified to be her sparring partner. At this moment, the two of them reached a place at the valley entrance where the deadly vines did not grow, and they kept their distance. Since Melanie had already cast a magic shield on herself, Cole no longer hesitated. He drew a slender sword, nodded at Melanie, and then charged toward her. Meanwhile, Wolffire ran and jumped, coordinating with Cole from the side to attack Melanie at the same time. As long as they got close, Cole's fine sword could break her beginner-level magic shield, and Wolffire, besides his sharp claws, also had his hot fire magic. But Melanie's face was cold. She raised her hands forward, and instantly, 3 rows of largemouth flowers appeared in front of Cole and Wolffire. The first row of 2 largemouth flowers began to entangle Cole and Wolffire continuously. The second and third rows grew more slowly but were rooted in the ground, constantly harassing the man and the wolf. Strong corrosive acid kept spraying from the 6 largemouth flowers, shooting toward them. The scene was quite chaotic, but Cole remained confident. He wore armor made of Tier 6 thick-skinned rhinoceros hide, so he was not afraid of the Tier 3 largemouth flowers' acid for a short time. He held a top-quality black iron heart-forged sword, which could easily cut through the entangling largemouth flowers. Wolffire's flames could also cause fatal damage to the largemouth flowers. In just a moment, Cole had cut the entangling largemouth flowers into countless pieces, and Wolffire's flames had burned the largemouth flowers into ash. Dealing with these few largemouth flowers was a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, Cole showed a smile, ready to bypass the dead largemouth flowers with Wolffire and trap Melanie, the mage. But when he looked up, his smile immediately faded, and he raised his hand with a bitter smile, saying, "I give up." Wolfien also let out a whimper and knelt down on his front legs, indicating that he had surrendered as well.